Stellar outpost established. Imperial mainbrain online. Identity confirmed sole sovereign of the sacred Starlight Empire. Welcome, my sovereign. The icy mechanical voice exploded like thunder in the depths of Wang Dao's mind. Outside the porthole, the final module locked into a rhombus-shaped structure, and pale gold energy veins flared fully to life. This was not merely a construction completed. It was the materialization of the Star War game he had cleared countless times in his previous life, Stellar Sovereign. Before he could react, an immense force surged forth from the depths of the void, piercing straight through his limbs and bones. Supernova-like power detonated within his body. Wang Dao let out a muffled groan as an unseen force lifted him into the air. His bones disassembled and reassembled, old muscle fibers burned away while new higher-density tissue grew madly in their place. Countless star charts and arcane data streams flooded into his consciousness, branding themselves deep into his soul. Only after more than 10 minutes did the torrent of energy finally subside. Thud! Wang Dao landed steadily. The starship-grade alloy deck beneath his feet now bore two clear footprints pressed deep into the metal. He forced his surging emotions to calm. With a single thought, a cluster of ghostly blue arcs of electricity danced into existence in his right palm, crackling softly. He casually clenched his fist. A harsh creak sounded. The armrest of the T3 alloy command chair beside him, forged from high-grade metal, deformed like dough, 5 deep pits pressed into it by his fingers. The light blazing in Wang Dao's eyes burned hotter than the star outside the porthole. He dropped into the deformed chair and silently intoned, "Summon panel." A light screen snapped open. T5 tech repository unlocked. Stellar outpost deployed. Physique of the child of the stars activated. "This run is in the bag," he murmured. The corner of Wang Dao's mouth curled. No more tapping keyboards and clicking mice. This time he would amass troops in reality and steamroll everything. He closed the panel with a flick and opened the Jinmin Star Wang clan's internal network. First step: obtain a frontier development permit. With that in hand, occupying unclaimed star systems and building a private fleet would be fully legal. His entry ticket to carving out territory and crowning himself king. He bundled his perfect report card and his mentor's recommendation letter and sent them off, then switched to the Academy's recruitment board and typed out 3 lines. Recruiting initial crew for Frontier Development Fleet. Requirements: overall ranking top 10. Salary increased by 50, high-grade gene serum provided. The moment the post went up, his terminal was nearly flooded by messages. They were all mockery. High-grade gene serum. Only the military can afford that. What kind of big bad wolf act is a broke collateral branch brat from the Wang clan putting on? Reported for fraud already. Admins, hurry up and ban him. Wang Dao slouched in his chair, watching the barrage without responding, letting out a soft, derisive chuckle. In less than 2 hours, the first bold one took the bait. The call connected, and a full holographic projection revealed a sharp-eyed young man. Chu Ming ranked first in the command department. Wang Dao, right? Chu Ming leaned back in his chair, a trace of arrogance on his face. How exactly are you going to provide high-grade gene serum? If it's real, I'll work for you. If you're just bragging. His words cut off mid-sentence. Across the screen, Wang Dao gave him a single indifferent glance. That one look jammed Chu Ming's remaining words in his throat. Cold sweat instantly drenched his back. Chu Ming felt like an ant being stared down at point-blank range by a colossal deep space beast. This was not killing intent. It was a fundamental suppression of life level that shattered common sense. Chu Ming's fingers trembled uncontrollably as his mind crashed. Wang Dao withdrew his gaze and said casually, "You'll know whether it's real once you come. I've sent you the address." With a crisp snap, he cut the connection. Over the next 2 days, Wang Dao used that same careless gaze to interview more than 30 top-tier troublemakers. Quite a few were scared into disconnecting on the spot, cold sweat pouring. In the end, 12 of the boldest remained. These geniuses' first reaction under suppression was not to flee, but a feverish excitement. They understood clearly that anyone capable of exerting such pressure could not have a low genetic grade. On the very afternoon he finished recruiting, an encrypted mail from the Wang family arrived. Approval was granted for 2 T3 flying fish-class escort ships, along with 5 million federal credits. At the end of the mail, a note read: "The family has taken note of your unusual performance and looks forward to subsequent reports." Old foxes. Their noses are quite sharp, Wang Dao muttered. Free funding should never be wasted, but he needed to run soon. Once he was deep in interstellar space, who would he bother to answer to? He switched over to the second-hand black market, unleashing the full computational power of the main brain. In under 3 minutes, he sifted through tens of thousands of junk listings and picked out 2 small second-hand mining vessels with immense refit potential, snapping them up for a total of 3 million in an instant. 7 days later, in the Academy's private starport, 4 starships lay quietly in wait. The family emblems on the dolphin-shaped escort ships had been scrubbed clean, replaced by a brand new emblem, a sword of starlight. Inside the flagship's bridge, the once arrogant Chu Ming now sat ramrod straight in the deputy's seat. The look he gave Wang Dao held only fervor and absolute unquestioning respect. Boss, target coordinates input. Where are we heading? Leaning back in the central command seat, Wang Dao keyed in the final set of parameters. First, we're going to pick up a big piece of hardware. 2 hours later, outside the porthole, starlights stretched into long lines by the jump engine's low frequency, humming resonating in their chests. Chu Ming slammed the fleet broadcast control. All ships' attention jump in 5 minutes. Target, mining sector Starfield. A dozen young voices roared excitedly over the channel. Vanguard ship 2 ready. Worker Ant 1 ready. There was no hesitation, only a wild urge to tear through the sea of stars. Wang Dao ran his fingers over the crushed dents in the armrest, lips curling slightly. 4 starships shot out from the Stargate corridor behind a long beam of light. Behind them loomed a Stargate with a diameter of over 100 kilometers. Residual spatial ripples raced along their hulls and quickly dissipated. Seated in the flagship's command chair, Wang Dao watched as the main holoscreen flared to life, sensor data refreshing in a frenzy. 100,000 kilometers ahead, a small disc-shaped space station hovered in the void. Its diameter was less than 8 kilometers. A standard Edgeof territory resupply station. These were the most common squatters at the very fringe of federal territory, serving only desperados and fortune seekers. Around it, over 100 ships were docked. Warships, mining ships, and freighters packed together in a chaotic jumble. Tianshu automatically tagged each hull's tonnage and class. Without exception, they were all T2 to T3. To Wang Dao now all of this was trash. Though admittedly his own 4 ships still belonged to the trash tier as well. Space Station CD00811, he remarked. Tianshu's cold voice sounded at the fringe of the Jinmin Star Wang clan's domain in a mineral resource star region opened 10 years ago. Located in a low-risk zone. Wang Dao did not respond. His gaze passed beyond the screen, locking onto the glaring red line on the star chart. For thousands of years, the Federation and the Lizardmen had confronted each other along the gravitational anomaly belt of the Orion Arm. Fortresses had been built in countless numbers along that cosmic meat grinder, yet neither side could swallow the other. Fortifications could block regular armies, but not scattered raiders. Alien pirates, human pirates. The farther north one went, the more there were. The safe zones have long since been carved up, Chu Ming said from the deputy seat, swiping away a recruitment at high-paying hiring for escort fleet, daily wage 50,000 plus life insurance included, which only meant the last batch had already gone to claim their insurance. The corner of Wang Dao's mouth twitched. There was simply no way to follow that line of banter. He gave his order, send a registration signal to the control tower. Download the regional star chart. Moments later, a detailed star chart covering a radius of 50 light-years was imported into the system. Tianshu rapidly ran a comparison. Star systems with registered ownership lit up with orange markers. Beyond the orange markers stretched vast swathes of uncharted blackness. These directions show trail records from pioneer fleets, Tianshu said, tracing dotted lines across the chart, their ends annotated with timestamps and team codes. The cursor shifted, encircling a fan-shaped region adjacent to a red boundary line in the northwestern quadrant. Within 50 light-years, this sector has no registered information at all. Chu Ming leaned close to the light screen, sweeping his gaze along the border. No one's ever been there. Or they went and never came back. Tianshu replied, there are no related records in the database. Chu Ming turned his head. Boss zones like this that belong to no one are either truly barren or so full of good stuff that others couldn't digest it all. Trusting his own instincts, Wang Dao tapped his fingertip on the fan-shaped sector Tianshu had outlined on the navigation interface. We take this route. Chu Ming opened his mouth, wanting to say something. But in the end, he only clicked his tongue and buckled his harness tight. After working under this boss for these days, he had learned one thing. When Wang Dao made a decision, you could ask questions, but you should never expect to change the outcome. The 4 ships swung their bows around engine plumes, stretching long as they plunged into unclaimed deep space. They jumped for 15 standard days, crossing 7 empty star systems. With each system they passed, they released a passive detection buoy. The atmosphere aboard gradually grew oppressive. Being constantly stared at by boundless emptiness bred a primal sense of unease. On the 16th day, once the jump ended, the sensors caught a stable stellar radiation signal. Wang Dao straightened up. On the light screen, the data blocks of a complete stellar system were slotting into place one by one. A mature type main sequence star. 2 gas giants occupied the outer orbits, 3 to 5 times the size of Jupiter. 2 terrestrial planets circled on the inside. The larger terrestrial planet had a diameter of about 5,000 kilometers, its surface flashing with broad swathes of metallic reflections. At the system's edge, the Kuiper belt stretched for dozens of astronomical units, its density extremely high. Tianshu's analysis report popped up in sync. Asteroid belt mineral resources rating A. Terrestrial planet mineral resources rating B. Wang Dao's fingers froze on the armrest. Simultaneously detected mineral types, locations, and estimated quantities all unfolded before him. 7 veins rich in rare metals. 2 deposits of supernova-grade Nook stone, the core raw material for T5 class alloys, and a strategic reserve resource of the Federation military. On the surface of the terrestrial planet, a vast solid metal deposition layer has been detected containing high-purity iron-nickel alloys and trace crystalline quartz core rock. Tianshu gave the overall assessment comprehensive resource rating excellent. No known traces of civilized activity. No artificial signal sources. No navigation markers. A virgin realm. A virgin realm packed with strategic resources. Chu Ming rose from his seat. Boss, I see it, Wang Dao replied. Leaning back into his chair, the corner of Wang Dao's mouth curled into a faint smile. He opened the fleet communications channel. Attention, all units. Target star system confirmed. Codename Voyage. Within 3 minutes, mission assignments were fully distributed. Mining Ship 1 release the prefabricated stellar outpost and deploy it in the main sequence star's orbital stability zone. Mining Ship 2 together with the Vanguard-class escort enter the Kuiper belt and conduct precision sweeps marking resource-rich points. The flagship remains in place to oversee the entire operation. Crisp acknowledgements came over the channel. Mining Ship 1's cargo bay opened. The stellar outpost was pushed out by robotic arms, its metal framework unfolding layer by layer in microgravity. Wang Dao glanced at the deployment countdown. Chu Ming, take a team down to the terrestrial planet. Set up the ore refining modules first. Habitation pods come second. We're not living on the ship. What you wanna? On second thought, forget it, Chu Ming muttered, scratching his head. But building a base on an unknown planet's surface. Tianshu scanned it 3 times. It's fine, Wang Dao said, looking at him. Have it standing in 3 days. Chu Ming slapped his thigh and sprang up. Got it. 3 days done. If I can't get it done, I'll use the refining tower as my bed. At the hatch, he glanced back. Boss, this place is too good. If some blind fool stumble in. 6 passive early warning buoys had already been deployed at the exit of the jump corridor. Wang Dao brought up the system's gravity distribution map and circled several critical Lagrange points. Any mass anomaly over 50 tons will trigger an alarm. That will give us ample time to respond. Chu Ming turned and strode off. 3 days later, on the equatorial plane of the terrestrial planet, a small forward outpost covering 2 square kilometers had bitten into the crust. 3 ore refining towers stood on the northern side. The first batch of collected ore was being broken down at high temperature in their furnaces, red-hot metal flowing in torrents along the pipelines. The air was thick with the acrid tang of scorched metal. Habitation modules had been linked into a ring, their internal pressurization also completed. Wang Dao stood alone on a rise north of the base. Above his head stretched a gray-brown sky, the star's light casting a pale bleak sheen through the thin atmosphere. The rocks underfoot were rich in iron, ringing with a metallic echo at each step. In the distance, an engineering drone was leveling the ground, space reserved for a future dockyard. Tianshu's transmission came through, tagged with orange priority. Precision sweeps of the asteroid belt are complete. All 7 rare metal veins and the 2 Nook stone deposits have been precisely marked. In addition, in the orbit of the 4th satellite of gas giant 3, we have discovered a large field of anomalous metallic debris. Wang Dao halted the resource allocation plans running in his mind. Preliminary assessment, artificial in origin. Total debris mass approximately 120,000 tons scattered across a quarter of the satellite's orbital arc. Based on detection results, it has been there for at least 20 years. What kind of objects? Starship fragments, Tianshu replied, bringing up the scan results. Structural components from at least 4 different ship classes. The largest piece is about 600 meters long, likely the bow section of a destroyer-class vessel. For ships, not one. This was a record of war losses. Can their classes be matched to the Federation database? No match. The alloy composition differs significantly from the Federation's standard systems. Titanium carbide content is elevated by 40% with a hexagonal close-packed lattice. This was not a human metallurgical pathway. High-energy particle weapon scorch marks have been detected on the debris surfaces, Tianshu continued. Ablation depth reaches 1/3 of the alloy's thickness. The attacker's weapon energy level, at least T4, Wang Dao stated. Yes, at least T4. 20 years ago, a non-human fleet of at least 4 destroyer-class ships had been annihilated here by T4 grade weaponry. Wang Dao turned and headed back toward the base, his stride faster than before. Passing the habitation zone, he saw Chu Ming with 2 engineers repairing an overheated coolant line. Their work overalls were smeared with black lubricant. Seeing Wang Dao approach, Chu Ming paused. What's wrong? We may have had neighbors once. Only after the wreckage analysis is complete can we confirm the threat level. Wang Dao spoke rapidly, issuing orders as he walked. He halted and looked back. The upgraded materials list for the outpost is on your terminal. Have it all assembled within 10 days. The refining towers run 24 hours nonstop. If we're short on manpower, have Tianshu dispatch drones to cover. Chu Ming's smile vanished completely. He rose to his feet and straightened his back. Understood. Wang Dao headed for the command module. Chu Ming opened the communications channel, his tone turning steely. All teams listen up, current duty rosters are void. Effective, immediately switch to wartime production tempo. Since the first batch of ore was transported back to the base, Wang Dao and his team have been caught in an endless cycle. The shortage of manpower has become the only bottleneck to development. As the overseer, Chu Ming feels it the most. In the holographic projection, heavy dark circles hang under his eyes. Behind him, 3 ore refining towers roar day and night with molten metal flowing through thick pipelines. Boss, when can we go back to hire more people? Chu Ming's voice was hoarse as he pointed at the fluctuating data stream on one side. The cooling system of refining tower No. 3 has issued an overload alarm 12 times. I manually repaired it 10 times, and it managed to cope with the remaining 2 on its own. All personnel are on a 24-hour 3-shift rotation with at least 16 hours on duty every day. 2 warships have been reduced to high-level transport ships running goods daily while also needing to maintain defensive vigilance. All the work is pressed upon the few of us. Chu Ming spoke rapidly. His logic remained clear and his emotions had not collapsed. Wang Dao listened quietly. He did not interrupt. He could understand Chu Ming's anxiety. These talented individuals had given up stable futures to follow him into the desolate expanse of this remote starry sky, based solely on pure trust. They believed he could accomplish something. He could not let this trust be worn down by endless toil. It will be soon, Wang Dao said calmly. His gaze passed through the porthole, staring at the distant star's orbit. There a magnificent structure was rapidly expanding. Once the starport is completed, all problems will be resolved. Chu Ming, through the shared perspective, saw the real-time image and was stunned once again. It was a colossal structure stretching 30 kilometers. At its core was a massive hexagonal prism with pale golden energy patterns flowing across its surface. On either side, 2 symmetrically extending wings hundreds of meters wide were connected at their tips to a smaller hexagonal array. Countless engineering drones darted through trailing blue particle flames. They precisely fitted the massive prefabricated modules into orbit. Wang Dao called it the starport. Chu Ming felt the name was too restrained. This was clearly a celestial fortress. Communication was cut off. Chu Ming turned and walked toward the refining tower. Behind him, the cooling alarm of refining tower No. 3 sounded for the 13th time. A few days later, Wang Dao handed over the work to Chu Ming. He himself boarded the Pioneer escort ship heading towards the nearly completed starport. Outside the porthole, the outline of the starport was infinitely magnified. The 150-meter-long escort ship slid along the side of the starport. The size difference was extremely vast. The escort ship smoothly entered the docking area. This area was large enough to accommodate hundreds of escort ships side by side. The entire starport had 12 such docking matrices. Wang Dao descended the boarding ladder. The spacious internal passageway was wide enough for 3 heavy armored vehicles to travel side by side. The surrounding walls were seamlessly integrated with no visible welding seams. The construction precision controlled by the main brain Tianshu had reached a molecular level. He headed directly to the core control room. On the huge circular light screen, the engineering progress bar stood steadily at 98. A deep rhythmic vibration emanated from the control room floor. It will be soon, Wang Dao whispered. The next day, the last batch of standard modules was installed. All members received the notification to return to the starport. For the first time, they gathered in this control room waiting for that historic moment. Everyone gathered in the control room, curiously surveying their surroundings. They had personally used half a year's sweat and blood to nurture a diamond-shaped seed into this steel fortress that blotted out the sky. The last energy transmission line completed its self-check. The indicator lights on the circular light screen changed from yellow to green. Hundreds of thousands of indicator lights formed a vibrant sea of light. Wang Dao sat in the central command seat, surveying everyone. He raised his hand and commanded start. A powerful low rumble surged from deep within the starport. A massive surge of energy gushed from the core area, instantly flowing to every node of the starport. White light spread within the control room. The starport lit up layer by layer from the inside out. The resonance underfoot transmitted through to the nerves of every individual. In the central area, a silver-white light sphere composed of data streams materialized out of thin air. The intelligent core is online. System self-check completed. Authority authentication passed. Welcome, Master. The electronic synthetic voice was cold and precise. Wang Dao looked at the excited members around him. Everyone take a 3-day break. Go and enjoy the fruits of your creation. He turned to the light sphere, marked them as internal personnel, and open all living and entertainment areas. Understood, Master. Everyone saluted Wang Dao in unison, then cheered as they rushed out of the control room. The heavy alloy door slowly closed behind them. The control room returned to absolute silence. Wang Dao put away his smile. He directly connected to the main brain Tianshu in the depths of his consciousness. Tianshu, take over the core of the starport. Understood. The subroutine has taken over and data synchronization is complete. The voice of Tianshu echoed in his mind. Wang Dao leaned back against the chair. A 3D model of the starport suddenly unfolded in the realm of his consciousness. Energy core T5 level dark matter energy array operating at full power. T5 level partial shield has been activated. Wang Dao lightly tapped the armrest with his fingertips. On the 3D model, hundreds of armor plates on the surface of the starport synchronously popped open. Large plasma cannon turrets rose upwards. A swarm of nano anti-aircraft guns unfolded in a dense array. The lenses of the point defense laser array flickered red during self-check tests. 10 massive hive hatches opened layer by layer. 5,000 defender drones stood in formation inside the hatch. Auxiliary facilities operating at full power. Refining, farming, and printing resources are completely self-sufficient. Tianshu paused for a moment. Lastly, 12 Barak modules have been activated. Wang Dao's fingers hesitated slightly. This was the ultimate trump card for which he had expended massive resources to construct the starport. The 3D model rapidly enlarged, penetrating layers of armor and locking onto an unremarkable square building at the starport's belly. The internal information panel floated into view. Barrack's standard model of the Lost Empire function: analyze advanced life blueprints, consume basic resources, and generate standard gene-enhanced crew members and marines. Containing the Empire's advanced talent gene pool, Wang Dao issued his command. Generate a standard crew member for the escort ship. Command confirmed. Calling human gene template. Resource consumption: 100 units of energy, 50 units of minerals, 10 units of organic matter. Estimated generation time: 10 minutes. Execution confirmed. 10 minutes. A refined crew member implanted with complete tactical consciousness, genetically enhanced, and absolutely obedient, could be born out of thin air in just 10 minutes. Wang Dao stood up and left the control room, heading for the Barak module. 10 minutes later, he stood inside the core chamber. Before him were rows of transparent incubation tanks filled with blue circulating liquid. The tank at the front lit up with a faint glow. The nutrient solution quickly receded. The hatch slid open, spilling out low-temperature white mist. A male figure emerged. Standing at 185 centimeters tall, his muscular lines were well-proportioned and firm. His features were extremely standard. He opened his eyes, revealing pale golden pupils. That was the mark of perfect genetic optimization. He stepped out of the tank and knelt on one knee before Wang Dao. His movements were exceedingly precise. There was no excess emotional fluctuation. Number GS-001, a standard crew member of the escort ship, reporting to the master. His voice was calm and steady. Wang Dao gazed at him. Stand by for now. Understood. Wang Dao turned and left the chamber. Behind him, 12 cloning assembly lines awaited activation. Wang Dao returned to the command throne in the control room. He called up all the information for a detailed review. If all 12 barracks operated simultaneously, they could produce 144 elite crew members in 10 minutes. In 1 hour, 864 individuals. In 1 day, 20,736. Wang Dao watched the rapidly changing data on the screen. He would not lack personnel in the future. As long as the warships kept up, manpower would not be an issue. Wang Dao sank back into the command chair, his fingers tapping against the metallic armrest. The holographic projection cast a cold bluish light on his face. He did not rush to give orders. The classification of civilizations in the universe was extremely brutal, with energy as the only standard. T1 civilizations relied on heavily polluting nuclear fission and primitive nuclear fusion to barely escape planetary gravity. T2 civilizations mastered controllable nuclear fusion, enabling them to navigate within stellar systems. Wang Dao's 2 T3 class frigates had just touched the threshold of antimatter energy. In this fringe star region, T3 warships were already rare heavyweights. However, on a true interstellar stage, they all suffered from severe energy anxiety. The energy conversion rate was too low. Even with antimatter burning at the core after intense firefights, they still needed to find supply stations to recharge. T4 civilizations pushed antimatter technology to its limits, mastering efficient, controllable annihilation reactions, thus bidding farewell to frequent resupply. As for T5 civilizations, Wang Dao's gaze was fiery. This was the absolute domain of advanced civilizations, dark matter energy. Dark matter was omnipresent in the universe. Even when navigating through the most desolate cosmic voids, T5 engines could directly extract an endless supply of energy from the vacuum. For the Lost Empire, the term energy crisis had long been absent from their lexicon dating back tens of thousands of epochs. Tianshu Wang Dao said, "Bring up the construction list for the starport docks." Understood, Sovereign. The screen unfolded into a massive three-dimensional matrix. All 12 small dock icons lit up. The basic ship manufacturing permissions had been fully lifted. With the rebirth pool in the barracks, he no longer needed to return to the Federation space station to recruit ordinary low-level crew members. Frigates, research vessels, engineering ships, small transport ships. A series of categorized directories cascaded down the screen. Wang Dao's gaze swept over a long list of names. Short Saber class, Guardian class, Punisher class, Counterattack class. And the Ishtar class research vessel, Mammoth class, engineering ship, and Ibis class transport ship. In the entire list, no ship's rank was lower than T5. The foundation of divine civilizations is never governed by reason. They start with T5 dark matter energy. The factions within the Federation that fought fiercely for advanced civilization relics had not even approached this threshold. The firepower of the starport was indeed sufficient to destroy any approaching enemies. However, this was ultimately a static fortress. He urgently needed a mobile fleet capable of projecting power outward. The configuration parameters for various frigates continuously rolled across the screen. With T5 technology, the absolute combat power of the frigates was extremely high, only differing in tactical emphasis. Some pursued firepower, while others focused on high mobility and harassment. Wang Dao's gaze locked onto a model with balanced data. He did not want extreme designs. In the universe, survival and concealment were often more important. Counterattack class frigate T5 mission roles: patrol, interception, escort, reconnaissance, alert, and support landings. Ship specifications: length 150 meters with 30 meters, height 20 meters. Wang Dao nodded. This size was quite convenient, comparable to the Federation's current main patrol frigate. Just by looking at the radar echoes and long-range optical silhouettes, it would not raise any alarms. However, its main weapons were equipped with 2 T5 X-ray laser cannons and a plasma cannon. The secondary weapons consisted of 6 Guardian T5 defense arrays. Beneath the armor lay the dark matter energy core, superluminal engine, dark matter partial shields, and T5 alloy hull. He glanced briefly at the civilian parameters of the research and engineering vessels before skipping them directly. Wang Dao issued the command. Tianshu planned the construction sequence. All 12 docks were operating at full capacity. For the first batch, I want 2 transport ships, 4 engineering ships, 1 research vessel, and 5 counterattack class frigates. Construction tasks have been established and the dock matrix has been activated. Tianshu's mechanical voice responded. Transport ship construction cycle 15 days, engineering ship 20 days, research vessel, and frigate 30 days each. The barracks have also synchronized with the corresponding crew generation program. Wang Dao leaned back slightly. Let's talk in detail about this barracks. The Federation has synthetic human technology. What's the fundamental difference with our targeted generation? The Federation's low-level synthetic humans were limited in thought, only able to perform heavy labor on mining planets. High-level synthetic humans could simulate human emotional logic, but their lifespan only reached 50 years. Moreover, their high costs meant they could only be toys for the wealthy aristocrats. Sovereign, please do not compare the products of the barracks with crude mechanical biomimics. Tianshu's mechanical voice showed slight fluctuations. The barracks are the supreme crystallization of the biological gene technology of the Sacred Star Empire. The number of pure-blood citizens of the Empire is scarce. Every warrior emerging from the barracks is the most precious foundational combat unit. From the moment of embryonic generation, they were infused with a perfect high-level gene enhancement sequence. Converted to Federation standards, they emerge from the chamber as 5-level gene enhancers. Wang Dao leaned slightly forward. In the Federation's harsh ranking system, a 5-level gene enhancer was at least a mid-level officer commanding a subfleet. Yet here they were merely the lowest level of conscripts. A pure dimensional suppression. The genetic template of the Empire's soldiers has no flaws. Tianshu continued to report they will naturally grow with combat experience and inherent talents. There is no need to inject enhancement agents like the Federation's gene technology, risking gene collapse for upgrades. Most importantly, the barracks still preserve the genetic information of the Empire's high-level talents. Gene database. Yes, the genetic information of high-level talents, such as researchers and senior commanders, is backed up. Personnel generated using their genetic information have higher potential and grow faster. Wang Dao fully understood. This not only allowed for rapid troop generation, but also provided support for the development of high-level talents. Wang Dao exited the core control room. The internal space of the starport was extremely vast. He stepped onto the hovering platform. The anti-gravity engine hummed softly as the platform glided along the wide metallic corridor, coming to a smooth stop in front of the dining area. The automatic door slid open and the noisy voices accompanied by the aroma of food poured out. Chu Ming and a group of young crew members were gathered together drinking synthetic beverages. They were all part of the old team that had followed Wang Dao to the desolate star region right after graduation. They had spent a full 6 months here doing nothing but patrolling and mining. Upon seeing Wang Dao enter, everyone immediately fell silent. Wang Dao pulled out a chair and sat down beside Chu Ming. Brothers, Wang Dao began, after 6 months the base has finally been completed. In the coming days, everyone should take a good rest. Chu Ming. He turned to look at the young man beside him. Boss, do you have any orders? Chu Ming immediately sat up straight. In a few days you'll lead the team. The rest will board the transport ship and return to the Federation space station for a visit. Wang Dao tapped the table. Take all the high-value precious minerals we've refined with us. A chorus of cheers erupted from the crowd. Having gone over half a year without seeing outsiders or tasting natural food, they had long been pent up with restless energy. Wang Dao raised a hand, gesturing for silence. Remember, absolutely no supernova knockstone, not even a single gram, he whispered, voice low and grave. Now is not the time for exposure. Everything else, load as much as you possibly can. Once they're, liquidate everything for hard currency. Then recruit heavily. Our operations are expanding, and every foundational post remains critically understaffed. Since our future ambition is to become a lord, I cannot rely solely on barracks-born personnel. Wang Dao turned to Chu Ming. Recruitment criteria and quotas will be transmitted directly to your terminal by Tianshu. Boss, aren't you returning with us? Chu Ming caught the implication instantly. Such a vast enterprise demands someone to hold the fort. Wang Dao leaned back into his chair. External commercial negotiations and logistical procurement will henceforth be your core responsibilities. You'll gain invaluable experience handling them firsthand. We're sitting on massive capital. Shouldn't we acquire new vessels from the black market or the Federation shipyards? Why focus only on recruitment? Chu Ming ventured cautiously. No need to purchase ships. I have other arrangements, Wang Dao replied flatly. Chu Ming wisely refrained from further inquiry. Young crew members began enthusiastically drafting shopping lists aloud. Wang Dao ate a simple meal while observing his crew. This veteran cohort, constrained by the Federation's average baseline, hadn't even completed first-tier genetic enhancement. To entrust them with the Suntobe-commissioned T5 class warships would waste their full performance. And worse, they lacked the training to operate them. T5 systems were never taught in any academy curriculum. T5 technology was his ultimate trump card, never to be revealed prematurely to ordinary humanity. Once Chu Ming returned with newly recruited personnel, Wang Dao would reassign this entire veteran cohort to internal starport operations. Their native-born personnel would oversee logistics coordination, security, and commercial administration. Meanwhile, all frontline combat roles and the 5 Retaliator-class frigates would be entrusted exclusively to 5th-tier superhumans generated by the barracks, forging an unbreakable, utterly loyal armed nexus. By midnight, the mess hall emptied. Wang Dao returned to his private quarters adjacent to the core command chamber. The room was acoustically sealed. He lay down upon the bed. Tianshu, activate the dome projection. The metallic ceiling rippled like water and dissolved into transparent holographic display. Real-time optical feeds from beyond the starport flooded in. The profound glacial void of space unfolded before him. Galactic rivers hung motionless in infinite darkness. Wang Dao rested his hands behind his head, gazing silently into the star-strewn expanse. Half a year ago, he had plunged into the Death-Stellar zone aboard 2 battered T3 frigates. 30 days later, his inaugural T5 class dark matter fleet would launch from here, shattering the heavens. His veteran crew had just concluded 6 months of grueling frontier expansion in deep outer space. Wang Dao appeared idle, spending days playing virtual Star Wars games with young crewmen in the habitation zone. Yet in solitude, he spent most of his time in the starport's drydock sector. There he watched several T5 class warships gradually coalesce layer by layer within containment force fields. T5 technology represented humanity's absolute technological apex, impenetrable, sovereign, inviolable. Even the Federation's nominal supreme military power possessed only fragmented T5 technical archives, held exclusively by its 12 lords. In the cargo terminal district, gravity manipulators lifted containers one by one into freighter holds. Chu Ming stood atop the boarding gantry, eyes fixed on his data terminal. 300 tons of crystalline gel, or 150 tons of quartz crystal core rock. C3 hold still has capacity. Fill it with high-purity rare earth elements. All 4 freighters' load indicators hovered dangerously near redline. 2 hastily retrofitted mining vessels bristled with welded-in ultra-high-strength storage tanks along their external armor hardpoints. Wang Dao strode onto the gantry. Load up to, but never beyond, the safety threshold. Avoid overloading the jump drives. Chu Ming wiped sweat from his brow and turned. Boss, for half a year we've subsisted on rations alone. These ores could fetch tens of millions in hard credits. Leaving anything behind leaves me unsettled. Wang Dao glanced at the piled raw ore. Deep within the true core vault, the starport's dark matter smelters had just refined the primary structural alloy for T5 vessels, Supernova Knockstone. Not a single gram had been permitted to leave with Chu Ming. Supernova Knockstone, let it die in your throat. Chu Ming snapped upright, understood. Wang Dao waved dismissively. Go. Be sharp en route. Once at the station, recruit freely, but only those with clean backgrounds. Chu Ming turned and boarded the vessel. Moments later, the 4 heavily laden ships disengaged from the starport dock. Plasma exhaust flared behind them as they vanished into hyperspace transit. After seeing Chu Ming off, Wang Dao descended via elevator back to the starport's core command sector, delegating external commerce and logistical recruitment to a natural-born human like Chu Ming had long been part of his strategic design. Future growth could not hinge solely upon the barracks. The automatic doors slid open. Hundreds of workstations were already occupied. Only the soft, rhythmic tapping of virtual keyboards broke the hush. The first wave of operators and engineers, freshly deployed from the barracks, had assumed full duty. All wore unmarked, deep gray uniforms. Data streams cascaded across glowing screens, operational commands executed with flawless precision. At the central command console stood a middle-aged man. Lucas Gray, starport director forged from an elite genetic template. At Wang Dao's entrance, Lucas inclined his head ever so slightly. Sovereign, the starport's energy grid remains stable. Defensive arrays are fully synchronized. His voice held no inflection whatsoever, characteristic of 5th-tier genetic enhancement, absolute, unwavering rationality. Wang Dao settled into the central command chair. A ring of indicator lights along the console's rim flared violet. Tian Shu's mechanical voice resonated across all channels. Unknown energy signature detected at the stellar system's periphery. Gravitational wave analysis complete. Target is exiting hyperspace transit. Wang Dao fixed his gaze on the main holoscreen. Switched to optical feed. Sensor arrays surged to maximum output. On screen, the outer asteroid belt parted violently under unseen force. 12 silhouettes wove through the debris field. A real-time holographic star map rendered their 3-dimensional profiles, 12 grotesque warships uniformly dark brown in hue. Their hulls bristled with protruding armor plates and jagged spines. 11 200-meter frigates encircled a central 800-meter heavy cruiser. Database cross-match complete. Confirmed Lizardman raiding fleet. Likely drawn by gravitational wake signatures left by the 4 departing freighters during jump transit. Wang Dao studied the crimson blips on the star chart. Lizardmen were perennial marauders across this frontier sector, preying upon passing vessels. In the past, encountering such a formation meant only one option: activating maximum stealth protocols and vanishing. But circumstances had changed. Lucas, at your command. Engage full-power charging sequence for the starport's defense matrix. Wang Dao's eyes locked onto the enemy cruiser. 800 meters of predatory steel. Let them serve as the first blood to consecrate our starport's banner. External armor plating rotated outward in unison. Beneath them, colossal turret batteries rose into firing position. Dark matter energy surged into their barrels. The weapon array pulsed with lethal indigo luminescence. On the light screen, 12 red dots were slowly advancing toward the inner side of the star system. They maintained a rough raiding formation. I was thinking at most I would encounter a few human pirate ships for some practice. Wang Dao leaned back against the chair and sighed deeply. He was well aware of the firepower configuration of the starport. Taking down this group of aliens would be quite easy. The problem lay in the bad luck. Chu Ming had just taken the battleship away, and the new ship had not yet been launched. In this gap, Wang Dao encountered a fleet of lizardmen. This was indeed bad luck. The image magnified by the optical sensor showed that the lizardmen's battleships had bulky exteriors with heavy armor plates haphazardly pieced together. This pirate fleet was getting closer to the Kuiper Belt. Their speed was neither fast nor slow. Their outdated sensors had yet to detect the massive starport ahead, which was 30 kilometers in size. Wang Dao shook his head in silence. If it were a Federation battleship, even if it had just jumped and was being interfered with by gravitational waves, it would have locked onto the target by now at this distance. Lucas stood in front of the central control panel. As a 5th-tier genetic enhancer, his expression remained unfazed. Master, the enemy's superluminal engine technology is outdated, and the jump error is significant. They are probably lost attracted by the gravitational wave trail left by the fleet during the jump. They have now entered the optimal firing range for the main cannon. Wang Dao leaned against the command chair, looking at the unaware red dots on the holographic star map. Let's begin. Lucas turned around. Full fire control system, open fire at will. The heavy armor layer on the periphery of the starport completely opened up. Huge plasma cannon turret groups rose from concealed bases pointing toward deep space. The 8 main cannons simultaneously charged up. The dark matter reactor erupted with immense energy, and the weapon array emitted a blinding ghostly light. 8 blue-white plasma balls tore through the void, accurately locking onto the enemy's flanking escort fleet. There was no earth-shattering explosion. In the vacuum of space, only the light of destruction flickered. The 8 escort ships on the flanks experienced an immediate overload collapse of their inferior energy shields upon contact with the plasma. Immediately after, the heavy metal hulls were vaporized by the ultra-high temperatures, leaving not even a fragment behind. Only 8 swiftly dissipating ion clouds remained in the starry sky. The remaining 2 main cannons targeted the central heavy cruiser, which was 800 meters long. 2 beams of light accurately penetrated its midsection. The armor of the cruiser was torn apart like paper, with a large portion of the hull evaporating in the tens of thousands of degrees of heat. Only a small fragment of the tail remained, rolling toward the endless deep space due to inertia. The last 3 panicked escort ships collided head-on with the unmanned drone formation that was flanking them. Dense laser beams wove into a net. The 3 warships were instantly cut into countless fragments, and the ammunition depot triggered a series of chain explosions, turning into several blinding fireballs. From the moment of firing to the end, it took merely a few seconds. All the red dots on the holographic star map extinguished. The control room fell into deep silence, with only the soft sound of data streams rapidly scrolling on the light screen. Lucas called up the damage assessment. Master, the firepower of the plasma cannons has severely exceeded limits. Lucas' voice remained steady. The 2 main cannons overlapping caused 90% of the structure of the enemy cruiser to evaporate. No valuable alloy debris can be recovered. Next time we face targets of the same level, I recommend single cannon fire. Wang Dao stood up, gazing at the empty star system panorama. This is the absolute dimensional suppression of T5 technology over ordinary interstellar pirates. He waved his hand. Send engineering ships to clear the route. The barracks should continue to operate at full capacity. A month later, in the core area of the starport, the central control room. Wang Dao rarely got up early. After washing up, he headed straight to the control room. Wang Dao stood in front of the massive holographic observation window. Today marked the day his first fleet would be launched. Below, the 30-kilometer main body of the starport had completed 5 T5-class Retaliator-class escort ships. According to the process, a few hours of system self-check were still required, and Wang Dao arrived at the control room more than 2 hours early. The waiting time felt long. Wang Dao stared intently at the monitoring screen facing the docks. 2 hours later, the warning lights above the gates of the 5 docks lit up yellow. The heavy alloy gates closed to the sides. Strong light from inside the dock projected into the dark universe. 5 steel behemoths over 100 meters long slowly sailed out. The white hull glimmered with a cold metallic luster, its edges coated with a stealthy wave-absorbing layer. The battleship's body presented an extremely aggressive, streamlined U-shaped structure. The midsection of the hull was embedded with a golden command core hub. 3 heavy main cannon turrets surrounded the core in a triangular formation, with the barrels exuding an oppressive aura. This is the crystallization of T5 technology, the Retaliator-class escort ship. The dark matter propulsion array at the rear of the battleship lit up sequentially. 5 streams of ghostly blue plasma tails surged forth, illuminating the surrounding void. The massive hull swiftly turned in space, forming a perfect tactical assault formation. They silently swept over the starport. The gigantic shadow briefly obscured the light of the stars. Wang Dao gazed at the fleet, entirely piloted by fifth-tier genetic warriors. The true power of the Star Sea hegemony was finally in his hands. The 5 T5 Retaliator-class escort ships broke free from the gravitational constraints of their docking positions. The synchronized command was issued. The multi-segment phased array on the west side of the starport conveyed low-frequency vibration signals. The alloy gates of the other 2 heavy docks moved synchronously to close to the sides. The airlock depressurized and white gas coolant sprayed out rapidly, solidifying in the vacuum environment. 2 heavy transport ships loaded with modular cargo holds activated their anti-gravity engines. Designed for high-load logistics, the deep space heavy vessels had rugged and thick outer armor. The massive hull slowly sailed out, with bright orange-yellow high-energy navigation lights illuminating the sides of the armored belt. At the dedicated high-level docking position, the connecting bridge retracted and executed a physical lock. A red and black-painted research vessel emitted a ghostly blue-tail flame as it glided into deep space. The large spherical high-dimensional detector embedded in the center of the hull emitted a faint glow. This deep space exploration device could directly capture high-dimensional space ripples and dark energy tides worth the equivalent of 10 escort ships. Wang Dao stood before the strategic holographic star map in the control room. The data list on the projection screen continued to refresh. Currently, the fleet included 5 T5 class escort ships, 4 heavy transport ships, 4 engineering ships, and 1 research vessel. In addition to the 2 old T3 escort ships and a mining fleet accumulated during the initial stage. In the desolate CD00811 mineral star zone, this fleet possessed absolute regional dominance. The wandering pirate fleet had no choice but to turn around and flee upon encountering such heavy configurations. Tianshu. Wang Dao tapped the metal armrest of his chair. Understood. Wang Dao issued the order: add 10 transport ships and 10 engineering ships, and increased the number of frigates by 30, all included in the first construction sequence. Received. Estimated construction period, 3 months. Tianshu reported various scheduling parameters. The 30 frigates represented an exaggerated industrial scale. For Wang Dao, who currently had only 1 starport, this meant an entire logistics supply chain must seamlessly connect. Tianshu needed to allocate 70% of the energy network of the entire starport for smelting, and the shifts for the engineering ships to mine in the high-risk asteroid belt would also need to increase exponentially. Wang Dao leaned back in his chair and began to rest his eyes. In the past, a 3-month development cycle would have been considered long, particularly costly in terms of time during the initial stages. But the situation was now entirely different. Wang Dao raised his right hand, grabbing a sample of T3 grade super alloy armor plate that served as a paperweight on the control console. This high-grade alloy was hard enough to withstand direct hits from conventional naval shells. He tightened his grip with his fingers. The harsh sound of the metal structure fracturing echoed in the closed control room. The high-density material underwent irreversible deformation, crushed into a lump of scrap metal by bare hands. High concentrations of spiritual energy glimmered between his fingers. The high-tier alloy then disintegrated, turning into fine powder that trickled down, forming a small pile of ash on the table. No exoskeleton armor assisted him. He destroyed high-strength alloys solely with his physical strength. There was no need for expensive and lethal active agents, nor did he need to push his bodis limits to the brink of life and death. Invisible energy from the depths of the universe continuously surged into his body, and with each breath, he grew stronger. 3 days later, the main dock of the starport welcomed a long-awaited surge of crowd noise. 2 rented large passenger spacecraft docked at the spacious main berth. The airlock completed its docking and executed a hard lock with the connection indicator light turning from red to green. Crowds carrying various types of luggage followed the smart guidance into the starport transfer hall. A total of 5,000 skilled talents arrived on site. Wang Dao stood behind the one-way blast-proof glass on the second-floor corridor, overlooking the long queue below. From the perspective of a capitalist, the electronic sound of the identity recognition device at the personnel registration desk continued to ring. This batch of technical personnel was more than enough to fill the vacancies for the starport's basic operations. He did not recruit interstellar mercenaries brimming with martial virtue. Those bloodthirsty employers had no loyalty. The low-level laborers in front of him, dragging families and urgently needing survival supplies, were more easily assimilated into a community of shared interests. Footsteps sounded from the exclusive passage leading to the military zone. Chu Ming led the way, followed by several core team members. They had just completed a recruitment mission in the alien zone, and their steps carried a hint of fatigue. "Boss," Chu Ming called out from a distance. "Was the journey smooth?" Wang Dao turned around. "Fairly smooth." Chu Ming ruffled his messy hair. The mineral crystals were delivered without issue, and the exchange rate was favorable. It was just a bit tough to recruit people. The CD00811 star zone was remote and desolate with no high-profit routes. Initially, high-skilled talents were unwilling to come suffer. Chu Ming directly offered a base salary 30% above the market price. He also released a holographic image of the T5 starport in its completed state. The recruitment hall erupted at that moment. Pioneers from the fringe areas usually had to live in dilapidated tin stations at meteorite pits. This large starport, with its artificial sunlight and hydroponic farms, was a top-notch mansion for them. The 5,000 slots were snapped up within half a day. "Well done." Wang Dao tossed a bottle of pure water over. Chu Ming raised his hand to catch it steadily. "The life support system of the starport has a capacity limit of 100,000. These 5,000 are just the beginning." Wang Dao got straight to the point as the two entered the control room. The holographic projection screen displayed a newly organized personnel structure diagram. "Chu Ming, your entire team will be transferred into the internal sequence of the starport." Wang Dao pointed at a corner of the structure diagram. "From today onwards, you are fully responsible for the internal security department of the starport." Chu Ming, holding the water bottle, stood in shock. He turned his head, his gaze falling on the 5 brand new T5 frigates outside the porthole. Coming from a professional background, he found the old flying fish-class frigate repulsive and had dreamed of touching the control stick of a new warship. Now that the warships were offline, he was assigned to internal security. "Boss." Chu Ming couldn't help but speak. What about the perimeter defense tasks for the fleet? The fleet combat sequence will undergo a complete reorganization. Wang Dao interrupted him. The new warships use a neural direct connection module for fire control, eliminating traditional physical controls. Wang Dao looked at Chu Ming. The minimum operational threshold is a 5-tier gene enhancer. Your current physical condition won't withstand the data impact on the neural network. Forcing a connection would only lead to the destruction of the brainstem, resulting in immediate death. Chu Ming closed his mouth. After more than half a year of running around for business, his gene enhancement progress had completely stagnated. Forcing entry onto the ship now would be tantamount to seeking death and would severely impede the entire fleet. Wang Dao tapped the metal table twice. The table split open, and an encrypted storage box with an independent cryogenic system rose up. The surface of the box was covered with a thin layer of frost. The password lock automatically disengaged, the lid popped open, and 3 syringes emitting a faint golden glow lay quietly inside. The gene leap agent synthesized by Tian Shu. Wang Dao pushed the storage box over. This black market item is priceless, with raw materials consuming 2 tons of high-dimensional biological glandular crystal nuclei. Your current task is to stabilize the basic support at the rear. Wang Dao pointed at the agents. Use these resources to elevate your hardware level. Internal security is just a transitional position. Chu Ming suddenly raised his head. Once you break through the 5-tier barrier, if you still want to. Wang Dao pointed towards the vast unknown dark sector on the outskirts of the star map. In that sea of stars, future battleships and even star-class fortresses will undoubtedly emerge. I will reserve a position for you as the commander of the main fleet. Chu Ming straightened his back instantly. He did not say any unnecessary words and firmly grasped the storage box in his hand. I guarantee I will complete the mission. He strode out of the central control area. The metal hatch behind him sealed shut. Chu Ming tightened his grip on the high-pressure cryogenic box, the surface covered in frost. The micro-temperature control system blinked green every second, indicating that the high-purity gene agents were in a dormant state. The light blue liquid circulated within the sealed tube. He walked rapidly. Stepping on the grid floor, it produced short, sharp sounds. The holographic projection screens on both sides of the corridor kept scrolling. The yield rate of the dark matter energy core assembly, the forging cycle of super titanium alloy armor plates, and the progress of the T5 frigate keel laying. The pulsating data streams converged into an intuitive fact. Advanced warships surpassing several technological iterations across the current star domain were being manufactured here in bulk. Chu Ming's sense of defeat from being unable to engage in frontline combat was utterly crushed by the massive war machine before him. This nascent starport concealed terrifying potential for overwhelming military force. Once these iron behemoths were deployed into deep space in an organized formation, they would be capable of overturning the existing order of the surrounding star domains. His current primary task was to break through the physiological barriers of the 5th-tier genetics. Only by completing the secondary leap of carbon-based life could he secure a core position. With the dispatch order from Wang Dao, 2 old T3-class frigates were removed from the main combat fleet and demoted to internal security. Chu Ming took charge of the internal armed platform, beginning the reorganization of the newly recruited personnel. Engineering ships, heavy transport vessels, and autonomous mining fleets traversed the crisscrossing orbits. The collection stations siphoned energy from the stellar halo, injecting high-density energy matrices into the base's power transmission network. Everything began to fall into place. In the central control room, Wang Dao stood before the holographic console, hands resting on the metal edges. He scrutinized the parameters of unexplored regions in the surrounding star systems. The preliminary exploration radius is set at 50 light-years around us. The encrypted communication link issued the command. 2 frigates will accompany for vigilance, with 1 research vessel serving as the tactical core. As we encounter high-value mineral star systems along the way, we will directly airdrop micro-forward outposts for positioning. Avoid areas of strong magnetic storms and neutron star radiation belts. Understood, boss. The channel echoed a confirmation. With the influx of population at the base, the codename Master was archived, replaced by the more commercially logical term Boss. At this moment, the magnetic commanding voice of Fayer cut into the main frequency. Boss, if we detect high-dimensional signals or remnants of civilization, the research vessel requests to initiate reverse analysis on site. As the chief scientist cultivated under Tian Shu's direction, Fayer possessed an almost pathological curiosity towards unknown physical phenomena. Wang Dao rubbed his temples, directly rejecting the request. The strategic demand for this voyage is to illuminate the fog of star domains and construct a secure buffer zone. His finger drew a striking red alert line across the floating star map. In the event of encountering special incidents, prioritize marking and uploading to the database. Any unauthorized detachment from the formation is prohibited. The T5 class research vessel carried the highest technological achievements of the base. The cost of a single unit could fund a task force composed of 10 frigates of the same class. Currently, the base had only this one vessel. Wang Dao suppressed the urge for reckless leaps typical of mad scientists. Cut off communications. On the other side, 3 cold, hard-painted T5 frigates were executing their escort protocol. They formed a shaped defensive formation tightly guarding 4 heavy transport vessels loaded with high-purity refined ore. The destination of this fleet was the space station No. 00811, located several light years away. The LEAP engine began to preheat, causing visible physical refractive ripples in the surrounding spatial structure. The fleet transformed into blinding streaks of light slipping into the hyperspace channel. This was the base's trade route. The massive consumption of resources forced the base to connect to the currency trading system of the Golden Gate Star domain, thereby exchanging for scarce resources that could not be self-produced. The establishment of this fixed route had unexpectedly triggered a chain reaction in the desolate star regions surrounding it. Those long-term wanderers in the frontier areas, independent pioneers, and private armed mining teams began to keenly view this nascent starport as their top choice for resupply and illicit trade. The exorbitant trading tax rate as high as 20% did not deter this group of ruthless marauders who thrived on the edge of danger. Notably in this area that adhered to the dark forest law, distance and safety factors were the primary elements in assessing operational costs. Compared to the time spent and antimatter fuel consumed to return to the space station, the geographical position here held unparalleled advantages. As long as overwhelming military protection was provided, order itself could generate high premiums. An interstellar trade hub built on the foundation of military might was naturally growing wildly to meet the demands of reckless expansion. In the region halfway to Space Station 00811, the trade fleet emerged from its leap. This was a gravitational balance point located at the edge of a binary star system. Due to the mutual cancellation of multiple gravitational fields, a large expanse of silent meteor belt was formed, which was also a necessary passage for the route. Without warning, chaotic refractive patterns emerged against the backdrop of deep space. A dozen modified warships marked with a white skull insignia surged out at full speed from the shadow of a massive iron-rich asteroid. The engine exhaust glowed an unstable dark red, revealing poor maintenance of the power system. Release full power, wide-area electromagnetic interference. In the command cabin of an old retired federal frigate, a commander with a brutish face issued a cruel command. Overload the engines, fan out, and encircle them. Don't let these plump sheep escape with their LEAP engines. They were a parasitic group lurking on the fringes of the newly opened frontier. In the lawless territory devoid of official fleet patrols, plundering was always the fastest shortcut to capital accumulation. This newly established trade route of the starport shone brightly on their monitoring network, akin to a star in the night. Interestingly, this group lacked formal military training, yet possessed a beast-like hunting instinct. They specifically targeted these gravitationally complex segments using firepower platforms modified from old mining vessels to conduct pack-style encirclements. In the past, those scattered civilian pioneering ships often chose to surrender their cargo to save their lives when faced with such formations. In the central escort formation of the trade fleet, at the control panel of the Zero frigate, the young Captain Fong Hung crossed his hands, staring at the tactical radar screen where dense red dots had abruptly appeared. Enemy formation analysis complete. The tactical AI reported in a steady mechanical voice. The flagship is a third-generation retired frigate of the Federation with over 30% aging degradation in the shield generator. The remaining units were all modified heavy mining ships equipped with civilian-grade plasma cutting cannons and outdated kinetic weapons. The overall energy level comparison was 1:47. Fong Hung tapped the console twice, pulling a mocking expression devoid of warmth. The communications officer quickly typed commands into the terminal and turned to report, "Captain, we have received a request for an unsecured communication link across all frequencies. The other party demands that we shut down our power systems and is currently broadcasting a surrender message." Fong Hung had no interest in even pressing the external communication button. Cut off all external public frequencies. He stood up complex command codes cascading down the screen like a waterfall. T5 class fire control matrix at full power online. The high-precision target-locking radar penetrated the poor electromagnetic interference net released by the pirates without obstruction. In the face of the T5 class computational center, those outdated evasion maneuvers and stealth system flaws were glaringly apparent. The technological disparity between both sides was akin to modern main battle tanks confronting ragtag infantry armed with flintlock rifles. Fong Hung pressed his hands on the console, fixing his gaze on the oblivious red dots on the holographic main screen. Charge the bow main cannon. The secondary gun matrix takes over independent firing permissions. Maintain formation advance, clear them out. The moment the order was given, the concealed weapon hatches of the outer armor of the 3 T-5 frigates opened simultaneously. High-energy particle streams compressed rapidly within the gun barrels, and the battleship's attitude control engines fired in reverse to counteract the recoil. An inevitable purge was about to unfold in the most direct physical form. Inside the bridge of the pirate escort ship, the communication screen flickered with red garbled signals of missed connections. Boss, the frequency band has been locked unilaterally. The operator turned around. The pirate leader stared at the 3 lonely light spots on the tactical radar and slammed the control panel heavily. The fat meat that was about to be taken would not cooperate. If these escort ships could be captured intact, his fleet scale and firepower would double directly. He connected to the full-band tactical broadcast. One-eyed wolf claw, take your ships and cut through from both sides. Take down those 4 overloaded transport ships at the rear. Disable their engines for me. The communication channel immediately erupted with several voices of cruel agreement. In the pitch-black vacuum, the distance between the 2 fleets was rapidly shrinking. 300,000 kilometers. 1 light second. In the center of the formation of the Retaliator-class escort ship, Fong Hung issued the fire order. The bow armor of the 3 T-5 escort ships smoothly cracked open. 6 X-ray laser cannons instantly completed their overload charging. There was no sound. 6 beams of glaring white X-ray death light pierced the vacuum in an absolute straight line, tearing through the background of deep space for 300,000 kilometers, accurately smashing into the forefront array of the pirate fleet. The alarm sounded simultaneously within the 6 modified pirate ships. The radar operator suddenly jumped from his seat, screaming, "High-energy reaction. Evade." The death light penetrated the cheap deflection shield. The foremost pirate ship was directly pierced through from the bow. The X-ray, carrying terrifying high temperatures, melted through all the compartments along the way, breaking out a 2-meter diameter, bright hole at the stern. The internal pressure of the ship's body instantly lost balance. Less than half a second. Flames expanded. Of the 6 gunboats charging at the front, 5 were directly hit. 4 of them instantly turned into blazing metal explosions, while 1 managed to slightly adjust its posture. However, a large part of its thruster was evaporated by the death light, rendering it completely paralyzed on the spot. The violent chain explosions completely shattered the pirates' encirclement formation. Debris and fragments wrapped in high-energy electric arcs flew in all directions. The distance was too far. It completely exceeded the cognitive common sense of border pirates. The maximum combat range of a T-3 class shipborne main gun is 100,000 kilometers. Now, at a distance of 300,000 kilometers, not only had the enemy opened fire, but they had also achieved an astonishing hit rate in the first round of volleys. This was simply not conventional armament. Evade. Scatter. The pirate leader gripped the control stick tightly, his greed replaced by overwhelming fear. The death light flared up again 300,000 kilometers away. The main guns of the escort ship completed their second round of charging. There were no negotiations, no warnings, and not even a decrease in speed. This is the unilateral physical annihilation of T-5 civilization against lower technological systems. Second round of volleys. 3 pirate ships, self-destructed 2, were paralyzed. Then came the third round. The fourth round. The 3 Retaliator-class escort ships, like precision execution machines, singled out each of the fleeing pirate ships. Those crudely manufactured kinetic engines could not escape the firepower coverage radius of the X-ray laser cannons at all. The battle lasted less than 20 minutes from start to finish. The red dots on the tactical radar were completely cleared. Fong Hung confirmed that the last piece of debris with vital signs was evaporated by the secondary gun before ordering the fleet to regroup. The 3 escort ships reformed around the transport ship and transformed into flowing light, leaping into the hyperspace lane. The battlefield was left with large areas of rolling metal debris floating into deep space along the gravitational field. Starport base. Wang Dao leaned against the command platform, glancing at the battle damage report that popped up on his retina. 11 enemy ships destroyed, 2 paralyzed, no damage to our own armor. He casually dismissed the battle report interface. The cleanup on the edge of the galaxy was just a routine consumption, not worth occupying too much of his computing power. He pulled up the current base asset panel. After 3 months of full capacity operation, the production capacity of the barracks and the starport docks had been fully optimized. The number of Retaliator-class escort ships in the combat sequence officially surpassed 30. The formation of this fleet meant that he had the capital to exert absolute military influence within a radius of 50 light-years. The star map projection unfolded in the center of the control room. The outer exploration zone was marked with bright highlighted areas. Among them, a detection report sent back through an encrypted link by fail was pinned at the top. 70 light-years away, the binary star system, codenamed Silence. This is a high-value area rich in rare minerals. Wang Dao's finger paused on the supplementary image at the bottom of the report. It was an energy radiation spectrum full of noise. Fail left a brief analysis data on the side. At the L2 point of the fourth planet Lagrange, regular high-frequency energy pulses were captured, exceeding the logic of natural celestial evolution. Preliminary determined to be a high-energy civilization relic drone arrays have been dispatched for close-range mapping. Remains. These two words in the context of the Federation's interstellar expansion represent endless technological dividends and strategic leaps. Wang Dao summoned the frontline coordinates. Tianshu. Command received and stand by. The electronic voice of the intelligent core was cold and rigorous. Reallocate 2 engineering ships and 2 heavy transport ships. Withdraw 8 escort ships from the fleet to form a task force. Complete the transition preheating within 24 hours, synchronizing the coordinates with Fail's latest beacon. The command rapidly transformed into a data stream injected into the starport control. Wang Dao watched the expedition countdown begin to flicker on the holographic star map. The engineering ships are fully loaded with starport prefabricated infrastructure modules. Upon reaching the coordinates, directly establish a forward base at the outer edge of the galaxy. Relying solely on transport ships for supply lines over 70 light-years would be too foolish. Directly placing the subbase at the remains location is the way of the fourth disaster. 6 hours later, 12 cold-colored interstellar behemoths slid out of the spaceport dock in succession. The dark matter engines erupted with a ghostly blue tail stream. The entire formation tore open, the spatial barrier disappearing into the distorted transition light. Half a year passed in the blink of an eye. The berth of Base 1 starport operated at full capacity around the clock. Hundreds of various ships came and went with supply loading and maintenance lines running continuously for 24 hours. The combat sequence under Wang Dao had expanded dramatically. 80 T5 Retaliator-class escort ships, 30 engineering ships, 20 heavy transport ships, plus 1 newly launched research ship. Fail leading the first research ship into the remains lost external contact for a full 6 months. Exploration and expansion could not be halted, so Wang Dao directly ordered the restoration of the formation. As the fleet scale expanded, the patrol radius significantly extended into the outer star systems. Several waves of roaming pirates were completely uprooted, and the boundary of the absolute safe zone was continually expanded. The reputation of the starport spread thoroughly within the pioneers' circles. Supply points, repaired docks, black market trading hubs. No pioneer was willing to return to Space Station 00811, dozens of light-years away under high taxes. Various small mining companies flooded in one after another. The low-purity scrap mineral belts abandoned by Wang Dao became the cornerstone of survival for these lower-tier pioneers. The throughput of the starport showed exponential growth. In terms of pure hardware facilities, this newly built starport was certainly stronger than the border Space Station 00811. The only flaw was the lack of a stargate. Without a stargate connecting to the federal main shipping route, the export of major commodities remains subject to the toll fees of space stations. Wang Dao has a clear strategic plan regarding this. The T5 technology tree has only unlocked to the second stage, and the resource demands for upgrading the Star Fortress are excessively large. Before being able to mass-produce destroyers, the most cost-effective strategy is to continue stacking the number of frigates. The resource ratings within this star domain have been thoroughly assessed within 50 light-years. There are no habitable planets. There are no extraordinary high-value mineral belts. The upper limit of development is visibly constrained, and a comprehensive leap of the base will inevitably be necessary in the future. The current capacity of the starport can still support dismantling and transportation. Forcibly upgrading the Star Fortress would geometrically increase relocation costs. Remaining still is the optimal solution. Compared to the expansion of the base, the only thing he currently focuses on is the progress of the ice-locked ruins 70 light-years away. Base 2, 70 light-years away, has officially commenced operations. A gas giant at the center of the galaxy occupies the majority of the mass, accompanied by a rocky planet with a diameter of 8,000 kilometers. The foundation is average, but the satellite resources are extremely abundant. Satellite 1 has been fully covered by mining arrays, with the craters filled with the flashing trajectories of operational drones. Satellite 2 is completely different. A thick layer of ice has sealed it off entirely, leaving only a pure white physical sphere when viewed from orbit. Hovering above the ice surface is a research vessel equipped with a giant spherical detection array. Directly below the ship, a vertical shaft pierces through the ice layer, reaching the depths. This is an engineering feat from 6 months ago. According to Fayer's periodic report, the civilization that built this facility reached at least T5 standards. Calculating the material's half-life, it has been buried underground for over 10,000 years. Today, the internal encrypted link has finally transmitted a signal. The advanced team has breached the outer defenses and reached the core area. Beneath 100 kilometers of ice, Fair stands before a massive sealed door. The nearly 10-meter-high alloy door is covered with undecipherable functional dark patterns. The feedback readings from the handheld scanner indicate a strong energy absorption response. It took half a year to move from the ice surface entrance to here. Fair tapped his helmet visor and switched to the squad's tactical channel. We have reached the sealed door of the core area. I'll prepare to open it. 10 fully armed Marines formed a tactical entry formation on either side of the passage. All of them wore full-body power armor with a mix of large-caliber ray rifles and high-explosive kinetic weapons. The outer layer of the armor is covered in a faint blue glow activated by personal shields. They are enhanced with 5th-level gene modifications. This is a pure killing machine generated from the barracks of the Lost Empire. Fair authorized the Tianshu subsystem to physically access the control node of the sealed door. A dull mechanical clanking sound emerged from within the door. Heavy latches popped open sequentially. The door slowly slid open to both sides. The Marines split into 2 groups to alternate covering the breach. The passage is secure. No life signs. No energy peaks. Fair led the way. The ground of the 100-meter-long passage was covered with a uniform layer of fine dust. There were no scattered parts, no signs of hasty evacuation or destruction. At the end of the passage, the view suddenly opened up. A circular dome space with a diameter exceeding 10 kilometers. Strong spotlight beams were directed at it, but the light was largely swallowed by the profound darkness, illuminating only parts of the curved metallic walls. In the center of the space stood a closed cylindrical structure surrounded by dozens of massive instrument arrays towering over 20 meters high. All the instrument connection specifications are identical, forming a concentric distribution. They all point towards the very center of the array. An empty platform devoid of any creations. Release the drones to construct the scanning map. Fair commanded. Establish the main control system data link. The Tianshu subsystem probe connected to the base's central node. The data flow feedback was extremely smooth. The main brain of the entire base had no countermeasures against the external system commands. The data exchange layer actively opened the lower-level permissions. The energy circuit was activated. The control room did not activate lighting or maintenance equipment. The node light columns on all the giant instrument arrays began to light up from the outside in. The beams focused on the empty platform in the inner circle. A low-frequency hum resonated within the dome. The main brain of the base channeled all awakened backup energy into the energy conduit beneath the platform. Dr. Fair, the Marine captain's voice cut into the channel. There is a high-energy reaction in the direction of the central platform. Fair looked up. The heavy firearms in the hands of the 10 Marines were all chambered with their muzzles locked onto the platform. The biological warning mechanism brought about by the 5th-level enhancements went off wildly in everyone's mind. At the center of the platform, an absolutely pitch-black point appeared. When the light shone on it, no reflection was produced. A piercing alarm rang out continuously inside Fair's visor. Spatial interference waves detected. High-dimensional rifts are being generated. The point expanded to the size of a fist in less than 2 seconds. The surrounding real space underwent severe distortion and refraction. A type of black substance which cannot be defined by 3-dimensional geometric concepts overflowed from the rift. From any angle, it presented different layered forms. The faint blue personal shields on the Marines instantly turned red due to overload. This was not a physical impact. The shield module was overloadingly resisting incompatible high-dimensional radiation. The black substance emitted no sound waves. The data spectrum from the external microphone was a smooth straight line. Yet an ancient twisted frequency directly crossed through physical defenses and forcibly intruded into the brain nerves of everyone present. An extreme hunger. An abyss attempting to consume all matter. A Marine on the right suddenly pressed his weapon down, aiming at his companion beside him. The captain leaned over to restrain his weapon. The Marine's eyes were bloodshot and an incomprehensible monosyllable was stuck in his throat. Fair directly accessed the highest authority of the orbital research vessel. Release the subspace stabilization anchor. Activate the spatial interference field at full power. On the ice surface, track the heavy arrays at the bottom of the research vessel roared to life. High-frequency spatial shockwaves penetrated through 100 kilometers of rock layers, precisely striking the dome space. The expanding rift experienced delays. The overflowing black substance twisted and was obstructed under physical interference. Physically disconnect all external power supply lines. Fair shouted. The accompanying researcher forcibly removed the data probe of the Tianshu subsystem. The low-frequency hum of the instrument array began to decline sharply. Losing energy support coupled with the suppression of the external spatial stabilization anchor, the black substance at the edge of the rift began to collapse inward. The feeling of erosion imposed on the nerves began to dissipate. The physical probe at the bottom of the research vessel released a heavy directional pulse. At the moment the pulse hit, the rift completely closed. The spatial distortion flattened out. The central platform returned to silence. The dark red personal shields slowly cooled down, reverting to a standby state of faint blue. Fayer pressed the long-wave communication button on the side of his helmet. Connect to Base 1E, transfer to the highest priority encrypted link. In less than 2 seconds, Wang Dao's extremely calm voice entered the channel. Report. Core area entry complete. Fayer quickly reported the detection results confirm that this structure possesses no scientific attributes. This is a physical suppression valve designed against high-dimensional beings. The channel was left with only the faint noise of electric currents. Casualty situation. There were no casualties. One person experienced a brief mental invasion, but has since disengaged and returned to normal. Current status of the ruins. Energy transfer cut off. The suppression valve has resealed. However, the physical integrity of the blockade matrix needs to be rescanned and assessed. All personnel withdraw from the core area. Wang Dao's command was straightforward and decisive: seal the alloy gate leading to the lower levels. No one is allowed to touch the energy circuits below without my direct authorization. Understood. The communication was cut off. A technician stowed away the data terminal and looked at the central platform, which had once again fallen into silence. Doctor, what was that just now? Fayer brought up the retreat route map on his visor. That was a physical cutoff point. We just pulled its pin. Bring the equipment and evacuate immediately. 3 minutes passed after the rift disappeared and no one spoke. The soldiers maintained their battle formation and the shield indicator lights slowly shifted from red to blue. The researchers stared at the empty central platform as if confirming whether that thing had truly left. Faye's hands were still trembling slightly. She clenched her fist, suppressing this embarrassing reaction, and turned to face her team. Check all energy transmission channels and disconnect them physically. Then have the Tianshu clean out whatever is in that mainframe. No one wasted words. After witnessing the earlier scene, everyone worked with a meticulousness born from a brush with death. Faye leaned against the corridor wall, watching the researchers disconnect the energy lines of the base one by one, her mind still digesting the events that had just occurred. The subspace rift. In the context of the entire known universe's civilization system, this thing belonged to a realm that one should not even touch. A T5 civilization had basically only one response to subspace: avoid it. To be able to study it, at least a T6 level is required, because just the ability to open it and close it again necessitates technology far beyond conventional physical frameworks. The fact that they could compress that rift today was not due to their own prowess. It relied on the research vessel beneath their feet, a creation of the sacred stellar empire, the pinnacle of the technological tree. If any other T5 research vessel had been brought in once that rift opened, they would have to wait for the universe's space-time to self-repair slowly. Until then, nothing on this planet would remain. No wonder the base's mainframe put up almost no defenses against the Tianshu's invasion, Faye murmured. The researcher beside her looked up at her. There was no need for defense. Faye's gaze fell on the empty platform. The subspace rift itself is the best defense. Lower civilizations die upon contact, while higher civilizations, no firewall can stop them. The speed at which Tianshu's subsystem breached the base's mainframe was much faster than anticipated. Without the rift as a deterrent, this defensive system was essentially useless. Data began to be transmitted back. Faye stood before the holographic projection, watching information unfold before her. Base builders, Tris civilization, T6 level. During the period of existence of their civilization, their core research direction was the application and transformation of subspace energy, aiming to break through to the T7 threshold. The projection displayed some of the research logs left by the Tris civilization. Their descriptions of subspace aligned closely with Faye's understanding. There was no stable timeline, no fixed spatial coordinates, and physical rules were suppressed to near ineffectiveness. A completely distorted realm dominated by consciousness and perception, yet it clung to every inch of space in the material universe like a shadow. In theory, subspace is the perfect superliminal passage. In reality, it is filled with various distorted beings. The records of the Tris civilization mentioned at least 17 species, 3 of which were marked with the highest danger level. They even captured projections of suspected high-dimensional demons in subspace. In the material universe, these beings are bound by physical laws. Though tricky, they can still be dealt with. In subspace, the rules belong to them. That is why the entire known universe's civilization system ultimately gave up on subspace navigation, opting instead for stargates and conventional jumps, routes that are clumsy or slower, but at least won't turn crew members into some sort of dinner. The Tris civilization clearly was not willing to give up. They built laboratories in remote star domains far from their homeland. This frozen planet is located in a desolate corner thousands of light years away, with no proper trade routes nearby. This was to ensure that if anything went wrong, it wouldn't affect their homeland. Faye gazed at the last few records of the logs, remaining silent for a long time. If only had still happened. Record number TR-091 environmental test, no unified direction of time flow. Spatial coordinates in a disordered, scattered state. The Planck constant undergoes periodic collapse within the area. Preliminary assessment indicates that this area belongs to a chaotic blind zone dominated by consciousness perception and high-dimensional energy. In the TRIS theoretical model, subspace is the perfect shortcut for intergalactic jumps. The premise is to ignore the indigenous inhabitants living within. The log attachments listed 17 types of high-energy subspace creatures. 3 of them were marked with the highest danger label. Record number TR-884 capture action bait deployment successful. Captured a partial projection of a high-dimensional entity. The entity does not possess a conventional material structure and is immune to conventional energy weapons. The entity is assimilating the isolation chamber walls. Isolation failed. Contamination is spreading. 1 starport base. Wang Dao was seated in the command chair adjusting the construction schedule for the next batch of escort ships when a massive stream of information suddenly surged into his mind. The technological tree was moving. Not at the usual slow pace where one item is gradually illuminated. Instead, entire sections lit up at once. Advanced topology configuration for energy shields unlock, completed new focusing scheme for shipborne weapons unlock, completed 6-dimensional spatial coordinate correction algorithm unlock, completed overall engineering blueprint for Star Fortress unlock, completed. Wang Dao focused on the technological tree interface, watching as the T5 third-stage technology nodes transformed from a dull gray to an activated state, as if someone had pressed the fast-forward button. The advanced topology configuration for energy shields, the new focusing scheme for shipborne weapons, the complete engineering blueprint for starport structure upgrades. Every illuminated technology automatically flooded into his cognition as if he had always known it, merely needing a reminder. In just over 10 seconds, the completion rate of the third stage jumped directly from a slow ascent to 60%. Wang Dao stared at this number, momentarily unable to react. Since he revived the Empire, the illumination of the technological tree had been very slow. These technologies were things that the sacred stellar empire had once mastered, not needing to be researched from scratch, but the process of remembering itself required time. After creating the research vessel, the speed picked up slightly, but it merely changed from tortoise speed to slow speed. What was going on today? The communication panel lit up. Faye's voice came through, her tone more fatigued than usual, but it couldn't mask her excitement. Boss, the ruins have all been explored and the data collection is complete. The builders of the base were a T6 civilization called TRIS who conducted subspace research here. The mainframe contained a wealth of experimental data and technical logs. Not much of it can be directly used by us as our research directions differ, but as reference material. Wang Dao did not interrupt her, but his attention was no longer on Faye's report. T6 civilization's technical data. The technological tree was surging. The timelines matched perfectly. The nodes where Tian Shu read the base's mainframe data and where the technological tree began to accelerate coincided precisely. He understood. Exploring the relics of higher civilizations and collecting technical data, this process itself was accelerating the recovery of the Empire's technology. Moreover, the higher the civilization level, the more significant the effect. Previously, exploring scattered low-level wreckage felt almost insignificant, likely because the level difference was too great, providing minimal reminders. But the complete data library of the T6 level was different. Although their subspace stability field technology ultimately failed, the theoretical model in the early stages was actually quite well done. Boss. I'm listening, Wang Dao replied. Ah, good. Faye paused. So my conclusion is that the core area of the ruins should be permanently sealed. That sealing structure should not be disturbed. Touching it only invites trouble. The value of the peripheral area mainly lies in the data aspect, which has all been extracted. I am preparing to withdraw. Do you need to return to port? Come back. Understood. The communication ended. Wang Dao leaned back in the command chair, his fingers unconsciously tapping the armrest. The third stage of the technological tree had reached 60% completion. This progress meant that the complete set of technologies for upgrading the starport to a star fortress had been unlocked. More advanced ship designs, improved defense systems, larger scale engineering capabilities, all within reach. But upgrading now was not appropriate. Building a star fortress requires a large amount of advanced resources, and the current reserves are insufficient. The previous plan was to gradually accumulate production capacity, expand the escort fleet, and gradually acquire the surrounding high-resource mining points. Today's sudden surge in technology has disrupted the rhythm. It's not a bad thing, but it requires reprioritization. Engineering ships need to be produced faster. The collection of advanced resources can no longer be delayed. He instructed Tian Shu to adjust the construction schedule, prioritizing engineering ships over escort vessels, and then began to browse through publicly available information within the Federation. 00811 mining area is just ahead, right in the core pioneering zone of Jinmin Star Domain. The Federation has deliberately left a buffer zone of approximately 4,500 light-years as a development area behind the front lines of the war with the Lizardman civilization. The front line blocks the main fleet of the Lizardmen, while various forces are racing to claim territory in this area. Competition is extremely fierce. However, the 00811 area is relatively quiet. It has been confirmed to be merely a mineral star region with no habitable planets, and since it has been included in the sphere of influence of the Jinmin Wang family, those with capabilities have not come this way. But further ahead it would be different. Wang Dao's finger paused on the star map. Continuing forward would mean joining the chaotic struggle of the development zone. With his current resources, 80 escort ships, 2 research vessels, 30 engineering ships, facing those established powers that had been entrenched for decades, he wouldn't even be enough to fill the gaps between their teeth. He turned towards unexplored areas without any signs of civilization. Everything was unknown. Resources unknown, powers unknown, everything unknown. 2 paths. Wang Dao's gaze lingered on the star map for a long time. Today's events provided him with a crucial piece of information. Relics of higher civilizations are a shortcut to accelerating technological recovery. The question then became, which direction is more likely to find the next relic? 2 paths lay before him. Neither offered an immediate optimal choice. Wang Dao felt no urgency. Direction could be decided gradually, yet one truth stood irrevocably clear: no matter which path he ultimately chose, the starport could not remain where it was. These 2 space stations formed the core of his entire holdings, a 30-kilometer-long structural complex whose disassembly and relocation demanded heavy-lift transport vessels. He pulled up the publicly listed prices from the Federal Vessel Exchange Market. Transport ships were tiered by hull specifications. Small-class vessels under 1 kilometer cost several million credits apiece. Medium-class ships, 10 kilometers in length, exceeded 100 million credits. Large-class vessels, 50 kilometers long, began at 1,600 million credits. A 30-kilometer station would fit comfortably within the cargo hold of a large transport, yet Wang Dao stared at that figure, 1,600 million, for a long silent moment. After selling raw resources and collecting starport trade levies, his account held just over 1,200 million credits. He fell short by a mere 400 million, a deceptively modest gap with immense weight. Purchasing was not urgent, but saving had begun. Wang Dao closed the price list and filed the matter under midterm planning. For now, advanced mineral veins at both bases were still ramping up production. Building resource reserves came first. The following days passed quietly. The starport's trade volume continued its steady ascent. Merchant vessels docking now outnumbered those present at its founding by more than double, and berth utilization had already surpassed 70%. Wang Dao occasionally strolled through the port, watching mechanical arms labor across loading platforms and transport shuttles dart back and forth, and found for the first time that this place held genuine intrigue. Half a year later, Fail's research vessel returned to port. She descended the gangway, her voice languid and unhurried, carrying clearly across half the hangar bay. "Boss, I wonder, have you missed me these past 6 months? Your report. Already sent to your terminal. Understood. Rest well." "Humph, how utterly heartless. Go on." Wang Dao rubbed his temples with quiet exasperation. He skimmed her report. It matched earlier transmissions verbatim, revealing nothing new. The ruins' extractable value had been fully exhausted. It was time to return. He had lingered too long in this sector. Conditions at Space Station 00811 also warranted his personal inspection. Moreover, he would circle through the Jinmin Star Trade Network, discreetly probing current market rates for transport vessels. Wang Dao intended no fanfare. 10 frigates, 1 research vessel, and 2 transports. 13 ships in total, a compact, yet formidable formation. Tian Shu issued the deployment order. By dawn the next day, the fleet stood assembled. Wang Dao sat in the command chair aboard the central frigate, flanked by Captain Fong Heng. "Let's go." Fong Heng's voice instantly echoed across the ship-wide comm. "Initiate departure protocol. Form defensive perimeter." 13 vessels simultaneously detached from their berths, their engine plumes streaking parallel ribbons of light beyond the port's outer gate. Once clear of the starport's gravitational well, Fong Heng issued the next command. "All vessels, prepare for jump in 5 minutes. Target coordinates CD81135 system." 5 minutes later, 13 luminous trails vanished from spacetime. The voyage proved unexpectedly dull. Frigate interiors were inherently cramped after days shuttling between the command deck, crew quarters, and mess hall. Wang Dao had nearly memorized the rivet pattern on every bulkhead. The fleet executed another jump, entering the final transit system before 00811 space station. As routine scans activated, an energy fluctuation alert erupted across the sensor display. 200,000 kilometers away, behind a dense asteroid field, persistent high-frequency energy emissions pulsed steadily. The asteroids obscured visual detection by warship-grade sensors, yet the number and distribution of signal sources spoke volumes, dozens of mobile light points densely interwoven and shifting. Someone was fighting. Wang Dao sat upright. Alter course. Proceed for observation. Acknowledged. Without hesitation, Fong Hung adjusted the fleet's heading. The research vessel's high-precision sensor array streamed real-time analysis onto the flagship's main view screen. The image resolved sharply. 2 fleets, locked in combat. One side belonged to pirates over 50 vessels, including 8 frigates and 1 destroyer, alongside a swarm of gunboats. Their equipment bore T3 tier signatures with mismatched aftermarket modifications and haphazard weapon configurations. The other side was a merchant convoy, roughly 20 medium and small-sized freighters accelerating desperately to flee. 5 10-kilometer-class transports lumbering helplessly, their massive hulls defenseless. 13 frigates formed a rearguard line attempting to stall the assault, but several already showed visible damage, shields flickering erratically, hull surfaces scorched and blistered. T3 tier pirates, backed by a destroyer. The merchant escort force hovered between T3 and T4 tiers, yet numbered barely half the enemy's strength. The battle raged fiercely. As Wang Dao studied tactical projections, an emergency comms request flashed across his screen. Brother, save us. This is the Golden Tangerine Mining Company convoy. 2 million credits. Just drive them off. Urgency bled raw and unfiltered from the speaker. Wang Dao glanced at the 5 bulging medium transports, fully laden. Their cargo's worth likely exceeded several hundred million credits. 2 million credits for survival. Not an unreasonable price. Send the contract. An electronic agreement arrived within 20 seconds. Wang Dao scanned its clauses and signed without delay. The transfer cleared almost instantly. Fong Hung. Yes, sir. Leave the transports and research vessel on station. Battle formation, full speed. Flank engagement right side. Understood. 10 frigates surged forward at maximum thrust, slicing like a blade around the asteroid belt's edge, striking straight into the pirate fleet's right flank. The pirate commander reacted swiftly, dispatching a detachment, a dozen gunboats, plus 2 frigates to intercept the newcomers. Yet the destroyer remained unmoved. It clung doggedly to the Golden Tangerine transports. Its intent unmistakable: let the detachment stall the reinforcements while the main force seized the prize. A perfectly rational assessment. If only they knew the technological tier of those 10 frigates, they might have chosen differently. T5 versus T3. A full 2-generation technological gap. Emerging from behind the asteroid veil, both sides entered weapons range simultaneously. The pirate detachment fired first. Dozens of low-yield energy beams lanced from the gunboat swarm, striking the frigate's deflector shields and rippling across their surfaces in faint cerulean waves. Shield fluctuation, under 20%. Fong Hang's command followed instantly. Salvo fire. 10 frigates unleashed their main batteries in perfect unison. This was not firepower operating on the same scale. T5 grade coherent beams pierced the vacuum across 20,000 kilometers, each striking its designated target with surgical precision. The pirate detachment's shields overloaded and collapsed upon impact, their hull armor buckled and tore like parchment beneath the torrent of high-energy particles. In a single volley, 12 pirate vessels, 7 shattered outright. The remaining 5 spun lifelessly, crippled by inertia, venting frozen gas and debris from ruptured hull breaches. The entire engagement lasted less than 4 seconds. Fire density across the battlefield plummeted abruptly. Both the pirate main force and the Golden Tangerine escort froze, stunned into momentary stillness. The pirate destroyer's captain reacted fastest, swiveling his vessel's prow, abandoning pursuit of the freighters entirely and burning engines at full power to escape. But halfway through his turn, Wang Dao's formation completed its second targeting lock. T5 frigates converged fire. The destroyer's shields failed under the first salvo, the second punched clean through its central structural spine. The nearly 12-kilometer-long vessel snapped cleanly in two. Its reactor core flared once, brief, brilliant, and silent in the void, before fading into darkness. The remaining pirate vessels scattered in panic. Fong Hung made no move to pursue. Instead, he turned his gaze toward Wang Dao. Wang Dao waved dismissively. Let them go. There was no need to scavenge the battlefield. The fleeing gunboats posed no further threat. Golden Tangerine's comms channel reactivated, now carrying a calmer, steadier voice. This is Golden Tangerine Mining Company's 3rd transport fleet, Acting Commander Chen Ping speaking. We extend our deepest gratitude for your timely intervention. May we ask, what fleet do you represent? Polite words, but layered with profound bewilderment. Wang Dao understood. 10 frigates obliterating a destroyer in seconds was a level of combat power grossly disproportionate to the 00811 mining zone's norms. Just passing through, Wang Dao replied. Contract fulfilled. Focus now on rescuing survivors. Understood. Thank you again. The channel went silent. Wang Dao ordered the fleet to rejoin the transports and research vessel, resuming its original formation, and the journey continued. When the fleet re-entered the 00811 system, it appeared much as Wang Dao remembered. More vessels docked at the port. The commercial district slightly expanded, but the overall layout remained unchanged. They paused only briefly to register identity and purchase a Stargate transit permit, then proceeded directly to the outer rim of the system where the Stargate loomed large on the horizon. A colossal ring, nearly 100 kilometers in diameter, hung suspended in space. Its metallic framework bristled with energy conduits and stabilization field emitters rotating slowly and majestically. Within the ring's inner circumference churned a continuously active spatial rift, a black vortex devouring all light that crossed its threshold. Freighters queued in disciplined lines, gliding one by one into the abyss. This Stargate connected solely to Jialan star. Every resource extracted across the entire 00811 sector flowed through this gateway and into the Wang family's trade network. Wang Dao watched the long queue of waiting vessels. No matter whose mine, whose ship, whose cargo, once it passed through this gate, the Wang clan of Jialan star claimed its toll. He committed the thought to memory, then instructed Feng Heng to slot the fleet into the waiting sequence. Transit verification data transmitted successfully. Now only patience remained. The fleet drifted steadily toward the Stargate. The black vortex swelled larger and larger in the viewport, until it filled the entire frame, swallowing all else in its infinite silent depth. The sensation of weightlessness from the spatial jump fleetingly vanished. The number of light points on the holographic sensor surged abruptly, with dense, three-dimensional models of ships instantly filling the radar screen. Outside the porthole, a gigantic Stargate with a diameter exceeding 300 kilometers stood silently in the void. In a corner, a small formation of over a dozen ships was emerging from the dark whirlpool of the Stargate. The massive circular structure continued to operate, swallowing and expelling iron behemoths from different star domains. All ships were navigating orderly along their designated routes under the guidance of the Stargate management system. As they exited the Stargate's channel, the Wang Dao fleet immediately accelerated towards the interior of the Jialan star system. The routes along the way were extraordinarily busy. There were standard geometry-configured battleships, as well as bizarrely shaped alien-modified vessels, and even biochemical ships covered in spikes resembling giant plants. Previously eager to expand outward, Wang Dao had no time to pay attention to these. Now that his foundation was stable, he finally had the leisure to appreciate the splendor of this interstellar hub. The fleet headed straight for the inner ring of the star system. At the end of their view, the colossal belt encircling the star gradually came into focus. A monumental structure, the circular world. It was not only the largest energy collection and habitation facility in the Jialan star system, but also the biggest spaceport in the entire star domain. After the docking request was sent, the port system quickly provided feedback. Since the fleet had previously been officially registered at the 00811 space station, the system directly allocated 2 high-spec docking areas, accurately diverting military and civilian vessels. As the circular world continued to magnify, Wang Dao's fleet split into 2. Following the guidance, the flagship steered towards a massive opening covered in metal armor. Passing through the energy shield at the opening and flying for dozens of kilometers along the internal channel, the fleet finally docked at their designated berth. It was a flat expanse of metal land. Surrounding them were various large ships, most adorned with the insignia of the Wang family military industry of the Jialan star. Observing those battleships comparable in size to medium transport vessels, Wang Dao silently assessed the disparity in firepower. He still had a long way to go. As the hatch opened, Wang Dao led the core members down from the spacecraft. Next to the berth was a pre-booked, unmanned shuttle. Before entering the circular world, Wang Dao had already arranged accommodations. The convoy moved smoothly and eventually stopped in front of a luxury hotel named Caesar. Faye and her group had arrived early and were waiting at the entrance. After the teams merged, a nearly 100-person team marched into the lobby. The hotel's lobby manager approached them. The tailored professional outfit was well cut, and the badge on the chest sparkled with a faint glow, exuding impeccable etiquette. "Hello, welcome to Caesar Hotel. You must be Mr. Wang, who has reserved the 888th floor." Wang Dao nodded without any unnecessary words. Booking an entire floor was the status he deserved now. Upon reaching the floor, the accompanying Marines swiftly dispersed silently, taking over the security defense of various passages and elevator entrances. Wang Dao entered the main suite with Fei Fongheng and Chu Ming. You all have free time for the next few days, and everyone will take turns resting. Wang Dao looked at Chu Ming. Chu Ming, you take the lead. First, handle the goods we brought back. Then contact a few ship manufacturing companies. I want to see their large transport ships in stock and their quotes. Understood, boss. Chu Ming immediately acknowledged. Wang Dao brought Chu Ming back to Jialan Star primarily to leverage his local identity and train his capabilities. After a brief exchange, everyone dispersed. For the next 2 days, Wang Dao took a break for himself, taking Fei and others to explore the upscale commercial area of the circular world. On the third day, news came from Chu Ming. All goods have been sold, and the price is 30 higher than at 00811. Chu Ming activated the holographic projection. This is the filtered list. In stock, ready for immediate work, and with reliable reputation, there is only this one. At the same time, Chu Ming had filtered out several ship manufacturing companies that met the requirements and sent the comprehensive report to Wang Dao. Wang Dao carefully reviewed the data on the holographic projection. Ultimately, his gaze locked onto a ship manufacturing company named Voyage. The YH-510 large transport ship was 51 kilometers long and 15 kilometers wide. When it was parked, it resembled a floating small city. The self-defense weapons consisted of only 20 rapid-fire laser arrays, which were essentially just for show, but its volume and speed were indeed the best among its class. Such large ships rarely had stock available and usually required a long construction cycle. The order agreement from Voyage Company had a strict requirement: the down payment must reach 80. The selling price of one YH-510 was 1.78 billion star coins. The 80 down payment for 2 ships would total 2.848 billion star coins. However, Wang Dao's current account funds would only exceed 1.8 billion after Chu Ming sold that batch of T4 alloy. Ordering one ship at a time would delay the pace. Wang Dao directly had Chu Ming contact the senior management of Voyage Company, requesting a face-to-face meeting. Within an hour, a representative from Voyage arrived at Caesar Hotel. Wang Dao met the visitor in the reception room. The person was named Lawrence, dressed in a sharp suit, radiating a calm and competent demeanor, exuding the professional qualities of a senior agent from a large conglomerate. The two sides took their seats. It is a pleasure to meet you, Mr. Wang. Thank you for choosing Voyage Industries. Lawrence spoke politely and with precision. How can I assist you? Wang Dao appreciated this straightforward manner of communication. Lawrence, I find your products very commendable and the pricing seems reasonable. Wang Dao leaned back in his chair, but the 80 down payment for 2 ships is too high. Lawrence pondered for a moment and offered his authority limit. Mr. Wang, if it is a cash flow issue, I can lower the down payment ratio to 60 within my authority. Wang Dao shook his head. I can pay no more than 50. Lawrence showed a slightly troubled expression but remained polite. I apologize, Mr. Wang. 60 is already my maximum authority. The construction cost of large ships is extremely high and the company must mitigate the risk of defaulting on the final payment. Wang Dao did not continue to haggle. He raised his hand and operated on his personal terminal. An encrypted data packet was sent directly to Lawrence's receiving end. Take a look at this. Lawrence opened the file with confusion. It contained the actual control rights proof of the 00811 mining area space station and the recent tax flow and resource throughput. Lawrence's gaze lingered on the data for a few seconds. His expression changed. A force capable of independently controlling an edge star domain space station with such a massive resource cash flow had a potential for war and credit level far beyond that of ordinary interstellar trading groups. This was not merely a matter of default risk. It was a quality warlord worth establishing a long-term relationship with Voyage Industries. Lawrence immediately stood up, stepped aside, and dialed an encrypted communication. 3 minutes later, he returned with a smile. Mr. Wang, your proposal has been approved by the company. Lawrence slightly bowed. With a 50 down payment, the production line for 2 YH-510 large transport ships will be activated for you tomorrow. Wang Dao was not surprised by this. In the interstellar era, strength and background were always the best passports. When sending him off, Wang Dao deliberately exchanged personal communication frequencies with Lawrence. Although Chu Ming was loyal, he still lacked some finesse in the negotiations of such large military trade. Wang Dao did not mind interacting more with professionals like Lawrence in the future. With the orders for the large transport ships finalized, Wang Dao's to-do list on Jialan Star was completely cleared. He held no attachment to this planet. His original parents passed away early and the family assets had already been liquidated. As an inconspicuous member of the Wang family, a billion-dollar sideline in Jialan, acquiring those 2 escort ships meant that the last shred of familial affection had been exhausted. From now on, his name would likely only appear in the family tree of the Jinmin Wang clan during routine inventories subsequently filed under the disassociated category. It didn't matter. He never intended to rely on his surname for sustenance. Wang Dao directly ordered everyone to prepare for the return journey. Starport No. 1 was his true foundation. It was a pity that he couldn't recruit Lawrence, but that was understandable. Not only was his own strength insufficient, but the cosmic void was perilous. Who would want to come here? However, he didn't care. His current operations were still too small. Interstellar expansion was a risky endeavor where one had to gamble their life. Decent people naturally wouldn't easily engage. The return route was clear and unobstructed. Time flew by, and a year later the original starport at Base No. 1 had been completely dismantled. In its place was a massive steel fleet hovering in the orbit of a star. 320 T5 class escort ships formed a tight formation, their gun barrels reflecting the cold light of the star. 50 engineering ships, 50 small transport ships, 3 research vessels, and several passenger ships intermingled among them. 2 YH-510 large transport ships loomed, like moving steel fortresses dominating the center of the fleet. In 1 year, Wang Dao had completely exhausted the mineral veins of this mining area, leaving no dregs behind. All the ores and rare metals had been transformed into turrets and armor plates. Now it was time to leave. The direction for exploration in the Jinmin star domain was southeast, which was the territory of the Lizardmen. The Federation and the Lizardmen had established a defensive line relying on the dangerous regions of space, and both sides had been locked in a stalemate in that star domain for over 2,000 years. The pioneering areas left by the Federation now spanned less than 4,000 light-years. Entering the fray too late, 4,000 light-years sounded vast. However, 2,000 years of war had drained the resources of this region. The cake that later arrivals could share was getting thinner, while an array of well-established powers loomed overhead. Wang Dao decided to bypass the southeast of the Orion Arm directly. His target was the Nanha star domain to the northeast. There the 8th star zone had completed its foundational development, marking it as a semi-finished civilized radiation area. But beyond the 8th star zone lay truly wild territories. There had been no large-scale native advanced civilizations encountered here, so the Federation hadn't established formal defenses. In its place was another kind of order, or rather a lack of order. What replaced it were pirates, giant enterprises, noble clans, alien races, and countless pioneers like Wang Dao, all vying for their own interests in that star domain. Chaos meant that no rules could restrict barbaric growth. All ships set sail. Wang Dao stood on the bridge of the research vessel, issuing the final command. The engine's deep blue tail flame tore through the void. Supervisors guided their respective formations, speeding towards Space Station 00811. The resonance of the jump engine triggered massive space ripples, and hundreds of ships transformed into streaks of light, vanishing into the profound star sea. Upon reaching Space Station 00811 again, Wang Dao settled all severance payments, leaving behind those employees unwilling to leave their homes. As he departed, a senior mining technician named Old Song saluted him from the space station's corridor. The fleet reformed and headed toward the magnificent Interstellar Gate. From the Jinmin star domain to the Nanha star domain, they crossed 3 major star domains. The entire journey was completed via Stargate jumps, taking a full 6 months. The exorbitant toll for the Stargates was astronomical. In the final 6 months, Wang Dao frantically sold off all his inventory resources to barely cover this expense. This long journey of 6 months had completely refreshed Wang Dao's understanding. Jinmin star was ultimately too remote. While passing by those core star zones, T5 elite fleets under the command of great lords were a common sight. The most shocking moment was the passage of a Titan-class super battleship. Its massive body, nearly 100 kilometers long, overshadowed the entire starry sky. The doomsday cannon, large enough to accommodate a battleship, exuded a suffocating aura of death. The gravitational tides triggered by the Titan's movement caused tremors across hundreds of thousands of kilometers of surrounding space. This was not a warship, it was a mobile fortress of rules. Gravitational distortion, nanorepair, space blockade, fleet-level jump resonance. Viewing such data on the Academy screen was far less shocking than experiencing the overwhelming sensation firsthand. Compared to that starry behemoth, the 2 large transport ships in Wang Dao's fleet, which he had always taken pride in, seemed like mere toys made of paper. The fleet exited the last Stargate. This was the outermost region of the 8th star zone in the Nanha star domain. Ahead, a gigantic space station with a diameter of over 300 kilometers floated quietly. This was the last civil supply point in the frontline pioneering area. The star system was dotted with hundreds of docks, and the surfaces of 3 rocky planets flickered with the glow of industrial zones. Various models of ships buzzed about like a swarm of bees. Wang Dao gazed at the bustling scene outside the porthole, a faint smile playing on his lips. The true great voyage was only just beginning from here. The fleet docked at the space station for final resupply, simultaneously downloading the latest star map data. Wang Dao unfolded the star map. Within a range of thousands of light years, only scattered light points marked known star systems and a few outposts. Over 90% of the remaining areas were completely dark, pure black, unexplored, unmarked, undefined. Nothing at all. Anything could exist. 3 days later, the resupplied fleet set sail again. They turned away from the bustling supply star system, plunging into the desolate depths of space. Another 6 months of long-distance travel awaited them. There was no fixed destination, relying solely on the deep space detection arrays of the 3 research vessels to forge a path in the dark. Each day consisted of scanning, analyzing, jumping, and scanning again. It was monotonous to the point of madness. Along the way, several resource-rich star systems were discovered, but Wang Dao didn't even slow down. Being too close to the supply point meant endless friction with powerful factions, making it unsuitable for quietly amassing troops. What he sought was the most fringe area beyond the law. After 6 months, the fleet had delved nearly 2,000 light-years into the unexplored zone. This distance had far exceeded the comfort zone of the vast majority of pioneers. Communication delays were extremely severe. Even using quantum communication relays, a one-way signal, took several hours. Asking for help. By the time reinforcements arrived, the corpses would have already grown cold. In these 6 months, the fleet encountered several crises. There were roaming, interstellar pirates and murderous rival pioneers. The pirates here did not even bother with modified gunboats. Wang Dao even detected a massive fleet, with T-4 class battleships boasting over 3,000 vessels. Fortunately, the deep space radar on the 3 research ships was exceptional. Each time high-energy reactions were detected, Wang Dao would plan the route in advance, even shutting down engines to glide silently, perfectly avoiding major confrontations. As for those small groups of pirates that couldn't be avoided, Wang Dao wasted no time. The main guns of over 300 T-5 escort ships fired in unison, tearing the enemy's vessels into cosmic debris. 0 losses, an absolute display of firepower. At this moment, Wang Dao sat in the command seat. The 3 research ships had just compiled the latest star zone detection report. He looked at the data on the holographic projection, his gaze sharpening. He found it. In particular, an important piece of information highlighted in red. 20 light-years away, there exists a star system with 5 planets. The 3rd planet, in its orbit with a diameter of approximately 8.0 kilometers, lies perfectly within the star's habitable zone. There are abundant ice reserves at the poles with a rotation period close to 24 hours, and it has already formed a thin atmosphere. Although the oxygen content is only 1% of that of a standard habitable planet, this indicates that atmospheric circulation has begun. This planet is evolving towards habitability on its own. Following this, there are dense spectral analyses, geological models, and magnetic field strength data, most of which Wang Dao cannot comprehend. However, he understood the conclusion given by Feyerr at the end of the report. Transformable into a habitable planet, difficulty of transformation medium low. The weight of this conclusion surpasses all the preceding data combined. Habitable planets are exceedingly rare in the universe. Many territories within the Federation have been established through the transformation of planets. A planet that already possesses fundamental conditions and is situated within the habitable zone requires significantly less effort for transformation. What excites Wang Dao even more is the subsequent regional scanning data. Within a radius of 10 light-years centered on this star system, there are nearly 20 star systems and over 100 within 50 light-years. This is a dense star cluster. Density signifies abundant resources, depth, and the potential to support a complete territorial system. Moreover, the preliminary detection results from the surrounding star systems show a dizzying array of high-value mineral signals. Wang Dao gazed at the dense points of light on the holographic star map with only one thought left in his mind. This is the place. Once this planet is transformed, he will be eligible to apply for lordship within the Federation. From the resource-rich No. 1 starport base in the 00811 mineral sector to this semi-habitable planet now. His luck seems almost unbelievable. Wang Dao clenched his fist, feeling the power within him. The son of the stars. Perhaps this ascension has brought him more than just the ever-growing strength within. Without further thought, Wang Dao directly ordered the entire fleet to change course, locking onto the star system 20 light-years away. 2 days later, the final jump was completed. Outside the porthole, a star with a diameter of approximately 1.2 million kilometers quietly burns. The data from the research vessel's sensors indicates that this star has a lifespan of about 3 billion years. It is still very young, also quite beautiful, radiating a dazzling brilliance. Wang Dao issued the first command. The massive rear door of the transport ship slowly opened, and dozens of escort ships emitted traction beams, gradually moving the main body of the starport out of the cargo hold. The familiar structure unfolded its outline under the starlight. Wang Dao looked at it, feeling as if he were seeing an old friend. The Tianshu powered up its core and adjusted the starport's orientation, slowly merging into the star's orbit. Next, Wang Dao began to divide his forces. Half of the escort ships remained at the base. Lucas led another large transport ship and the remaining fleet straight to the nearest resource star system to establish a No.2 collection base. At the same time, several small teams were dispatched to the surrounding star systems to establish lookout posts, raising the first layer of an early warning network. Once the base was established, comprehensive construction would commence. The 12 docks of the No.2 starport simultaneously activated their production lines. The upgrade project for the main base starport also commenced in parallel. In the 00811 mineral sector, due to the presence of too many people, Wang Dao had mistaken the engineering vessels for mining ships and had not allowed them to perform their actual duties. Now there was no need to hide. More than 20 engineering ships emerged, working in tandem with the small transport ships, unloading vast quantities of materials, beginning a full-scale upgrade of the starport. Over 30 small transport ships and the large transport ship that had finished unloading were distributed in 2 locations, constantly shuttling between the base and the resource star system. Less than 300 escort ships were divided into 2 large teams, patrolling day and night around the 2 star systems. A vote was held internally in the fleet, officially naming this place as Departure Star System. The next day, at the Departure Star System on the No.1 research vessel, Wang Dao emerged from Feyer's quarters, still not fully awake. During this half-year migration, Wang Dao simply could not resist the charm of this mature and alluring woman. She had moved over from his temporary flagship long ago. Walking down the corridor into the bridge, it was bustling with activity. Feyer was already seated at the workstation processing the detection data returned from the other 2 research vessels. Her mental state was much better than his, and her face radiated charm. Upon seeing Wang Dao approach, she smiled slightly, enhancing her captivating allure. Wang Dao took the tea she handed him and leaned against the porthole to look outside. The original No.1 starport had been completely dismantled. The centers of the docks on both sides had been removed, leaving only the main frame. More than 20 engineering ships surrounded it, welding arcs flickering in the starry sky. The upgrade goal is to expand the main body to a height of 50 kilometers and install 4 medium-sized dock manufacturing centers on both sides. When viewed from above, the completed star fortress will present an inverted X shape. A series of upgraded architectural designs significantly shorten the construction period. Tianshu estimated that it would be completed within 3 months. Wang Dao took a sip of tea, suppressing his thoughts. He could wait. 2 months later, the alarm from Tianshu jolted Wang Dao awake from his slumber. The lookout station at the territory's periphery, 50 light-years away, was attacked. The sensors of the station transmitted their final data before being destroyed. At least 100 warships were approaching. Wang Dao rolled out of bed, dressed hastily, and rushed to the bridge. Tianshu projected the last intercepted images onto the holographic screen. Hundreds of warships, primarily composed of escort ships, were mixed with a dozen destroyers, and a cruiser was positioned centrally. Their paint jobs were uniform, and the formation was orderly, consisting of only 3 types of ships. They were not pirates. A pirate fleet would not appear so clean. This was an organized pioneer fleet. Wang Dao squinted at the outline of the cruiser. The lookout station is a mark of his influence. Every pioneer has a similar facility when establishing their sphere of influence, continuously broadcasting territorial claims on public channels within the area they intend to occupy. Attacking these facilities is undoubtedly an act of war. The opposing side entered his sphere of influence, saw the broadcast, and chose to open fire directly. This is undoubtedly a declaration of war against him. Quite domineering. On his way here, Wang Dao encountered a similar conflict during which he lost a dozen escort ships, and the opposing side retreated upon realizing he was not to be trifled with. This time he did not intend to give the opposing side a chance to retreat. Wang Dao directly mobilized 200 escort ships to form a strike fleet, leaving the remaining warships to guard the base. At a distance of 50 light-years without the burden of transport ships, the T-5 class escort ships advanced at full speed and would soon arrive. The only issue was the time window. Even at high speed, it would still take a certain amount of time to cover 50 light-years. The Star Fortress had not yet been completed, so destroyers and cruisers could not be constructed, and a pure escort ship fleet could not utilize beacons for long-distance jumps. He could only jump over slowly. The question remains whether the opposing side would flee. However, he must go. Wang Dao wanted to keep them here. Wang Dao boarded Feyer's research vessel, and after meeting up with the fleet from the No.2 base, they jumped at full speed directly to the star region where the incident occurred. On the way to the star region where the incident occurred, Tianshu received 2 more alarms. 2 more star system outposts have been destroyed. Heh. Wang Dao chuckled coldly. This is aimed at me. Fayer stood beside him, watching the outpost markers on the star map extinguish one by one, his brow furrowing slightly. I just wonder if there are other forces behind this. If it were just this fleet before them, it wouldn't be enough to support such a domineering approach. Well, no, when we test it. Wang Dao gazed out at the starry sky through the porthole, his tone indifferent. The current technology level has reached 70 of the 3rd stage, long surpassing the 50 required to unlock cruisers. Once the Star Fortress upgrade is completed, there will basically be no forces in this frontier star region that can threaten us. 1 day later, in the frontier domain, within a 40 light-year radius, the 2 fleets met in an open star region. There was no probing, no communication, no unnecessary words. The opposing side knew what they had done, and Wang Dao had no interest in exchanging pleasantries with them. The high-precision sensors of the research ship completed a full-spectrum scan in the first instance, projecting detailed detection data onto the screen before Wang Dao. Meanwhile, Tianshu had begun to suppress the enemy's long-range communication. They must not be allowed to send out any messages. The enemy fleet was clearly organized: 100 T3 level frigates, 15 T4 level destroyers, 1 T4 level cruiser, a standard cruiser fleet configuration. In the early stages of the frontier star region, being able to expand over 2,000 light-years, T4 level battleships were basically the main force. As for the T3 level frigates, there were still many in service, even within the fleets of the 12 Great Lords. During large-scale fleet battles, frigates were originally just filler units not worth upgrading given the tight production capacity of T4 alloys. But Wang Dao's frigates were different. All 200 of his were T5. Wang Dao glanced at the battle map and said, swarm tactics. All fleets attack. In the communication, Feng Heng's voice was crisp and decisive. Received. In the starry sky, 200 frigates suddenly burst into formation. Not advancing in a neat line, but scattering in small squads in multiple directions, simultaneously pouncing on the enemy fleet from different angles. The enemy's fire control system faced dozens of incoming directions at the same time, causing the locking efficiency to plummet. Meanwhile, the 100 enemy frigates began to accelerate, attempting to intercept, as frigates were exactly meant for this. The distance between the 2 sides rapidly decreased. 1 light second. The moment they entered effective range, Wang Dao's fleet fired first. Hundreds of high-energy beams were fired almost simultaneously, dazzling beams carving dense trajectories against the dark starry sky, heading straight for the enemy frigate group. The fire control precision of the T5 level battleships far exceeded that of T3. The enemy executed evasive maneuvers in the first instance, but the speed difference was evident. A volley was fired. More than half of the enemy frigates were directly obliterated. The fiery debris of shattered hulls flickered in the starry sky, akin to a string of matches ignited simultaneously. The broken hulls directly impacted nearby frigates. Inside the enemy cruiser's bridge, a middle-aged Western man suddenly stood up. This is impossible. He stared at the sensor display, his tone urgent. These are frigates. Their range and power. This is not data that frigates should have. The officer's expression also changed drastically, his fingers quickly sliding across the control panel, trying to pull up more detailed analysis. They had never taken the master of this star region seriously. Intelligence indicated no major forces were active nearby, and the opposing side had only deployed frigates, just 200 frigates. Yet in a single encounter, their own frigates had lost over half. These are T5 level frigates. The middle-aged man quickly reacted after a brief shock. All fleets change formation. Push the destroyers forward, cover the retreat, and reorganization of the frigates. Charge the cruiser's main cannon. He is indeed a commander capable of leading a team deep into 2,000 light-years, making judgments swiftly. There is no way for the frigates to survive in a heat-in clash. The only chance is to inflict damage from a distance using the destroyers and cruisers' large-caliber firepower. Strike data link sent. Allies evade. Main cannon, fire. Dozens of thick beams shot out from the cruiser and destroyers' gun barrels. High-energy beams pierced through the gaps of the remaining Allied frigates, heading straight for Wang Dao's fleet. T4 level cruisers, main cannons. T4 level destroyers, main cannons. In the early stages of the frontier star region, these 2 types of weapons represented absolute violent output. Even if Wang Dao's frigates bore the T5 label, their hull structure strength was still a limiting factor. Frigates were still frigates. Tonnage determined the upper limit of defense. T5 level alloys and shields were indeed a step stronger than T4, but the single-shot energy density of the cruiser's main cannon was several times that of frigate-level weapons. The destroyers was 5 to 6 times greater as well. Several frigates caught off guard were directly hit by the cruiser's main cannons. The shields flickered once before overloading, and collapsing armor ripped apart large-caliber beams, penetrating the hull, triggering chain explosions. Another dozen frigates were hit by the destroyer's fire. Their shields, overloaded surface armor, shattered, trailing black smoke as they withdrew from the battle line. Wang Dao stood on the bridge of the research ship, silently watching the darkening Allied markers on the screen. His hands gripped the armrest, knuckles slightly widening. But he did not speak. The battlefield situation was already clear. The enemy commander's response was swift, but it could not change the outcome. Fewer than 30 remaining T-3 frigates were already unable to form an interception net. Without the cover of frigates, the destroyers and cruisers were targets without thorns. After eliminating the last enemy frigate, Wang Dao's fleet charged at the remaining 16 battleships. Nearly 200 T-5 frigates surrounded the enemy, maneuvering at high speed, continuously pouring fire from all angles. High-energy rays bombarded the shields of the destroyers and cruisers, the light flashing on and off. The enemy battleships trapped in the middle fought back desperately, their secondary gun defense arrays firing continuously, but the maneuverability of the frigates made it impossible for the large-caliber main guns to track effectively. The destroyers' shields were the first to give way. One after another, they overloaded, shattered, and exploded. The external armor of the hull tore open with gaping holes, exposing the internal structure to vacuum, followed by more rays flooding and tearing them apart from the inside. The cruisers' shields also began to dim. Just then, Wang Dao's communication panel lit up. The enemy cruiser was incessantly sending communication requests. Wang Dao glanced at it and connected. The screen displayed that middle-aged Western man. The bridge was already in chaos, alarms ringing out, and in the background someone was shouting damage reports. The middle-aged man, upon seeing Wang Dao's young face, was visibly taken aback, but immediately suppressed all extraneous expressions, bowing respectfully to Wang Dao. "Sir, this conflict was initiated by our side, and we are willing to surrender unconditionally and make reparations. Please cease fire. No nonsense, no excuses, a direct surrender." Because he had no time for pleasantries. In the background of the scene, another destroyer exploded, illuminating the bridge's porthole. Wang Dao did not respond to his surrender. "Who are you? Why did you come here to attack structures within my territory?" "Sir, we are the 8th Regiment of the Canaan Exploration Group. We are willing to surrender unconditionally. Please cease fire." The middle-aged man's voice had become urgent. Upon hearing Canaan Exploration Group, Wang Dao's gaze paused slightly. Then he spoke. "When you decided to attack me, did you think you would be given a chance to surrender?" The communication was cut off. The screen returned to darkness. In the starry sky, the cruisers' shields completely collapsed in the last round of volleys. Dozens of high-energy beams simultaneously struck the exposed hull, penetrating the main armor belt. The massive hull broke in half. The explosion's brilliance blossomed in the void for several seconds before slowly dimming, transforming into a silent scattering of debris. The battle was over. Wang Dao turned to Tian Shu's interface. "Canaan Exploration Group. Take note. Compile all relevant intelligence that can be gathered. Record it." Tian Shu responded. Wang Dao looked again at the star map, where the battlefield had just quieted down, his gaze sweeping over the markers of his side's lost ships. He would remember these. Then he would make the other side remember as well. After the fierce battle, the battlefield, spanning hundreds of thousands of kilometers, fell into complete silence. Tian Shu projected the fleet loss data onto the display. Destroyed escort ships, 11. Heavily damaged escort ships, 24. Casualties and missing personnel, 67. Wang Dao had achieved victory in this battle with the battlefield entirely under his control. The only possibility for those still missing after the search and rescue was grim. The few escort ships that were directly hit by the main cannons of the cruisers were pierced through by large-caliber beams, leaving little more than scraps. The crew had ceased to exist in that moment. Wang Dao stared at the numbers on the display for a few seconds. "The fleet will rest in place, and the heavily damaged ships will be urgently attended to. Have the engineering ships and transport vessels accelerate to position." His voice was calm, revealing no emotion. Tian Shu relayed the orders to the entire fleet. The search and rescue operations halted, and each ship began to rest in place. The severely damaged escort ships could no longer jump. Forcing the jump engines to start would only lead to them being torn apart by spatial stress. Moreover, several ships had completely lost their thrusters and could only move with the assistance of the towing beams from nearby warships. Engineering drones gathered the damaged warships to one location, where all personnel evacuated, awaiting further engineering ships for extensive repairs. Fai Air stood behind Wang Dao, her hands resting on his shoulders, slowly and firmly kneading. She said nothing. Wang Dao did not turn around, but pinched the bridge of his nose, his gaze fixed on the intelligence gathered by Tian Shu. Canaan Exploration Group. There was not much public information available. Intelligence had always been Wang Dao's shortcoming. Without the backing of a major power, and with a short development time, such gaps were normal. However, Tian Shu still managed to extract some information from the public database of the Pioneer Star System. The Canaan Exploration Group is affiliated with the Canaan Energy Group of the 5th Star Zone of the Southern River Star System. Tian Shu displayed the information point by point. Canaan Energy Group specializes in antimatter energy involving shipbuilding, metal smelting, mining, and other sectors, making it a well-established enterprise in the 5th Star Zone. Wang Dao's gaze paused on the next line of data. The total number of ships invested by the Canaan Exploration Group in the Pioneer Star domain was approximately 5,000. 5,000 ships. The fleet he had just destroyed numbered only a little over 100. Such a fleet scale meant the opponent could still muster at least 40 more. This was the confidence of a large enterprise. The resources invested in the early stages were enough for a small team to struggle for over a decade. Even if you discovered a habitable planet first, could you seize it? They have the money, technology, and ships. Unless you unearth advanced civilization relics, how could you compete with them? Moreover, the purpose of this fleet was clear. They had discovered this densely packed star system and wanted to establish a forward base here to mine resources. Thus, when Wang Dao heard the name Canaan Exploration Group with the suffix group, he understood everything. He already knew who the opponent was and what they intended to do. Knowing was enough. Surrender. It was meaningless. Letting them go would only lead to more coming after them. However, whether the information could be contained was a problem. When that fleet discovered the outpost, they likely had already sent information back. But this matter was unsolvable. Wang Dao could not give up this place. Fight if they could, retreat if they couldn't, and come back when they were able to fight. Having come to this conclusion, he felt less conflicted. Once the engineering ships arrived, they immediately began repair operations on the damaged warships. The transport ships began clearing the battlefield and recovering debris. Wang Dao patted Fai Air's hand on his shoulder. All right. Fai Air withdrew her hand, saying nothing more, only nodding slightly. Having been by Wang Dao's side long enough, she knew he could bear it, just that he wasn't accustomed to it yet. However, in this starry sky, one had to adapt regardless. After a brief rest, the few heavily damaged escort ships finally regained their basic jump capability. Wang Dao connected to Feng Heng's communication. I will take part of the warships and those few just repaired back to the Qihang star system. You lead the remaining warships to patrol the area for a while. After a pause, he added, be careful. You can rest assured, boss. Feng Heng's demeanor was much steadier than months ago. I know what to do. The communication ended. Wang Dao leaned back in his seat and glanced at Fai Air. Let's go home. The upgrade of the starport should be prioritized. Outside the Qihang star system, the space experienced violent fluctuations. The next moment, dozens of warships materialized from the jump, over 20 of which were in visibly poor condition, their hulls still bearing the marks of battle. Wang Dao stood on the bridge, gazing at the overall view of the Qihang star system displayed on the screen. The massive star fortress, gradually taking shape on the edge of the star's orbit, came into view with the framework already constructed for over half, and engineering drones densely surrounding it. He looked at that colossal structure, his lips twitching slightly. The time bought with the lives of 67 people could not be wasted. Once this was completed, the next time someone approached, it would not be the same approach. Boss. Fai Air gently tapped his arm. The fleet is still waiting for instructions. Wang Dao returned to his senses. He had Tian Shu mobilize engineering ships and drones for extensive repairs on the damaged warships, while the remaining warships returned to duty. After arranging these, Wang Dao brought Fai Air back to the surface base of the Qihang star with the research ship. The scale of this base was considerable, originally planned and constructed within a 50-kilometer range with complete facilities. Though called a base, it was essentially the construction of a city. Planetary transformation technology was already very mature in the Federation, and the technology Wang Dao possessed would only be better with fast and solid construction. However, the current focus was still on upgrading the starport. While the preliminary preparations for planetary transformation had already begun, it was a time-consuming major project that could not be rushed. The research ship passed through the city's shield and docked at the exclusive port. The hover car flew over the small town below, which sporadic figures could be seen moving. The currently operational range of the entire city was only about 10 kilometers, roughly the size of a small town. That was sufficient. There were not many personnel to begin with. Aside from the soldiers produced by the barracks, the total number of staff from the two starports that had followed Wang Dao north was less than 5,000, half of whom had gone with Lucas to another star system. The demand for personnel on warships was not as high as outsiders imagined. Small ships like escort vessels could operate with just 4 to 5 people. Only large ships, motherships, flagships, etc., required numerous crew members and additional marine forces for security inside the ship. The hover car landed in front of the residence. Chu Ming was already waiting inside. The star fortress was not yet completed, and as the head of security, he was temporarily overseeing the daily order of this small town. Though called management, there wasn't much to do. Unlike the former starport, which had a large flow of outsiders, the personnel under him were merely the logistics staff from the original No. One starport, all familiar faces. Chu Ming first briefly reported the situation in the town over the past 2 days, then changed the subject. Boss, what's the situation this time? Suddenly pulling away so many escort ships, I only have a few left here to guard, and I'm quite anxious. Wang Dao reclined in his seat and took a sip of the tea handed to him by Fai Air. A group of people wanted to seize our territory, and I wiped them out. He said it casually. Chu Ming raised an eyebrow, wanting to ask for details, but seeing Wang Dao's expression, he knew it wasn't the time for an in-depth discussion. Fai Air brought over another cup of tea. Chu Ming quickly stood up to receive it with both hands, grinning. Thank you, sister-in-law. Fai Air said nothing, a subtle smile on her lips as she turned to leave. Wang Dao glanced at Chu Ming, not correcting the address, holding the teacup and looking out the window. On the horizon, the massive outline of the Star Fortress was faintly visible. 5,000 ships. He kept this number in mind. As he watched Fair push the door and leave, her swaying figure exuded elegance, making Chu Ming unable to help but raise his eyebrows in amusement. Boss, how did you manage to win over the sister-in-law? Get lost. Wang Dao scolded with a laugh, waving his hand. It relies on my handsome silhouette and commanding presence. With Tian Shu around, nothing could escape his notice in the base. Chu Ming came purely to reminisce. After all, among those who left school together back, then apart from 2 who were unwilling to leave home, the rest had all become department heads capable of taking charge. Yet there were very few who could be this casual in front of Wang Dao. In the core control hall of Star Fortress, Wang Dao stood on the central command platform. The holographic projection unfolded, revealing every corner of this steel behemoth. Tian Shu's synthesized voice echoed through the hall, calm and efficient. Master, Star Fortress self-check completed, energy core activated. All data is normal. A light screen suddenly illuminated in front of Wang Dao. Star Fortress main height 50 kilometers, main wings expanded 80 kilometers. Dark matter energy shield, T5 alloy armor, large dark matter energy array. Super large particle accelerator cannon 4, large plasma cannons 20, defense array 500, medium docking bays 24. Watching that exaggerated 24 docking bays, a faint smile appeared on Wang Dao's lips. The previous starport, which only had 12 small docking bays, now seemed like child's play. Not only that, Master, Tian Shu continued to report, the destroyers and cruisers have been screened. On the light screen, holographic models of 2 warships slowly unfolded. Ambusher-class destroyer T5, 800 meters long, beacon jump distance of 10 light-years. For medium X-ray laser cannons, 2 medium plasma cannons. Advancer-class cruiser T5, 2,500 meters long, beacon jump distance of 50 light-years. 6 large gamma-ray cannons. Special equipment fleet jump guide. Note: can lead 10 destroyers and 100 frigates in coordinated jumps. Fleet jump guide. Wang Dao stared at the data, a glint of sharpness flashing in his eyes. The entire fleet could jump 50 light-years at once. This meant that they could directly jump to the edge of this galaxy cluster. The mobility was self-evident. He turned around and looked at the 3 people standing solemnly behind him. Lucas Gray, Station Master of Star Fortress. Chu Ming, Head of Logistics and Security. Fong Hung, Fleet Commander. Lucas, starting today, you are the Station Master of Star Fortress. Understood, boss. Lucas stood at attention, crisp and decisive. Chu Ming, I leave logistics and security to you. Fong Hung, prepare to take over command training for the destroyers and cruisers. Yes, sir. The 2 responded in unison. At this moment, Fayer stepped forward, her slender fingers swiping to upload the detection data. Boss, over the past 3 months, we have conducted in-depth exploration of the surrounding 50 light-years. Wang Dao looked at the star map, his pupils constricting. Countless star systems like a sprinkle of stars filled the screen. The density far exceeded normal levels. There are over 120 star systems, 3 times the average level in the area. Fainer's voice could barely contain her excitement. 15 high-value mineral star systems, 28 gas giant planets, and 3 terrestrial planets with terraforming potential. Wang Dao gazed intently at the star map. The value of this area was incalculable. No wonder the Jialan exploration group's cruiser fleet attacked him so brazenly. They must have discovered something. The richer the resources, the more covetous eyes will be drawn. Wang Dao approached the strategic star map and pointed at the void. Tian Shu marked the jump nodes closest to the Qihang star system. On the light screen, 3 light points lit up. 8 light-years to the north-north gate. 7 light-years to the east-east gate. 9 light-years to the west-west gate. Wang Dao looked at the 3 points and smiled. So any fleet entering the Qihang star domain from the outside must pass through these 3 locations without a beacon. Correct, Tian Shu replied. Stellar gravitational positioning jumps can only leap in segments. These 3 are the only passages. Fong Heng's eyes brightened, and he blurted out, if we build a star fortress in each of these 3 star systems, it would be like locking the door to the Qihang gateway. It's settled then. Wang Dao pressed his finger firmly on the star map. North Gate, East Gate, West Gate, the three core defense systems. Build a star fortress in each of these three-star systems, creating a four-star fortress linkage with Jialan. He looked at Lucas. How long will it take? Starport will take 2 months with an additional 3 months to upgrade the star fortress. Wolves may come anytime. Wang Dao stood upright, his voice steady. First, build the starport to create preliminary defenses. This is our home. Anyone who wants to enter must first ask if our cannons agree. At the edge of the 8th Star District, Jialan Exploration Group Command Center. Raymond, with a sinister expression, stood before the star map, staring at the section marked unknown. Are you sure? Confirmed, Commander. The adjutant pulled up the data. The missing 7th Fleet's signal last appeared there. That was a rising force with over 100 T5 class frigates. T5 class. Raymond squinted, a cold smile escaping his lips. Where did they come from? Insufficient intelligence. But it can be confirmed that their frigate technology far exceeds T4 class. The 7th Fleet was annihilated in half a day. Raymond fell silent for a moment, a cruel curve appearing at the corner of his mouth. Interesting. He turned around, his gaze sweeping over the officers standing solemnly in the hall. After careful consideration and a moment of contemplation, he ordered, issue orders to assemble 3 standard fleets and mobilize 3 battleships to depart in 2 months. The adjutant hesitated. Commander, the 7th Fleet was completely destroyed, and now the fleets are basically occupied with missions. Moreover, the enemy's strength. The 7th Fleet underestimated the enemy. Raymond coldly interrupted. 3 times the manpower plus battleships will be sufficient. His voice was as cold as iron. Tell the front line that this time is not for negotiation, but to collect corpses. In the Qihong Star Domain, Core Control Room, the foundations of the 3-star ports were slowly being laid in the void. Chu Ming's communication suddenly connected. Boss, there's movement in the 8th Star District. Far people left in the front line are sending news. Jialan is mobilizing 3 standard fleets, including battleships, but we can't ascertain their specific purpose. 3 fleets. Wang Dao murmured. Fang Heng sneered beside him. 3 standard fleets. 3 cruisers, 45 destroyers, and 300 frigates. Mobilizing so many warships surely means they are coming for us. Exactly. Plus 3 battleships, Fang Heng chuckled. Last time we annihilated one of their fleets with just 200 frigates. Now with Star Fortress, by the time they arrive, our destroyers will be fully formed. Wang Dao looked at the star map, the light of the stars reflected in his eyes. Let them come. Let them see what an iron wall looks like. The 3 core star ports gradually took shape in the void like an open net waiting for prey to enter. In the distance, Jialan's warships were assembling. A storm was about to come. 3 months fleeting in an instant. Wang Dao stood in the control hall of the Xinglei, his gaze directed towards the holographic star map. The progress of the starport projects at the North Gate, East Gate, and West Gate had all reached 99. Tianshu, report the progress. Completion is expected this afternoon. The 3 starports will open simultaneously with a deviation of no more than 2 hours. The synthesized voice of Tianshu echoed in the vast hall. Wang Dao nodded, his expression calm. The 3 months of waiting had finally come to the moment of acceptance. A voice came through the communication channel, barely concealing excitement. Boss, the destroyer squad has assembled in the dock, just waiting for your orders. Wang Dao raised his wrist to check the time. The first batch of 16 ambusher-class destroyers was scheduled to roll off the assembly line today. Fang Heng, go to the dock. To see the first batch of destroyers leave the factory. Understood. Outside the porthole, the starry sky was deep and vast with 3 star systems several light years away. The outlines of the 3 newly built starports faintly emerged in the darkness like 3 locks obstructing the necessary route in the departure star region. In the dock area, 16 silver-white warships had completed their fittings, quietly moored in their berths. In the afternoon, Wang Dao headed to the dock with Chu Ming. In front of the massive viewing porthole, Fang Heng was leading a group of crew members, their eyes fixed intently on the interior. The metallic floor echoed with crisp sounds of footsteps. Fail walked over, her fitted uniform outlining clean lines. She naturally linked her arm with Wang Dao's, her gaze directed towards the dock's interior. On such a significant day, you didn't plan to call me. Wang Dao turned his head to look at her, his expression softening. Has the data analysis for the research vessel been completed? Oh, just wrapping up. Fail shot him a playful glance before turning her attention back to the dock. Fang Heng leaned closer, grinning widely. Sister Fail, the destroyers are getting ready to leave the factory. Fail raised an eyebrow, her gaze sweeping over Fang Heng with a hint of scrutiny. I like this form of address this time. The warning lights in the dock suddenly flickered, red lights intertwining. The massive gate slid open, revealing the deep starry sky. The first ambusher-class destroyer glided out of its berth, the hull reflecting a cold blue light under the brilliance of the star, which was from its special armor coating. Ambusher-class destroyer with a total length of 800 meters. The synthesized voice of Tian Shu rang in his ears. Main weapons: 4 medium X-ray laser cannons, 2 medium plasma cannons. Core features capable of long-distance beacon positioning jumps with a maximum positioning range of 10 light-years. Fang Heng's breathing grew heavy. This level of firepower and maneuverability was something the Kalins had never encountered. Faye leaned against Wang Dao's shoulder, her gaze following the warship. It's not bad. However, it's still a bit lacking compared to the new sensors on my research vessel. She looked at Wang Dao, her brows furrowed with undeniable confidence. The data on the Civilization has been fully analyzed and the detection array is being upgraded. Once the new equipment is online, no fleet within a 10 light-year radius will be able to go stealth. Chu Ming sighed from the side. Sister Faye, are you planning to turn this star region into a one-way transparent fish tank? One destroyer after another sailed out. A silver-white torrent of steel was forming a formation in deep space. One destroyer after another sailed out of the dock. The 16 warships formed a line in the starry sky, their bows pointing directly towards the direction of the departure starbase. Fang Heng's communicator beeped. After listening to the report, his expression brightened. Boss, the North Gate, East Gate, and West Gate have sent confirmation signals. 3 starports, all completed. Wang Dao's expression remained unchanged, his tone calm. Go to the control room. In the core control hall, real-time images of the 3 starports were projected on the central screen. There was no excessive rhetoric, only the defensive line built from steel and energy. Activate the energy systems. Wang Dao ordered. North Gate Starport Energy Core activated. East Gate Starport Energy Core activated. West Gate Starport Energy Core activated. All systems normal. On the screen, the 3 starports lit up one after another, lights spreading like 3 lighthouses illuminating the void. The 3 core starports are officially activated. In the hall, everyone appeared solemn. Chu Ming clenched his fists and said in a low voice, now if the Kalins come again, we won't just be on the defensive. Fang Heng, however, remained calm. Don't celebrate too early. This is just a starport. Its firepower is far inferior to the departure starbase. Wang Dao nodded. The 3 cores are outposts meant for early warning and attrition. The real decisive battle will still be at the departure starbase. He looked at the star map and circled the positions of the 3 cores. Deploy the destroyer squad to all 3 cores. From today on, expand the patrol radius to the departure star system. Any abnormal signals must be reported directly. Understood. Wang Dao turned to look at Lucas. The starbase defense system is on standby 24 hours a day. Can we compress the charging time for the super large particle accelerator? Lucas calculated quickly. Compressing by 5 is feasible, but it will sacrifice some stability. Faye interjected. No need to sacrifice stability. Give me 2 weeks, and I can increase the charging efficiency by another 8. Wang Dao looked at her. Really? Why would I lie to you? Faye turned and walked towards the door, the sound of her high heels striking the floor crisp and powerful. Remember to pick me up for dinner tonight. The crowd dispersed. Only Wang Dao remained in the core control room. He looked out the porthole where the bright points of light were the foundation of the defensive line he was constructing. 2 days later, thousands of light years away at the headquarters of the Kalin Exploration Group. Due to a competition with an exploration force for a high-grade mine, the fleet had just been recalled and assembled 7 days ago. Raymond stood in front of the star map, his hands clasped behind his back. The T5 class stealth reconnaissance vessel, currently the highest specification detection unit of the Kalin Energy Group, which had been purchased at a great cost from the Southern River Lord. There were only a few of these vessels, and this was the only one in the exploration zone. The data returned by the T5 class reconnaissance vessel indicated that the defense system of the departure star region had already taken shape. Confirmed. His voice was low. Confirmed. The officer brought up the reconnaissance report and projected it on the star map. 3 starports distributed around the core star system, forming a triangular defensive configuration. 16 destroyers, each approximately 800 meters long, with unknown weapon configurations, but at least equipped with medium energy weapons. The officer paused. 2 months ago, when we withdrew, the enemy only had 1 star base and a few frigates. The implication of this statement was clear. Delaying would only make the enemy stronger. Raymond remained silent for a few seconds. He turned around, his gaze sweeping over the officers standing solemnly in the hall. Among them were 3 fleet commanders, each leading a standard strike fleet. Each standard cruiser fleet consisted of 1 cruiser, 15 destroyers, and 100 frigates. 3 fleets, plus 3 battleships. A total of 351 warships. Relay the order. Set sail in 3 days. Target departure star region. Raymond's tone was flat, as if reading a signed document. Last time was a probe, this time is to eliminate. Upon arrival, first remove the 3 outer starports, then surround the main star base. No surrender will be accepted, no negotiations will be entertained. He looked at the tiny light point representing the departure star region on the star map. Turn that star region into our territory completely. No one spoke in the hall. The officers saluted in unison and turned to leave. Fleet dispatch orders began to be issued. Thousands of light years away in the dock, the engines of the 351 warships gradually lit up. Departure star region. Wang Dao stood on the viewing platform. The data panel in his hand displayed the report just submitted by Fail. Northgate Starport's detection array had picked up a residual signal from a small spacecraft 7 light years away. Wang Dao set down the data panel. Fail walked up to him and handed him a cup of hot tea. Have you finished reading the report? Yes. Wang Dao took the tea. The enemy's reconnaissance vessel has been to the periphery. The enemy's reconnaissance vessel came in previously, and I also dispatched the research vessel over. Fail's tone was flat, but her implication was very clear, that they would not let the enemy in again. Wang Dao nodded, his gaze directed into the distance. The lights of the 3 starports flickered at the edge of his vision, and the trails of 16 destroyers resembled silver threads. They have acquired our basic deployment data. But they do not know the range of the particle cannons, do not know that the destroyers can jump, and do not know the coverage of the starport's detection array. He raised the tea and took a sip. If they come, let them stay. Phil did not respond. She reached out to smooth a folded part of his collar and turned to leave. The sound of high heels gradually faded in the corridor. Wang Dao looked at the star map terminal. 3 starports, 16 destroyers, 1 star base. Is it enough? Uncertain. But fleeing is not an option. He pressed the communication button. All personnel enter a state of level 1 combat readiness. Wang Dao sat in the command chair of the core control hall, his legs resting on the edge of the control console. On the holographic star map before him, the light points of 3 portal starports flickered steadily, while the patrol routes of 16 destroyers traced silver trajectories across the star map. Chu Ming pushed the door open, holding 2 cups of coffee, and handed one over. Is Fang Hung still in the training pod? Wang Dao took the coffee. Indeed. Chu Ming sat down. Yesterday I went to inspect the dock, and at midnight that kid was still sitting in front of the combat simulator insisting on compressing the beacon positioning jump response time by another 2 seconds. His eyes were bloodshot. Wang Dao frowned. This kid is reckless, isn't he? He wants to prove himself. Chu Ming paused. After all, he is now in charge of 16 destroyers. It's not the same as piloting a corvette. With the Jialan fleets pressing in, he may not say it, but he's feeling the pressure inside. Wang Dao put down the coffee cup and stood up. Let's go take a look. The 2 arrived outside the training pod in the dock area. Through the porthole, Fang Hung was sitting in front of the combat simulator, the screen displaying a simulation of a fleet attacking a star fortress. Blue defensive beams and red offensive trajectories intertwined. Fang Hung's fingers flew across the control panel, sweat beading on his forehead. Wang Dao pushed the door open. Fang Hung reflexively stood up, stunned for a moment, when he saw Wang Dao boss, simulating the Jialan Standard Fleet's attack formation. Wang Dao walked up to the simulator and glanced at the screen data. Fang Hung scratched his head. Yes. I've run the simulations on how 16 destroyers can cooperate with the Star Fortress defense several times, but I still feel there's room for optimization. Is this the model you used for a direct confrontation? Wang Dao looked at the data and pulled up another set. Then take a look at this. The screen switched to a new simulation plan. Destroyer squads utilizing positioning jump capabilities to rapidly relocate between portal star systems, coordinating with starport firepower for layered strikes. The Jialan people don't know our destroyers can use positioning jumps. Wang Dao pointed at the maneuvering route on the screen. They also don't understand the actual range of our particle cannons. Your 16 destroyers don't need to engage them, Hedon. Oh, just hold them off and buy some time. The starport can hold, and the star fortress can hold even better. If we buy enough time, the cruisers will come out, and the 3 starports can upgrade to star fortresses. Fang Hung's eyes lit up as he leaned in to look. I hadn't thought of that angle. If the first wave ambushes in the Southgate star system, using the information gap to catch them off guard, then jumps to the Northgate star system. Yes, that's the idea. Wang Dao patted his shoulder. But the premise is that you need to adjust your own state. If the Jialan come and you're already down, who will command? Fang Hung rubbed his hands together. Got it, boss. Chu Ming interjected from the side. Fang Hung, I had the cafeteria save you some braised pork. It's in the warming cabinet. Go eat. Thank you, Brother Chu. Fang Hung smiled. Wang Dao walked out and turned back at the door. Starting tomorrow, submit a training plan for the destroyer squads to me. Don't carry it all by yourself. Understood. As they exited the training pod, they encountered Lucas Gray in the corridor. Lucas was inspecting the equipment with several technicians holding a data panel and recording as he walked. Seeing Wang Dao, he stopped. Boss, how's the energy system? All normal. The large dark matter energy core array is functioning at full load without any issues. Lucas handed over the data panel. Also, Fayer came by this afternoon. The new sensors for the research ship need to be integrated into the Star Fortress data link. I've already arranged for the technicians to calibrate it, and it's expected to be completed tonight. Wang Dao looked at the data and nodded, not bad. Lucas took back the panel and turned to continue his inspection. After walking a few steps, he turned back, his tone flat. Chu Ming, there was a temperature control unit alarm in the storage area of Section 3 that you're responsible for yesterday. I had someone check it. It was just dust on the heat sink. I suggest you arrange for someone to clean it regularly. Chu Ming's face stiffened. Understood. Lucas walked away. Chu Ming muttered softly, everything is fine with that guy except he's too sharp-tongued. Wang Dao didn't respond, moving forward. In the evening, he went to the research ship to pick up Fair. In the laboratory, Fair was standing in front of the holographic screen, her fingers gliding through the data flow. In a white lab coat, her long hair pinned up with a silver hairpin, a few strands fell by her ears. Hearing footsteps, she didn't turn her head. You're here? How did you know it was me? In the entire Qihang Star region, you're the only one who enters my lab without knocking. Fair turned around, a smile on her lips. Fong Hung came last time to report the exploration data. He stood at the door for 3 minutes before daring to knock. Wang Dao walked over and leaned against the operation table beside her. How's the new sensor performing? Within a radius of 10 light-years, no fleet can escape detection. Fair tilted her head to look at him. Detection accuracy has improved by 30 compared to before, and the signal filtering algorithm has also been optimized. If the Jialan's T5 reconnaissance ship comes again, I'll make sure it doesn't return. Impressive. Just give me 5 more minutes for the last set of parameters. 5 minutes later, Fair closed the holographic screen, casually adjusting his collar, her movements effortless and natural. Let's go eat. As the two walked through the Star Fortress corridor, the communication channel suddenly sounded. Chu Ming's voice came through, sounding completely different. Boss, the latest intelligence from the 8th star zone. Wang Dao stopped. Fair also fell silent. Speak. The Jialan fleet has already set out. 3 standard fleets, 3 battleships, all deployed. Raymond is personally commanding the flagship. Chu Ming's voice was low. At the marching speed, they will arrive at the outskirts in as little as 2 months. The supply line will follow suit, preparing for long-term operations. Wang Dao was silent for a moment. Chu Ming continued, there's one more thing. Recently, the Jialan has been purchasing T4 level alloys in large quantities in the South River Star region at prices 15 higher than the market rate. Additionally, Raymond has been spreading the word within the group that this time they must take down the Qihang Star region to avenge the 7th Fleet. It is said that the Jialan Energy Group headquarters is closely monitoring this operation. How long until the cruisers are ready? Wang Dao asked. The voice of Tian Shu came through. The Pioneer-class cruisers are expected to be completed in 2 months and 10 days with a construction progress of 62. Everything is normal. 2 months to arrive, 2 months and 10 days to complete. There's a gap of 10 days in between. Fong Hung should continue training and patrolling. Don't let up. Keep the intelligence network focused on the Jialan's marching route, Wang Dao said. Understood. Chu Ming paused. I just sent Fong Hung back to eat. Good job. The communication ended. The corridor fell silent. Fair looked at him, attendee window. It was not a question, it was a statement. Just 10 days. Wang Dao moved forward. 3 portal star systems, 16 destroyers, layered strikes. The Jialan people don't know that our destroyers can jump, don't know the range of the particle cannons, and don't know the coverage area of the detection array. They think we can only defend, and don't know we can bite back. 10 days we can hold them off. Fair matched his pace. I can further optimize the charging efficiency of the weapon systems. There are some energy transmission schemes in the records of the Civilization that I thought I wouldn't need. Now I can bring them out for testing. Within 2 weeks, the starport firepower can be increased by another 10. Don't overexert yourself. You should manage your own sleep before worrying about me. Fair shot him a glance. I had the kitchen stew soup. You haven't been eating well lately. You should go eat first. Wang Dao smiled slightly. Let's go. The night grew deep. Wang Dao stood alone on the observation platform of the Star Fortress. Several patrol formations of destroyers swept by the edge of his vision, their silver-white hulls leaving long trails under the starlight. Footsteps approached from behind. Fair walked up next to him, handing him a thermos cup. I knew you'd be here. Wang Dao took the cup and took a sip. It was soup still hot. 2 months, he said. Fair didn't respond, merely leaning against the railing, watching the starry sky outside with him. After a moment of silence, she spoke. Your T5 destroyer, just from the data 1, is equivalent to 2.5 of their T4s, not to mention the maneuverability advantage. Their 351 warships sound intimidating, but 300 of them are T3 corvettes that can be largely ignored. The real tough nuts are those 3 battleships and 3 cruisers. Yes. So the question isn't whether we can win. Fair tilted her head to look at him. It's how to win. Wang Dao said nothing, his gaze resting on the star map terminal. 3 starports, 16 destroyers, 1 star fortress. 2 months later plus the corvettes. Is it enough? He pressed the communication button on the observation platform. Tian Shu. Here, compile all known tactical data of the Jialan standard fleet and send it to Fang Heng and me tomorrow morning. Also using the 3 portal star systems for defensive depth, rerun the simulation model. Add 1 variable. Delay the cruiser's participation by 10 days. Calculations have started. Wang Dao turned off the communication and handed the thermos cup back to Fair. You should go get some sleep. Fair took the cup and turned to head back. After walking a few steps, she stopped, not turning back. Wang Dao, moi, don't stay up too late. The sound of her high heels gradually faded in the corridor. Wang Dao looked out the window again. The lights of the 3 portal starports flickered in the darkness, and the patrol formation of 16 destroyers silently crossed the edge of the star domain. 2 months, huh? He turned and left the observation platform. 1.5 months later, in the outer region of the Qihang star domain, a 50 light-year warning zone, the destroyer squadron, led by Fang Heng, was carrying out a routine patrol mission. 16 ambusher-class destroyers arranged in a search formation glided silently through the starry sky. Fang Heng sat in the command chair of the flagship, and the sensor screen before him was blank, with only the faint light of distant stars flickering at the edges. Commander, no anomalies detected within a 10 light-year radius, reported the sensor operator. Fang Heng nodded, his brow still furrowed. According to intelligence, the Jialan fleet had set out a month and a half ago. Given the marching speed of the T4 fleet, they could appear at any moment. For the past month, he had been patrolling the warning zone with the fleet every day, his nerves always on edge, even sleeping in his battle suit. Continue monitoring, do not let your guard down. Yes. The communication channel lit up. The image of Fayer appeared on the screen, looking more serious than usual. Fang Heng, my detection sensor has made a discovery. What is it? Fang Heng sat up straight. To the northeast, approximately 30 light-years away, large-scale jump fluctuations detected. Fayer lowered her head to operate the controls, and after a few seconds, she looked up. At least 300 signal sources are moving in our direction. Energy signature comparison complete. 3 standard fleets, 3 battleships, and the information matches perfectly. Silence fell over the command bridge. Several young crew members exchanged glances, their hands unconsciously resting on the control panel. Fang Heng's throat felt dry. Fayer, what's the specific composition? 3 cruisers, about 45 destroyers, and around 300 frigates. The destroyers and cruisers are T4 level, and the frigates are T3 level. There are also signals from 20 logistics transport ships. Fayer spoke steadily. The energy signatures of the 3 battleships are very distinct peak models of T4 level. 351 ships. Fang Heng's hand tightened around the armrest, his knuckles turning white. He had 16 destroyers at his disposal. How long until they arrive? At their current speed, they are expected to enter the 50 light-year warning zone in 3 days. Fang Heng fell silent for a moment. Fayer, connect me to the boss. The communication was connected. Wang Dao's voice came through the channel, calm and devoid of any emotion. Speak. Fang Heng quickly reported the situation. Wang Dao was silent for a few seconds. Based on your judgment, how long until they enter the 3 portal star systems? Fang Heng calculated quickly. They will enter the warning zone in 3 days. They can only perform gravitational positioning jumps, jumping in segments, and adding the logistics transport ship's burden. At the marching speed of the T4 fleet, it would take about 4 to 5 days to reach the portal star systems, from 50 light-years to 10 light-years. 4 to 5 days. Wang Dao's voice lowered. The cruisers will take another 20 days to launch. The channel fell silent for a moment. Fang Heng, I need you to hold them off. How long can you delay them? Fang Heng clenched his fist and released it. I will do my best to hold them off, making every step difficult for them. Stay safe. Don't engage in a direct fight, hit and run. Your task is to delay, not to engage in a decisive battle. Wang Dao's tone remained unchanged, but the last sentence was emphasized. 16 destroyers, not a single one can be lost. Understood. The communication ended. Fang Heng turned to face everyone in the command bridge, his gaze sweeping over each face. Among the young faces there was anxiety, excitement, and an unmistakable fear. All fleets turn northeast. Increase speed to maximum. Prepare for beacon positioning, target 10 light-years ahead of the Jialan fleet. He stood up, his voice not loud, but everyone in the command bridge could hear him clearly. We need to give them a show of strength before they enter the warning zone. All ships enter battle status. 16 destroyers simultaneously changed course, their silvery hulls carving arcs in the starry sky. The jump beacon was released, the blue-white energy light flickering around the hull. The charging timer began. 10 minutes later, the jump engine was fully loaded. Jump! A flash of light swept by, and the fleet disappeared into the void. The single jump limit for destroyers was 10 light-years. From the current position to the target area, multiple jumps were needed. After each jump, a 10-minute charge before the next jump. 10 hours later, after several relay jumps, Fang Heng's fleet appeared about 45 light-years from the Qihang star system. This was a must-pass route for the Jialan fleet. On the sensor screen, red dots appeared 1,000,000 kilometers away. These were the vanguard forces of the Jialan fleet, about 50 warships composed of destroyers and frigates advancing while searching. Further back, the signals of the main Jialan fleet were densely packed, filling half of the sensor screen's quadrant. They are being cautious. Fang Heng stared at the screen. They know we might come to harass them. The executive officer asked, "Commander, should we engage?" Fang Heng's mind raced. 50 enemy ships, most of them T3 frigates with only a dozen T4 destroyers. With 16 T5 destroyers, they had a clear firepower advantage. But the main Jialan fleet was just behind her if they got entangled. Engage. Fang Heng stood up from the command chair. Let's make it quick. All fleets assault formation. Target the enemy's vanguard forces. Engage and withdraw immediately. Do not linger. Yes. 16 destroyers accelerated simultaneously, their engines spewing blue flames as they charged towards the Jialan vanguard forces. 800,000 kilometers, 700,000, 500,000. Entering range. The fire control officer reported, his voice tense. Fire. 16 destroyers, 64 medium X-ray laser cannons fired simultaneously. The blinding beams tore through the void, hitting the Jialan fleet's frontline frigates with precision. The shields of the T3 frigates could not withstand even a single pulse cycle against the T5 lasers. 1 ship, 2 ships, 5 ships. 8 frigates exploded almost simultaneously, orange-eared fireballs silently blossoming in the vacuum, debris scattering everywhere. The Jialan fleet instantly fell into chaos. The communication channel was filled with panic shouts. They hadn't even locked onto the source of the attack. Second round fire. Another 64 beams were fired, this time targeting the destroyers. The T4 destroyers' shields barely held for a second before overloading. The blue-white shield light flickered violently before extinguishing. The hull was pierced by the beams, splitting open from bow to stern, revealing internal structures to the vacuum, flames bursting out from the cracks. 6 destroyers disintegrated. Debris slowly drifted in the starry sky. Third round free fire. Fire and retreat immediately. Fang Heng's flagship fired first. A plasma cannon energy sphere, trailing a dazzling tail, struck the midsection of a Jialan destroyer attempting to turn. The entire warship split in half, turning into 2 fireballs, the shockwave pushing surrounding debris even further away. But the Jialan forces had reacted. The remaining warships began to counterattack, T4 beams and missiles pouring toward Fang Heng's fleet. Several beams hit the flagship's shields, causing violent energy ripples, and the lights in the command bridge flickered. Shields damaged. Port side hit, the executive officer reported. Fang Heng did not hesitate. All fleets jump charge. 10 minutes. These 10 minutes were the most dangerous window. During the jump engine charging period, the fleet had to fight while retreating, increasing the distance. Full speed back, maintain fire suppression. Do not let them get close. The speed advantage of the T5 destroyers was evident at this moment. The Jialan T4 destroyers could not keep up. The distance gradually widened, and the enemy's fire accuracy sharply decreased. The charging completion alert sounded. Just as the Jialan main fleet's reinforcement ships appeared at the edge of the sensors, the 16 destroyers transformed into streams of light, vanishing into the void. Behind them, the Jialan vanguard forces suffered heavy losses. 8 destroyers and 15 frigates sank, with several more damaged. The wreckage slowly rotated in the starry sky, metal fragments reflecting the cold light of distant stars. Fang Heng leaned back in his command chair, his battlesuit soaked with sweat. The command bridge was filled with a burnt smell. The previous strike had overloaded the port shields, burning a small hole in the armor. The emergency system was automatically repairing, red warning lights flashing on the bulkheads. Damage report. Ship No. 3 and Ship No. 7 shields overloaded, armor slightly damaged. Ship No. 11's engine output decreased by 8. No casualties reported. All warships are still capable of combat. Fang Heng closed his eyes for a moment before opening them. Good. Where is the engineering ship? 8 light years ahead, already in position. All fleets head to the supply point. In 6 hours we will strike again. Set sail at Star Fortress, the core control hall. Wang Dao stood before the star map. The blue light points of the Fang Heng fleet danced at the edge of the encirclement of red light points, each flicker signifying another round of ambush. Take a bite, run away, then take another bite. There were too many red light points, densely packed, covering half a quadrant. Fair approached holding a cup of tea and handed it over to him, saying, Fang Heng is doing well. 23 ships and not a single one lost. Wang Dao took the tea, not looking at her, but staring at the star map as he said, not enough. All calculations considered, we can only hold them off for 10 days. 10 days later, the Jialan fleet will press down on the North Gate. Our cruiser won't be launched for another 20 days. Fair didn't respond, walking to the star map and tracing a region on the outskirts of the North Gate star system with her finger. Then we must find a way to delay them longer. She enlarged the star map, revealing a dense asteroid belt on the display. A section of the asteroid belt was highlighted. We need to make them slow down. She pointed at the screen. The asteroid belt on the outskirts of the North Gate is 3/10 of a light-year wide. The Jialan must come this way and cannot avoid it. Deploy nets in advance and set up intelligent floating mines, forcing them to slow down and clear mines. Fang Heng will wear them out in front while we block from behind. Wang Dao looked at her. Layered ambushes. Fair dissected the tactical intent. Inflict minor losses with every step. By the time they dawdle to the North Gate, we will have delayed them for 10 more days without them escaping. By then the cruiser will be ready to launch. Wang Dao straightened, leaning closer to the star map. The complex terrain of the asteroid belt was rapidly modeling in his mind. Dense rocks, ice crystal fragments, a natural deceleration zone. Tianshu. Here, master. How long until the floating mines are deployed around the North Gate asteroid belt? Without impacting construction, reallocating engineering ships will take 5 days. The number of floating mines can reach 2,000, covering all major routes. Each equipped with T5 level sensing fuses and directional energy warheads, posing a sufficient threat to T4 class warships. 5 days. Wang Dao lightly tapped twice on the edge of the star map. With his finger, Fang Heng can hold out. Once the floating mines are deployed, the Jialan will have a headache. He looked at Fair. This idea is good. I'll remember this contribution. What reward do you want? Fair didn't look at him, lowering her head to adjust data parameters, a hint of a sly smile on her lips. Let's talk about rewards after you win. It's too early to discuss rewards now. 2 days later, the main forces of the Jialan fleet were traversing a sparse cloud of interstellar dust. The dust interfered with sensor accuracy and slowed their progress. The massive silhouette of the battleship appeared and disappeared within the dust, forcing the entire fleet to contract its formation and advance slowly. Fang Heng's fleet lay in ambush at the edge of the dust cloud. All systems were shut down. The fleet went silent, engines turned off, relying solely on passive sensors to listen. 16 destroyers hovered among the debris and ice crystals, a thin layer of frost covering their hulls, shimmering with a cold light under the faint glow of a distant star. Commander, the enemy's vanguard has passed. The main force is entering the designated position. The officer spoke in a low voice. Fang Heng nodded. After 2 days of harassment warfare, he had gauged the temperament of the Jialan. After the first ambush, they had strengthened the vanguard's vigilance, doubling the size of the lead forces. Fang Heng did not engage them directly, instead turning to target their supply lines. He sank 2 transport ships yesterday, forcing the Jialan to allocate a rapid fleet for pursuit. They couldn't catch up. They couldn't even get a grasp of the situation. The speed and jump distance of T5 destroyers outstripped T4 by a considerable margin, and with maneuverability, the Jialan couldn't even catch a glimpse of their afterburners. It's time to strike hard. Fang Heng clenched his fist, releasing it. To the entire fleet, power systems activated. Beacon positioning. Jialan main forces flank supply fleet. The rear of the 16 destroyers simultaneously lit up with a ghostly blue light, carving out 16 trails of light in the dust. 3, 2, 1, jump. Light flashed by. The 16 destroyers tore through the dust cloud, plunging straight into the flank of the Jialan main force. The supply fleet was right there. More than a dozen medium-sized transport ships moved slowly in a long snaking line, with only a few escort ships providing cover. No one expected an attack to emerge from a rear blind spot. Free fire. Target transport ships first. 64 medium X-ray laser cannons opened fire simultaneously. The blinding beams pierced through the void. 3 transport ships exploded in the first round of volleys, cargo bays disintegrating, alloy materials and components scattering into the vacuum debris clouds, rapidly expanding. The Jialan main force hurriedly turned. Battleships began to pivot, engines firing at full power, but those massive hulls turned too slowly, their cumbersome bodies struggling to pivot in the starry sky, unable to form an encirclement in time. Fang Heng did not give them time. 2 rounds of volleys eliminated 5 additional escort ships. The moment the jump engines finished charging, the 16 destroyers transformed into streams of light, vanishing into the void. Fang Heng took one last glance at the sensor screen. The formation of the Jialan fleet had completely disintegrated. More than a dozen warships nearly collided in the chaos, fires erupting everywhere, and the communication channel was filled with roars and curses. Raymond's voice exploded on the public channel. Fang Heng listened for 2 seconds, finding it unpleasant, and directly cut off the communication. Set sail at Star Fortress. Fair handed the latest battle report to Wang Dao. Sank 3 transport ships and 5 escort ships. The Jialan have slowed down and are redeploying their escort formation. Wang Dao took the report, glancing at the numbers. Progress on the floating mines. Tianshu replied, 80% completed. All will be in place in 2 days. 20,000 intelligent floating mines covering all major routes of the asteroid belt. 2 days, Wang Dao set down the report looking at the location of the Northgate star system on the star map. Everyone in the hall was busy with their tasks. Lucas was checking the firepower system of the fortress, his fingers flying across the control panel. Chu Ming was coordinating logistics data panels, flashing continuously, sweat covering his forehead. Wang Dao stood before the star map, remaining silent. Fayer walked back to her workstation, bringing up the weapon parameters interface, continuing to optimize the data. As she passed by him, her footsteps paused for a moment, her shoulder brushing lightly against his arm. She did not turn back, walking straight away. Wang Dao's lips moved slightly as he turned his gaze back to the star map. The asteroid belt on the outskirts of the Northgate star system would become a zone of death in 2 days. Fang Heng was still in front, relentlessly biting at the Jialan. The construction progress bar of the cruiser was advancing daily. Whether there was enough time would only be known after the battle. In the outer region of the Northgate star system, an asteroid belt stretches across a width of 0.3 light-years, a hellish expanse of rubble. Hundreds of millions of rocks drift slowly through the void, their surfaces coated with ice crystals accumulated over countless millennia, refracting a cold silver light. 5 engineering ships weave through the gaps in the rubble, deploying the final batch of intelligent floating mines along the sides of the main navigation route. Each mine is a gray sphere with a diameter of 2 meters, its surface coated with wave-absorbing material that camouflages it among the stones. The deployment of floating mines in the 3rd navigation route is complete with a coverage rate of 98. The voice of Tian Shu echoed within the bridge of the engineering ship. The commander of the engineering fleet glanced at the star map. In 5 days, 2000 floating mines covered all possible routes of passage. If the Jialan people were to come, it would take at least 2 days to clear the mines. If they chose to detour, it would take an additional 5 days. Retreat. Full speed back to Northgate starport. The 5 engineering ships altered their course, disappearing into the starry sky. Fang Heng's destroyer squadron hovered behind a cluster of rubble, the entire fleet silent, relying solely on optical sensors to monitor the distance. 5 days, 4 harassment battles. They had collectively sunk 9 destroyers, 34 frigates, and 5 transport ships, suffering 0 losses themselves. The T5 class easily outmatched the T4 class in every aspect. Speed, transition, distance. They struck and then fled, leaving the Jialan forces unable to even catch a glimpse of their wake. Raymond was forced to allocate 25 destroyers to form a rapid fleet specifically to pursue Fang Heng, but every time they positioned themselves, Fang Heng had already vanished into another starfield. However, the cost of continuous combat was accumulating. The shield generator of the No. 3 ship was completely destroyed during the last skirmish, and the engine output of the No. 11 ship had dropped to 70%. The crew's eyes were shadowed, sustained only by adrenaline. Commander, the engineering fleet has sent a message. The deployment of floating mines is complete. The adjutant reported in a low voice. Fang Heng let out a sigh of relief. Have the engineering ships withdraw first. We'll stay here to watch. A faint light appeared on the optical sensor. The advance force of the Jialan people, approximately 30 warships, was advancing towards the asteroid belt. Hoffman, Raymond's deputy, was responsible for clearing the way. Over the past 5 days, he had been unable to sleep, well due to Fang Heng's ghost fleet with bloodshot eyes, even worse than Fang Heng's. Report: an asteroid belt has been found ahead. The density exceeds expectations with a width of at least 0.3 light-years. Hoffman approached the star map, furrowing his brow. Send reconnaissance drones to search for a navigable route. 10 minutes later, the data from the reconnaissance drones was transmitted back. Commander, a large number of spherical unidentified objects have been detected in the main navigation route with metallic responses on their surfaces. They are suspected to be intelligent floating mines. The operator paused. There are at least tens of thousands of them. Hoffman's fists clenched. Tens of thousands of mines. It would take him 2 more days. Connect me to Commander Raymond. The flagship of the Jialan main fleet, the Invincible. Raymond stood before the star map, his face a deep shade of anger. In 5 days, they had lost nearly 10% of their forces. The enemy. They hadn't lost a single ship. Commander Hoffman reports that the asteroid belt has been heavily laid with intelligent floating mines, at least tens of thousands of them. Requesting instructions. Raymond remained silent for 3 seconds. Clear the mines. His voice was cold and devoid of warmth. Send the mine-clearing vessels in to clear it inch by inch. And he turned to the communications officer. Have the rapid fleet prepare. After we clear the asteroid belt, I want to personally crush that fly. At the edge of the asteroid belt, Fang Heng watched as the Jialan mine-clearing vessels cautiously approached the entrance of the navigation route, releasing detection beams one by one to search for floating mines. Commander, they have begun clearing the mines. Fang Heng leaned back in his command chair, tapping his fingers on the armrest twice. Let them clear. We'll take turns resting. Each ship will keep 1/3 of the crew on duty while the others sleep. He scanned the bridge. Everyone bore the fatigue accumulated over 5 days, but no one complained. This is an order. 2 days later, the last batch of mine-clearing vessels withdrew from the asteroid belt. 2 days and nights of mine-clearing operations had cleared tens of thousands of floating mines at the cost of 7 mine-clearing vessels and 4 frigates. The minefield calculated precisely by Tian Shu was not so easy to clear. Hoffman stood on the bridge watching as the star map finally marked a route as cleared. All ships accelerate through. Notify the main force the route is clear. More than 300 warships slowly initiated their engines, passing through the narrow corridor cleared amidst the rubble. The massive hulls of 3 battleships swept past the rocks, their engine exhaust illuminating the surrounding debris. An alarm suddenly blared. Enemy ships. Enemy ships detected on the flanks. 16 of them. They are rapidly closing in on the rear. Hoffman spun around sharply. On the star map, 16 blue dots raced toward the rear of the fleet. Transport ships and damaged warships were all clustered there. Block them, but it was too late. 16 Ambusher-class destroyers surged forward at full speed, directly plunging into the rear formation of the Jialan fleet. 2 transport ships exploded in the first volley, their cargo holds disintegrating debris, swirling and expanding in the vacuum. A damaged destroyer hadn't even turned its bow before 2 laser beams pierced through its hull, splitting it in half. Fang Heng's flagship fired its plasma cannon, the energy sphere striking the engine of a T-4 destroyer, causing the entire ship to begin disintegrating from the rear. The rapid fleet of Jialan's 25 destroyers desperately turned, attempting to circle back to engage this group of predators. This time, they nearly succeeded. 1 Jialan destroyer cut its path, precisely blocking the retreat direction of Fang Heng's fleet. The No. 6 ship couldn't evade in time, its starboard shield breached by a volley, ripping open a kilometer-long gash in its armor, and the air leakage alarm screamed in the bridge. The No. 6 ship is damaged. Shields are down. Fang Heng's eyes narrowed. All ships cover the No. 6. Beacon positioning. Coordinates inputted. 15 destroyers simultaneously turned their guns, concentrating fire on the blocking Jialan ship. 4 plasma cannons fired together, and the front half of that destroyer was directly sheared off. The No. 6 ship seized the opportunity to squeeze into the formation. Jump! Blue and white light flared up. Just as the Jialan destroyer's guns locked on, 16 streaks of light tore through the void, vanishing. The No. 6 ship followed, barely keeping up. Behind them, the formation of the Jialan fleet was once again torn apart. 2 transport ships, 2 destroyers, and 8 frigates sank into the starry sky. Worse yet, the recently cleared entrance to the navigation route was blocked by debris, forcing the following troops to slow down and detour. Hoffman's heavy fist slammed onto the chair, his roar filling the communication channel. Chase. Catch up to them. But no one responded. After so many days of battle, they all understood that they were not going to catch up. Fang Heng's fleet had long since jumped out of sensor range. On the star map, only a floating mass of debris remained, along with the Jialan people's schedule once again torn to shreds. At the North Gate starport, on the eve of the decisive battle, Fang Heng stood in front of the command center's porthole, gazing at the flickering starlight in the distant void. Behind him, 16 destroyers had completed emergency repairs. Though the No. 3 and No. 11 ships were not fully restored, they were combat-ready. Further away, 240 T-5 frigates were arrayed around the periphery of the starport, their silver-white hulls merging into one under the light of the stars. This was his first time commanding a fleet of such scale. Commander, all units are in position. The voice of the adjutant came from behind. The 240 frigates are divided into 3 squadrons with 80 ships each deployed on the wings and rear of the starport. The destroyer squadron will act as a mobile reserve, ready to assist at any moment. Fang Heng nodded and turned towards the command platform. As he passed by Lucas, the two exchanged a glance. The starport's firepower systems are all online. Lucas called up the data panel. 10 large plasma cannons and the point defense arrays are fully staffed. The drone hangars are fully loaded with 5,000 defenders. The dark matter energy core's charging speed is fast enough, as long as it doesn't suffer a round of shield breaking. The shields can recharge quickly. Fang Heng picked up the communicator. Boss, the Northgate starport is ready. 240 frigates and 16 destroyers are all on standby. A calm voice from the channel replied, engage. Inflict pain upon them, then retreat. The cruisers will be launched in 5 days. Don't exhaust our resources. Understood. Fang Heng placed the communicator down, his gaze falling upon the approaching red dots on the star map. 3 battleships, 3 cruisers, 30 destroyers, and 254 frigates. Over 300 red dots were slowly and steadily advancing. They're coming. The Jialan fleet flagship Fearless. Raymond stood on the bridge, gazing at the lone starport on the star map. He had been delayed for 11 days for this starport, losing nearly 1/10 of his forces. But the main force was still intact. 3 battleships and 3 cruisers were unharmed. All fleet's battle formation. His voice was cold, battleships in the center, cruisers on the flanks. Frigates engage in front, destroyers strike from both sides. He paused. Battleships do not need to wait. Fire as soon as you are in range. Target the starport. Their shields cannot withstand multiple volleys. If we take out the starport, those small ships will be like wild dogs with no den. Understood. Over 300 warships began to change formation. The massive hulls of the 3 battleships slowly moved to the center of the formation, the main guns already starting to pre-charge, a dark red glow flickering at the muzzle. Raymond tapped his index finger on the armrest. Accelerate. Northgate Starport Command Center. Enemy forces have entered outer range 600 kilometers away. The voice of Tian Shu echoed. Fang Heng fixed his gaze on the star map, tapping the edge of the command platform twice. Frigate Squadron 1 move out 30,000 kilometers to engage within the starport's fire coverage. Squadrons 2 and 3 stand by. ADT-5 frigates sailed out from the left flank of the starport, forming a wedge-shaped formation to meet the leading forces of the Jialan fleet. The distance between both sides closed rapidly. 500,000 kilometers. 400,000 kilometers. 300,000 kilometers. In range. Fire. 80 frigates unleashed a simultaneous barrage of 960 X-ray laser cannons. Blinding beams intertwined in the void, accurately targeting the T-3 frigates in the front line of the Jialan fleet. The T-3 shields crumbled in less than half a second against the T-5 lasers. Dozens of frigates exploded almost simultaneously, orange-red fireballs silently blossoming in the vacuum, debris flying in all directions. The leading forces of the Jialan fleet were instantly torn apart, creating a massive gap. Second round fire. Another 960 beams of light followed, destroying more frigates in the explosions. But the Jialan forces reacted faster than expected. The remaining frigates did not continue to charge head-on, but quickly spread out, forming a fan-shaped encirclement. At the same time, 30 destroyers split into 2 routes, rapidly closing in from both flanks. What made Fang Heng's teeth clench even tighter was that the Tian Shu alarm went off almost simultaneously. High-energy reaction. The enemy battleship's main cannon is charging. Target, starport. So fast. Fang Heng quickly glanced back. Raymond fired before the vanguard had finished. He did not care whether his frigates would be affected. He was sacrificing pawns for time. 3 blinding beams shot in from 600 kilometers away. The starport shook violently. Shields absorbing impact. Loss at 32%. Lucas' voice finally bore the weight of pressure. Dark matter core is recharging. Needs 40 seconds to recover. 32%. A volley from 3 battleships took out nearly 1/3 of the shields. If they fire 2 more volleys, we cannot let them shoot freely. Fang Heng gritted his teeth. Destroyer Squadron, follow me. Target enemy destroyers, intercept them. Frigate Squadron 1 continues to annihilate enemy frigates, and Squadron 2 moves forward, attempting to close in on the enemy battleships. No need to breach their defenses, just harass them and distract them. 16 Ambusher-class destroyers surged out from the right flank of the starport, engines at full throttle, trailing 16 streaks of bluish light in the void. Simultaneously, 80 frigates from Squadron 2 also circled out from the rear of the starport, heading straight for the main formation of the Jialan fleet. This was a risky maneuver. Sending half of the frigates out to pressure the battleships would thin the starport's close defense. But if they didn't apply pressure, 2 more volleys would deplete the starport shields. In the starry sky, 2 destroyer squadrons collided at high speed. In range. Fire. 64 medium X-ray laser cannons from 16 T-5 destroyers fired simultaneously, the beams striking the Jialan's frontline destroyers. The T-4 shields barely held for a few seconds before overloading. 1 destroyer's hull was penetrated and exploded from within. But the Jialans held their ground. More than 20 destroyers split off to engage Fang Heng's fleet, while the remaining few recklessly charged towards the starport. The numerical advantage of the Jialan destroyers began to show in the close-quarters slaughter. 2 T-4 destroyers simultaneously latched onto Fang Heng's No. 14 shipped their crossfire, causing the shield of the No. 14 to flicker continuously. Fang Heng's flagship turned to shield, and the plasma cannon blasted one away, but the tail gun of another grazed the flagship's port side, leaving a scorched mark on the armor. The shield of the No. 14 ship has dropped to 40%. Tell No. 14 to pull back behind me. Fang Heng had no time to look further. The destroyers charging towards the starport had already entered the close defense zone. Lucas, we're already engaging. The hangar doors on both sides of the starport opened and 5,000 defender drones surged out, forming a dense defensive network in front of the starport. The 10 large plasma cannons simultaneously turned their turrets. Fire. 10 clusters of plasma balls shot out, directly hitting the 2 leading destroyers, their shields instantly overloading and the hulls disintegrating in the intense heat. Another was grazed on the side, tearing a massive gap, spinning out of the battlefield. The remaining 12 crashed into the drone swarm. Countless laser beams intertwined in the void. The shields of 3 destroyers rapidly overloaded under concentrated fire, their hulls riddled with holes exploding one after another. But the loss of drones was also staggering. The point defense of the T-4 destroyers was ruthlessly harvesting at close range, with dozens of drones being shattered every second. 2 destroyers even charged to less than 50,000 kilometers from the starport's surface before being sunk under concentrated fire. 2,100 drones have been lost, Lucas reported, almost half gone. Meanwhile, the 80 frigates from Squadron 2 had reached the outer perimeter of the Jialan main fleet. The lasers from the T-5 frigates struck the battleships, shields only raising a faint halo. But Raymond had to respond. 80 frigates maneuvered rapidly around the main fleet, constantly harassing. The 3 cruisers were forced to break formation to chase their secondary guns, tracking those agile small targets. Once the cruisers left their positions, the joint fire control link between the 3 ships broke. The battleship's long-range fire calculations lost the cruisers' coordinated calibration data, forcing them to relock onto the starport's coordinates. The second round of volleys from the battleships was delayed by 15 seconds. That 15 seconds was enough. The starport's shields recharged to 87%. But the cost came immediately. A secondary gun from a cruiser locked onto a slightly slower frigate in Squadron 2, and with one shot that frigate's shield shattered, its hull flipped over by the shockwave engines, extinguished, rolling towards the debris field. 1 frigate lost in Squadron 2. Ship No. 27 sunk. Create distance. Do not linger in the secondary cannon's firing range. Fong Hung shouted. Squadron 2 quickly spread out, but 2 more frigates were hit by the battleship's point defenses, their shields overloaded, forcing them off the battlefield. 30 seconds later, the battleship's main guns completed their second round of charging. 3 beams of light once again bombarded the starport. Boom! The starport shook violently. The lights in the command center flickered twice. Shields at 51%. The recharge speed cannot keep up. The enemy battleship's charging intervals are shorter than expected. Lucas' fingers flew across the panel. If the third round of volleys hits, shields will drop below 15%. Fong Hung clenched his fists. On the wings of the starport, the slaughter between the frigates continued. The first squadron's crushing advantage over the T-3 frigates remained evident, with each volley clearing out several. But the Jialans fought desperately, using their numbers to limit the mobility of the first squadron. 3 T-5 frigates were surrounded by the Jialan frigates, and under concentrated fire their shields overloaded, one being pierced by multiple lasers, exploding and disintegrating. 1 frigate lost in Squadron 1. Ship No. 109 sunk. Fong Heng's temples throbbed. On the destroyer side, his 16 T-5s were engaged with 20 T-4s, the disparity pressing down, sinking 4 while suffering no losses, and 3 with overloaded shields. But the remaining 16 Jialan destroyers clung tightly to him, their numbers equal, unable to break free. The shield of Ship No. 14 had dropped to 15%, barely surviving in the middle of the formation. Further away, the 3 battleships' gun muzzles were glowing dark red for the third time. Commander, the adjutant's voice tightened. The enemy battleships are about to complete their third round of charging. Fong Hung closed his eyes for a moment. 1 second. All units retreat. His voice was steady. First Squadron disengage, full speed back to the starport. Second Squadron withdraw. Destroyer Squadron maximum acceleration, run with me. Frigate Squadron 3. He paused for a moment. Attack from the rear of the starport, cover all units as they retreat into the starport docking area. The Jialans attempted to pursue, but the 10 large plasma cannons at the starport drew a line of firepower blocking the retreat route. 2 destroyers and 7 frigates charged into the blockades, swallowed by plasma balls. The Jialans finally halted their advance. The third round of volleys from the battleships hit the starport's shields. The command center shook violently, a ceiling panel crashing down. Shields at 9%. Lucas braced against the console, recharging. Needs 1 minute and 40 seconds to recover to a safe threshold. But the Jialans did not continue firing. Raymond was assessing the losses. He had lost too much just now. The Jialan fleet stopped 50,000 kilometers outside the starport, regrouping. Inside the bridge of the flagship, fearless Raymond looked at the loss report, his facial muscles taut. Dozens of frigates had sunk. Including previous losses from the asteroid belt, he was left with only 20 destroyers and less than 200 frigates. The battleships and cruisers were still intact, but the small ships had been significantly reduced. However, the 3 battleships could not catch up to any destroyer. They could hit them, but not pursue. If we try again, I can blow that starport to pieces, he murmured. But my fleet would also be heavily damaged. He stood silently in front of the star map. Northgate Starport Command Center. Battle data was projected on the main screen. The voice of Tian Shu echoed. The first round of combat has concluded. Our losses: 4 frigates sunk, 6 heavily damaged, and withdrawn from battle. No destroyers sunk, 3 with overloaded shields. 2,100 drones were lost. The starport shield is currently at 9% and recharging. Enemy losses: 63 frigates sunk, 12 destroyers sunk. No damage to battleships or cruisers. Fang Heng stared at these numbers. The exchange rate was impressive, but the starport's shields were nearly depleted. Half the drones were gone, and 10 combat-ready frigates were lost. Meanwhile, the 3 enemy battleships hadn't lost a single hair. He picked up the communicator. Boss, the first round is over. We maintained our dignity, but the starport cannot withstand a second round of battleship volleys. He paused for a moment. But if we don't strike in the second round, they will charge straight in after regrouping. Wang Dao remained silent for 3 seconds. Your judgment. Fang Heng glanced at Lucas. Lucas raised a finger. One time. Strike again. This time I want to engage him directly. He'll use frigates to hold back his small ships, while the destroyers focus on harassing the battleships charging. As long as we force him to lose another batch of destroyers and frigates, he won't dare to charge the starport with his battleships unprotected. Wang Dao's voice was calm, but each word carried weight. Once. After that, retreat. Come back alive. Understood. Fang Heng put down the communicator and turned to every person in the bridge. No one spoke, but everyone was waiting for his next order. The second round of battle is imminent. Fang Heng stood in the command center, his gaze fixed on the 3 red beast outlines on the star map. 500,000 kilometers away. 3 battleships are regrouping, the main cannon charge indicator flashing rhythmically in the star map data. Their main cannon energy level exceeds 20,000. The 3 battleships can penetrate the starport's 50,000-point shield with a single volley. Lucas, how many rounds can the starport withstand now? 1 round. Lucas' voice was devoid of embellishment. The shield generator is still in an overload recovery phase. If the battleships fire now, they will directly hit the armor, so they can't be allowed into firing range. Fang Heng marked 3 points on the star map, his movements swift and precise. The first squadron of frigates advanced 20,000 kilometers ahead of the starport. The second squadron on the left flank, the third squadron on the right flank. The destroyers are on standby behind me. The position is right on the edge of the battleship's firing range. Once the frigates are locked on, they won't have time to retreat. Not having time to retreat is correct. Fang Heng did not turn around, tracing an arc on the star map with his finger. Raymond now has 2 choices. If the battleships target the frigates, they can take out dozens, but during the charge interval, the 10 main cannons of the starport can concentrate fire on his battleships. If he targets the starport, the frigates will survive and continue to infiltrate his formation. Both sides incur losses. Whichever he chooses, he will lose something. The officer stopped speaking, but his expression clearly showed he had not fully comprehended. Fang Heng glanced at him and added, he currently has fewer than 100 frigates left with just over 20 destroyers. With this number of small ships, our frigates can disrupt his formation. If he recklessly charges the starport, he will have to advance, while facing the slaughter from both flanks. He turned to Lucas and asked, how many drones do we have left? 3,500. Deploy them all. Spread them between the 3 squadrons to form a net. If his destroyers try to breach the defense perimeter again, let them enter and spin around. Lucas nodded, not saying anything further, his hands already moving over the console. The launch orders were sent out one by one without any unnecessary words. The 2 of them coordinated so well that there was little need for confirmation. All squadrons report status. First squadron is in position. Second squadron is in position. Third squadron is in position. The destroyer squadron is in position and ready to strike. 4 responses sequentially entered the channel, and Fang Heng put down the communicator. On the star map, the outlines of the 3 battleships began to move forward, their speed slow, but their direction unwavering. With the pieces set, it was time to see how the opponent would respond. The flagship Fearless of the Jialan Fleet Bridge. Raymond stared at the troop distribution map, his brow furrowed. The enemy's frigates had all advanced to a distance of 200,000 kilometers, spreading out in 3 lines, but the spacing was controlled with precision, just at the edge of the battleship's firing range. His officer pondered for a long time. Are they planning to use the frigates as targets? Not targets. Raymond tapped the armrest twice with his index finger. This problem was presented very directly, with only 2 options laid out for him. If he strikes the frigates, the main cannons of the starport have the chance to hit his battleships during the charge interval. If he targets the starport, those hundreds of T5 frigates will continue to hammer away at his remaining small ships. He knew that a couple of shots from the battleships would not sink them, but his frigates are limited in number. If another batch is lost, the remaining battleships and cruisers will truly become defenseless, unable to catch up with those small vessels or protect their flanks. The answer to this question had actually been set from the very beginning. He straightened his body. Battleship main cannon charging target. The enemy's first squadron of frigates. He paused for a moment, glancing at the distribution of the 3 lines of frigates. All units charge. At the Northgate Starport Command Center. High energy reaction. The enemy battleship main cannon is charging target, the first squadron. As the alarm from Tianshu fell, Fang Heng had already spoken first squadron disperse evade at full speed. 80 frigates ignited simultaneously, exploding outward in all directions. It was futile. The 3 battleships' main cannons illuminated simultaneously 6 beams of light, slicing through at near light speed. The void was torn open with 6 straight scorch marks, and the 3 leading frigates left no fragments. 5 others were grazed at the edges, their side armor shredded, losing power and tumbling in the vacuum. The first squadron lost 8 ships. Fang Heng remained unmoved. He had known this number would come. Starport main cannon battleship fire. 10 plasma balls were launched. The battleships turned sharply, but 2 of the balls still struck the left flank battleship's side shield, dropping its energy level by 15%. The ship body shook slightly, and the shield remained intact. Hit, but not breached. Continue charging. First squadron entangle the destroyers. Second and third squadrons penetrate the flanks. The starry sky was illuminated. 72 T5 frigates tore into the Jialan destroyer formation with the X-ray laser cannons, taking out several T3 frigates, with each volley striking and then retreating. The T4 destroyers' cannons followed these small vessels for a long time, but the target had already slipped out of range before a lock-on sound could even be heard. On the left flank, the third squadron cut in from behind, spreading a laser net, causing several T3 frigates to explode in clusters. On the right, the second squadron followed, causing the Jialan frigate formation to begin to contract towards the center. The enemy frigates are retreating. Fang Heng ignored his officers' tone, his gaze fixed on the battleship data. Half an hour passed, and they had lost dozens of frigates. Raymond tightened his grip on the armrest. Those T5 frigates were simply unreachable, like a swarm of biting insects dropping in and then fleeing, impossible to catch or drive away. Battleship main cannon charging complete. He looked at the star map. The first squadron of frigates was still interspersed among his destroyer group, and firing now could take out a dozen. But the main cannon lights of the starport were also glowing. Main cannon target the starport. He closed his eyes for a moment. All units retreat 20,000 kilometers, reorganize the formation, and once the main cannon is charged, we will breach the starport with a single volley. Understood. 6 beams of light were launched. High-energy reaction. Target the starport. Fang Heng was already shouting all units retreat. It was too late. 5 beams struck the starport shield, with one grazing the edge. The shield dropped from more than half to 8%, and the generator emitted a continuous overload warning, causing the entire starport to tremble. Shield at 8%, generator overloaded, expected restart in 3 minutes. On the star map, the Jialan fleet was retreating to 400,000 kilometers, orderly and slowly, with the 3 battleships at the rear like 3 moving walls. Chase, the officer asked. They could catch up and take out dozens, but the battleship's main cannon had already charged, and as long as they turned around, consolidate the formation. The communicator vibrated, and Wang Dao's voice came through. Withdraw. The starport's shield won't hold. Lure them to set sail. Fang Heng was silent for 2 seconds. Give me one more round. After that I will withdraw. Wang Dao did not respond immediately, and there was silence in the channel for a few seconds. Stay alive. Understood. Fang Heng ended the communication and turned to everyone in the command center. Outside the viewport, the 3 battleships were reforming their line at 400,000 kilometers, the pre-charging glow of the main cannons already shining. At the Northgate Star port, the final battle loomed. Fang Heng stared at the star map. 400,000 kilometers away, 3 battleships realigned their formation. The shields were fully charged. The main cannon's charging progress steadily climbed. The barrel aimed directly at the starport. The Jialan's escort ships were down to just over 100, while 18 destroyers remained. The small ship's assault was nearing completion. The 3 colossal beasts had not even shed a layer of paint. Tianshu, initiate shield reboot countdown. 2 minutes and 40 seconds. Fang Heng did not respond. Raymond would not wait. 2 minutes and 40 seconds. Enemy battleship high-energy warning. Tianshu's mechanical voice echoed through the channel. All fleets execute the designated plan. Fang Heng spoke rapidly. First squad advance 15,000 kilometers to engage the targets. Second and third squads flank and take out their destroyers. Destroyers follow me. First squad received. 72 T5 escort ships departed from the starport for cover. The engine's tail flames trailed behind like a long blue tail. The formation spread wide, charging into the main cannon's firing range of the battleships. Second squad received. Third squad received. 142 escort ships divided into 2 streams, bypassing the front and directly attacking the flanks of the Jialan fleet. Destroyers in position. On board the Invincible's bridge, Raymond watched the radar screen as 72 fast-approaching lights drew near. Main cannon groups lock onto the first squad. Fire. 6 beams of high energy tore through the vacuum. 5 escort ships were vaporized on the spot, leaving no wreckage. 7 others were grazed by the edges of the beams. Side armor flaked off, and the power systems went down. The out-of-control ship rolled away into the void. At the same time, the heavy artillery of the starport completed its rotation. The first squad suffered 12 casualties. The remaining 60 vessels have dispersed to evade. The damage report came from the aid. Starport main cannon target the battleship. Fire. 10 clusters of high-density plasma balls launched. The battleship, massive in size, turned awkwardly in an emergency maneuver. The plasma balls followed a parabolic trajectory with tracking features. 3 clusters struck the side of the central battleship. 2 clusters hit the bow of the left-wing battleship. The energy shield underwent severe deformation. The central ship's shield dropped to 61%. The left-wing shield fell to 70%. Hit, but not penetrated. Continue charging. Fang Heng focused on the data from the flanks. 2nd squad, 3rd squad, clear the area. The void lit up with an interwoven web of firepower. 142 T-5 escort ships maneuvered with high agility into the Jialan formation. X-ray lasers crisscrossed and cut through. The T-3 level shields of Jialan could not withstand even half a second against the T-5 cannons. A volley fired and the escort ships disintegrated in groups. Enemy escort ship formation has collapsed. Vengeful destroyers squadron engage. Target enemy destroyers fire at will. 16 vengeful destroyers surged in from the right blind spot. Main cannons fired in unison. 3 Jialan destroyers overloaded their shields instantly. Internal explosions occurred, splitting the ships in half. The main cannons of the Jialan destroyers struck the T-5 shields, creating ripples that required consecutive hits to breach. But the Vengeful's firepower could take down one of them in a single round. A pure firepower overwhelm. 12 enemy destroyers remain currently disengaging. Tian Shu's piercing alarm drowned out the aide's report. High energy reaction. Enemy battleships, main cannon fully charged. Targeting the starport. All personnel retreat. In the moment following the command, the beams arrived. 6 beams traversed 400,000 kilometers. This time, no escort ships acted as meat shields. 5 beams struck the starport's main shield directly. 1 grazed along the side armor. 8% of the remaining shield was instantly depleted. The shield generator exploded in a series of detonations. The entire starport tilted to the side, then was forcibly pulled back by the attitude control engines. Metal panels fell from the command centers, ceiling crashing onto the vacant control stations. Shield generator has been destroyed. Outer armor damaged over 80%. Pressure lost in left sectors, C to F. Fang Heng braced himself against the command platform to steady his stance. Can the main cannon still be used? Lucas' voice crackled through the channel, accompanied by background noise. 7 can fire once more. 3 have been destroyed along with their bases. That's enough. Fang Heng straightened up. All available main cannons lock onto the central battleship. Fire. 7 clusters of plasma balls launched once again. This time the Jialan battleships were slow to evade. 4 clusters struck the central battleship directly. 2 clusters slammed into the left wing. The already damaged shield of the central ship could not hold for even a second. The overload alarm blared throughout the Invincible. The thick outer armor was melted through, leaving a large hole. Flames erupted from within. Black smoke dissipated rapidly in the vacuum. On the bridge of the Invincible, Raymond gazed at the damage report of the central battleship. Shield overload. Armor damage. The main structure of the ship remained intact, but the main cannon's charging pipeline was damaged, doubling the cooling time. He pulled up the damage statistics for the entire fleet. The number of escort ships had dwindled to less than 100. Only 12 destroyers remained, still being chased down. The outer barriers had completely vanished. 3 battleships and 3 cruisers remained unscathed. But without escort vessels, those highly maneuverable T-5 ships could fire freely around the capital ships. They could not catch up. They couldn't shake them off. Raymond looked at the holographic projection of the starport, riddled with damage. Flames spread across the armor's surface. If they fired another volley, that space fortress would be utterly destroyed. But if his fleet continued to linger, the outer small ships would be whittled down. All fleets turn around and retreat. Enemy forces are retreating. The aide shouted. Fang Heng looked at the star map. The 3 battleships turned their bows with the main engines at full power, gradually increasing the distance. Shall we pursue? No pursuit. Fang Heng connected to the secured channel. Boss, the North Gate is lost. The Jialan have scattered debris everywhere, but their battleship formation still stands. We need to leave. Retreat. Wang Dao's voice came over the radio. As long as we are alive, it's enough. Set sail for Qihang. Fang Heng cut off the communication, scanning the command center. Outside the window, flames were spewing from the damaged areas of the North Gate starport, casting the surrounding debris in orange-red hues. All fleets withdraw in sequence. Escort ships lead, destroyers follow. Non-combat personnel of the starport enter the escape pods. Lucas stepped onto the bridge, handing over a tactical tablet. Red numbers flickered on the screen. Self-destruct sequence initiated, 30-minute countdown. I added a little something to ensure they won't leave even a screw behind. Lucas grinned. Fang Heng took the tablet. They had forcefully taken down dozens of Jialan escort ships, 6 destroyers, and even stripped a layer off the battleships. The aide quietly asked beside him, was it worth sacrificing the starport? Fang Heng tossed the tablet onto the control panel. It will take 5 more days for the cruiser to launch. All fleets withdraw. As he turned, the gravity compensators in the passage began to malfunction, causing Fang Heng to feel slightly weightless with each step. The air was thick with a burnt smell. Tian Shu's alarm transformed into a rhythmic shriek, signaling the last operations of the starport. Commander, all evacuation ships have left the port. The aide stood firm at the closed airlock door, clutching an emergency oxygen tank. Fang Heng glanced back at the command center. On the large screen, the hologram representing the Northgate starport was flashing red lights incessantly. Go. The two of them boarded the shuttle. The cabin door closed and external pressure plummeted. The shuttle was ejected from the launch track, leaving the side of the starport and gliding into deep space. Outside the porthole, 16 vengeful destroyers had already spread into formation. The escort fleet gathered, protecting several bulky evacuation ships at the center. Connect with the boss. Fang Heng fastened his seatbelt. Wang Dao's projection appeared on the small screen. The background was dark with only a few indicator lights glowing. Did you make it out? We made it. Fang Heng wiped his face. The starport is left to Raymond. Lucas had added some personal touches in the reactor. As long as they dared to come within 20,000 kilometers, they would surely give those battleships a hot bath. Raymond didn't pursue. He's lamenting his escort ships. But he still has 3 battleships. Fang Heng reminded, those are tough nuts to crack. Without cruisers, we can't penetrate that shell. So we need to head to Qihang. Wang Dao shut down the star map. Beside him, the cruiser's keel has already been assembled. Raymond doesn't have small ships to scout. He won't dare to chase too deep. The shuttle trembled slightly as it successfully docked with the Vengeful. Fang Heng stepped into the flagship's bridge, his first gaze landing on the radar. 400,000 kilometers away, the Jialan fleet had come to a halt. The 3 massive battleships hovered in place. 10 seconds to countdown. Lucas' voice cut into the public channel. 3, 2, 1. Go. In the depths of the starry sky, the core of the Northgate starport suddenly contracted. A blinding white light erupted from within. There was no sound in the vacuum. Only pure energy was released. The massive steel structure collapsed from within, and armor plates shot out in all directions. The shockwaves swept through the void. Even from hundreds of thousands of kilometers away, the shield of the Vengeful still registered weak ripples. On the radar screen, the green light representing the starport completely vanished. Fang Heng returned to his command post. All fleets transitioned to hyperspace navigation. Target Qihang. Meanwhile, on the Invincible, Raymond stood before the porthole. The distant nebula was gradually expanding. His hands gripped the window frame tightly. General, the starport self-destructed. Residual energy interference is too strong. We cannot approach to salvage. Raymond said nothing. He examined the damage report. The escort ship formation was nearly obliterated. Only a breath remained for the destroyers. He had won the North Gate, but he was left with only 3 battleships lacking escorts. Which direction did they retreat? Qihang. That's their last stronghold. Raymond looked at the straight line on the star map pointing to Qihang. They retreated too cleanly. Station and regroup. Wait for the supply ships from the rear. He issued the command. The North Gate was lost, but the Jialan's teeth had been shattered. In the upcoming battles, he would need to reassess. Wang Dao stood at the command platform in the core control hall, gazing at the holographic star map. The Jialan fleet was approaching. The wreckage of the Northgate starport floated in the void with a radiation cloud trailing a tail several 100,000 kilometers long. However, the Jialan people had completed their preparations, bypassing the ruins and heading straight for the Qihang star system. Tianshu status of the cruiser fleet. All 4 Advancer-class cruisers have been completed, currently undergoing final outfitting. They can be combat-ready within 2 hours. Master, should we activate the Star Fortress Core module jump suppressor to prevent the enemy fleet from directly jumping into the star system? Wang Dao shook his head. No need. It took Fang Heng 11 days. Fang Heng had dragged it out for 11 days. Urgent footsteps sounded behind him. Fang Heng strode in his battle suit, impeccably worn, his eyes sparkling and his back straight. Boss, the destroyer squad is in position. 16 ships, all repaired. You've worked hard. Wang Dao patted him on the shoulder. Go take a rest. He'll command the upcoming battle. Fang Heng shook his head. Let me stay here, it feels more reassuring. Wang Dao did not insist. He turned to look at the sensor screen. The red dots of the Jialan fleet were moving slowly. 3 battleships, 3 cruisers, 12 destroyers, and 74 frigates. One of the battleships was clearly moving slower. A souvenir left by the main cannon of the Northgate starport. The brief rest evidently did not restore its efficiency. Tinshu, how long until the enemy is within the star fortress firing range? At the current speed, 4 hours. 4 hours. Wang Dao glanced at Fang Heng. That's enough. He picked up the communicator. All fleets battle preparation. All units be ready in 4 hours. 4 hours later. Qihang Star Fortress. All 4 super-large particle acceleration cannons of the Star Fortress had completed charging, their muzzles glowing with a dull light. The defense array was in standby mode, and the judgment drones surged out from the hangar, spreading a dense interception net in front of the Star Fortress. On both sides of the Star Fortress, nearly 200 T-5 frigates were arranged in 3 formations. The silver-white hulls merged into a single piece under the starlight, resembling 3 compressed metal plates from a distance. 16 destroyers maneuvered between the formations. Behind the Star Fortress, 4 Advancer-class cruisers floated silently. Their hulls, 2,500 meters long, shimmered with a cold metallic sheen. Each ship was equipped with 6 large gamma-ray cannons, all aimed at the direction of the approaching Jialan fleet. Fang Heng was already standing on the bridge of one of the cruisers. It was his first time commanding a battle from a cruiser. His palms were sweaty, but he did not wipe them. Boss, the cruiser squad is in position. Wang Dao's voice came from the channel com. Wait until they are within range. Follow my orders. Jialan fleet flagship, Fearless. Raymond stood on the bridge staring at the massive star fortress on the star map. A 50-kilometer high steel fortress. For super-large main cannons. A dense array of defensive systems. All fleets battle formation. His voice was low, battleships in the center, cruisers on the wings. Frigates in front, destroyers behind. He paused. The pressure from behind forced him to make a move. Relay the order, all forces attack. Qihang Star Fortress Core Control Hall. The enemy has entered firing range. Distance 500,000 kilometers, Tianxi's voice sounded. Wang Dao looked at the red dots on the star map, drawing closer. Star Fortress main cannons target the enemy's central battleship and left-wing battleship. Assign 2 cannons to each. Fire. For groups of high-density particle spheres shot out trailing beams of light as they sped toward the Jialan fleet at near-light speed. The battleships urgently evaded, but the particle groups were too fast. 2 groups slammed into the shield of the central battleship, energy ripples exploding outward from the point of impact. The other 2 groups targeted the left-wing battleship. One group hit the ship's belly, and the second group was deflected by evasive maneuvers, grazing past the bow of a damaged ship on the right, stripping away a layer of outer armor. Central battleship shield significantly reduced. The outer armor of the damaged ship on the right has peeled away, a new crack appearing on its hull, Tianxiu reported. Continue charging. Wang Dao ordered. Frigate first formation move forward to meet the enemy. Second and third formations on standby. The starry sky lit up. 60 T-5 frigates surged from the left wing of the Star Fortress, forming a wedge shape, advancing towards the vanguard of the Jialan fleet. X-ray laser cannons fired in unison, the pale beams weaving a net in the void. Jialan's T-3 frigates collided. In the first round of fire, more than 10 were turned into debris. The T-3 shields could not withstand the concentrated fire from the T-5s for more than 2 seconds. The remaining T-3 fought back desperately, with several T-5 shields flickering violently. 2 of them struck through their front armor, trailing smoke as they exited the formation. The second round of fire covered over, and again more than 10 T-3s exploded into fragments. The Jialan destroyers attempted to launch a surprise attack, but the T-5 frigates were too fast, always dodging just before being locked on. Enemy destroyers accelerating. 12 ships sprinting at full speed target the Star Fortress. Wang Dao glanced at Fang Heng's cruiser squad's position. His finger traced an arc on the star map, not hidden, but from the flank. When the destroyers sprinted at full speed, their sides were most exposed and shield distribution was thinnest. Fang Heng, it's your turn. Flank insertion. Understood. Fang Heng's voice came from the channel. Cruiser squad coordinate jump, activate. 4 Advancer-class cruisers simultaneously activated their fleet jump guides. A blue-white energy field spread outward, enveloping the destroyers and frigates behind. Target, the flank of the enemy destroyers. Jump. Hundreds of warships simultaneously transformed into flowing light, vanishing into the void. In the next second, they appeared on the right side of the Jialan destroyer group. The landing point was off by 20,000 kilometers, but it was close enough. Fire. For cruisers, gamma-ray cannons fired simultaneously, wide beams cutting into the destroyer group. 3 Jialan destroyers were directly hit, their shields overloaded, the hulls rapidly heating under the high-energy rays, collapsing from within in seconds. The destroyer group's laser cannons followed closely, dense beams covering the area. 2 more destroyers disintegrated in the explosions. The frigates fired in unison, blocking the retreat path. A Jialan destroyer attempting to turn was hit by a dozen beams, simultaneously breaking into 3 pieces. 6 enemy destroyers remaining retreating, Fang Hung reported. General, 4 unknown signals have appeared in the enemy formation. Tonnage estimated. Cruiser class. The adjutant's voice was tense. Raymond did not answer immediately. He mentally retraced the earlier events. These signals had not appeared before, yet now, at such a critical moment, they emerged. Quite accurate, he said. General, should we adjust the engagement plan? No adjustments, Raymond interrupted. Their cruisers have just been launched. The crew will take at least 2 to 3 days to get accustomed. In a real fight, their reaction speed won't be faster than that of the destroyers. Those 4 new ships won't turn the tide. Yet Raymond did not retreat. Enemy battleships, main cannons fully charged. Target cruiser squad. Tianchi's voice suddenly rose. 3 battleships completed their turn amidst the chaos. Raymond placed all his bets on this shot. He did not fire at the Star Fortress, but directed all 6 main cannon beams toward Fang Hung's cruiser formation. Evasive maneuvers. Fang Hung shouted. The cruisers were far larger than the frigates, lacking a comparable level of maneuverability. The flagship changed direction twice in quick succession, 2 beams of light grazing over the hull, causing the fixed parts in the corridors to rattle. The 3rd and 4th ships each took a hit, their shields fluctuating violently, but holding on. The 2nd ship was not so lucky. 2 beams hit the starboard side in succession, causing the shields to fluctuate violently before extinguishing. The hull armor was exposed in an instant, and another wave swept through, tearing a 20-meter-long gash in the entire starboard shell. Alarms blared within the cabin. Starboard shield overloaded. Right side armor torn, 3rd weapon compartment depressurized. What about the crew? Fang Hung asked. 6 men in the 3rd weapon compartment confirmed deceased. Fang Hung remained silent. He stared at the damage diagram of the 2nd ship on the tactical screen for 2 seconds, memorizing the number. What about the main cannon? What about power? Normal. The isolation of the 3rd weapon compartment does not affect combat capabilities. Continue firing. Fang Hung shifted his gaze from the damage chart, focusing on the position of the battleships. They had just fired their main cannons and would need at least 3 minutes to recharge. Boss, now's the time. Wang Dao did not hesitate. Star Fortress main cannons, 2nd round. Target the central battleship. Fire. For groups of particle spheres roared out once more. The central battleship's shield, already on the brink, was directly hit by 2 groups this round. The shield collapsed on the spot. High-energy particles ripped through the front armor, penetrating 3 layers of bulkheads. Flames erupted inside the hull, followed by a chain reaction explosion. The entire front half of the battleship turned into a rolling fireball within seconds. Raymond watched the damage screen. The central battleship had lost combat capability. The left-wing battleship's shield was in critical condition. The one that returned from the North Gate was even more likely to disintegrate at any moment. He remained silent for 3 seconds. All forces retreat. Battleships cover exit the Star Fortress firing range. The Jialan fleet changed direction, engines fully powered, retreating outward. Should we pursue? Fang Hung asked. Wang Dao looked at the red dots on the star map that were moving away. Although the 3 battleships were damaged, they were not completely incapacitated. The main cannons would be ready to fire again in 3 minutes. Meanwhile, on their side, the 2nd cruiser had a large hole in its starboard side, and the crew's lack of coordination had resulted in a jump landing point off by 20,000 kilometers, making their evasion response half a beat slow. Do not pursue, Wang Dao said. The 2nd ship will return to port for repairs. The remaining units will regroup and enter defensive alert. He turned to look at the data on the star map. Can't you tally the battle losses? Fang Hung turned off the channel and sat in the command chair for a while. The bridge was very quiet. The alarm from earlier still buzzed in his ears. He called up the identification numbers of the 6 personnel in the 3rd weapon compartment of the 2nd ship and saved them to his personal terminal. The remnants of the Jialan fleet regrouped over 1 million kilometers from the outer perimeter of the Star Fortress. 3 battleships were all heavily damaged. The most severely damaged ship was the one from the Northgate starport, whose shield had yet to recover, with visible cracks on the armor illuminated by the ship's lights. The other 2 ships were swept by the Star Fortress main cannon, their shield strength barely reaching 30%. The 3 cruisers were intact, serving as the only silver lining. 6 destroyers and 22 frigates huddled behind the battleships, their formation disarrayed like a game of unfinished chess. Raymond stood on the bridge of the Fearless. He had been staring at the star chart for a long time, his fingers incessantly tapping on the armrest. Is the jump beacon set up? It's set along the evacuation route and can be activated at any time. Raymond briefly closed his eyes. 3 battleships, 3 cruisers, 35 destroyers, and 300 frigates. What started as a grand fleet was now reduced to less than a fraction. Relay the order to the whole fleet, he said. Battleships, prepare for coordinated jump. Target. Evacuate the departure star system. All fleet, activate the jump beacon. 15 seconds later, all engines entered jump preparation mode. 3 seconds later, all engines simultaneously sounded alarms. Commander, the jump beacon signal is being interfered with. Unable to locate jump coordinates. Conventional jumps cannot be initiated. All jump channels within the entire star system have been suppressed. Raymond's fingers froze. The jump suppressor. Only facilities above the scale of a super-large space station could carry such equipment. He had seen it once at the Jialan headquarters. Its coverage radius extended throughout the entire star system. The Star Fortress had never used this device. From the moment they entered the departure star sector until now, it had not been activated. It wasn't that it couldn't. It was waiting for them to run. Waiting for them to expose the evacuation route, waiting for all ships to switch to jump mode, then locking them in one go. All fleet scatter and break through. Raymond's voice was calm, but the joints of his fingers on the armrest turned white. Battleship formation turned to face the Star Fortress charge main cannons. The cruisers, accompanied by destroyers and frigates, charged out from 3 directions to escape the suppression zone. The suppression zone covers the entire star system, then charge to the edge of the star system. Raymond interrupted his officer at all costs. In the core control hall, the voice of the heavenly pivot echoed. Master, the Jialan fleet's jump has failed. They are dispersing. On the star chart, red dots scattered chaotically in 4 directions. However, the 3 battleships did not flee. Instead, they turned their bows back. Wang Dao observed the change in direction with slightly narrowed eyes. Use the battleships to block the door and let the smaller ships escape, he said. Raymond has not lost his mind. Fang Heng's voice came through the channel. Boss, the jump suppressor is activated. They can't escape. Should we engage? His tone was much more restrained than during the previous battle. The numbers of the 6 individuals on the second cruiser still existed on his terminal. Engage, Wang Dao said. Target the battleships first. They are blocking the way, or dismantle the door. Understood. Fang Heng turned to the bridge. Cruiser squad coordinate jump. Target, the flank of the enemy battleship formation. The destroyers followed with the frigate squad, intercepting the dispersed enemy ships. The Star Fortress jump suppressor was T5 grade. T4 suppressors do not distinguish between friend and foe, while T5 can reserve jump channels for friendly fleets through IFF identification systems. 4 forward-class cruisers jumped simultaneously. 16 destroyers and hundreds of frigates followed them into the fray. They appeared 100,000 kilometers to the left of the Jialan battleship formation. The severely damaged battleship brought back from the North Gate was facing this direction. Concentrate fire on that one, Fang Heng ordered. The 24 large gamma-ray cannons of the 4 cruisers fired simultaneously. That battleship had no shields, for beams pierced through its front armor with 2 directly penetrating the hull. It broke apart in the middle with the 2 sections of debris spiraling off in opposite directions, the internal flames illuminating the surrounding void for thousands of kilometers. The first battleship sank. However, Raymond's arrangements were not in vain. The other 2 battleships' main cannons had fully charged. They had been waiting for the cruisers to appear. 2 beams from the main cannons shot out simultaneously. One grazed the flagship's shields, the shockwave causing the entire bridge to shake violently. The other accurately struck the destroyer formation behind the cruiser squad. The shield of one destroyer overloaded instantly, and the second beam followed up, blowing the hull apart from the middle. As debris scattered, it also affected the nearby Allied ship, causing another destroyer's shield to sound an alarm. 1 destroyer lost. The Dawn has 67 crew members aboard, reported the heavenly pivot. Fang Heng gritted his teeth. Cruiser squad evade. Counterattack. Concentrate fire on the left-wing battleship. The 4 cruisers dispersed, forming a crossfire on the 2 battleships from 3 directions. The second round of gamma-ray cannon fire erupted. The shield of the left-wing battleship held for less than 3 seconds. 6 beams penetrated its armor in succession, causing the engine compartment to explode, and the entire ship lost power, slowly rotating in inertia. The last battleship was isolated and helpless. Raymond stood on the bridge of the Fearless, watching the battleships on both sides. One had sunk, while the other was adrift. The communication channel was filled with noise. The distress signals from cruisers and destroyers echoed. The dispersed fleeing frigates were being caught up by the departing frigate fleet, exploding one after another. The main cannon of the Fearless had already fired its last shot. Charging would take another 2 minutes. In 2 minutes, the enemy cruiser squad would encircle them. Commander, the officer's voice was soft. Raymond looked down at his hands. Then he raised his head. Open all channels. The communication was connected. This is Raymond, commander of the Jialan exploration fleet, he said. We surrender. Ceasefire. Fang Heng looked at Wang Dao. The channel fell silent for 2 seconds. Ceasefire, Wang Dao said. All units stop attacking. The battle lasted 37 minutes from the activation of the jump suppressor to the ceasefire. The heavenly pivot reported the battle outcomes one by one. Fang Heng listened to the numbers without saying a word. On the Jialan side, 3 battleships, 1 sunk, 1 lost power, 1 surrendered. 3 cruisers, 2 sunk, 1 heavily damaged, and surrendered. 8 destroyers all sunk. 22 frigates, 20 sunk, 2 escaped the suppression zone. On the departure side, 1 destroyer sunk, 3 frigates sunk, the second cruiser was still under repair from previous damage. A total of 141 casualties. Raymond was brought into the core control hall of the Star Fortress. He looked around. The scale and equipment configuration of this hall exceeded his expectations. The Heavenly Pivot's holographic star chart projected in midair, clearly revealing the entire battlefield. Wang Dao sat in the command position. From beginning to end, it was you attacking my territory. Wang Dao said, I want to know what kind of authority your superiors granted you to allow you to leave 400 ships here. Raymond remained silent for a moment. What do you want? A ceasefire agreement. You can sign it. Conditions. Wang Dao said, the area within 50 light-years of the departure star system is the exclusive territory of the star group, and Jialan acknowledges sovereignty. Regarding war reparations, I do not want money but supplies. Rare minerals, high-purity energy crystals, a list will be compiled by the Heavenly Pivot and sent to you. The Jialan fleet is not allowed to enter a range of 200 light-years from the departure star system. 200 light-years is too large, Raymond said. You came here and fought 2 battles. Wang Dao looked at him. What do you think it should be? 150 light-years, Raymond replied. 200 light-years would cut into 3 major trade routes. The board won't approve it. That's your problem. Raymond looked at him for 2 seconds. Wang Dao did not speak again and showed no signs of compromise. 200 light-years. Raymond said, I will sign. He signed the agreement. After signing, he stood there without leaving immediately. Wang Dao said, your people will be released. We will treat the injured first. You can leave when you are able to walk. Raymond nodded and turned to follow the escort out. He paused at the door without turning back. Then he left. The hall fell silent. Fang Heng exited the channel and approached the star chart. He pulled up the numbers of all 141 people who died today, saving them one by one into his terminal. This action took him 4 minutes. Wang Dao leaned against the command chair looking at another part of the star chart. After saving the data, Fang Heng put away his terminal and glanced at the empty departure star sector on the star chart. All the red dots had disappeared. Boss, he said. What if they come with more people next time? Wang Dao thought for a moment. Then we will build more ships. A week after the ceasefire was signed, the Qihong Starfort finally eased out of wartime readiness. In the core control hall, Tianxi's holographic star map glowed quietly. Wang Dao stood before the star map, hands braced on the console's rim, while Tianshu tallied the battle ledger line by line. The icon for the Bayman starport was shaded a dull gray. That starport had been blasted to ruins at the end. Its wreckage still drifted in orbit. The Qihong starfort had suffered no direct hit. The Jialan bombardment had never reached it throughout the engagement. Our total losses, Tianshu reported in its flat voice: 1 cruiser lightly damaged, 1 destroyer sunk, 71 escorts sunk, and over 3,000 drones destroyed. 503 fatalities, Tianshu continued without inflection. Wang Dao tapped the edge of the console twice, then stopped. 503. Silence filled the hall. Fang Heng leaned against a column at the side, gripping the corner of a paper list until the edge was creased. Tianshu went on to enumerate the Jialan losses. Jialan lost 1 battleship to sinking and captured 2. 1 adrift and powerless, the other surrendered and was towed back. 3 cruisers were completely sunk. 35 destroyers sunk. 298 escorts sunk. 2 escaped. Including almost 400 logistical vessels, only 2 got away. Those figures would be enough to boast for a lifetime. Yet no one smiled. Wang Dao did not linger on the casualty list. He turned and looked at Lucas, who stood at the other side of the map. Rebuild and upgrade the Bayman starport. He tapped the gray ruin on the star map, then slid his finger to the positions of the east and west gates. Upgrade both of those into starforts. Lucas nodded. His datapad was already open. This man always worked half a step ahead of an order. Bayman rebuild and upgrade, 9 months construction period. East and west gates to be upgraded into starforts, each requiring 6 months. The 3 projects can proceed in parallel. Engineering ships and materials are sufficient. Do them together. Wang Dao did not hesitate, and his finger tapped 5 more locations on the star map. Within the cluster, build 5 additional resource starports. He pointed at each in turn. These 3 are high-value mineral belts. These 2 are in orbit around gas giants. Their purposes are clear: mining, refining, and producing escorts. They will not take scheduling priority in the main starfort's docks. 5. Lucas raised an eyebrow. 5. Lucas did not ask again and recorded it on his datapad. Fang Heng straightened from the column and walked to the console. He slapped the crumpled paper list onto the surface. It was printed, and its corners were worn. Boss fleet replenishment status. Between repairs and new builds, we have 200 escorts. 15 destroyers, seaworthy, 4 cruisers. That's all we have right now. Wang Dao did not take the sheet. From today, all warships will be disbanded and reconstituted. He drew up a formation framework on the star map. Obviously, Tianshu had calculated it already. Standard fleet composition: 1 cruiser, 10 destroyers, 100 escorts. Use the fleet as the smallest tactical deployment unit. Fang Heng looked down at the framework and ran numbers through his head. To field 4 full fleets, we need 4 cruisers, 40 destroyers, 400 escorts. We have just enough cruisers. Destroyers are short by 25, escorts short by 200. Then keep building. If all 24 medium docks of the starport run, we can produce 2 destroyers every 3 months when all 24 docks build simultaneously. Fang Heng counted on his fingers, then paused. No, we must reserve capacity for cruisers. Wang Dao cut him off. Give the starport docks to destroyer production. Lucas interjected. Each resource starport will be equipped with small docks producing 12 escorts per month. 5 resource starports at full production yield 60 escorts per month. Fang Heng's lips moved, but he said nothing. 60 escorts a month. Within a little over 3 months, the 200 shortfall would be filled and production could continue to stockpile. Wang Dao looked at him. From today, you are fleet commander. Fang Heng's expression grew solemn. For fleets, each with a deputy commander. Wang Dao continued. Select deputies from captains who performed well in this battle. You decide the candidates and report to me. Fang Heng stood straighter and unconsciously clicked his heels together. Understood. Wang Dao stepped back 2 paces, then paused. He looked at Fang Heng and then at Lucas. This battle has secured our foothold in the D-Boss star sector. But merely defending is not enough. We must secure income. He zoomed the star map out to a 50 light-year radius. I intend to open the outer perimeter of the cluster to commerce. External trade will be conducted under the unified name of Chuanqing Group. This 50 light-year region will henceforth be formally called the Qihang Star Cluster. Chu Ming had been summoned by Tianshu and entered carrying a half-finished synthetic coffee. Boss, what's so urgent? Chu Ming asked. Wang Dao did not answer with words. His finger marked 6 points on the star map. The 6 dots lay evenly around the outskirts of the Qihang Star Cluster, covering every direction. Build commercial starports at these 6 positions, Wang Dao said. Tianshu has analyzed all known routes around the cluster. These 6 are core nodes. Merchant vessels approaching the D-Boss sector will pass by at least 2 of them. Chu Ming set down his cup and leaned toward the map. His eyes flicked among the 6 coordinates several times. Site selection is sound. Construction timeline. Lucas answered. Commercial starports don't need full docks. Only basic maintenance and resupply. Primarily build berthing and trading districts. Each will take about 2 months, 6 built in parallel. / most of the dock capacity, Wang Dao added. Free up space to expand berthing. Each commercial starport must be able to simultaneously accommodate at least 300 merchant vessels. Chu Ming stared at the map for several seconds. What tax rate? 10% lower than the current D-Boss star sector standard. Chu Ming's brow twitched. The sector's trade tax was already modest. Cutting another 10% was tantamount to taking business from others' tables. Won't establish trade hubs in the D-Boss sector object? Chu Ming asked. Let them object, Wang Dao replied. A merchant ship docking here is safer than at any frontier station. Safety alone justifies that 10%. Besides, these routes are newly opened. Oh, we're not fighting over existing traffic. Chu Ming considered and then nodded. The reasoning was sound. Safety, low taxes, and fresh routes. 3 cards to play and the caravans would come. We lack manpower. He raised a practical point. 6 commercial starports operating simultaneously. Current staff won't fill the ranks. Recruit a second wave of 10,000 personnel dedicated to operating the commercial starports, Wang Dao said. You determine recruitment channels, prioritize experienced workers from the D-Boss star sector. Offer generous pay, don't be stingy. Chu Ming took a sip of his now cold coffee, frowned, and set the cup down. Understood. They returned to the matter of resource starports. Among the 5, Wang Dao's gaze lingered longest on 2. One lay in the eastward direction, the Nuaka mineral belt remnant of a supernova. Nuaka Kashur was the core raw material for T5 level alloy armor. It couldn't be bought on the open market because no one sold it. Whoever held a Nuaka vein held the lifeblood of T5 warship construction. The other site orbited the gas giant Sanxiong, the dark matter condensate extraction station. It supplied the crucial components for T5 large dark matter energy cores that powered starforts and star citadels. Warships' energy cores also relied on it. These 2 were lifelines. The remaining 3 were volume producers yielding base alloys and shield materials. Each resource starport will take 3 months to construct. Lucas added standard fittings, mining drone control center, materials refinery, smelting workshops, and 12 small docks. The 5 will be built in parallel and brought online in 3 months. Each site produces 12 escorts per month. 5 sites total 60 escorts per month. Output from the main starfort will be calculated separately. Fang Heng couldn't help but ask, after half a year, how many fleets can we field? Tian Shu has run simulations. Lucas pulled up a data set. Optimistically, in 6 months, we could form 8 standard fleets. 8 fleets. Fang Heng repeated the number inwardly, but Wang Dao shook his head. Don't get ahead. Prioritize filling the 4 fleets before thinking bigger. 400 escorts is the top priority. Concentrate the starport docks on destroyer production. 1 bite at a time. Fang Heng suppressed the trace of excitement on his face and nodded. One more thing, Wang Dao said. The 2 captured Jialan battleships. Several heads in the hall turned toward him. Tian Shu has completed a preliminary scan. The system supplied the data. Both are Jialan Collective Shin-Pan's Heckless battleships, 10 kilometers in length, armed with large neutron beam arrays. One has an intact power core and is reparable. The other suffered severe power damage, but its weapons and armor have salvage value. Wang Dao considered briefly. Repair the one that can be fixed and sell it when complete. Strip down the irreparable one and reclaim the materials. Fang Heng's mouth twitched. We haven't unlocked battleship construction, yet have we? No. Battleships are built at Star Citadels. Our T4 class systems aren't compatible with theirs, Wang Dao said. Still, our cruisers are no worse than T4 battleships. After the meeting, everyone took their assigned tasks. Lucas went to coordinate engineering ship deployments. Fang Heng returned to the docks to oversee reorganization, and Chu Ming began drafting the commercial starport operations and recruitment plans. The hall thinned out. Toward evening, Fa entered Wang Dao's office carrying a report which she put on the desk before taking the chair opposite with the same easy manner as if she were at home. The survey fleet made another sweep of the perimeter, she said. Sensors recorded new data. Internal detection resolution of the cluster can be enhanced. Wang Dao flipped through the report charts, waveforms, coordinates, all neatly arranged. He closed it casually and leaned back against the chair. No rush. The Jialan won't dare return soon. Fa watched him for a while. Relief did not quite settle on Wang Dao's face. He had won the battle, signed the agreement, and secured territory, yet his features lacked the ease of a triumphant victor. What are you thinking about? She asked. Progress on Qihang stellar terraforming, Wang Dao answered. 8% complete. 9 years remain. Stellar terraforming would be his foundation for the future. Once the terraforming finished, he could apply for a lordship and firmly claim this place. Fa did not pursue that line. Wang Dao's attention returned to the star map terminal as his fingers traced and adjusted unseen data. The door closed behind them. The corridor was quiet, broken only by the low hum of the ventilation system. 2 months later, the 6 commercial starports were almost completed simultaneously. On the star map, 6 icons lit up in the void 50 light-years from the periphery of the Qihang star cluster. They were not as majestic and fierce as the star fortress, lacking rows of super-large main cannons and dense defensive arrays. They were merely 6 open portals specifically designed to welcome merchant convoys from all directions. Wang Dao stood on the observation platform of the Qihang star fortress, gazing at the 6 newly lit points of light. Fei stood beside him holding a cup of freshly brewed tea. They built it quite quickly, Fei said, following his gaze. I just wonder if anyone will come. They will come. Wang Dao took the teacup. Chu Ming has already spread the news in the 8th star zone. Taxes are reduced by 10%, there are no pirates, and the Chuanxing Group's fleet provides escort. Moreover, this is the only supply point 2,000 light-years away. He took a sip of tea, looking quite satisfied. Merchants are very shrewd. If there's a bargain, they can't sleep at night. Fei chuckled. You certainly understand them well. It's not that I understand them, it's human nature. It's the same everywhere. The first batch of merchant convoys arrived 10 days after the starport was completed. The leader was a middle-aged man surnamed Zhao who had been trading in this star region for 20 years and had seen all kinds of storms. He originally came just to scout the route, but once he entered the one commercial starport, he was stunned. The docking area was incredibly spacious with clear berth signs and precise guiding beams. The supply station was well-stocked and prices were 10% cheaper than those in the pioneering star zone. The information terminals in the trading hall allowed inquiries into the resource and price trends throughout the star region, data that was clearly meticulously organized. Boss Zhao stood in the center of the trading hall, unable to speak for a long time. He originally intended to make a quick supply stop, but with such prices before him, he felt it would be a loss not to stock up. Chu Ming personally welcomed him, dressed in a uniform with the Chuanxing Group's logo, with a friendly attitude. Boss Zhao, is this your first visit? Just let me know what you need. These prices, are they real? Boss Zhao stared at the quotes on the screen. Absolutely genuine, Chu Ming smiled. Our Chuanxing Group values integrity in business. If you have doubts, you can start with a small order. Boss Zhao hesitated for a moment, but eventually nodded. The business wasn't large, just some ordinary mineral energy blocks and supplies. But when he left, his expression had changed. Manager Chu will be back next time. Chu Ming smiled as he saw him off. You are always welcome. Less than half a month after Boss Zhao left, 7 or 8 shipowners he knew arrived. The merchant's information network was faster than any intelligence system. A month later, the berth usage rate of the 6 commercial starports increased from less than 10% to 50%. When Xu Ming submitted the accounts for the first month, Wang Dao glanced through them. The combined tax revenue from the 6 starports was less than 5 million star coins. Not much. But in the second month, it doubled, surpassing 10 million. If this trend continues, monthly tax revenue will steadily exceed 20 million in 6 months. And as more people come, the information flow will increase, Xu Ming added. This was what Wang Dao valued even more. Those merchant crew members were eager to pass along some news in order to earn extra cash. They didn't need highly confidential intelligence, just some market trends, movements, and experiences. Which force was expanding, where there were pirates on certain routes, and which star system had discovered new mineral veins. This information flowed into the Qihang Star Fortress like a river. Taking advantage of the merchant convoys, Xu Ming's intelligence network quickly spread to a range of 200 to 300 light years. One day, Xu Ming walked into the office with a report. Wang Dao was looking at the construction progress of the portal star system without lifting his head. Speak. There's news from the frontier pioneering star system. The Jialan group has suffered heavy losses, and the higher-ups are passing the blame among themselves. Raymond has been dismissed, and a new commander has not yet been appointed. Wang Dao raised his head. How long will it take to decide? Hard to say. Internal struggles will take at least a few months. Wang Dao nodded. A few months would be enough. The resource starports would begin full operation a month later than the commercial starports. The 5 resource starports were distributed across various resource points in the star cluster, each serving as a small industrial base. Mining drones busily navigated the asteroid belt and planetary surfaces, while the refineries operated around the clock. But what Wang Dao was most concerned about wasn't the resource output. It was the shipyard. Each resource starport had 12 small shipyards totaling 60 across the 5 ports. All were used to build corvettes, producing 60 ships per month. The 24 medium shipyards in the main star fortress were completely freed up to build destroyers and cruisers. The shipbuilding speed skyrocketed visibly. At the end of the 3rd month, Fang Heng placed the latest fleet composition table on Wang Dao's desk. 32 destroyers, 320 corvettes. At the end of the 4th month, he came again. For cruisers, 48 destroyers and 400 corvettes were arrayed in the void outside the star fortress. The fleet formation lights illuminated one by one, arranged neatly. For standard fleets fully staffed. There were also 8 extra destroyers. Boss. Fang Heng's voice was a bit tense, not from nervousness, but the kind of tension that was pressing down. It's fully staffed. Wang Dao stood behind him, his tone calm. Being fully staffed is just the beginning. The fleet needs to train, and the crew needs to train. Winning a battle doesn't mean they can rest. Fang Heng straightened his back. Understood. Also, Wang Dao added, with 1 star fortress and 1 starport added every 6 months, we can produce 5 complete fleets. Once the eastern and western star fortresses are completed, production capacity can be further increased. Fang Heng turned to look at him, the meaning in his eyes clear. That in 6 months there would be 9 fleets. Wang Dao did not respond to his gaze and walked to the star map terminal to bring up the construction progress. The reconstruction of the North Gate Star Fortress was progressing simultaneously. The engineering ship had reopened its foundation beside the ruins of the asteroid belt, and this design was more reasonable than before, with a larger fire coverage area. Lucas went to the site every day to supervise and reported back. The main structure of the North Gate is 30% complete. It will be finished on time in 9 months. The upgrades for the East Gate and West Gate are more than halfway done, and in 3 months they can be transformed into star fortresses. Wang Dao calculated. 3 months later, the upgrades for the East and West Gates would be completed. 6 months later, the North Gate Star Fortress would be completed. All 4 star fortresses would be in place. By then, the defenses of the Qihang Star Cluster would finally take shape. In the evening, Fei walked into Wang Dao's office with 2 meals. This had become a recent habit. Both of them were busy, and eating together was more convenient, allowing them to review the day's events while dining. Aren't you going to check on the construction at the North Gate? She picked up a piece of vegetable with her chopsticks, asking casually. Lucas is supervising you, I trust him. Wang Dao took a bite of his meal. It doesn't matter whether I go or not. Fei glanced at him. It's comfortable being a hands-off manager. Wang Dao laughed. Isn't this a matter of trusting you all? Fei did not respond, lowering her head to eat. After a while, she suddenly put down her chopsticks. By the way, the research ship discovered an anomalous signal in the direction of the East Gate. It doesn't seem like a natural phenomenon. Oh, it could be an artificial object. Wang Dao paused with his chopsticks. An artifact? Not certain yet. The signal is too weak and too far away, approximately 300 light years out. Fei raised her head, her eyes already shining with that familiar light. She always reacted this way when it came to artifacts. I plan to go take a look myself. It's too far. Send a fleet with you. No need, that would be too conspicuous. He'll take the research ship and 2 destroyers. It's not like him going to war. Wang Dao shook his head. No. At least take a subfleet. Have Fang Hung send you a cruiser, and 8 destroyers. Leave the corvettes behind, as too many would attract attention. If you encounter a small group of pirates, you can fight. If you run into a large force, you can escape. Fei stared at him for a few seconds. Is 1 cruiser enough? That's enough. But the destroyers must not be fewer. Fei thought for a moment, nodded, and agreed. She picked up her chopsticks again and continued eating. Wang Dao didn't say anything more, and the 2 finished their meals before returning to their respective work. Late at night, Wang Dao stood on the observation platform again. Fei walked over and handed him a cup of hot tea. Standing here again. Wang Dao took the tea, his free hand resting on her shoulder, pulling her close. I was thinking about your departure tomorrow. Worried about me. Worried. Fei didn't pull away, leaning against his shoulder. It's not my first time going out. Wasn't that time at the Tris ruins also 6 months? Wang Dao tightened his grip a bit. That time was different. It wasn't far, and there was our base within the star system. Fei didn't say anything more. The 2 stood there, the light of the Qihong star shining through the window, illuminating the observation platform in stark contrast. After a long time, Fei spoke. The tea has cooled. Wang Dao looked down at the cup and drank it all in one go. Let's go back and sleep. We have to get up early tomorrow. It has been a week since Fa Eater set off. Wang Dao receives her brief messages every day. Everything is normal on the way. Short and to the point, just 6 words. Yet Wang Dao waits for that message each day, only able to sleep soundly once he sees it. With a T5 level research vessel plus a cruiser and 8 destroyers, this configuration can traverse 300 light years without issue. He knew there was nothing to worry about, but he still waited. The launch of the Xing resumed its previous rhythm. Sparks flew in the shipyard, engineering vessels darted across the starry sky, and the commercial starport's berths filled up more and more each day. Wang Dao stood before the star map in the core control hall, observing the data compiled by Tianshu. The upgrade progress bars for the East Gate and West Gate had reached 70%, and they would be completed in less than a month. The foundation on the North Gate had been completed, and the main structure had just begun to emerge, with only a little over a month gone in the 9-month timeline. Boss, we received news from Fang Hung that the 5th Fleet has completed its formation. Chu Ming pushed the door open. Tell him to hurry up with the training and not just focus on numbers. Chu Ming was straightforward, directly contacting Fang Hung. A few moments later, he returned. He said he plans to hold a drill next week to identify shortcomings. Wang Dao nodded, his gaze returning to the star map. 5 fleets, over 500 warships. The numbers looked impressive, but Fang Hung himself had mentioned that the newly formed fleets were still inexperienced. They need practice before they can truly engage in battle. In the shipyard area, Fang Hung stood by the observation window watching as the 5th batch of destroyers slowly sailed out of the dock. 16 brand new ambusher-class ships, their silver-white hulls gleaming coolly under the starlight, resembling freshly drawn blades. The cruisers and destroyers of the 5th Fleet are all assembled, but the frigates are still being relocated from the resource starport, his adjutant reported. Will be fully equipped within 5 days, Fang Hung calculated, and the 6th Fleet is also close, but we still need 8 more destroyers. The adjutant asked, should we urge production? Fang Hung waved his hand, no need to rush, let's get the current fleet trained properly first. The tactical proficiency gap between the earliest batch and these new recruits is significant, forcing them together will only create chaos. He turned and walked towards the training center, casually stating, notify all team leaders about the joint drill next week. If anyone drops the ball, don't blame me for being harsh. At the No. 1 commercial starport, Chu Ming sat in his office reviewing last month's financial reports. Revenue from the export of T4 alloys and antimatter energy reached nearly 1 billion star coins, with tax revenue at 15 million, exceeding expectations by 20%. All 6 commercial starports were operating at full capacity, with berth reservations extending into next month. Manager Chu, another merchant group, wants to open a long-term office. His assistant entered. Have the terms been negotiated? They want to rent a floor, and we quoted a monthly rent of 50,000 star coins, but they think it's too expensive. Chu Ming leaned back in his chair and chuckled. If they think it's expensive, then don't rent it. No negotiations. The assistant left. Just as Chu Ming took a sip of water, the communicator rang. It was a message from the intelligence network. Manager Chu, there's movement in the Frontier Star system. Chu Ming put down his cup. Go on. The new commander of the Jialan group has been appointed, named Walter. On his first day in office, he replaced a batch of Raymond's old subordinates, not by relocation, but by sending them directly to a military court. 3 battalion-level officers were arrested the same day. Chu Ming's fingers paused on the table. What are the charges? Officially, it's due to ineffective combat performance, but our sources revealed that those 3 officers were Raymond's core members. In other words, Walter's first move is to cut off the roots of his predecessor. Chu Ming hung up the communicator and headed towards Wang Dao. After hearing the report, Wang Dao fell silent for a moment. Walter, starting off with a purge, isn't he worried about morale? Chu Ming shook his head. That's why I said this guy is ruthless. He dares to act like this either because he has strong backing from the Jialan higher-ups or because he holds some formidable cards. Whichever it is, he's more difficult to deal with than Raymond. Wang Dao did not respond, his gaze fixed on the star map, particularly towards the 8th star region. After a few seconds, he spoke. Have the intelligence network keep a close watch on him. I want to know this person's history, tactics, and military habits. Gather all the information available to me. Understood. How much longer until the upgrades on the East Gate and West Gate are complete? Less than a month. Wang Dao nodded. Less than a month. The new commander just took office. He will need time to reorganize and consolidate his forces. There's a window of opportunity here, but it won't last long. Urge the North Gate to speed up, Wang Dao said. If it can be done faster, then do it. At the North Gate construction site, engineering vessels worked tirelessly day and night. Lucas had been on site for 3 days without coming back, holding a data panel and checking each item meticulously. The main structure is 40% complete, 3 days ahead of schedule, the engineer reported. Is the material supply keeping up? The smelting workshop at the resource starport is running at full capacity, and there are no issues for now. Lucas looked up at the starry sky overhead. In the asteroid belt of the North Gate star system, the lights of the engineering vessels formed a continuous line like a glowing river. The 9-month project was only just over a month in. It was still early, but he always felt it wasn't fast enough. In the evening, Wang Dao, Chu Ming, and Feng Heng gathered together for dinner. Previously, Fa would accompany Wang Dao at this time, but with her absence, the dinner table had changed. As soon as Feng Heng sat down, he began to devour his food, eating as if he were in battle. Boss, the 5th fleet is fully equipped. The 6th will take another half-month. Wang Dao picked up a piece of vegetable with his chopsticks. No rush. Training is more important than numbers. Each of the 5 fleets must be ready to engage in serious combat. With his mouth full, Feng Heng mumbled, the drill plan is ready, and we'll start next week. Chu Ming interjected. On the commercial starport side, several merchant groups have been inquiring if our frigates are for sale. Wang Dao looked up at him. Chu Ming shrugged. I turned them down. But it seems there's a lot of interest in our ships from outside. Selling is out of the question. Wang Dao set down his chopsticks and thought for a moment, but we can let them take a look. Feng Heng arranged a fleet cruise to pass by the commercial starport. Feng Heng grinned, showing off our muscles. That's my specialty. The 3 of them talked late into the night, and Feng Heng and Chu Ming each went their separate ways. Wang Dao stood alone by the window. The contours of the East Gate and West Gate on the star map had become much clearer than last month. The North Gate remained shrouded in darkness with only the faint flicker of engineering vessels in the night sky. The communicator rang. It was a message from Fa. Wang Dao opened it, and lines of text appeared. Arrived at the target area. Discovered a large-scale ruin preliminarily assessed as a civilization above T6 level. The scale was much larger than the Tyrus ruins, with the outer structure well preserved as if it had been actively sealed. We will begin probing tomorrow. After a pause, another message came. Don't worry. Wang Dao stared at the screen for a while. Actively sealed. It was not destroyed, nor had it decayed naturally. This civilization had sealed the ruins themselves. Why? After chatting with Fa for a long time and asking many details, Fa said the outer scans were not yet complete and more data would be available tomorrow. Wang Dao turned off the communicator and walked towards his bedroom. Tomorrow there was a pile of tasks. Fleet drills, starfort construction, business negotiations, and that Walter who started with a purge on his first day in office. In the distant starry sky, the contours of the East Gate and West Gate starforts were becoming increasingly clear. On the ruins of the North Gate, new skeletal structures were rising from the ground. 2 weeks later, Wang Dao stood before the star map in the core control hall, observing the upgrade progress of the East and West Gate star fortresses, 87%. In about 10 days, the construction would be completed. The North Gate was progressing slower, the foundation was laid, but the main structure was just beginning to take shape, expected to take another 6 months. The voice of Tian Shu echoed in the hall, reporting the daily routine data. The monthly production of the escort ships remained stable at 60 vessels, while the 6th fleet was still missing the last 4 destroyers. Due to the surge in demand for T4 alloy this month, the income from various goods sales exceeded 1 billion star coins. Combined with commercial tax revenue, the total income reached 1,150 million. Wang Dao remained silent, his gaze fixated on the dark area to the north on the star map. Boss. Chu Ming entered holding a report, his expression grim. Wang Dao turned to look at him. Chu Ming handed over the report. Without further ado, Jialan has made a move. The new commander Walter has been in office for less than a month. He has gathered and reorganized the scattered fleets in the development zone and has dispatched 3 battleships from the rear, totaling 10. Wang Dao took the report. 10 battleships organized according to federal standards. Chu Ming's voice lowered, each equipped with 5 cruisers, 10 destroyers, and 100 escort ships. 10 fully equipped fleets. Wang Dao did not speak, immediately lowering his head to review the data on the report. 10 battleships, 50 cruisers, 100 destroyers, 1,000 escort ships. He did not have a single battleship on his side. Moreover, Chu Ming raised a finger. He has established 3 forward bases within our 500 light-year range, strategically positioned. Wang Dao looked up at the star map, 3 newly marked red dots glaringly positioned along the main route to the Qihong star cluster. This is not a test, it is a stepping stone. Wang Dao placed the report on the table. How long until the bases are completed and supplies are stocked? At least 2 to 3 months. He can't bring all 10 over, he must leave some behind to watch the home base. Wang Dao stared at the 3 red dots. But even if he brings 6 or 7, that is 2 to 3 times more than last time. Chu Ming did not respond. The figure of 2 to 3 times required no further explanation. Keep the intelligence network monitoring you. I want to know when he makes a move. Wang Dao paused. Have Fang Heng come over. Chu Ming responded and turned to leave. Fang Heng arrived quickly. After reading the report, his expression grew serious. Boss, 10 fleets of battleships. He closed the report. If it comes to a heated confrontation, our 6 fleets of cruisers can fight but cannot withstand it. The firepower and shields of battleships are not comparable to cruisers, and the numerical gap is too great. Therefore, we cannot let them breach our defenses. Wang Dao circled an area on the star map. There are 3-star fortresses within the core area. If he dares to come, let him come and not return. However, there are also commercial starports, resource starports, and mining stations outside. If they are destroyed, it would be trading time for money. Fang Heng gazed at the star map, nodding. This battle must be resolved at the periphery. In 4 months, how much strength can we muster? Tian Shu took the lead. Based on current production capacity, the 8th fleet can be formed in 4 months. But only the first 5 fleets are well trained. The last 3 only completed basic training. At that time, there will be 8 cruisers, about 80 destroyers, and about 800 escort ships. 5 fleets capable of engaging in hard battles, 3 fleets ready for the battlefield. The 3-star fortresses provide support. Wang Dao looked at Fang Heng. Is that enough? Fang Heng gritted his teeth. Enough? Provided I can train the last 3 fleets in 4 months. Then go train. Wang Dao patted his shoulder. Sharpen the knife before they come knocking at our door. Fang Heng straightened his back, saluted, and strode out. In the know? One commercial starport, Chu Ming's office. When the knock on the door sounded, Chu Ming was verifying the month's trade flow. 3 people entered. The woman leading them was in her 30s with a sharp bob haircut. She introduced herself as Lin, the head of a trading company. The 2 bodyguards behind her were robust and had unfriendly expressions, clearly seasoned mercenaries. Manager Chu, our boss, wants to meet with the head of the Chuanqing group. Lin sat down and spoke directly. Chu Ming leaned back in his chair, unhurried. Who is your boss? Xingchen, trading Wang Disheng. Chu Ming mentally reviewed. The 8-star sector was engaged in mineral trading and was not small in scale, maintaining business dealings with the Jialan group. Mr. Wang wants to meet our Mr. Wang, there should be a reason for this. Lin tapped her fingers on her knee twice, lowering her voice. The Jialan group approached our boss, wanting us to lend our fleet to transport materials. Chu Ming's fingers paused for a moment. Our boss did not agree. Lin continued, her pace quickening slightly, but we cannot afford to offend them. So we want to find a way out. Chu Ming looked into her eyes and after a few seconds spoke. Tell Mr. Wang that the Chuanqing group does not seek trouble but is not afraid of it. If you want to make friends, we welcome it. If you want to bet on both sides, we will not accompany you. Lin awkwardly stood up, straightened her collar. As she reached the door, she paused without turning back. Manager Chu, the Jialan people are serious this time. The door closed. Chu Ming immediately dialed Wang Dao's communication. In the evening, the 3 gathered in Wang Dao's office. Chu Ming recounted the day's events, and Fang Heng exclaimed, they're trying to get ahead of us by teaming up with the Jialan people. It's not that simple. Wang Dao shook his head. They want to hedge their bets, being able to negotiate with whichever side wins. We shouldn't rush into contact. Let's see what the Jialan does next. Those truly seeking a way out will come back again. Fang Heng asked the old question again. Boss, will Walter move before the North Gate is completed? Wang Dao approached the star map. The 3 red dots stood out in the dark star region. He is building 3 forward bases, stockpiling supplies for at least 2 to 3 months, plus integrating and resting the troops. The North Gate still needs 7 months. Wang Dao's finger pointed at the timeline. 4 months later is a critical point. The 3 analyzed for a while before changing the topic. What about the ruins? Fang Heng asked. How long will it take Fei to explore? Wang Dao pondered. Let her take her time. There's no rush. The things in the ruins are icing on the cake, not necessities. Let's focus on the immediate tasks. Late at night, Wang Dao received a brief message from Fei. Progress in exploring the ruins is slow. The automatic defense system is more complex than expected. The time to enter the core area is still uncertain. He read it twice and replied, don't rush, safety first. You are more important than the ruins. After sending the message, he turned off the screen and walked to the window. The lights of the East and West Gate star fortresses twinkled in the deep starry sky, and the construction site at the North Gate was dotted with bright lights. 6 fleets were patrolling in the star region, their silver-white hulls gliding silently. In a place he could not see, Walter held 10 battleships, and the shipyards of the 3 forward bases were working day and night. Wang Dao turned and walked toward the bedroom. A month later, the Qihang Star Fortress Core Control Hall. The icons of the East Gate and West Gate star fortresses lit up completely on the star map, forming a triangular defense line with the Qihang Star Fortress. The main structure on the North Gate side had emerged significantly, with construction ships working day and night. The Tianshu completed its daily report. The numbers looked better than last month. The formation of the 7th Fleet was nearing completion, with monthly revenue surpassing 1.2 billion. Wang Dao didn't pay attention to those numbers. His gaze remained fixed on the 3 red points on the outskirts. Boss Chu Ming pushed the door open, report in hand, but his expression already spoke volumes. Wang Dao took it, scanning through 2 lines. Walter's 10 battleship fleet had completed its reorganization and was conducting large-scale live-fire drills near Base 3. The material reserves were 60% complete. The most crucial line was at the end of the report. He activated the 2nd shipyard in the rear. Wang Dao looked up. Chu Ming nodded. The intel just sent from Xingchen Trade. Walter has applied for another batch of material funding from the Jialan headquarters, and the 2nd shipyard has begun producing ammunition, energy, and supplies. At this rate, the time for material accumulation will be shorter than we previously estimated. By how much shorter? 1 month. At the fastest, he could be operational in a month. Wang Dao placed the report on the table. He initially estimated a preparation window of 2 months, but now there was only 1 month left. The 8th Fleet had just begun formation, and they hadn't even completed basic training. Fang Heng's 3 rapid reaction squads had been assembled, but they had only been functioning for less than 3 weeks. How's the situation with Fang Heng's squads? They just conducted a simulated confrontation yesterday. Chu Ming retrieved the records from the terminal. The 1st squad performed the best, while the 2nd and 3rd squads still have room for improvement. The main issue was the coordination between cruisers and destroyers. The destroyer captains were used to charging in formation, getting them to fire, and then retreat was a psychological hurdle they couldn't overcome. Have Fang Heng increase the training. Wang Dao said they must be ready to deploy within a month. Chu Ming acknowledged. There's one more thing. His tone lowered. Ms. Lin from Xingchen Trade came by again today. Wang Dao looked at him. She brought a list. Chu Ming took out a data chip from his pocket, a complete list of the civilian transport requisitions by Walter, which trading companies had their fleets requisitioned, which were pressured after refusal, and which have complied. There were a total of 27 companies. Wang Dao took the chip and plugged it into the terminal. The list was very detailed. Fleet size, transport capacity, major routes, and the timelines of requisition were all clearly marked. This was not information gathered casually. Someone had organized it, specifically formatted, neatly categorized clearly, and even marked the transition stations for each route. Wang Dushing invested heavily, Wang Dao remarked. Chu Ming leaned against the door frame. He wants a formal response. The last contact was merely verbal. This time, he's laid his cards on the table. Wang Dao's fingers slid across the terminal screen, stopping at the 14th line of the list. A company named Yuan Yang Xingyun, ranked 3rd in transport capacity, had its main route passing through Base 3. The requisition time was half a month ago, precisely when Walter activated the 2nd shipyard. He marked this piece of information. Requisitioning transport from 27 trading companies meant Walter's logistics support line had at least 27 nodes. Understanding where these nodes are located, what items they transport, and which routes they take. Clarifying these would unveil a complete logistics map. Tell Wang Dushing that I agree to the cooperation terms. Wang Dao shut off the terminal, but I want more than just this list. I need him to continuously update the dynamics of these fleets, when they depart, what cargo they loaded, and their destinations. If he can do that, the doors of the Xingxin Group will always be open for him. Chu Ming nodded and turned to leave. In the afternoon, Fang Heng arrived. Still carrying the scent of the training pod, he headed straight for the star map upon entering. As the timeline moved up, after reading the intel forwarded by Chu Ming, his brow furrowed. A month. At the fastest, a month. Fang Heng stared at the distance between the 3 red dots on the star map and the Qihang star cluster, remaining silent for a few seconds. My squads haven't fully meshed yet. He didn't try to sound tough. The 1st squad can fight. The 2nd squad is barely usable. The 3rd squad, they can harass, but they'll run into problems in tough battles. Then let's adjust the plan. Wang Dao traced 2 arcs on the star map. The 1st squad will be at the forefront, responsible for the initial contact and early warning. The 2nd squad will maneuver on the flank, waiting for opportunities to disrupt the logistics supply line. The 3rd squad will remain near the blockade line, coordinating with the main force. Fang Heng carefully observed the positional relationship of the 3 arcs and slowly nodded. This way the third squad will have the least pressure, giving them a bit more time to grow. Exactly, Wang Dao looked at him, but there's one prerequisite. You must personally lead the first squad. Fang Heng grinned. I was already planning to lead the first squad. I know, Wang Dao replied. That's why I need to clarify this with you. You are the overall commander, not a charge leader. The first squad will be at the forefront, and you are responsible for command, not for risking your life. If something happens to you, who will coordinate these fleets behind you? Fang Heng's smile faded. He opened his mouth, the corners twitching as if he wanted to say something like, "Don't worry, boss, I'm tough." But in the end, he just clenched his fist and stood tall. Understood. Wang Dao said no more. After Fang Heng left, he stood alone in front of the star map, pulling back the perspective. The rough directions of 27 logistics supply lines scattered around the perimeter of the star map, some traversing uninhabited star domains, while others closely followed neutral trade routes. The consumption of 10 fleets was astronomical. Walter could not stockpile all supplies at the forward base. He certainly needed continuous supply from the rear. Wang Dao activated the Tianshu's calculation module, starting to mark possible supply route nodes on the star map. Once Wang Disheng's detailed dynamic data arrived, this map could be completed. By then, each of these lines would be the lifeline of Walter. Late at night, the light screen lit up. A message from Fei. The outer defense system of the core area has been breached, and internal scans show large energy reactions. Preliminary assessments indicate it is some sort of containment device, the size exceeding expectations. Preparations are underway to enter the core area tomorrow. The team is in good condition. This was a complete turnaround from the prior. Progress is slow. Large energy reactions. Containment device. Size exceeding expectations. Wang Dao stared at these words for a long time. After some thought, he replied, "Ensure full protective measures are in place before entering, and evacuate immediately if any abnormalities occur. Awaiting your good news." After sending the message, he did not turn off the light screen, but reread the message she sent. Only then did he shut it off, walking to the window to gaze at the distant horizon. And in a place unseen by him, the second shipyard in Jialan was working tirelessly day and night. 1 month later, on the spaceship star launch in the core control hall, on the star map, the red dots representing the 3 forward bases of Jialan have become glaringly bright. The report from Tianshu was cold and emotionless. The completion rate of material reserves is 90%, and all 10 fleets of Walter are in position, expected to be fully prepared within 2 weeks. Wang Dao stood in front of the star map, pacing back and forth. Chu Ming and Fang Heng stood on either side. Neither of them spoke. "We can't wait any longer." Wang Dao stopped, pointing his finger at the largest red dot in the center of the star map. "If we wait for them to be ready, we will lose the initiative completely." Chu Ming asked, a proactive strike. "Exactly." Wang Dao zoomed in on the star map, enlarging the main base of Jialan 500 light-years away to the center of the screen. When Fang Heng conducted reconnaissance before, he had already placed jump beacons around the Jialan base, 30 light-years away from the main base. Fang Heng continued, 7 groups of beacons have been placed covering 3 directions in the periphery. With 30 light-years of segmental jumps, we can reach it in, at most, 4 jumps. That's enough. Wang Dao marked 3 targets on the star map: left wing base, right wing base, and central main base. Walter's forces are scattered across 3 star systems. 3 fleets on the left wing, 3 fleets on the right wing, and 4 fleets in the center. Our advantage is that he doesn't know we are coming, allowing us to concentrate our forces on one point. Fang Heng stared at the star map, calculating rapidly. The central main base has the most forces, for battleships accompanied by a fleet of destroyers and frigates. The left and right wings each have 3 battleships, but fewer auxiliary ships and longer supply lines. Therefore, the center is the core. Wang Dao traced 2 arcs with his finger. When you strike a snake, hit at 7 inches. I will personally lead the main force straight into the center, while you take a detachment to constrain the 2 wings. Fang Heng did not nod immediately, but gestured at the positions of the wing bases on the star map. How many are needed to constrain the 2 wings? 1 cruiser and 10 destroyers, along with 50 frigates for each wing. Also leave 1 reserve detachment with the same configuration, reinforcing whichever side is under pressure. That's not enough, Fang Heng said directly. Each wing has 3 battleships. If I send 1 cruiser to face them, you won't face them directly. Wang Dao interrupted. Your task is 1 word: run. He brought up Tianshu's simulation model, and 2 groups of simulated signal sources appeared on the star map. The rapid strike team will first infiltrate and make a quick attack, then immediately withdraw, creating the appearance of detecting the enemy waiting for the main force. At the same time, Tianshu will release camouflage signals, simulating a large-scale fleet jump. Fang Heng's expression changed. You want Walter to think our main force is attacking the 2 wings. Exactly. An hour later, you will come in to harass, solidifying this judgment. If Walter falls for it, he will divert his reserve forces from the center to reinforce the wings. The T5 cruisers are much faster than the T4 battleships, They won't be able to catch you, just keep leading them away. Wang Dao pointed to the position of the central main base. Once the center is emptied, I will lead 5 cruisers, 50 destroyers, and 650 frigates directly into it. T5 against T4 means quality dominance. We will quickly eliminate the central main force, and then turn back to deal with the side wings, and the whole game will come alive. Fang Heng was silent for a few seconds, tracing the position of the reserve detachment and the distance between the wings on the star map. Place the reserve detachment here. He moved the position forward a bit, right next to the edge of the left wing asteroid belt. This way the jump distance to the right wing will be shorter. I will recalculate the layout of the beacons to ensure we arrive between the 2 wings within 15 minutes. Wang Dao glanced at the new position and nodded. This position is good. You arrange it. Chu Ming interjected, what if Walter doesn't fall for it? Then we will fight hard. Wang Dao's tone remained unchanged. The disparity between T5 and T4 is evident. 5 cruisers against 4 battleships combined with the destroyer fleet, we can win. If we can't win, we can still escape. The speed of the dark matter engines will prevent them from catching up. He marked the final plan on the star map. Constrained troops commanded by Fang Heng, 1 cruiser, 10 destroyers, and 50 frigates for the left wing detachment. Same configuration for the right wing detachment. Same configuration for the reserve detachment, on standby for support. Central main force personally commanded by Wang Dao, 5 cruisers, 50 destroyers, and 650 frigates directly inserting into the central main base of Jialan. Fang Heng finished calculating. 8 cruisers, 2 for each wing, 1 for reserve, and 5 for the center. Just right. All troops to set off at 3 o'clock tomorrow morning. Upon reaching the designated position, the constrained troops will immediately launch the first wave of assault. An hour later, they will enter again. The central main force will advance simultaneously. Wang Dao looked at Fang Heng. Your mission is to ensure that the enemy cannot see how many of us there are. Remember, you are the commander, not the charge captain. Surviving and returning is more important than anything else. Fang Heng clenched his fist and smiled slightly. Understood, boss. At this moment, Chu Ming forwarded a message. Ms. Lin from Xingqian Trading has sent intelligence. There are divisions within Jialan regarding Walter's war preparation plans, with some advocating for negotiations. Wang Dao glanced at it and closed the message. Notify all fleet captains. At 3 o'clock tomorrow morning, the entire fleet sets off. 3 o'clock in the morning. On the outer orbit of the star launch. 888 warships arranged in standard fleet formation. 8 T5 cruisers firmly situated at the core of the formation, each surrounded by 10 destroyers and over 100 frigates. The ship's armor gleamed with a cold, hard metallic hue against the backdrop of the star region. Wang Dao stood in front of the holographic star map of the flagship Star Voyager. Blue dots representing allies densely filled the battlefield projection. The communication channel was activated. Boss, all 3 constrained detachments and 5 main force formations are fully in position. Fang Heng reported in the channel with background sounds mixed with the tapping of data panels. The coordinates of the 30 light-year beacon groups have been synchronized to all ships' jump guidance systems. The dark matter engines have finished preheating. Chu Ming interjected, the logistics supply ship didn't bring anything. After this wave, we either use the enemy's supplies or everyone will starve together. No need to bring anything. Wang Dao stared at the red zone belonging to Jialan at the end of the star map. Walter has hoarded his resources for half a month. It should be enough for us to last a while. 500 light-years away, the defense line of the Jialan base was at its most relaxed stage. They were still waiting for negotiations and the last batch of material supplies. The hunter had already raised his gun. Wang Dao raised his hand and confirmed the position of the Jialan main base on the star map. The command data stream was simultaneously transmitted to the entire fleet. All fleets heed the order. Wang Dao spoke to the communication array. First jump node area of Beacon 3. All cruisers activate fleet jump guidance systems and lead lower-ranked ships to jump simultaneously. Shields on standby, restart after the jump ends. Set off. The command was issued. The jump systems of the 8 cruisers simultaneously erupted with high-energy reactions. The ripples produced by space folding expanded outward from the cruisers, enveloping the surrounding destroyers and frigates within. There were no additional warnings. The entire fleet left behind hundreds of light trails in the void before collectively disappearing. Only the empty orbit around the star launch remained, with a few pieces of space debris blown away by the engine's wake, slowly tumbling in the weightless environment. On the observation platform of the star launch, Chu Ming and Lucas watched as the last glow extinguished. Lucas turned around and raised the alert level of the star launch. Chu Ming stood still, not moving. 6.5 hours later, the main fleet of the Voyager emerged from its last coordinated jump. It is approximately 30 light-years from the main base of Jialan. Wang Dao stood on the bridge of the Voyager. On the holographic star map, the light point representing the last blue beacon was dimming. 550 light-years traveled 11 coordinated jumps. Each jump took 30 minutes to recharge along with rest time totaling 6.5 hours. However, 30 light-years ahead lies an unknown blind spot devoid of beacons. Qinshu scanned the star map ahead. Tianshu immediately called up the route data. Within the 30 light-years ahead, the density of star systems is about 1 every 4 to 5 light-years. We need to traverse 6 to 7 star systems sequentially. Each basic jump requires flying from the edge of one star system to the Lagrange point, capturing the gravitational field of the next star system. Each segment takes about 1 to 1.5 hours with a total time of approximately 6 to 9 hours. Wang Dao stared at the route on the star map. That's too long. If we accelerate our march and compress the rest time, we can reduce the total time to around 6 hours. Tianshu provided the extreme plan. Wang Dao quickly simulated the battle situation in his mind. 6 hours would give Walter enough time to react. However, the flanking forces on both sides of Feng Heng also had no beacons and could only rely on basic jumps to advance. Feng Heng, how is the progress on your side? Feng Heng's image appeared on the main screen. Boss, the left and right wing bases are 35 and 38 light-years away from here, separated by 7 or 8 star systems. To make a full-speed basic jump, there will take at least 7 hours. The timing matched perfectly. All forces would depart simultaneously with a time difference of no more than half an hour to reach their respective targets. Proceed as planned. Wang Dao issued the final command. The entire fleet maintains formation targeting the first intermediate star system on the periphery of the main base. Basic jump set off. Over 800 warships' dark matter engines simultaneously spewed out azure flames, plunging into the deep starry sea. 6 hours later, at the Jialan central main base in the surrounding asteroid belt, the space rippled with dense folding waves. The main fleet of Voyagers silently emerged from its last basic jump, concealed in the shadow of a massive asteroid. The sensors of the research vessel were running at full power, and the outline of the main base was clearly visible on the screen. These forward bases were built relying on the massive asteroids at the periphery of the star systems. For battleships docked around the base like giant beasts, while cruisers and destroyers were patrolling along standard routes. The 6 hours of intense marching had pushed the crew to their limits, yet everyone's nerves were taut. Tianshu confirmed Feng Heng's location. The flanking forces have reached their designated concealment positions. The first wave of assault is expected to launch in 2 hours. Wang Dao glanced at the tactical countdown. The entire fleet enters attack position. Cruiser main guns heating up lock onto enemy battleships. Once Feng Heng fires the first shot, Walter will mobilize troops for reinforcement, and we will take action. 2 hours later, outside the Jialan left-wing forward base, Feng Heng's left-wing detachment suddenly emerged from the jump channel without warning, less than 500,000 kilometers from the base. In the context of star warfare, this was already within stabbing distance. Open fire. A cruiser took the lead, and 6 large gamma-ray cannons were the first to strike. The high-energy rays instantly crossed 500,000 kilometers. The Jialan squadron on routine patrol barely had time to raise their shields. A Jialan destroyer was directly hit on the bridge and exploded instantly. The Voyager destroyer followed, closely focusing fire to obliterate another destroyer's engine. The frigates spread out in a fan shape, weaving a web of laser fire, and 3 Jialan frigates were turned into space debris. The entire fleet lock onto your respective beacons, target the preset evacuation point. Feng Heng was in no mood to fight. 10 minutes to recharge, hurry. The Jialan base's piercing alarm echoed across all frequency bands. The remaining patrol warships immediately began to evade frantically, while the fleet stationed at the base began to take off urgently to pursue. But the Voyager fleet had already activated the jump guidance system. The shields of T-5-class warships were fully activated, braving the sporadic gunfire to counterattack. As soon as the 10 minutes were up, 60 streams of light flashed, and the entire fleet disappeared without a trace. At the same time, a completely identical scene unfolded at the right-wing base. Jialan's total losses: 4 destroyers and 8 frigates. Central main base flagship Conqueror. In the command center, Walter stared intently at the flashing attack alerts on the star map. He had not been sleeping for the past half-month. He had been on guard against retaliation from the star group. However, he did not expect the enemy's strike to cross 500 light-years and hit right at his doorstep. How many ships? Report, Commander. There are about 60 enemy ships on each flank, each equipped with a cruiser. The radar officer reported quickly. They attacked and then ran away using beacon jumps. Walter frowned deeply. Before he could analyze the intent behind this wave of harassment, the sensors suddenly erupted with alarms. Warning: large-scale spatial fluctuations detected in the outer star regions of both flanks. Enemy main forces have appeared. The scale of the fleets on both sides exceeds 300 ships. Walter suddenly stood up. 300 ships on each side, plus those that had escaped before the enemy had deployed nearly 700 warships. This was all of Voyager's strength. Send the order, Walter decisively commanded. The 3rd and 4th battleship squadrons from the central main base immediately reinforced the left and right flanks. We cannot allow them to take our forward base. The adjutant hesitated. Commander, what if their target is here? They already have 700 warships combined on both flanks. Walter interrupted his adjutant. The Star Group can barely muster such forces. What do they have to attack the main base? Using transport ships to ram us. Military orders were absolute. 2 battleships along with their respective squadrons of cruisers and destroyers began to initiate jump charging. 30 minutes later, 2 massive fleets transformed into streams of light and departed. At the central main base, only 2 battleships remained behind. Wang Dao watched the red light points representing Jialan's reinforcement fleet disappear from the star map. Walter has fallen into a trap. The prey had revealed its final card. All fleets assault. The research vessel deactivated its cloaking. The engines of 5 cruisers, 50 destroyers, and 650 frigates erupted with blinding light simultaneously. As the research vessel deactivated its cloaking, the distance of less than 300,000 kilometers was merely a blink of an eye for a fleet moving at full speed. Over 700 streams of light descended like divine soldiers, directly confronting the Jialan main base. Research vessel activate communications interference on all frequencies. Cruisers lock onto enemy battleships. Open fire. 30 large gamma-ray cannons of the 5 cruisers fired synchronously. The dazzling energy beams intertwined to form a death net, accurately striking the outermost battleship. The directional shields of that battleship flickered violently and energy readings plummeted by 30%. The Jialan defenders finally reacted from their shock. 2 battleships clumsily began to turn while cruisers and destroyers surged out of the base's docking positions. Destroyer squadron cut into the enemy formation and tied down their medium and small warships. Frigates spread out and provide fire cover. 50 Voyager destroyers pounced on the Jialan cruisers like a pack of wolves. 650 frigates spread out into formation and dense laser fire illuminated the entire starry sky. Fang Heng's voice cut into the communication channel. Boss Jialan's reinforcement fleet has reached the edge of our visual field and is recharging. The total of 4 battleship formations on both flanks is expected to return to the main base in 30 minutes. Do you need me to intercept? No. Wang Dao focused on the tactical panel. Wait until they are nearly done recharging, then launch the second wave of assault and hold them back tightly. Understood. Wang Dao shifted his gaze back to the main battlefield, locking onto the battleship that was under concentrated fire. All cruisers open fire immediately once main guns are charged. Focus on the first one. The starry sky transformed into a meat grinder. The absolute advantage in numbers and firepower was vividly manifested at this moment. The Jialan frigates surged forth, turning into fireballs under the barrage of 650 similar class warships. The remaining destroyers and cruisers fell into a passive melee, unable to care for themselves. The second round of main gun volleys arrived. The shields of the Jialan battleship under concentrated fire finally emitted a mournful cry of overload. High-energy rays tore through the thick armor plates unimpeded, leaving deep molten gashes on the hull. Another Jialan battleship fought back desperately, and its main gun beam struck a Voyager cruiser. The shield of the Voyager cruiser fluctuated violently, and the hull trembled fiercely, but ultimately held with shield values dropping by 1/3. The third round of volleys began. 30 rays accurately struck the rear propulsion chamber of the first Jialan battleship. Violent chain explosions spread from the stern to the midsection of the ship. This massive vessel completely lost power and became a floating steel coffin. The entire process took less than 10 minutes. At this moment, another Jialan battleship had just sunk a Voyager destroyer, and its own shield was also covered in cracks. Do not care about that disabled one. Wang Dao issued the command. Target shifted, concentrate fire on the second battleship. The barrels of the 5 cruisers slowly turned. After 2 rounds of volleys, the shield of the second battleship shattered. With the third round of volleys, its main gun array was directly flattened. Suddenly, a piercing electric sound echoed through the public communication channel. Then a dry and desperate voice emerged. We surrender. Please stop firing. Wang Dao looked at the enemy positions on the star map, which were in ruins, and paused for a second. Accept the surrender. All Jialan warships immediately shut down energy cores and powered down weapon systems. In the command room of the main base, Walter slumped dejectedly in the wide command chair, his eyes losing focus. It had happened too quickly. From the alarm sounding to the collapse of the defenses, it took less than 20 minutes. His reinforcement fleet was still in the charging phase on the way back. And now, under full-frequency interference, he couldn't even issue a retreat order. Outside the starry sky, 1 battleship was incapacitated and another severely damaged. 3 cruisers were sunk, 7 destroyers lost, and frigates turned into debris floating in space. In contrast, the lost list of the Voyager fleet only recorded 1 destroyer and 8 frigates. The control system of the central base of Jialan has been completely taken over by Tianshu. Walter sat dejectedly in the command chair, facing a gray control panel. One battleship lost power, and the other was heavily damaged. All remaining Jialan warships have powered down, floating around the central base. Wang Dao did not look at him. On the star map, there were 2 groups of red lights on either side, 2 reinforcement fleets, each consisting of 2 battleships, 10 cruisers, 20 destroyers, and 200 frigates. They still did not know that the central base had changed hands. Tianshu, can the research ship sensors capture the jump signal? Yes. The left reinforcement fleet is expected to arrive at the jump node about 500,000 kilometers to the left of the central base in 15 minutes. The right reinforcement will arrive 3 minutes later. 15 minutes. That's enough. Feng Heng, what's the situation on your side? Feng Heng's image popped up with the starry sky of the left base in the background. Boss, besides the 2 fleets returning, the others are stuck near our previous jump point. They haven't pursued, they're still waiting for Walter's orders. Keep monitoring, understood. Wang Dao turned off the communication and began marking the firepower distribution plan on the star map. 30 large gamma-ray cannons from 5 cruisers, medium laser cannons from 14 destroyers, and small laser cannons from 642 frigates. All preset firing parameters locking onto the jump node. Waiting for the prey to jump in. 15 minutes later. On the left side of the central base, 500,000 kilometers away, the sensor of the research ship Exploration suddenly registered a spike in spatial fluctuations. Jump signal peak. It's here. The void ripped apart. The left reinforcement fleet jumped out in full formation with 2 battleships in the center, cruisers and destroyers arrayed on the wings, and frigates scattered around the perimeter. A standard defensive formation. But the shields on the ship's surface did not activate. Shields cannot be turned on during the jump process, and restarting takes 2 to 3 seconds. Wang Dao was waiting for those 2 to 3 seconds. Fire. 30 large gamma-ray cannons from 5 cruisers fired simultaneously. 30 high-energy beams accurately struck the bow of the left flagship battleship. The T4 alloy armor held for less than 0.3 seconds against the T5 gamma rays. The bow armor vaporized, exposing the internal structure to the vacuum, and flames surged from the breach. Continue. The medium laser cannons from 14 destroyers followed closely. The pale beams covered the Jialan cruiser group, and the shields of the 8 cruisers had not yet activated when their hulls were pierced. Engines exploded, hulls fractured, and debris scattered in all directions. 642 frigates fired in unison. Thousands of beams carved out paths of death among the Jialan frigate group, one after another disintegrating in explosions. 2 seconds. The flagship's shield finally activated, but the bow had already been breached, and the engines were damaged, causing the entire battleship to lose 1/3 of its power. Alarms blared in the bridge. Concentrate fire on the flagship. The second round of concentrated fire. The flagship's shield barely held against the first wave, energy levels plummeting by 60%. In the third round, the shield overloaded and collapsed. The outer armor of the hull was torn open, and the engines completely shut down. Left reinforcement flagship lost power. Tianshu announced. The Jialan fleet was thrown into chaos. The commander was killed in the first wave of attacks, and the remaining warships fought independently. Some attempted to counterattack, while others desperately turned to flee. Another battleship's main cannon finally finished charging, and a thick beam struck the Qihang formation. A destroyer's shield overloaded instantly, its hull pierced, creating a fissure from bow to stern. Escape pods were ejected before the explosion, drifting in the starry sky. Then a second main cannon beam swept through the frigate formation, vaporizing 3 frigates and causing neighboring 7 to overload their shields and suffer varying degrees of damage. 1 destroyer lost, 3 frigates lost, and 7 heavily damaged, Tianshu reported. Wang Dao did not hesitate. The destroyer squad should entangle their cruisers. The frigate squad encircles the frigates. The cruisers concentrate fire on the second battleship. The second Jialan battleship was still struggling. Its shield had restarted, and its main cannon was still firing. Another Qihang destroyer was hit in the stern, the engines damaged, and forced to withdraw from the battle. But the concentrated fire from 5 T5 cruisers was not something a T4 battleship could withstand. After 6 rounds of concentrated fire, the shield collapsed, the hull armor turned to Swiss cheese, and the power system went down. The remaining warships of the left reinforcement began to scatter and flee. The encirclement of the Qihang fleet had formed with laser cannons and gamma rays weaving a net in the void, and every second a Jialan warship disintegrated in an explosion. Master, the right reinforcement fleet is about to arrive, Tianshu reminded. Wang Dao glanced at the data from the left battlefield. Both battleships had lost combat capability, 5 cruisers had been sunk, 10 destroyers lost, and nearly 100 frigates lost. The remaining warships were fleeing toward the central base, and that direction just happened to be where the right reinforcement was about to jump out. Wang Dao's finger traced a line on the star map. All fleets reduce attacks. Let them escape. The deputy commander was taken aback. Push them toward the right. Wang Dao's tone was calm. The right just jumped out and the shields haven't restarted. The remnants on the left will crash into them, confusing both formations. Well, follow behind and clean up. The deputy commander quickly adjusted the fleet's course. The Qihang fleet no longer blocked the path, but instead, like herding sheep, used firepower to seal off the other escape routes for the left remnants, leaving only the direction toward the right jump node. Over 100 Jialan damaged ships desperately ran in that direction. Almost everyone was wounded, especially the cruisers that Wang Dao had not spared, with only one escaping while the rest were basically frigates. Wang Dao intentionally left this number neither too many nor too few, just enough to disrupt one formation. On the right side of the central base, 500,000 kilometers away, the space ripped apart. The right reinforcement fleet jumped out. 2 battleships, 10 cruisers, 20 destroyers, and 200 frigates. They deployed in a standard formation and the shields had not yet restarted. In the first second of sensor recovery, what they saw was the debris of friendly forces charging toward them. Report. Enemy signals detected ahead. They are fleeing. Behind them are numerous enemy ship signals. The right commander rushed to the screen. On the star map, over 100 Jialan warships were racing toward them, followed by a vast sea of blue lights. All fleets turn. Let the left remnants pass from the side. His command was not completed. The terrified left remnants were not listening to commands at all. The heavily damaged cruiser crashed awkwardly into the center of the right formation, its engine's tail flames sweeping across the side of a newly jumped-out cruiser. 2 destroyers followed closely behind, becoming entangled with the right frigate group. Collisions, debris, explosions. The right formation was torn apart in the middle. The shields had not restarted. Wang Dao's voice rang out on the fleet channel. All fleets charge. Free fire. 3 cruisers, 30 destroyers, and 300 frigates surged into the chaotic side of the Jialan fleet. Gamma rays and laser cannons fired at close range, almost hitting their faces. On either side, the remaining formations formed a pincer attack, sealing off the escape direction. In the first round of concentrated fire, the bow of a right battleship was pierced, the engine exploded, and half of the hull rolled away. In the second round, another battleship's shield just activated when it was pierced by concentrated fire riddled with holes, and internal chain explosions occurred. The right commander shouted for an all-frequency retreat from the bridge, but the formation had already broken apart. The cruisers fought independently, the destroyers were overwhelmed by the Qihang frigate group, and the frigates were systematically swept away by laser beams. One Jialan cruiser fought desperately to break out, concentrating fire on one of the cruisers in the Qihang formation. The shield flickered violently, energy levels dropped to 15%. The 3 surrounding destroyers immediately redirected their fire, sinking that cruiser. The shield energy of the Qihang ship is at 15% and recovering. Tian Shu announced. Fang Heng's communication came through. Boss, the right base's garrison is on the move. Sensors show they are starting their engines. Block them. Use a beacon to simulate a fleet jumping toward the right base. Understood. Fang Heng cut off the communication. 3 seconds later, dense false jump signals appeared in the space around the right base. The garrison's engine startup procedure was interrupted. They did not dare to engage while potentially under attack from behind. The battle ended within 20 minutes. The right reinforcement fleet, 1 battleship sunk, 1 heavily damaged, 4 cruisers sunk, 8 destroyers lost, and over 60 frigates lost. The remaining Jialan warships powered down in the encirclement and surrendered. The void was filled with debris, broken hulls, floating fragments, and flashing escape pods. A sunken battleship's engine was still releasing residual energy, a dark red halo slowly expanding in the starry sky. Tian Shu tally the battle report. Left reinforcement, 1 battleship lost power, 1 heavily damaged, 9 cruisers destroyed, 20 destroyers, and 187 frigates. Right reinforcement, 1 battleship sunk, 1 heavily damaged, 6 cruisers destroyed, 12 destroyers, and 134 frigates. Qihang losses, 1 cruiser heavily damaged, 3 destroyers destroyed, 5 heavily damaged, and 44 frigates destroyed. The shield of the Qihang ship was damaged and has recovered. Wang Dao leaned against the command platform, stretching his stiff shoulders. Master, the garrison of the left and right bases sent communication inquiring about Walter's situation. Wang Dao walked to the corner of the command room where Walter still sat. The highest commander of the Jialan fleet was curled up in the chair, his gaze vacant, hands resting on his knees, fingers slightly trembling. Wang Dao handed over the communicator. Walter did not take it. Your people are still in the base, Wang Dao said. If you don't say anything, I will send the fleet inside. You've seen the T5 cruisers against the T4 battleships twice today, and you know the result. Walter raised his head, staring at Wang Dao for a few seconds. He took the communicator. This is Walter. His voice was hoarse. Left base, right base, all units cease resistance. Surrender to the star group. The communication channel fell silent for a long time. The voice of the left commander came through very low. Understood. Left base, cease resistance. The right commander followed up. Wang Dao turned to look at the star map. The 3 red lights all went out. Fang Heng, take people to take over. Inspect each ship, lock all weapon systems, and transfer the crew in batches. Understood. 6 hours later, engineering ships moved through the battlefield, salvaging debris, rescuing survivors, and towing captured warships. The dry dock of the central base had been taken over by the Qihong engineering team, and the first batch of captured crew members was being loaded onto transport ships. Fang Heng's image appeared on the screen with noticeable dark circles under his eyes, but a smile at the corner of his mouth. Boss, the left and right bases have been completely taken over. All 4 battleships have surrendered, and their conditions are okay. Even the worst can be repaired. Adding the 2 from the central base and the 4 reinforcements, a total of 9 battleships are secured. 1 from the right reinforcement was sunk, and we'll see how much can be recovered from the debris. Wang Dao asked again, what about the supplies? Walter has accumulated his resources for over half a month, and the warehouses of the 3 bases are all full. Ammunition, alloys, energy blocks. Preliminary estimates suggest enough for our entire fleet to consume for 3 months. Wang Dao nodded. 9 T4 battleships, 3 forward bases, and 3 months' worth of supplies. This battle was worth it. Let the brothers take turns to rest. Tomorrow we go home. At the starport in the core control hall, Wang Dao leaned back in a wide chair, his legs crossed on the control panel. On the star map, blue dots representing their fleet continuously flowed into the starport, dragging massive spoils behind. 9 Jialan battleships, their armor damaged and engines shut down, were firmly locked in by the engineering ships, towing beams sequentially dragged into the giant repair dock. Fang Heng strode into the hall, his military boots clattering on the metal floor. He picked up a cup from the table and took a large gulp of water. Boss, the inventory is complete. 9 battleships, 3 with intact power systems, and 6 that need major repairs in the dock. The wreckage of the cruiser recovered 12 ships, capturing 34,000 people. Walter is being held separately in the isolation chamber at the bottom. Wang Dao looked at the list, tapping his fingers on the control panel. T4 class battleships are slow and have scattered firepower, Wang Dao commented. Keeping them will only slow down our fleet's mobility. Can't you assess the dismantling value? Tianqi's mechanical voice resonated in the hall. Master dismantling will yield a large amount of T4 level alloys and antimatter engine components. I suggest repairing the 3 intact battleships for external sale and dismantling the remaining 6. The materials obtained can fill 40% of the construction resource gap for the Northgate starport. Let's do it that way, Wang Dao nodded. Chu Ming entered holding an encrypted communication terminal. Boss, Miss Lin from Xingchen Trade just left. Chu Ming placed the terminal on the table. She brought a generous gift, 2 million tons of high-energy gas, or free of charge. By the way, she passed on a message. Wang Dao raised an eyebrow as Jialan in a hurry. Chu Ming pulled out a chair to sit down. The senior management of Jialan is shaken. The news of Walter's defeat has returned, and the pro-war faction has directly lost power. Now the pro-peace faction is in power, and they want to formally negotiate with us through Ms. Lin. Negotiate? Wang Dao straightened his body. Only now do they think of negotiating after losing. Bring it up. Chu Ming operated the terminal. The holographic projector in the center of the hall lit up. A middle-aged man with graying hair dressed in an elegant suit appeared in the projection. He sat behind a large desk with the huge emblem of Jialan Energy Group behind him. Jialan's executive director Howard. Howard looked at Wang Dao on the screen, his gaze lingering on Wang Dao's youthful face for 2 seconds. Mr. Wang, I've long admired your reputation. Howard spoke, first his voice deep and steady. I am the representative of the board of directors of Jialan Energy Group, Howard. This conflict is a regrettable misunderstanding. Wang Dao did not rise, still leaning against the back of his chair. Misunderstanding. A fleet of 10 battleships blocking my doorstep to build a base. You call this a misunderstanding? Howard placed his hands crossed on the table. Walter was too eager for quick success, deviating from the board's original intention. The board has already stripped him of all his positions. War benefits neither side. Jialan has deep foundations, and if a full-scale war breaks out, the entire frontier star domain will fall into turmoil. We are willing to pay a compensation fee to redeem the fleet and personnel. Let's call it a day and restore normal commercial order. Wang Dao looked at Howard. The other party's rhetoric was impressive, yet it still carried the posture of a regional overlord. They think that a little money can buy back both face and substance. Wang Dao turned to Tianshu. Tianshu, pull up the defense layout map of the Jialan Frontier Group headquarters. The holographic projection split in half. One half displayed Howard's face while the other half revealed a massive star system defense map, detailing the fleet deployment around Jialan headquarters, the distribution of defense platforms, and the nodes of jump routes, all clearly marked. On the other side of the projection, Howard's expression changed. His fingers tightened under the table, knuckles turning white. Mr. Wang, you are threatening the Jialan group. I am stating the facts. Wang Dao retracted his smile, leaning forward. It's no longer about whether you are willing to provide compensation, but how much I want. You have no right to set conditions. Wang Dao held up 3 fingers. First, 200 billion star coins. To buy Walter and those 30,000 captives' lives. If the money isn't in, I will send them all to the mines tomorrow. Second, designate a 500 light-year perimeter around the starport as an absolute no-flee zone. Any armed Jialan ships entering will be considered a declaration of war. Third, I want the mining rights to 3 core high-energy gas veins in the 8th star zone for 100 years. Plus, all the Supernova Noxite mining areas in the Frontier Star Domain. Howard suddenly stood up, hands pressing on the table. Mr. Wang, this is absolutely impossible. 9 battleships cost only about 50 billion. You're extorting. Think it's too expensive. Wang Dao spread his hands. Then let's not talk. He turned his head to Feng Heng. Feng Heng, fill the 9 battleships with fuel. Pick a few clever captives to pilot the ships and lead a team to Jialan headquarters tomorrow. I want to see if Jialan's foundations can withstand us charging again. Since they don't want to negotiate, let's completely clear Jialan's influence from the Frontier Star Domain. Feng Heng stood at attention and saluted. Understood. They'll go gather the troops right away. Wait. Howard shouted, his voice tinged with a slight crack. He stared fixedly at Wang Dao. Reports of the destruction of 3 forward bases 500 light-years away still lay on his desk. That was a fleet with overwhelming technological advantages, and Jialan's strength in the Frontier Star Domain had already been broken. They could not afford to gamble. Howard slowly sat back down in his chair. He took off his glasses, rubbed his brow with his thumb, and put them back on. 200 billion star coins to be transferred to the Stars Group account within 3 days. Howard's voice was dry. We agree to the 500 light-year no-flee zone. But the high-energy gas veins are the core assets of the group, and we cannot relinquish them. We can give you 3 of the 5 supernova Noxite veins in the frontier area. The high-energy gas can be waived. Wang Dao replied flatly. The supernova Noxite veins 5 in total, not 1 less. Howard's lips pressed into a thin line. Director Howard, this is my final offer. Agree, sign the agreement. If not, see you on the battlefield. In the projection, Howard's hand rested on the edge of the table, his index finger repeatedly tracing the table's surface. Chu Ming stood nearby, watching the once unreachable, high-ranking official of Jialan, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. 1 minute. A full minute. We agree. Howard closed his eyes. Pleasure doing business. Wang Dao snapped his fingers. Chu Ming, draft the agreement. Tianchu, follow up on the funds and the mineral transfer. The holographic projection shut down. Feng Heng turned around and slammed his palm into his other hand. Boss. 200 billion star coins plus 5 supernova Noxite veins. The funding chain for future expansion is completely open. Chu Ming pulled out a communication terminal from his pocket, already starting to draft the agreement framework, a slight smile on his lips. Jialan has bowed down. The commercial landscape of the Frontier Star Domain is about to be reshuffled. From now on, we call the shots in this star domain. Wang Dao stood up, stretching lazily. Keep a close eye on the funds and mineral transfer. Jialan's people are not to be trusted. Don't give them a chance to pull any tricks. Wang Dao ordered Feng Heng. The fleet will rest for 3 days. Prepare to receive the mineral veins. Yes. The two replied in unison, turning to leave the hall. The hall fell silent once more. Wang Dao walked to the floor-to-ceiling window, gazing at the brilliant starry sky outside. On the star map, the lights of the East Gate and West Gate starports shone steadily, while at the North Gate starport construction site, the plasma welding guns of the engineering ships flickered with blue light. Everything was falling into place. After Jialan bowed down, the starport cluster was about to enter a rare high-speed development window. Just as he took off his coat, his personal communication terminal on his wrist suddenly vibrated. Wang Dao pressed the answer button. Faya's holographic image popped up. Her battle armor was covered in dust and burn marks, with a massive dark golden hall in the background. The walls were engraved with complex geometric patterns, emitting a faint, ghostly light. Faya, are you injured? Wang Dao frowned. I'm fine. Faya's voice was unusually urgent. Wang Dao, the last defense matrix in the core area of the ruins has been cracked. I've entered. Wang Dao looked at the environment behind her. What is inside? Weapons of advanced civilizations. Or higher-level technological blueprints. Faya shook her head. She adjusted the camera angle to focus on the center of the hall. It was a huge transparent stasis pod. The surface of the pod flowed with dark golden energy patterns consistent with the geometric patterns on the walls, pulsing slowly and steadily like some kind of heartbeat. There are no weapons, no blueprints. Faye's voice echoed in the communication channel. The core hall of the ruins. Dark, golden light seeped through the patterns on the walls, casting an unreal hue over the entire space. The air was dry, devoid of dust and microorganisms. The life support system's operational records indicated that this space had remained sealed for over 100,000 years. In the center of the hall, a massive transparent stasis pod floated in midair. The surface of the pod was covered with dense energy circuits, and a deep blue light pulsed slowly along the circuits, maintaining a steady rhythm. Faye stood before the stasis pod, the burn marks on her armor particularly prominent in the dim light. She stared at the face inside the pod. Silver hair spread out, the skin pale, as if devoid of blood, with facial features sharp and exquisite. There was a faint rise and fall in the chest. Breathing was still present, but at an absurdly low frequency. Faye pulled up the scan data, her brow furrowing. Vital signs: stable heart rate, 3 beats per minute, temperature constant at 12 degrees Celsius. But the brainwaves. She paused, are almost at zero. This is not a state of stasis. This is the dissolution of consciousness. A voice from the communicator replied, clarify. The body is still alive, but there is no one inside. Faye's gaze remained fixed on that face. It is just an empty shell. The life support system of the stasis pod is still operational, but it only maintains a body without consciousness. The communication channel fell silent for 2 seconds. The voice said, continue searching, see what else is there. Understood. Faye turned to face her team. All units spread out and scan all the walls of the hall. Tian Shu analyzed the pattern structure on the walls. The researchers spread out the blue beams of the scanners, sweeping back and forth across the walls. Faye returned to the stasis pod, crouching down to check the control panel at the bottom. The energy circuits were still operational, but the output was extremely low, barely maintaining the pod's levitation and basic life support. At this rate of decay, in a few hundred years, even the life support system will shut down. Commander, a discovery on the east wall. Faye stood up and walked over. A researcher stood before a metal plate, its surface enveloped in a pale golden energy field covered with intricate symbols. Each symbol was small, yet they were arranged extremely neatly, as if they had been inscribed with steady hands. Tian Shu's voice sounded. The structure of the symbols has a 78% similarity to subspace communication codes currently cross-referencing for translation. Faye stared at those symbols. The depth of the engravings varied. The later portions were clearly shallower than the earlier ones, indicating that the inscriber was losing strength. 3 minutes later, Tian Shu provided the results. Translation complete. The recorder claims to come from the star speaker civilization. The following is the full text. A holographic projection lit up with the text unfolding line by line in midair. Subspace is everything to us. The path, the language, the eyes. Crossing thousands of light years only takes an instant. We believed ourselves to be the masters. We were wrong. Subspace has a consciousness. Every leap, communication, and foresight leaves a trace within. When traces accumulate to a certain extent, they manifest. We call them whisperers. They are not invaders. They are us. Greed, arrogance, fear, taking shape in subspace, crawling in through the open passages. It has been 300 years. Close the rifts, sacrifice the listeners, win again and again. Useless. As long as we continue to use subspace, the whisperers will not cease. In the end, we closed all passages, destroyed all technical data, and exiled ourselves to the edge of the galaxy. Most chose stasis. I stayed behind to guard. My name is Ella, the last listener, but I can't hold on any longer. My consciousness is fading. Not death, worse than death. My body remains, but I am no longer here. Do not open the stasis pod. Do not attempt to listen to the voices in subspace. Do not respond to it. It is not an abyss. It is a mirror. The projection extinguished. No one spoke. Faye read it twice. The first time she read the content, the second time she focused on the engravings. The spacing of the last few lines grew wider, the strokes more careless, the last symbol trailing a long scratch. When it was engraved to that point, her hand could no longer grip the tool. Commander, a young researcher gazed at the stasis pod, his voice soft. She is still inside. Should we? She said not to open it. Faye interrupted him. She looked at the face inside the stasis pod. The scientific value is immense. A living specimen from a highly advanced civilization 100,000 years ago. Even if consciousness is lost, the body's tissues, genetic sequences, and long-term stasis technology are priceless. But what the other party left behind is a last letter. The final sentence of the letter is, do not open it. Faye closed her eyes briefly and made a decision. Tian Shu, do not open the pod. Read the data cache from the periphery of the stasis pod. Extract as much as we can. There is still residual energy in the peripheral cache. It is estimated that 60% of the storage content can be retrieved. Begin extraction. Data streamed into the holographic projection. It was not text. It was images. The first image, a young silver-haired woman stood before a massive subspace rift. Something was writhing in the rift, its shape unstable, resembling a liquid shadow. Behind her was a dense formation of warships, but her gaze was solely focused on the depths of the rift. The second image, the same face aged. She sat in this hall with the surrounding stasis pods glowing. She was checking the operational status of each pod, her movements repetitive and mechanical. The third image, the stasis pods in the hall, dimmed significantly. Her hair was completely white, her face lined with wrinkles, yet her hands remained steady. She sat alone in front of the control panel with red alerts filling the monitoring screen. Life support system, energy insufficient. The fourth image, she sat before the stasis pod. Her fingers hovered over the activation button, hesitating for a long time. Her lips moved slightly. Tianshu matched the lip movements and provided a translation result projected in the corner of the hologram. 3 words. Enough. Then she pressed the button. The pod door closed, the energy field activated, and she closed her eyes. Recording terminated. The timestamp showed that was 100,400 years ago. Faye withdrew her gaze and turned to her team. Copy the complete data of the wall text. The stasis pod and hall will remain as they are, and no one is allowed to touch any equipment. Evacuate in 15 minutes. Understood. The researchers began moving. Faye walked to the stasis pod and took one last look. The energy circuits were still flowing with the deep blue light pulsing in rhythm close to the frequency of a human heartbeat. She said nothing more and turned towards the exit. Starship Xinglei Core Control Hall. Faye's holographic image stood before Wang Dao, the data package having been fully synchronized. Wang Dao leaned back in his chair after reviewing the messages from the star speakers and the memory fragments of Ella, tapping his fingers on the armrest a few times. The things in subspace are not external threats, they are created by the users themselves. Correct, Faye replied. The technological level of the star speakers far surpassed ours, but they were harmed by the very things they created. Our subspace technology is still in its early stages with no significant issues in leaps in basic communication. However, if we continue to delve deeper, listening foresight subspace projection, we might tread the same line. Tianshu. Master. Encrypt the star speaker's data for separate storage and set it to the highest authority. Executed. Faye looked at him. You don't hesitate. The lesson learned by a civilization far stronger than us 100,000 years ago after exhausting everything to conclude. Wang Dao said, what should I hesitate about? Just use it. Our exploration of the ruins is only to accelerate the unlocking of technology. He stood up and walked to the star map, his gaze sweeping over the various nodes of the Xinglei star cluster. Seal the ruins designated as a restricted area. Deploy an automated patrol squad to monitor, and no one is allowed to approach. Understood. Faye nodded. They'll lead the team to wrap this up and come back immediately. Be cautious on the way. The communication was cut off. Wang Dao stood before the star map for a while. On the star map, the construction progress bar for Beimin Xinglei was fluctuating. The compensation funds from Jialan were arriving in batches, and the coordinates for 5 supernova knockstone mines had already been marked on the edge of the explored star domain. He reached out and drew a line on the star map, marking the coordinates of the ruins as a red restricted area. Then he turned off the star map and went to the adjacent rest cabin to sleep. Tomorrow there will be mine handovers to oversee. 3 months later, at the Qihang Star Fortress in the Central Control Hall, the blue light spots on the star map have nearly doubled compared to 3 months ago. All 4 star fortresses have been positioned. The reconstruction of the North Gate Star Fortress has been completed, and the East Gate and West Gate Star Fortresses have been upgraded with the Qihang Star Fortress firmly established at the center. The weapon configurations of each star fortress strictly adhere to design standards: 4 super large particle accelerator cannons, 20 large plasma artillery, 500 defense arrays, and 24 medium-sized docks. Wang Dao stood before the star map, observing the latest data compiled by Tianshu. The fleet size has expanded to 12 standard fleets, 12 cruisers, 120 destroyers, and 1,200 frigates. The monthly tax revenue from the commercial starport has surpassed 50 million star coins. Chu Ming entered holding a report. Boss, here's the acceptance report for the North Gate Star Fortress. Lucas said everything is normal and it can be officially put into use. Wang Dao took the report and flipped through 2 pages. What about the test data for the defense system? All of it is included. What about the supernova knock mineral vein? Fang Heng is personally overseeing it. The first batch of ore has already been transported back, and the purity is even higher than expected, all to be used in T5 grade alloy smelting. Chu Ming paused, a slight smile on his lips. The Jialan people tried to tamper with the mineral vein during the handover. The boundary coordinates shifted by 0.3 astronomical units, which effectively cut out the richest section of the 3rd mineral vein. And then, Fang Heng slammed the original exploration data onto the table. The representative across from him was stunned for 5 seconds, turning pale and daring not to say another word. Wang Dao remained expressionless. Keep a close watch. There are 5 mineral veins, and none can have issues. Rest assured. Just as Chu Ming left, FAI Air walked in. She was holding a data panel, her pace noticeably quicker than usual. Boss, the data analysis from the star speaker ruins has yielded results. She placed the data panel on the star map table and brought up a set of 3-dimensional models of the energy circuits. The model rotated in midair with the energy flow between the circuit nodes densely marked with over 100 branch lines just for the main trunk. FAI Air pointed to 3 nodes marked in red. Their technological level far exceeds ours, which is unavoidable. However, part of the underlying logic of the energy circuits aligns with our technological path. She switched to the next page of data. These 3 nodes are key: energy coupling, efficiency, magnetic confinement, topological structure, and the resonance frequency of the particle accelerator cavity. I spent 3 months reverse engineering to fully understand the parameters of these 3 nodes, which allows us to bypass at least 2 years of foundational research. Wang Dao was about to speak when a panel in his mind suddenly flickered. The technology progress bar jumped ahead. T5 stage 4 at 5. Immediately after, 2 gray nodes on the technology tree lit up simultaneously. Construction type, Star Fortress. Ship type, battleship. Wang Dao's gaze froze. Battleship. Tian Shu simultaneously projected the design parameters of the battleship onto the star map table. A massive silver-white battleship slowly rotated in the holographic projection. With a 10-kilometer hull, its lines were rugged and fierce, and the main cannon's caliber was larger than the entire bridge of a cruiser. T5 class battleship. Tian Shu called up comparative data. The main cannon is a weakened version of the Annihilator class main cannon, with each equipped with 2 particle spear main cannons that can directly destroy a T5 cruiser with a single shot. The charging time is longer, but the core reactor uses a dual redundancy structure, allowing for battlefield endurance far exceeding that of existing ships. Construction cycle. 1 dock batch produces 2 ships, requiring 1 year for construction. Wang Dao nodded. He hesitated to speak as the data for the Star Fortress also unfolded on the panel. The more he looked, the more silent he became. FAI Air noticed the change in his expression and leaned over to glance at the data panel. She also fell silent. Tian Shu project the Star Fortress. The lights in the control hall dimmed. A colossal structure took shape in the holographic projection. The main body is a regular hexagonal disc structure spanning 300 kilometers, nearly filling the entire projection space. 6 edges, each connecting to a hexagonal dock center, with each dock center housing 6 large docks. The 6 dock centers are connected end to end, forming a larger outer ring. The connection points serve as the ports for ships to dock. 36 large docks, each 22 kilometers. That is merely its production capacity. Wang Dao's gaze fell on the densely marked weapon arrays on the main structure. Tian Shu firepower parameters. Tian Shu's voice echoed in the hall. Annihilator class particle spear, main cannon 36 units. Wang Dao raised an eyebrow. The energy level of the Annihilator class main cannon can destroy a T5 class battleship with a single shot. The maximum power of the super-large particle accelerator cannons of the 4 star fortresses in the Qihong star cluster can only inflict damage on T4 battleships. What power? Battleship class large particle spear secondary cannon 360 units. A single shot is enough to destroy a cruiser. Defense arrays 3,600 units. Drone hangar capacity for 360,000 units. FAI Air softly remarked, "This is not a defensive structure. This is a mobile war fortress." Wang Dao circled around the holographic projection, examining each weapon node. Then he pulled his gaze back, his tone calm, "But we can't build it right now. Looking at the T5 stage 4, just starting building the Star Fortress at full capacity will take a year, and the battleship will also take a year. At the earliest, 2 years from now. The most urgent matter remains unchanged. First, we must complete the cruiser fleet and schedule the battleships." Tian Shu adjusts the shipbuilding plan. Plan adjusted. Currently, 1 cruiser can be newly built each month, along with 8 destroyers and 80 frigates. That will do. FAI Air turned off the holographic projection, and the lights in the hall brightened. On the same day, in the training airspace, Fang Heng finished the joint exercise of 12 fleets aboard the flagship Qihongya. The newly formed 9th to 12th fleets were still somewhat uncoordinated, maintaining a formation rate of only 78%, falling short of the standards set by the veteran units. Return for extra training. We will reassess with the same subject next week. The squad leaders received their tasks and left. Just as Fang Heng leaned back against the chair, the communicator lit up. Wang Dao's voice came through. "How is the training situation? The newly formed 4 fleets are still lacking in refinement. Give me 2 more months, and I can bring them to the level of the first batch. The Northern Exploration Plan is in preparation. We will need to dispatch an elite squad." Fang Heng sat up straight. "I'll lead the team. FAI Air will go. You will stay home." Wang Dao's tone left no room for negotiation. "Select the most elite cruisers and destroyers to form the North Wind Squad." The organizational plan will be finalized in a few days. Fang Heng was stunned for 2 seconds then laughed. All right. I'll pick the best ships and the finest people for Sister FAI Air. That night in the office, Wang Dao and FAI Air were having a working dinner with the star map open on the table. The Northgate Star Fortress has been completed, the fleet expansion is finished, and the commercial operations are on track. Wang Dao set down his chopsticks. Next we should look north. FAI Air raised her head. The environmental transformation progress of the Qihang star is only at 15%, and normal advancement will still take several more years. We can't wait that long. Wang Dao gazed at the gray, unmarked area in the northern part of the star map. The northern unknown star region may harbor naturally habitable stars. Finding one would secure the qualification of a federal lord. You want me to lead the team? You are the most suitable candidate. Your research capabilities, command experience, and judgment are sufficient. Wang Dao looked at her research ship, cruiser destroyer frigate configured according to standard exploration fleet. Fang Heng will personally help you select the ships. FAI Air poked at the food on her plate with her chopsticks. Let me finish digesting the data from the star speaker first. The progress of the technology tree cannot be interrupted, and I still have several key datasets running. No rush. Leave when you're ready. FAI Air nodded. The two finished their meal in silence. After dinner, Wang Dao headed to the observation platform. The eastern starry sky stretched at the end of his sight. There were no labels, no flight paths. FAI Air walked over and leaned against the railing. In the distance, the lights of the East Gate Star Fortress flickered in the darkness. That was the fortress at the northernmost end of the Qihang star cluster. Beyond that lay places they had never been. 3 days ago, Feier led the Dongfeng squad eastward in search of clues about habitable planets. 334 warships transformed into streaks of light racing towards the unknown depths of space. Wang Dao stood on the viewing platform of the Dongmen Star Fortress watching until the last glimmer of light vanished. Fang Heng stood behind him saying, "Boss, they have left." Will they find a habitable planet? Wang Dao did not answer. He turned and walked back into the Star Fortress. Gather everyone for a meeting. In the core conference room, Wang Dao sat in the main seat with a holographic star map spread out before him. The blue dots of the Qihang galaxy cluster were dense and orderly, with the 4 star fortresses clearly marked. Feier is leading the exploration eastward. It will take at least a few months, or at most a year or two. Wang Dao stated directly, the most urgent matter at hand is to upgrade the Qihang Star Fortress. Fang Heng raised his head. Upgrade the Star Fortress? Didn't we just finish building the Domen Shimen and Baymen? It's not an upgrade to a Star Fortress. It's an upgrade to a Star Castle. The holographic projection switched. A massive structure slowly took shape before everyone. A regular hexagonal disk with a span of 300 kilometers, nearly filling the entire projection space. 6 edges each connect to a hexagonal dock center, with the 6 dock centers joined together to form a larger outer ring. The conference room fell silent for 2 seconds. Lucas was the first to speak. That each dock center on the edge and side is 6 large docks. 6 centers, 36 docks. Each dock is 15 kilometers long and 8 kilometers wide. Lucas' hands were pressed on the table, his body slightly leaning forward. 36 large docks. Boss, what about the output capacity? Don't rush to calculate the output capacity yet. Wang Dao pointed at the weapon designation layer of the projection with dense red dots appearing from the main structure. Look at this. Star Destroyer class particle lance, main cannons 36 units. Battleship class large particle lance secondary cannons 360 units. Defensive arrays 3,600 units. Drone hangar capacity for 360,000 units. No one spoke. Fang Heng stared at the myriad of red dots on the projection, his lips moving slightly. The 4 star fortresses combined had only 16 super large particle acceleration cannons. The energy level of the Star Destroyer class main cannon is 2 levels higher than that of the super large particle acceleration cannon. 36 units. This is not a star fortress, Fang Heng said. It is not. Wang Dao turned off the weapon designation layer. This is a war fortress. Get to the point. Wang Dao looked at everyone. The Star Castle has been unlocked, but it cannot be constructed right now. The construction will take a year. During this year, the Qihang Star Fortress will be dismantled and rebuilt, leaving us without defensive capabilities. Chu Ming frowned. A year without the firepower coverage of the Central Star Fortress. Wang Dao did not answer, immediately tapping his fingers on the table twice. The Dongmen Shimen and Baymen Star Fortresses will hold the line. He looked at Fang Heng. The fleet's patrol density will double, and the defensive firepower of the 3 portal star fortresses will be maximized. It won't lead to major issues. Fang Heng nodded, but did not reply immediately. After 2 seconds, he said, we can hold. But we must prepare for the worst. What if someone comes to test our defenses during this year? So we need to be quick. Wang Dao's tone remained unchanged, but the look he gave Lucas spoke volumes. You will lead the design plan, and Tian Shu will provide technical support. The final draft is due within a month. A month. Lucas bit his teeth all right. Chu Ming materials. Chu Ming had been flipping through the account book. We have enough Supernova Noxite reserves for 3 months and T5 alloy inventory for 2 months. I estimate the material consumption for the Star Castle at 8 to 10 times that of the Star Fortress. There will be a gap of at least 5 months. The second batch of compensation from Jialan will arrive next week, which can fill part of the gap, but it won't be enough. The tax revenue from the commercial starport will be prioritized for the Star Castle. T4 alloy exports are stagnant, and the export quantity of antimatter energy will be increased. Chu Ming took notes. There is another issue. He looked up. Before the Star Castle is completed, we cannot build battleships. The medium-sized docks are not large enough, and the energy supply is insufficient. Correct. During this year, we can only continue to produce cruisers and destroyers. Wang Dao pulled up the outline drawing of the battleship. 11 kilometers long, 3.2 kilometers wide, with the caliber of the 2 main guns on the bow larger than the entire bridge of a cruiser. The Conqueror-class battleship can only be constructed once the large docks of the Star Castle are completed. Each one will take at least a year. Fang Heng calculated that means it will be 2 years before we have battleships in service. It's worth the wait, Wang Dao said. With battleships, we will be qualified to declare our lord status to the Federation. The Star Castle and battleships are indispensable. He drew a timeline. Starting tomorrow, we will verify the design plan. A year later, construction of the Star Castle will be completed. The 36 large docks will be put into production, and the first batch of battleships will be built. Before that, the fleet will continue to expand with 12 standard fleets fully staffed by the end of the year. All resources will be directed towards the Star Castle. Understood. The meeting is adjourned. A week later, Shihang Star Fortress Core Control Hall. Lucas had been working tirelessly with the design team for 7 days. Tian Shu was providing stress simulations nearby, with every structure, every energy conduit, and every turret's firing arc repeatedly analyzed in the holographic model. Fang Heng came almost every day. On the 3rd day, he stared at the dock model for 10 minutes and asked, can the large dock fit 2 destroyers at the same time? Tian Shu replied, each dock is 15 kilometers long, 8 kilometers wide. Constructing 2 destroyers at the same time is more than sufficient. However, the battleship is 11 kilometers long and 3.2 kilometers wide, so only one can fit in each dock. Fang Heng mumbled that's enough and left. On the 5th day, he returned and asked the same question again. Tian Shu repeated the answer word for word. Lucas did not look up. He marked a line on the blueprint. Energy node no. 7. Coupling efficiency insufficient. This node is the throat of the entire energy network of the Star Castle. Fayer had specifically mentioned in the reverse derivation data left behind. There was a bottleneck in the magnetic confinement topology structure, and the conventional plan could not handle peak loads. Lucas stared at that line for 3 minutes. Tian Shu switched the 7th node to the coupling scheme of the Star Speaker relic and rerun the stress test. 3 seconds later, Tian Shu replied, passed. Efficiency increased by 11%. Lucas leaned back in his chair and closed his eyes. 2 weeks later, the design plan was finalized. Lucas stood in the core control hall with construction blueprints covering the entire wall. The holographic projection dismantled the Star Castle layer by layer. Framework, energy core, weapon array, docks, hangars, each layer meticulously annotated. Tian Shu simulated 12 rounds of stress tests, all meeting standards. Lucas' eyes were dark, but his voice was steady. As long as the materials are in place, we can start work at any time. Wang Dao finished reviewing the blueprints and turned to Chu Ming. Are the materials ready? We have enough for the first phase. As for the subsequent ones, Chu Ming closed the account book. The compensation from Jialan has arrived. I have already placed the orders. The procedures for allocating the commercial tax revenue have also been completed. However, there will be a window period in the midterm, likely between the 4th to 6th months, when Noxite consumption will peak, so we need to increase the output from the mines in advance. Fang Heng, here, take 20 transport ships from the fleet to specialize in running supplies. If the construction site runs out of materials for a day, you will explain it to me. Understood. Wang Dao took one last look at the blueprints. Commence work. The next morning, the construction fleet gathered from all directions, covering the construction platforms around the Shihang Star Fortress. The blue light of the plasma cutting guns lit up. The old armor plates were dismantled piece by piece, and the new keel framework began to be positioned. Welding robots moved along preset tracks, extending the steel structure in the vacuum. This steel fortress, which had been in service for over a year, began to be dismantled and reshaped. Wang Dao stood on the viewing platform of the Dongmen Star Fortress, gazing at the construction site from afar. Fang Heng walked over. There's news from Sister Fair. Wang Dao pulled out the communication terminal. Last night's short message. Entered an unknown star region. Everything is normal. Scanning the first gravitational anomaly point, suspected to be a giant gas planet. Expected to arrive in 3 days. How is everything at home? Wang Dao replied, everything is normal. The Star Fortress is beginning its upgrade to a Star Castle. Be safe, don't rush. Feier replied with one word, okay. Fang Heng glanced at it, said nothing, but a smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Wang Dao put away the terminal and looked at the starry sky in the east. A year. Waiting for the star castle to rise, waiting for the battleships to launch. 2 months later. The site of the Qihang Xinglei has changed beyond recognition. The blue and white light of the plasma cutting guns shines day and night, illuminating the surrounding space like daylight. The old armor plates have been dismantled in large sections, slowly flipping over at the periphery of the construction area, awaiting recycling. New keels rise from the ruins with black alloy frames extending in all directions, outlining the silhouette of a gigantic structure. The hexagonal core framework of the Star Fortress is already a third complete. The 300-kilometer main skeleton stands under the starlight, revealing a horrifying outline. The main structure of Dock No. 1 has been capped first. Inside the 15-kilometer-long dock, numerous engineering robots traverse along preset tracks, and densely packed energy pipelines are being laid, welded, and tested one by one. At the temporary command platform, Lucas' eyes are bloodshot, his stubble unshaven for 2 months, and his gaze is fixed on the progress panel in front of him. The construction site operates 3 shifts with machines never stopping. 20 transport ships arrive non-stop from various parts of the galaxy, unloading mountains of raw materials before returning empty, repeating the cycle. Third construction group. Lucas pressed the communication button, his voice hoarse. The welding point of keel No. 2 is misaligned by 0.3 degrees, dismantle and re-welded immediately. I don't want to say it a second time. The communication channel was silent for a second before a crisp, yes, came from the other side. He didn't look back, asking the chief engineer beside him, how long can the stock of Supernova Noxite last? Theoretically, 3 months. The second batch of procurement is already on the way, and Chu Ming is supervising it personally. Lucas replied with a sound, his gaze returning to the progress panel. Data filled the screen, flowing in his pupils as he stood still, like a statue welded to the command platform. Dongmen Xinglei Command Hall. Fang Heng walked in holding a report, his steps quicker than usual. Boss, the latest fleet expansion data. He slammed the report on Wang Dao's desk, pride evident in his tone. Wang Dao opened the report. 2 months ago, he had 12 standard fleets. Now, 14 fleets. 14 cruisers, 140 destroyers, and 1,400 corvettes. In the reserve, there are also 2 cruisers, 10 destroyers, and 200 corvettes ready to be deployed at any time. Wang Dao's gaze swept over the numbers, stopping at the corvette section. How did the corvette production capacity suddenly increase so much? Fang Heng puffed out his chest, counting on his fingers. The 5 small docks at the resource starport are at full capacity, producing 60 units a month. This is standard capacity. But I think it's too slow. He paused. I forcibly converted 12 medium docks from Dongmen Ximen and Beimen Xinglei to produce corvettes. The medium docks produce corvettes at a fast rate, 12 units per month per dock, totaling 144 units a month. Adding the 60 units from the small docks, the total monthly production. Fang Heng extended a hand, fingers spread. 204 units. Wang Dao glanced at him. Converting the medium docks will impact the schedule for destroyers. Yes, the production dropped from 48 to 36 units a month. Fang Heng nodded calmly. But right now the stock of destroyers is sufficient and the quota is full. Once the corvettes fill the gap in the fleet, I will immediately switch the docks back, ensuring no delay in the future production of destroyers. How long until full capacity? At the current speed, a month and a half. Wang Dao closed the report and lightly tapped the table. All right. Before the Star Fortress is completed, the pace of troop buildup cannot stop. The thicker the hand you have, the stronger your stance when you lay your cards on the table. Understood, Fang Heng replied with a grin. Just then the communication terminal vibrated gently. It was Feier's routine short message. 5th star system scanned. Discovered a 3rd high-value resource point with no habitable planets. The fleet continues to advance eastward, currently about 200 light-years from the Qihang star cluster. Everything is normal. They also excavated a small-scale remnant of a previous civilization along the way. It is not a star speaker and has a very low technology level with data already packaged and sent back. Safe, no concerns. Wang Dao read it and tapped the screen with his fingertip, replying received. Continue advancing, safety first. Almost instantaneous reply. Just one word, good. Fang Heng leaned over to take a look, shaking his head with a smile. Feier's luck is indeed a bit poor. They've traveled hundreds of light years without encountering a single thing they could modify. Finding habitable planets in the pioneering star domain is akin to searching for a needle in a haystack, Wang Dao said as he put away the terminal, his expression unchanged. She is not in a hurry. Take care of home first. As soon as he finished speaking, Chu Ming walked in. He was holding a stack of reports thick enough to be used as bricks, slamming them onto the table, producing a dull thud. Boss, good news. Chu Ming rarely showed a smile, but spoke in a hushed tone as if afraid the good news would escape. The monthly tax revenue from the commercial starport has steadily hit 60 million. That's a 20% increase from last month. He flipped open one page, pointing at the data. The export orders for T4 alloy have been booked until the next quarter. Those who want to buy are lining up for numbers. Antimatter energy is even more exaggerated with demand exceeding supply. I've already raised the price twice in a row, and the other side signed without batting an eye. Chu Ming lifted his head, a gleam in his eyes. Boss, do you know what this means? In this pioneering star domain, our Qihang star cluster is the largest supermarket. No matter who comes from where, anyone wanting to do business will be bound to us. The commercial berths have a long-term usage rate of over 80%, and it's still rising. Some merchant fleets are now booking berths a month in advance. Wang Dao asked while flipping through the bills, what about the compensation from Jialan? The second payment of 5 billion has arrived. Chu Ming raised two fingers, his tone firm. The final 5 billion, they guarantee to pay within 6 months. I have people stationed outside their financial director's office every day. Even if they had 10 times the courage, they wouldn't dare delay for a day. Chu Ming paused, a smirk on his lips. To put it bluntly, right now the money we earn from tax and trade profits each month is enough to support 20 fleets, and we wouldn't even run out of it. Money isn't the problem. The only bottleneck is the production capacity of T5 alloy, all of which is filling the bottomless pit of the Star Fortress. Wang Dao finished the last page and closed the ledger. He nodded. With money and resources, one feels secure. Chu Ming turned and walked away with the report. Wang Dao took a sip of the now cold tea on the table. The tea leaves scraped his throat. Bitter. Just as he was about to put the cup down, the office door was pushed open again. Feng Heng. He returned. But this time the smile on his face was gone. Boss, there's an emergency alert from the intelligence network. Wang Dao looked up. Feng Heng's expression made him slowly place the teacup back on the table. Feng Heng traced a line in the air with his fingertip, and a holographic star map unfolded in the center of the office. A dense array of star system coordinates filled his view. At the eastern edge of the star map, a red dot was slowly blinking. In the northeastern part of the pioneering star domain, 400 light-years away from us. Feng Heng's voice was very low. The probe has detected an unidentified armed fleet. No identification signal. Wang Dao's gaze was fixed on that red dot. The scale is about 200 ships. This is the first jump engine trail intercepted 3 days ago. The direction of travel. Feng Heng drew a line on the star map. From the northwest to the southeast. The office fell silent for 3 seconds. The ship type outline is very vague, but the energy feature analysis results are out. Feng Heng's Adam's apple moved slightly. There are large ships in the fleet. At least cruiser class, but the specific number cannot be determined for now. Are there any matches in the database? None. Feng Heng shook his head. All registered fleet signal characteristics from Jialan, the 8th star district, and known star domains have been compared. 0 matches. This fleet is a completely unfamiliar face. Wang Dao remained silent. He stared at the flickering red dot on the star map, his breathing light. Are they approaching? Not for now. After intercepting the tail trace, they seem to have stopped at a certain position, showing no signs of further movement to the southeast. But Feng Heng hesitated. The direction is towards us. This cannot be ignored. Wang Dao's fingers began to unconsciously tap on the table. The rhythm was light and slow. Raise the priority of the intelligence network. I want real-time updates every 24 hours. Dongmen Xinglei patrol fleet, expand the alert range by 50 light-years. He paused for a moment. His gaze shifted from the star map to Feng Heng's face. Go notify Lucas. The installation schedule for the fortress weapon systems should be moved up entirely. Feng Heng was startled. Boss, but the main structure isn't even finished. How can we install the weapon systems? Install what can be installed first. Wang Dao's voice was calm, as if he were discussing something utterly ordinary. If this is a test from wolves, we must be ready with our hunting rifles. Yes. Feng Heng turned and left, his footsteps hurriedly fading at the end of the corridor. Evening. The Star Fortress construction site. Welding sparks shot out from all directions, flickering in the dark space. Lucas had just crawled out of the inspection passage of Dock No. 1, covered in dust, his work clothes stained with solidified coolant and metal debris. He looked up to wipe the sweat and saw Wang Dao standing not far away. Boss. Lucas pointed at the huge steel dome behind him, a rare smile creeping onto his lips. 60% of the energy pipeline in Dock No. 1 has been laid, with the first round of pressure testing scheduled for next week. At the current pace, the main structure of the fortress will be completed in 6 months, with the remaining 6 months for installing weapons and defense systems. Tianshu has calculated that the total construction period can be shortened by 20 days compared to the original plan. Wang Dao did not respond. He directly asked, can the Star Destroyer gun groups be installed ahead of schedule? Lucas paused, his oil-stained hands hovering in the air. He slowly looked up, his bloodshot eyes fixed on Wang Dao. There were no questions in his gaze, only confirmation. Something happened. To the east, 400 light-years away, an unidentified fleet has been discovered. Wang Dao spoke rapidly, clearly conveying the information. The scale is about 200 ships, including large ships of cruiser class. The identity is unknown, and they are heading towards us. Lucas did not ask a second question. He lowered his head, quickly operating on his personal control panel, dragging, rearranging, and locking construction modules on the holographic interface. The completed core framework area can first mount the Closian defense gun groups without affecting the main construction. He spoke while operating. His speed doubled compared to usual. The main gun array must wait until the energy core is connected to start. This cannot be rushed. But for close defense. He looked up, his gaze sharp. Within 3 months, I will provide you with 40 sets of Closian defense guns. They may not stop a large fleet, but anyone who wants to sneak into our home will have to ask if these 40 guns agree. That will be enough. Install them first. Wang Dao turned to leave, taking a few steps before suddenly stopping. He did not turn back. Lucas, thank you for your hard work. The sound of operations on the control panel came from behind, mixed with a mumbled reply. You should hurry and leave. Standing here is delaying my work. Wang Dao said nothing more. He stood at the edge of the construction platform, watching the distant welding sparks splatter. The blue and white arcs flickered like steel breathing. The patrol fleets from the 3-star fortresses had already departed the port, rapidly spreading out into the surrounding space. In the darkness, 400 light-years away, something was quietly stationed there. Wang Dao clenched his fingers and turned to stride towards the office. A month later, the construction site of the Star Fortress has entered a 24-hour uninterrupted operation. The roar of machines never ceases, and the cooling vents of the welding robots release scalding air, while the smell of mixed machine oil and metal hangs in the maintenance shaft. On the exterior of Dock 130, grotesque bases for Closian defense cannons have been welded onto the main framework, their dark muzzles aimed straight at deep space. The main structure of Dock 2 has reached its peak, and the foundation of Dock 3 has also been completed. Lucas has not left the construction site, his eyes bloodshot. Anyone who dares to loiter in front of him and say something trivial will undoubtedly be scolded mercilessly. In the East Gate Star Fortress, a massive holographic star map occupies an entire wall, with countless blue dots flickering like breaths outlining the current defense contours of the departure star system. 3 nascent star fortresses form a triangular formation, firmly guarding 5 resource starports and 6 commercial starports at the core. On the star map, silver patrol routes intertwine to form a web several times denser than a month ago. Boss, the expansion plan from last month has been completed. Fang Heng's voice interrupted Wang Dao's thoughts. He swiped the data panel, and a report was pushed to the main control console. A new fleet has been formed. Now the main force consists of 16 fully equipped ships. The docks for the escort ships have all been converted to produce destroyers, with the first batch expected to launch next month. Wang Dao nodded slightly, his gaze still fixed on the star map. What about that fleet? Fang Heng understood and highlighted a glaring red area at the edge of the star map. The red dot was closer and clearer than before. 300 light-years away. The direction hasn't changed, still northwest. The speed is stable, as if in a parade. Have you figured out their configuration? About 200 ships in total, with little fluctuation. Fang Heng zoomed in on that area. 14 brighter red dots were marked separately. Confirmed 14 cruisers, no battleship-level energy signals detected, which is a good piece of news. What about their identity? Damn it, that's the problem. Fang Heng couldn't help but curse, his brow tightly furrowed. The databases of Jialan and the 8-star zone are nearly exhausted. Nothing matches. Our people tried to call using the general channel, but the other side didn't respond at all, just plowing ahead like a group of ghosts. 300 light-years. With the transition efficiency of cruisers, and not counting charging time, they could collide with the outer warning line of the East Gate Star Fortress in half a month. Wang Dao's fingers gently tapped on the cold metallic surface of the main control console, producing a monotonous tapping sound. Where is Li Rue? As per your order, he has pushed forward to 150 light-years away. Fang Heng displayed another route. That kid is quite spirited with daily routine communications. Everything is normal. Every day he clamors to activate the turrets of the new ship. Wang Dao's tapping motion stopped. Let him go another 50 light-years. Fang Heng was taken aback. 200 light-years. That will soon enter the extreme reconnaissance range of the other cruisers, which is easy to get bitten. That's exactly what we want him to see. Wang Dao raised his eyes, finally looking at Fang Heng, his expression calm and unperturbed. At the position of 200 light-years, set up the second warning line for me. I want to see how these ghosts react when they hit a nail. Understood. Fang Heng immediately executed the command. Wang Dao turned around and gazed once more at the red light mass representing the unknown. A straight line, unwavering. This is too straight. Wang Dao's personal terminal vibrated. It was a secure message from Fair. Finish scanning the 8th and 9th star systems. There is a resource point, but no habitable planets. A remnant of a subspace rift was discovered in the 8th star system, not naturally formed, and it is very old. Data has been collected, but no in-depth exploration. The fleet will continue eastward for 300 light-years, and if no further discoveries are made, prepare to return. All personnel are safe. Wang Dao's fingertips quickly tapped, replying, received. Safety first, retreat immediately when danger arises. After sending the message, the other side fell silent once again. Finding a new home cannot be rushed. The ecological transformation of the departure star has just begun, and everything depends on Feyer's luck. The door to the command hall slid open, and Chu Ming walked in with a report in hand, his face filled with joy. Boss, the tax revenue from the commercial starports has exploded again. The berths of the 6 starports are nearly overflowing, even the aisles are considering charging for parking. Wang Dao glanced at the report, noting that the export volumes of alloys and energy have been consistently rising, with rare materials piling up in the warehouse, then being directly sent to the Star Fortress construction site. What about the compensation from Jialan? The third payment has yet to arrive. The agreement stipulates payments every 6 months, and it's only the 4th month now. Chu Ming put away the documents, smacking his lips. I have people monitoring their financial flows 247. If they dare to default, I will personally take a ship to their capital, Stargate, to collect the debt the next day. The expansion of the commercial starport is halted, maintaining the status quo. Wang Dao pushed the report aside. All resources will be prioritized for the Star Fortress. Chu Ming was taken aback. Are we not making money? What's more important, life or money? Chu Ming's smile instantly vanished. He glanced at the glaring red dot on the star map, his expression immediately turning serious. Understood. He'll burn the account books as fuel for the Star Fortress, ensuring the calorific value is high enough. The command hall fell silent. Wang Dao gazed at the star map. 16 fleets, 3 star fortresses, 11 starports. And that unfinished star fortress, which consumes immense resources along with the battleship still in the blueprint stage. This amount of assets can be considered significant within the departure star system. However, in the entire Southern River star domain, it appears trivial. Feyer was right, the starry sky is too vast. Vast enough that 200 ships could emerge 300 light-years away, and you wouldn't even be able to tell if they were visiting or attacking. Wang Dao turned off the star map and turned to leave. At the Star Fortress construction site, Lucas was squatting by the maintenance shaft, one hand stuffing an energy bar into his mouth, while the other furiously tapped on a virtual panel. Boss. Lucas didn't even look up. The 30 groups of Closian defense cannon bases will be completed this week, and fire control will be installed next month. Dock 2 will be topped off by the end of the month, and Dock 3 by mid-next month. The energy core. It will take at least a month and a half. Lucas accurately threw the wrapping paper into a recycling bin in the distance, his tone leaving no room for dispute. Even if you take me apart and use me as parts, it will still take a month and a half. Wang Dao said nothing, merely lifted his head. The massive steel skeleton obscured the starry sky, and the welding sparks in the distance lit up before quickly extinguishing. The terminal vibrated again. It was Feyer. Tomorrow we will enter the 10th star system. Everything is normal. Wang Dao tucked the terminal back into his pocket. In the distance, the navigation lights of the East Gate Star Fortress blinked regularly, illuminating a stretch of space. In the darkness beyond the reach of light, there were not only the unidentified fleet, but also the forward fleet sent out by Li Rue. Further away, Feyer was still searching for a way out for everyone's future. Wang Dao strode towards the shuttle. Back in the office, various reports piled up, waiting for him to process. Inside the bridge of the exploration, the sound of the air circulation system's fan was set to its lowest. Eliminating one suspected data after another, each of which had looked promising in long-distance scans, all were discarded upon deep scanning. The research personnel's coffee cups changed repeatedly, their originally tense nerves gradually dulling in the monotony of star map scanning until they were too exhausted even to feel disappointment. The 21st Star System Radiation Index exceeds safe levels, no possibility of habitability. The officer's tone was nearly numb dead. Faye stood by the viewport, twirling a pen that had long run out of ink. She did not turn around, gazing at the distant dead star nebula. Charge the engine's next coordinates. Her voice was very soft. Inside the bridge, only the sound of the fan remained. Another one, just one more. But one more had already been said 21 times. The exploration jumped again. The low roar of the engines resonated throughout the ship. Outside the viewport space, twisted stars retreating. The 22nd star system lit up. Then, an alarm blared. The sharp sound of an abnormal signal detection pierced the entire bridge, and everyone looked up simultaneously. The sensor operator suddenly stood up, nearly knocking over a coffee cup. His fingers flew across the control panel, each touch accompanied by the sound of data refreshing. Commander, abnormal signal, his voice trembled. Source. I'm confirming. A new star system scan data flashed in the holographic projection. Earth-like planet, his voice suddenly rose by 8 degrees, located in the habitable zone of the star system. Faye's body froze. She rushed over. In just 2 steps, her shoulder nearly collided with the edge of the sensor platform. In the holographic projection, a blue-green planet quietly rotated. Below the clouds lay a vast blue ocean and yellow-green land with white ice caps covering the poles. Her breath was captured by the microphone amplified in the bridge's communication system. The entire research team heard it. She was holding her breath. Atmospheric composition. Faye's voice became urgent. Deep spectrum scan. Do it now. The officer's fingers rapidly tapped the console. Data flooded the screen. Oxygen content, 15%. Faye's fingertip tapped the console once. Nitrogen 78%, carbon dioxide 0.03%. She tapped again. Average surface temperature between 5 and 28 degrees Celsius. Large-scale, liquid water oceans exist. Faye turned to the sensor operator, her eyes fixed on the screen without blinking. Spectrum analysis. Now. Analyzing. Chlorophyll reaction. Organic characteristics. Primitive vegetation. The bridge erupted in excitement. Someone slammed their fist on the console, producing a loud sound. Someone jumped up, not even noticing that they had knocked off the cover panel above their head. We found it. Found it. Faye remained silent. She stared intensely at the planet, her body trembling slightly. Her fingers tapped on the console, pulling up deep data. Verification. Re-verification. A line of conclusions refreshed. The planet's ecosystem formed naturally, showing no signs of artificial alteration. Deploy the probe array in orbit. Full band scan. Faye suppressed the commotion in the bridge, her voice soft, yet penetrating through all the noise. I want a complete environmental assessment report within 24 hours. Any data anomalies are to be marked in red. Understood. The team members instantly returned to their positions. The research ship's deployment bay opened and probes detached from the ship, flying toward the blue-green planet. In the black void, they left behind trails of flickering light. Faye returned to the command platform, her hands still trembling. It had taken over half a year. She scanned 22 star systems. Failed 21 times. She took a deep breath and pressed the record button. In the 22nd star system, an Earth-like planet was discovered. With a diameter of 13,000 kilometers, gravity is 0.92 times standard, fully suitable for human habitation. The atmospheric oxygen content is 15%, with controllable long-term impacts on the human body. Global average temperature is 15 degrees. Ocean coverage is 65%, and freshwater is abundant. Vegetation coverage is about 30%, primarily consisting of tundra and coniferous forests. There are no higher animals. Microorganisms and simple plants have been confirmed. The modification period can be shortened to 3 to 5 years. Coordinates attached. Suggested name Hope Star. Information sent. Faye leaned back in her chair, feeling as though all her strength had been drained. Behind her, the team's cheers continued, but she could no longer hear them clearly. She closed her eyes. She remembered what Wang Dao had said before they set off. Don't push too hard, safety first. What she wanted to say was, I will bring back a planet. Now she had done it. The Star Fortress, Wang Dao's office. Noon light poured through the viewport. Wang Dao was overwhelmed by a pile of financial reports. Alloy exports, energy settlements, and compensation from Jialan. The numbers piled up like interstellar debris. He marked the third report with a pen, preparing to continue flipping through. The communication terminal vibrated. Once, he casually clicked it open, his gaze still on the report. After reading the first line, his pen stopped. In the 22nd star system, an Earth-like planet was discovered. After reading the last line, he set the report aside. After seeing the coordinate data, he stood up. The chair slid back, colliding with the metal cabinet behind him, making a loud sound. Chu Ming leaned over. Boss, what's the matter? What's so urgent? Wang Dao ignored him. He walked straight to the star map in the center of the office and manually entered the coordinates. His fingers pressed hard as if each number could produce a sound. To the east of the star map, 1,520 light-years away, a brand new blue light point suddenly appeared. Chu Ming slowly leaned over. He glanced at the coordinate parameters, then at the blue light point. His mouth slowly opened as if wanting to say something, but his vocal cords malfunctioned. Found it. Finally, the voice came out, broken like rusty gears, turning a habitable star. Wang Dao did not answer immediately. His gaze was locked on that blue light point. 3 years. From starting with 2 shabby T-3 frigates at that time, not even having the capital to jump to the neighboring star system, to now having 3 star fortresses, 16 fleets, and an unfinished star castle. Now owning a natural planet suitable for civilization to thrive. Wang Dao's fingers slowly pressed on the star map on that blue light point. He finally spoke, his voice very soft. Found it. Chu Ming swore. Damn. He turned around, his movements so hurried that he almost tripped himself. I'm going to find Feng Hong. That kid is always mumbling, saying he doesn't know when we'll have a real home. Now let him pop his eyes out. Chu Ming ran out of the office, his footsteps bouncing down the corridor, gradually fading away. Wang Dao didn't stop him, nor did he look up. His gaze remained locked on that blue light point, his fingertips still pressed against the star map's surface. After a long time, he finally took a slow breath. A slight curve appeared at the corner of his mouth. He picked up the terminal, his fingertips paused on the screen for a long time. The light from the screen shone on his face. Finally, he replied with just 2 words. Received. Wang Dao sat back down in his chair. He glanced at the pile of financial reports and gently poked the top piece of paper with his pen. Then he closed the report, leaned back, and looked at the lights on the ceiling. After a long while, he smiled. The laughter was soft, but in the empty office it echoed far. 2 days later, the Hope Star Exploration Report was released. In the conference room's holographic projection, the 3-dimensional model of Hope Star slowly rotated, its blue-green light casting on everyone's faces. Wang Dao, Feng Heng, and Chu Ming sat in a circle. Faye's image was transparently projected above the conference table. Hope Star has a diameter of 13,000 kilometers. Gravity is 0.92 times. Standard Faye's voice came through the speakers. The atmospheric oxygen content is 15%, and its long-term effects on the human body are completely controllable. The global average temperature is 15 degrees. Ocean coverage is 65%, and freshwater resources are abundant. She pulled up the atmospheric analysis chart of the planet. Data on clouds, ocean currents, and land plates unfolded layer by layer. Vegetation coverage is about 30%, mainly consisting of tundra and coniferous forests. There are no higher animals, but microorganisms and simple plants exist. The ecological system is complete, formed naturally with no signs of artificial alteration. Feng Heng stared at the model, his eyes shining. Isn't this better than the Star Fortress? The Star Fortress is a dead star entirely dependent on modification. High investment, long cycles, high risk. Faye looked at Wang Dao. Hope Star is alive. The soil has a high organic content, and the hydrological cycle is sound. The modification period can be shortened to 3 to 5 years. We can establish a second civilization outpost in the shortest time. She paused for a moment. It is suggested to focus the lordship qualification application on Hope Star. The Star Fortress can serve as a backup territory and industrial base. Wang Dao looked at the holographic model, silent for a moment. The blue-green light flowed in his eyes. Habitable Star confirmed. The next step is to submit to the Federation. His voice was steady. Chu Ming, are the materials ready? Chu Ming flipped open his notebook, the pen tip tapping on the paper. Coordinates, environmental report, biological sampling data. Everything is complete. The deep scans sent by Faye filled in the last gaps. I will organize all the application documents thoroughly within 3 days and directly submit them to the 8-Star District Development Office. How long for review? The normal process takes 3 months. But our situation is special. It's the first habitable star in a newly developed area, high priority. They will expedite the processing. Conservatively estimating, we can have the preliminary review results within a month and a half. Wang Dao nodded. He looked at Faye's hologram, leave the stellar outpost, mark the coordinates. Then return. We will discuss the next steps when we come back. Faye's hologram saluted. Though it appeared somewhat ethereal in the virtual projection, the sense of solemnity remained clear. Understood. Expected to return within 3 weeks. Her image was cut off. The conference room returned to silence. Hope Star continued to rotate, its blue-green light still dazzling. After the meeting, Wang Dao remained in the conference room. He walked up to the holographic projection, reaching out to lightly glide his hand over the surface of Hope Star. His hand passed through the light. Hope Star, he murmured softly. Outside the door, the sounds of Feng Heng and Chu Ming arguing could be heard. One wanted to hold a celebration banquet, while another said to wait for Faye to return to celebrate together. Someone was shouting, let's go to the Star Fortress construction site and tell that old coot Lucas about this good news. He can make the energy core on the spot. Wang Dao ignored their clamor. He gazed at Hope Star at this blue-green light point. 3 star fortresses, 16 fleets, and an unfinished star castle. Orbit of Hope Star. With a muffled mechanical groan, the final module locked into place aboard the stellar outpost. A green signal light flared to life in the profound darkness of space. On the bridge of the Explorer, Faye stared at the blue-green planet dominating the main view screen. The comms console flickered. An encrypted bulletin flashed up, sent by Feng Heng from Dongmen. Star Fortress marked internal notice. Unidentified signal source detected 280 light-years northwest. Approaching at constant velocity, no response. Forward sentinels deployed. All units stand by. Faye's gaze tightened almost imperceptibly. She said nothing, merely buried the message deep within her mind. Then resumed what she had been doing. Mayan, the garrison fleet, is in position. A young lieutenant approached, his voice edged with suppressed excitement. Captain Lee's cruiser, Northwind 5 destroyers, and 100 frigates have assumed formation. Faye did not turn. Her eyes remained fixed on the planet's silhouetted curve. Captain Li was an old hand trained by Fong Hong, veteran of the Jialan campaign known for unflinching discipline and steady command. Entrusting Hope Star's defense to him brought her quiet confidence. This force could easily crush pirate bands, and if confronted by a major fleet, it would hold long enough for reinforcements to arrive. Yet that bulletin lodged like a splinter in her thoughts, unignorable, unremovable. She suppressed the unease. Inform them, she said, her voice resonating across the bridge. Our sole mission: guard our threshold, until we return. She paused, then added, any unknown vessel approaching must first be warned. If it ignores the warning, engage without hesitation. Do not hesitate. Yes, ma'am. The order was issued. On screen, 106 luminous points, representing the Northwind fleet, flashed thrice in unison. Fayer etched the planet's image into memory, then turned away. She did not issue the jump command. The beacon chain laid upon arrival had already failed. Their lifespan was only 72 hours, and they had spent precisely 3 days surveying Hope Star's orbit. All fleets recalculate return trajectory. The bridge's easy atmosphere tightened instantly. Retrace the recorded stellar sequence. Jump back star by star, segment by segment. The lieutenant's expression of imminent homecoming froze, then twisted into a grimace. How long will that take? 20 days. Round trip, no shortcuts. 20 days. Then 20 days it is. Fayer's tone held no inflection. She met the lieutenant's gaze, calm, unwavering. Or would you prefer attempting a blind long-range jump through uncharted deep space, with no beacons? Pray we don't materialize inside a star, or wake up hundreds of light years off course. The lieutenant's back went slick with sweat. He'd read the case studies in Academy, entire fleets vanishing mid-jump. No wreckage, no trace. No, ma'am, I didn't mean that. Then carry out the order. Her voice softened slightly, a faint dry curve touched her lips. Tell the crew it's paid leave, with hazard pay for deep space transit. And if anyone grows bored, they may count every star we pass. Write a travelogue on return. It might even go viral on the internal net. Input coordinates. Departure sequence initiated. The lieutenant snapped upright, saluting sharply. Yes, ma'am. Engines rumbled low, the hull shuddered faintly. The Explorer pivoted its bow and led its escort toward the edge of the nearest star system. The return voyage had begun. The lieutenant watched the jagged, dotted line of their route unfold across the star chart and muttered under his breath. 20 days, how unbearably dull. Fayer heard him. Her eyes lifted to the starfield beyond the viewport. You may consider it a sightseeing tour. The most expensive sightseeing tour in history. After each jump, Fayer sat promptly before the comms console. She sent a brief transmission to Wang Dao. Jump completed successfully. 7th star system transited. Fleet status nominal. Garrison reports, all secure. Wang Dao's reply was always concise. Received. Stay safe. For words. Fayer closed the terminal and leaned back in her chair. Cold starlight streamed through the viewport. Countless silent points suspended in velvet black. Stay safe. She held those 4 words in her gaze for several seconds. That was Wang Dao, precisely as he'd always been. She remembered meeting him for the first time. Fresh from boot camp, her mind crammed with technical manuals and operational parameters, obedience, efficiency, analysis devoid of sentiment. Wang Dao stood at the dockside assessing her, as though calibrating a newly delivered precision instrument. Others looked at her the same way, but his first words were different. Fayer, the research vessel is yours. Don't break it. Not a command. A trust. That moment marked the beginning of her life, not as a reinforced soldier, but as a person entrusted with agency. Now she had surveyed a world, deployed a fleet, and was returning with answers in hand. And still he offered only 4 words. Stay safe. A faint smile brushed her lips. She closed her eyes. The next jump was still 3 hours away. Enough time for a brief nap. Qihang Star Fortress office. Chu Ming slapped a stack of electronic reports onto Wang Dao's desk with a sharp thwack. Chief, I swear I've never signed this many documents in my life. He rubbed his temples, exhaustion etched around his eyes. Coordinate logs, environmental scans, atmospheric composition, hydrological, sampling, geological analysis, microbial taxonomy tables. Just the submission package for one planet fills half the desk. The Federation bureaucrats want you to describe the taste of the soil. Are the materials complete? Wang Dao leaned back, flipping idly through the pages. Just awaiting Fayer's raw samples for final verification. Once they arrive, we submit the same day. Chu Ming perked up, leaning forward eagerly. Chief, I also arranged something, hired a retired specialist as our proxy to handle the Frontier Development Authority's bureaucracy. That man served 30 years in the 8th Sector's Development Authority. He knows which official prefers which vintage, how many children each is, down to the last detail. Retired, restless, and now takes on exactly this kind of work. Is he reliable? Recommended by Ms. Lin of Xingchen Trading, 0 ties to Jialan. I ran a full background check. Clean. His fee is steep, Commission based on success rate, but he moves fast. He confirmed as the first naturally habitable world in this new frontier we qualify for priority processing. Initial review in 6 weeks maximum. Wang Dao nodded. Chu Ming was growing increasingly capable, not just running errands, but thinking strategically. Keep close watch. Submit immediately upon Fair's return. Understood. Chu Ming gathered the reports, paused at the door, then turned back. Oh, Fang Heng just issued a bulletin, an unidentified signal source approaching from the northwest. What's the situation? Wang Dao lifted his eyes. No need to act yet. Fang Heng is monitoring it. Chu Ming opened his mouth, then wisely closed it, and left. The door sealed shut. Wang Dao set aside the reports and let his gaze settle on the star map terminal on his desk. There a red point glided steadily, quietly, stubbornly, toward them. Dongmin Star Fortress Command Hall. Fang Heng stood before the holographic star map, hands braced on the console's edge, eyes locked on the crimson dot. 280 light years. Northwest quadrant. Constant velocity. Dead straight bearing. A single unwavering line, aimed directly at them. Still no response. Fang Heng didn't look back. None. The lieutenant's voice carried weary resignation. All channels, general emergency commercial, repeated at full power. They're silent as a corpse. Fang Heng cursed softly. How many decades had he navigated the void? 3 reasons someone ignores Hale's broken systems: deliberate silence, or they're coming to fight. The first was statistically improbable. The latter two. Neither promised good tidings. Can we determine their registry? Signal 2 degraded. Deep space interference overwhelming. Preliminary analysis. The lieutenant swallowed hard. At minimum, not a pirate cell. Energy signature is massive, broad dispersion. Conservative estimate, no fewer than 200 vessels. Fang Heng's brow nodded. 200 ships. But whose? Northward lay only empty void. No pirate dens, only his own sensor arrays. Jialan remnant forces. Unlikely. Shattered, fragmented. No cohesion left. Another Lord's exploration fleet. Plausible. Yet Qihang's stellar cluster marked the outermost fringe. No reports of any presence further north. One more possibility lingered. The Federation. Fang Heng refused to dwell on it. Yet he couldn't dismiss it. News of hope, star wouldn't stay buried. A naturally habitable world. Enough to ignite greed in even the most temperate hearts. Where's Li Rui's fleet? Deployed along the 200 light-year alert perimeter. 3 cruisers, 12 destroyers, fan-shaped deployment. No anomalies detected. Target remains outside the perimeter. Fang Heng calculated silently. At current speed and bearing, the target would reach Li Rui's line in 20 days. Engage or permit passage. To fire first would be indefensible. No violation, no hostile act. Under Federation law, the aggressor bears the burden. To allow passage. A nameless armada refusing all contact, steaming straight for your home system. Who could risk it? Fang Heng felt his temple pulse. He feared no battle. He feared fighting the wrong war at the wrong time. Track it, absolutely. His voice dropped heavy as lead. A single degree deviation in heading, report immediately. Any fluctuation in engine output, report immediately. Even if it sneezes, log it. Yes, sir. Fang Heng pulled up the secure comms terminal and dispatched an encrypted message to Wang Dao. Unidentified target from northwest continues approach. Expected contact with alert perimeter in 20 days. Scale substantial, identity unknown, all hails unanswered. Recommend raising defense readiness. Awaiting instructions. He sent it, then turned back to stare at the red point. It advanced unhurried, unwavering, as if it knew exactly what lay ahead and precisely where it was meant to go. That serenity unsettled him more than any threat. Starport construction site, Dock 1. Lucas squatted beside a maintenance shaft, an energy bar clamped between his teeth. Below, blue coolant flowed slowly through transparent conduits, the second-tier power grid of the nascent starport. Construction drones darted ceaselessly, steel arms hoisted armor plates, slotting them seamlessly into the skeletal frame. Wang Dao stepped behind him, lifting his gaze to the emerging structure. Its primary framework was sealed. 36 mountings for Starkiller main batteries stood ready, barrels facing outward in all directions. Even without cannons installed, the sheer scale of those mounts sent chills down any observer's spine. Boss, the core installation and calibration still needs 6 weeks. Lucas didn't glance up. His tone was flat. Weather report neutral. This isn't rushed work. Magnetic confinement tolerance can't exceed 0.03%. Beyond that, it's a bomb waiting to detonate. Point a gun to my head right now. It won't shave a day off the schedule. No rush. Wang Dao replied. Quality first. Lucas grunted, a non-committal acknowledgement. Wang Dao turned and walked away. After a few paces, he paused and looked back. This steel leviathan still slept, its eyes unopened. But the day it awakened would mark the true sovereignty of this sector. Qihang Star Fortress Command Center. Wang Dao entered to find the star map already projected. A soft blue point pulsed quietly in the map's corner. Hope Star. Green dots representing Feyer's fleet crept slowly backward, star by star, leap by leap. And in the northwest, the red point hung motionless, drawing ever nearer. Fang Heng's encrypted bulletin had already arrived. Wang Dao read it, then withheld reply. He stood before the map, fingertip resting lightly on the crimson dot. A data panel bloomed, distance 280 light-years, velocity constant, bearing unchanged, identity unknown, no comms response. He dismissed the panel. 3 star fortresses, 16 fleets, 1 unfinished starfort, 1 newly discovered habitable world, 1 exploration fleet still en route home, and 1 unknown entity, charging blindly toward his domain. Wealth brings complexity. Power attracts complication. Wang Dao studied the red point for a long, silent stretch. Then he laughed, a low, cold sound. Soft, but every officer on duty stiffened, shoulders snapping straight. They'd never heard him laugh like that. This laughter chilled more deeply than silence ever could. Wants to come. His voice was barely above a whisper. Then come. He turned, typed a reply to Fang Heng. Raise defense readiness to level 2. Maintain Li Rui's fleet on passive alert. No provocation. All star fortresses enter standby combat posture. Wait until it closes another 100 light years. If it remains silent, then it won't need to speak anymore. The fleet of Feyer is still on its way. Daily briefings are delivered on time, and the content is mostly the same. The number of star systems passed is satisfactory, and the fleet remains in good condition with the stationed fleet safe. Wang Dao read it and deleted the message, replying with 2 words received. More than half of the 20-day journey is completed with 7 or 8 days remaining. On the star map, the blue dot representing Feyer is slowly moving towards the Qihang star group. In the northeast direction, another red has been quiet for a long time. Wang Dao has no time to wait for her. Dongmen Star Fort Command Hall. Fang Heng stood before the star map, his brow furrowed. 220 light years. The direction and speed remain unchanged. Fang Heng pointed at the red dot, his voice low. Li Rui has been on alert for almost half a month. If we go any further, we will meet Hedon. Still no response. Wang Dao asked. No reply. The general channel has been calling, but the other side shows no reaction at all. Fang Heng tapped the table. What do these people want after all? Wang Dao looked at the straight line on the star map, which started from a position slightly east of true north, directly pointing to the Qihang star group. Have Li Rui push forward another 20 light years, Wang Dao said. Call again from the position of 180 light years. This time include our force identification code, and inform them that this is the airspace of the Qihang territory. Fang Heng immediately went to relay the orders. 2 days later, Li Rui's alert formation advanced to 180 light years. The communications officer opened the general channel, added the Qihang territory's force identification code, and sent out a formal inquiry signal. Unknown fleet, this is the Dongmen alert fleet of the Qihang territory. You have entered our airspace identification zone. Will you please state your identity and intentions? Repeating, please state your identity and intentions. The signal was sent out. The communication indicator light on the console was glowing green, and the channel remained open. Li Rui stared at that light. 1 minute. 2 minutes. No one spoke on the bridge. A few officers exchanged glances and then returned their focus to their screens. In the 4th minute, the communicator emitted a crack sound followed by a burst of signal noise, and a man's voice came through. His tone was neither hurried nor slow, as if he had just woken up. Qihang territory. I've never heard of it. Li Rui tapped the edge of the console and calmly replied, now you have. State your name. There was silence on the other end for a few seconds. Star Ring Trading Company's expedition fleet, the voice said, coming from the north of the 8th star zone, heading south, searching for new routes. We mean no harm. Li Rui instructed the communications officer to maintain contact while relaying the information back to Dongmen Star Fort. Please report the fleet size and ship types so we can arrange docking positions. The entire fleet consists of 220 ships. 14 are cruisers while the rest are destroyers and frigates. There are no battleships or flagships. The other side hesitated for a moment before adding, we are legitimate merchants. Li Rui said, no more, replying in a businesslike manner, please remain in place. We need to consult our superiors. Understood. I will wait for your reply. The message reached Dongmen Star Fort, and the people in the command hall gathered around. Star Ring Trading. Fang Heng frowned. The north of the 8th star zone. We haven't seen a single ship coming from that direction. The intelligence network has no records at all, Chu Ming said, looking at the data panel. This name isn't on the trade list for the 8th star zone. That northern area is indeed our blind spot. Is the identity fake? Fang Heng looked at Wang Dao. Wang Dao approached the star map, examining the trajectory. The trajectory was straight and the speed was stable, resembling a fleet on a journey. 220 ships, 14 cruisers, no battleships. Wang Dao thought for a moment. This configuration suggests they are here for business. Fang Heng asked, boss, do you mean handle it according to protocol? Wang Dao turned to everyone, allow them to dock at the commercial starport outside Dongmen Star Fort. But there are two rules. First, they cannot enter the core star group. Second, all ships must undergo inspection. He glanced at Feng Heng. You send a fleet to supervise. Officially, it's to assist with docking, but keep a close watch on them. Feng Heng stood up straight. Understood. Chu Ming asked, when do we meet their representative? Wang Dao thought for a moment. Let's wait 2 days. Let them stay at the commercial starport and observe their reactions. Don't rush to meet them. He paused and added, also have Fei keep an eye out for any ships coming from the north on her way back. Understood. 2 days later, at the outer ring of Dongmen Star Fort commercial starport No. 1 of the fleet of Star Ring Trading entered the port under Li Rui's guidance. 220 warships were neatly arranged with uniform paint jobs and disciplined formations, indeed appearing to be a legitimate trading group. The monitoring fleet sent by Feng Heng was already in place. 6 destroyers and 20 frigates were lined up outside the starport, their fire control systems in a hot standby state. The Star Ring trading personnel said nothing. Their representative was a middle-aged man in his 40s, dressed in a dark uniform with neatly groomed hair. He arrived at Dongmen Star Fort in a shuttle, wanting to see the leader of the Qihang territory. Chu Ming met him in the reception room. I am Chu Ming of the Qihang territory. How should I address you? Zhao Weijun, head of external affairs for Star Ring Trading. The middle-aged man presented an electronic business card wearing a perfectly timed smile. Mr. Chu, your reception style is quite unique. Zhao Weijun sat down, casually glancing at the direction of the parking area outside the window. So many destroyers standing by nearby with their guns still hot. This is rare in the 8-star zone. Chu Ming chuckled. Things aren't peaceful around here. In case pirates collide with your guests, we wouldn't be able to explain it. Zhao Weijun did not pursue this topic further. After a brief exchange, Zhao Weijun stated his intentions. Star Ring Trading is a trade group from the northern star domains, primarily dealing in minerals and energy. They have been searching for new routes heading south, and this time they came to scout. Due to the long journey and insufficient supplies, they wish to rest here for a few days, buying some fuel and supplies before continuing south. After listening, Chu Ming said, Director Zhao, I will relay your request. But there are a few things I need to confirm first. Please go ahead. First, you mentioned coming from the northern star domain, which we are not familiar with. Can you provide some information? For example, the coordinates of your headquarters and any trade records in the 8th star zone. Zhao Weijun picked up his cup and leisurely took a sip. Our headquarters is approximately 1,200 light-years north of the 8th star zone. We primarily do business with the pioneering forces in the north, and there are indeed no records in the 8th star zone. He set down the cup, his tone earnest. That's why we need to head south to explore new routes. Chu Ming noticed a detail. When Zhao Weijun mentioned 1,200 light-years, his eyes were not on him, but rather fixed on the corner of the star map on the table. That position coincidentally marked the indication of the Dongmen Star Fort's defense system. Chu Ming did not point it out, merely nodding. Second, during your stay you must adhere to our rules. You cannot leave your docking position without permission, nor can you conduct unauthorized scans. If violated, the consequences are yours to bear. Understood. Third, please leave on time after resting. We welcome legitimate merchants. Zhao Weijun smiled. Mr. Chu, rest assured we just want to do some business. After Zhao Weijun left, Chu Ming immediately went to find Wang Dao. Boss, this guy is quite eloquent. Chu Ming recounted the encounter and added, but something feels off. Go on. When I asked him about the headquarters coordinates, he answered smoothly, but his eyes wandered. Chu Ming recalled, he was looking at the star map on my desk. I purposefully placed the defense indication of Dongmen Star Fort on the side. He glanced at it more than once. Legitimate merchants wouldn't be interested in defense deployments. Wang Dao stated. Exactly. Chu Ming nodded. He hit it well, but not cleanly enough. Wang Dao fell silent for a moment. He said the headquarters is 1,200 light-years to the north. We indeed haven't been there, and the intelligence network cannot reach it. Understood. Let's keep them waiting. Wang Dao stood up. Supplies can be provided, but they must be given bit by bit. Delay time. Wait for Fei to return to discuss. The most important thing now is the review of Xiangxing. The fleet of Xinghuan Trade docked at the commercial starport for 2 days. Over 200 warships were anchored in the harbor area, uniformly painted and organized into formations, appearing well-trained. Feng Heng established a perimeter. The fire control systems of 6 destroyers and 20 frigates remained active. Feng Heng's words were straightforward. No one was allowed to turn them off without his orders. The personnel from Xinghuan Trade were very quiet, timely delivering the supply list, which included fuel, water, food, and spare parts, all meticulously detailed. The format of the list was even more organized than that prepared by Chu Ming's subordinates. Supplies were delivered in batches, with each item requiring a signature before proceeding to the next batch. There was no rush. Zhao Weijun asked Wang Dao daily when he would be available. Chu Ming's daily response was that Wang Dao was busy and would notify them when he was free. Wang Dao was indeed busy. The installation of the energy core at the Star Fortress was nearing completion, and Lucas was shouting himself hoarse at the construction site, only able to send written progress reports each night. Reports on fleet expansion piled up on the desk, with Fong Hung inserting an urgent note into the report stating that if it wasn't approved soon, he would sign it himself. The original data from the Hope Star brought back by Fei also needed to be verified. But these were all excuses. Wang Dao was deliberately delaying the other party. A trading group claiming to be from 120 light-years away, bringing over 200 warships south to seek a route, could not be fully trusted. Boss Zhao Weijun asked again. Chu Ming entered, placing the supply receipt on the table and taking a sip from the water cup. Today we delivered the third batch of fuel. The delivery person said a few people from Xinhuan trade were loitering in the harbor and were stopped 3 times. Where were they loitering? A few of them. 3. Chu Ming pulled out a chair and sat down. They were wearing the engineering uniforms of Xinhuan trade, and their toolkits were quite complete. But our people said those 3 walked with a strange gait. What was strange about it? Their stride was fixed, and they moved their shoulders first when turning. Chu Ming stood up to demonstrate. Only those who have received military training walk like that. Wang Dao signed the document and handed it back. Chu Ming asked if they should meet them. After some thought, Wang Dao said, "No more waiting, we will meet tomorrow." Tomorrow? Chu Ming was a bit surprised. Wang Dao stood up, looking at the warships anchored on the screen, and said, 3 days of waiting is enough. Let's meet and see what he really wants. In the reception room of the first commercial starport, when Wang Dao entered, Zhao Weijun was standing by the window. Supervisor Zhao, sorry for the wait. Wang Dao took a seat at the main position. Chu Ming sat beside him, activating the terminal to record. Zhao Weijun turned around, his expression calm. Mr. Wang is too polite. It was I who arrived early. He sat back down, looking at Wang Dao. Mr. Wang is younger than I imagined. Wang Dao met his gaze directly. The Qihang territory is larger than you might expect. Supervisor Zhao, half of the supplies have already been delivered. When do you plan to leave? Chu Ming recorded on the side. Zhao Weijun took a sip of tea, placing the cup precisely in its spot. We will leave once the supplies are complete. However, Zhao Weijun set down his cup. We did not come here just for the supplies. Wang Dao leaned back in his chair. Xinhuan trade is in the business of trade, Zhao Weijun said. The location of the Qihang territory is special, situated between the inner and outer circles of the frontier area. To the east lies deep space, and to the north is an undeveloped star region. We would like to discuss cooperation. What kind of cooperation? Long-term trade. Exchanging rare minerals for antimatter energy and tea for alloy. Zhao Weijun pulled out a data card from his sleeve and slid it across to Wang Dao. This is the quotation. Additionally, we provide intelligence on the northern star region, including power distribution routes and resource points. He looked at Wang Dao. The Qihang territory is developing rapidly, but as a nascent power it lacks information. You cannot buy the appetite of your neighbors with money. Wang Dao picked up the card to review it, and then placed it back on the table. Intelligence on the northern star region. Why share it? Because the north is unstable. Zhao Weijun's smile faded. There is a power expanding southward, taking over many areas. We have been doing business in the north for over a decade, and it is becoming increasingly difficult. He clasped his fingers together on the table. Looking for new markets to the south is one path, finding new friends is another. It doesn't necessarily mean we have to fight side by side. At the very least, we shouldn't step on each other's toes. Wang Dao stood up. I will verify the quotation. We can also discuss the intelligence matter. Zhao Weijun also stood up. But let me make one thing clear first, Wang Dao said calmly. The Qihang territory does not take sides. Who is expanding in the north is none of our business. We welcome business, but forming factions is out of the question. Zhao Weijun nodded. I completely understand. Wang Dao walked to the door, turning back to say, by the way, Supervisor Zhao, tell your engineers not to wander around the harbor. He fixed his gaze on Zhao Weijun. It was a misunderstanding, entirely a misunderstanding. I will address it when I return. Wang Dao pushed the door open and walked out. Chu Ming nodded and followed. As the reception room door closed, Zhao Weijun stood by the window. In the corridor, Chu Ming caught up with Wang Dao. Boss, he said there are powers expanding in the north. How much do you believe? 3 parts out of 10. Only 3, eh? He was too roundabout in his speech. Wang Dao did not stop, but we cannot dismiss it entirely. If a large force indeed pushes south from the north, we cannot be unprepared. We need to investigate. Verify the minerals on the card to see if they are unique to the north. If the minerals are genuine, it indicates they indeed came from the north. Wang Dao reached the elevator and pressed the button. Have Fong Hung push the patrol range at the north gate forward by 50 light-years and place more concealed detectors. They do it quietly. Understood. Chu Ming took note. What about the permanent liaison? Let him stay? Having him under our watch is better than wandering outside. Keep a close eye on him. The elevator doors opened, and Wang Dao stepped in. On the day Fei returned, Wang Dao went to the East Gate Star Fort to pick her up. The research ship, Explorer, entered the harbor, its hull bearing several scratches and meteorite craters. The gangway descended, and Fei stepped out. She had lost some weight with faint blue marks under her eyes, but her steps were steady. Boss. Fei handed a data core to Wang Dao. All the original data of Hope Star, including atmospheric, hydrological, geological, and biological samples, with not a single item missing. Wang Dao weighed the data core in his hand. Thank you for your hard work. In the office, Fei brought up a three-dimensional model of Hope Star. The holographic projection rotated on the table, revealing blue oceans, light green continents, and white clouds. Hope Star has a diameter of 13,000 kilometers with gravity at 0.92 times standard. The oxygen content in the atmosphere is 15, and the average global temperature is 15 degrees, with 65 ocean coverage. Fei pointed to several areas on the projection. The vegetation coverage rate is 30, all of which consists of low-level plants. There are no higher animals. The soil near the equator is fertile and can be planted directly. What is the transformation period? Fang Heng asked. 3 to 5 years. The oxygen content in the atmosphere is low and requires artificial oxygenation. It has a natural magnetic field, so there's no need for additional magnetic shielding. Fei turned off the projection. In summary, this star is worth investing in with a high upper limit. Chu Ming flipped through the forms. The declaration materials are only missing this batch of original data. I will input it tonight and submit it to the Development Bureau tomorrow. How long will the review take? Fang Heng asked. Normally 3 months. But since this is the first naturally habitable star in the newly opened frontier area, it should be prioritized. Wang Dao nodded. Submit it. When the commissioner inspects, Fei will lead the reception. Fei responded affirmatively. Wang Dao asked again, how is the station fleet? Captain Li reports safe status daily. The outposts in the orbit of Hope Star are running steadily, and all the detectors are online. Currently, there are no abnormal contact records in that area. Good. Wang Dao walked to the star map. The blue light point of Hope Star flickered in the east. To the west, the controlled star systems of the Qihang Galaxy Group formed a small fan-shaped depth defense line. Did Xinghuan trade leave? Chu Ming leaned over. On the star map, the marker for Xinghuan trade was moving southwest. They left. Fang Heng said they departed 2 hours ago. Zhao Weijun left one person at the first commercial starport, claiming it was a permanent liaison. I arranged 2 teams to keep an eye on him, one visible and one hidden. He left himself, but left an informant, Chu Ming said. Wang Dao stared at the star map. The light point of Xinghuan trade grew increasingly distant. The northern area remained a vast blank. What force is pushing south from thousands of light years away? True or false? He turned off the star map, returned to the desk, and picked up the fleet expansion report Fang Heng had been urging for 3 days. Wang Dao opened the first page, and a note that Fang Heng had inserted fell out, reading, if it's not approved soon, I will sign it myself. He wrote, approved, on the cover of the report, and jotted down a line on the back of the note, dare to sign, try it. He handed the report to Chu Ming. Take this to Fang Heng. Chu Ming glanced at the back of the note, smiling as he took the report, and walked out. Fei sat on the sofa holding a cup of water. The office fell silent. She asked, what do you plan to do about the situation in the north? Let's wait and see. Wang Dao opened a document. Fang Heng has already pushed the patrol line forward by 50 light years, and the detectors are being deployed. If there is movement, we will not miss the warning. But what if there is no movement? No movement is best. But I will not take that gamble. Fei stood up. I will go finish organizing the logs of the Explorer. There are still a few sets of genetic maps of biological samples in the data core that need to be completed. I need to get results before the declaration. Go ahead. Fei walked to the door and glanced back. Wang Dao was focused on flipping through the report, the light illuminating his profile. She turned and exited the door, closing gently behind her. 3 days after submitting the application materials, the official response from the Expansion Bureau arrived. The reply was standard and efficient. The regular review cycle is 3 months, but the first natural habitable planet in the new expansion area can take a priority channel. Results are expected in 1.5 months. This is nearly half the time Wang Dao expected. At the end, there was a small line. During the review period, the applicant must ensure that there are no unregistered armed forces deployed in the planetary orbital region. Wang Dao read that small line twice. He pushed the terminal aside. Proceed as normal. Chu Ming passed this on to Captain Li and have him complete the registration materials for the station fleet. Not a single punctuation mark should be wrong. Chu Ming responded and took the documents. On the table, there was also Fang Heng's urgent fleet expansion report. Inside it was a new sticky note, the handwriting flamboyant. The target for next quarter is 20 units. If it's not approved soon, I will sign it myself. Wang Dao picked up a pen and wrote 2 characters on the back of the sticky note. Approved. After finishing, he paused and added a line below. Dare you sign it? When Ming came to take the documents, he caught a glimpse of that line on the back of the sticky note and couldn't help but chuckle. Fang Heng learned this trick. He didn't dare to urge in person, so he sent a small note. He pulled the report away, saying, "I'm going to deliver the imperial edict to Fang Heng. He can eat 2 more bowls of rice today." Wang Dao did not look up. "Tell him that personnel can be in place first, but equipment deployment should be prioritized. The 3 fleets in the North Gate direction should be fully equipped first, and the rest will queue up." Ming had already walked to the door when he abruptly stopped. He turned back and glanced at Wang Dao. The previous focus was on the west, the North Gate direction, that faced the blank star field in the north. "Understood." Ming's voice was a half-pitch lower than before. He took the report and left his footsteps in the corridor, quickening by 2 beats. The installation of the energy core for the Star Fortress entered the final week. Lucas forcefully changed the 3-shift work schedule on-site to a 2-shift system. It wasn't that he wanted to slow down. If he didn't reduce the pace, lives would be at stake. Continuous high-intensity work had pushed the entire construction team to their limits. The accident frequency started to rise sharply from the 3rd week. A welding robot burned through its mainboard due to overload, and scalding sparks splattered the operator's face. While the face shield protected his eyes, the outer layer of the transparent alloy was burned out with a web of cracks. That face shield was later nailed to the wall of the site command center by Lucas. Even more dangerous was another incident. The attitude thrusters of an engineering platform jammed, and a 200-ton steel platform lost its braking, hurtling towards the main frame due to inertia. After emergency braking commands were issued, the hydraulic brakes clamped onto the rails, and the shrill sound of metal friction pierced through the entire cabin section. When the platform stopped, its front was 11 meters away from the main frame. 11 meters. Lucas checked the data 3 times afterward, confirming it was indeed 11 meters. 1 more inch, and it would have collided not with the frame, but with the already filled dark matter condensate pipeline. That day, he cursed an entire shift over the communication channel. After cursing, he enforced an 8th-hour work stoppage. Anyone who dared to come to work early would have their construction qualification revoked for life. No one dare to try. Boss, the energy core will ignite next Wednesday. A long string of data packages followed Lucas' message. His voice message sounded completely strained, each word as if ground out of sandpaper. Wang Dao only replied with one word, "Good." On Wednesday, Wang Dao arrived at the Star Fortress construction site an hour early. The core control room was hidden in the deepest part of the Star Fortress, the air dry and stuffy, tightening his throat as soon as he entered. The ventilation ducts above hummed softly like the breath of some gigantic creature in slumber. Lucas stood behind the heavy observation window. His eye sockets were red, his stubble thicker than 3 days ago, and his fingers unconsciously tapped on the metal window frame, the rhythm unsteady. Outside the window, dark matter condensate flowed silently in the cold pipeline. That substance resembled not a liquid, but some kind of living gel, its surface glimmering with a viscous, eerie blue glow, slowly contracting and expanding as if waiting to be awakened. 12 engineers sat in front of the control panel, each guarding a screen. No one spoke. The only sounds in the control room were the low whir of the equipment fans and the occasional data refresh alerts. The energy readings began to steadily rise. 30%. The flow rate of the condensate in the pipeline quickened, the eerie glow shifting from dark blue to deep blue. 50%. A slight tremor began to resonate through the floor of the control room, as if something deep within the fortress innards had turned over. 70%. Lucas' knuckles turned white and his hand that had been tapping on the frame stopped. Everyone in the control room held their breath. "Start." Lucas' voice was low, but each word was pronounced with precision. As his voice fell, the last trace of noise in the control room vanished. Silence. 1 second. 2 seconds. Then a deep hum rose from the deepest part of the fortress. That sound did not seem to come from a machine. It transmitted from the soles of his feet through his calves to his spine, drilling straight into his skull. His teeth vibrated faintly along with the hum, and the heartbeat in his chest seemed to be seized by some greater rhythm, involuntarily adjusting to it. It felt as if the entire fortress had come to life, learning its first breath. All lights suddenly went out. An absolute darkness for 0.3 seconds. Someone in the control room gasped while another gripped the armrests tightly. In the next moment, thousands of lights reignited. But it was not the same kind of light as before. The intensity of the light was a whole level higher than before, illuminating the internal sections of the fortress as if it were daytime. Even the corners, which had been dim for years, were forced to reveal their outlines. Outside the observation window, the eerie glow of the dark matter condensate faded, replaced by a steady rhythmic pulsing, like a massive heart finding its own frequency. The control room erupted into a burst of short cheers. Some clapped the table, others clenched their fists, and a young engineer removed his headset and tossed it onto the table, turning to embrace his colleague beside him. Lucas did not cheer. He leaned heavily against the wall behind him as if he could not stand. His legs trembled and his palms pressed hard against the metal wall, his fingertips almost sinking in. He stared intently at the observation window at the gigantic heart that was beating steadily. His lips moved a few times, but made no sound. He stared for a long time. Then he vigorously wiped his face with his sleeve. After wiping, he did it again. "Boss." His voice was very soft, his hoarse throat trembling. "It worked." Wang Dao stood 2 steps behind him, his gaze slowly moving from the observation window to the row of green lights glowing on the control panel. One by one, all green. He did not speak, but his hand stretched out from his pocket and patted Lucas on the shoulder. The force was not great, and it took 2 seconds to withdraw. Lucas was momentarily stunned. Then he took a deep breath and straightened his back from the wall. The next message popped up immediately, which Lucas had prepared in advance. He clearly had confidence for today. The main cannons will be fully positioned within 2 months. The closing defense fire control system is being coordinated with the first batch completed at 40%. Wang Dao read it and turned to leave the control room. The lights in the corridor were bright to the point of being surreal. The metal floor beneath his feet vibrated evenly and persistently, like stepping on the back of a giant beast. Behind him, the heart of the Star Fortress was beating steadily and powerfully. Once again, Fang Heng moved on the same day he received the approval. The patrol range at the North Gate was pushed forward by 50 light years. 3 newly built stealth detectors were deployed in a fan shape, silently sinking into the vast and desolate northern star field. That area had always appeared gray on the star map. No shipping lanes, no known power boundaries. Gray usually meant no value. But gray could also mean no one has been there or no one has returned alive. When the first batch of data came back, Fang Heng stood in front of the main screen for a long time. He entered Wang Dao's office with the briefing. "Boss." No signs of large-scale fleet activity were found in the north. He placed the terminal on the desk, pointing at a waveform that almost blended with the background noise on the screen. The sound was very flat, but he did not sit down. He used his fingertip to highlight a set of waveforms and magnified them. The data stream unfolded on the screen like a straightened ECG, mostly steady background noise with occasional extremely weak peaks. But there are several energy signals. Fang Heng paused. The characteristics do not match any known types of ship engines in the database. Not a single one matches. The air in the office changed. Someone walked past in the corridor outside, the footsteps suddenly sounding very distant. And they are not stationary. Fang Heng's voice dropped a pitch, the gaps between each word shortened. 3 groups of signals have moved within 72 hours. He drew a line on the star map. The direction was very clear. Towards the south. Wang Dao's hand flipping through the report stopped. His finger pressed on that page, not turning it. The office fell silent for 3 seconds. The sound of the air conditioning vent suddenly became piercing. Displacement speed. Very slow. The average daily displacement is extremely small, likely some kind of detector or unmanned device. Fang Heng paused. But it's too far, and the current resolution is insufficient to draw conclusions, nor can we rule out celestial phenomena. Do you think it's a celestial phenomenon? Fang Heng was silent for a second. His gaze shifted from the star map to Wang Dao. I don't think so. 4 words. No possibly. No maybe. No personal judgment, for reference only. Wang Dao closed the briefing and pushed it back. Send a reconnaissance team with a research ship. Find those signal sources and figure out what they are. He paused. If it's not a celestial phenomenon, clean it up. Understood. Fang Heng took the briefing and turned to leave. Fang Heng, don't worry about movements in the north. Wang Dao's voice was not heavy, but very clear. Increase the reconnaissance effort, don't let us become blind. Fang Heng did not turn back, only nodded. Understood. He left the office with the briefing. The footsteps in the corridor were quick, carrying a restrained urgency. After the door closed, the office fell silent again. Wang Dao sat at the desk. The star map was still lit up. The gray blank area in the north occupied more than half of the screen. The line drawn by Fang Heng still remained on it, short, thin, but straight like an antenna that had not fully extended. Towards the south, towards their direction. Wang Dao stared at that line for 5 seconds. Then he turned off the star map and picked up the next document. The fleet of Xinhuan trade vanished at the edge of the monitoring range of Qihang territory, continuing southward. Their resident liaison Qin Fang appeared punctually every day, strolling in the park of the No. 1 commercial starport. He left home at 7 in the morning, walked for 40 minutes along the circular path, sat for 15 minutes at the No. 3 viewing platform, then returned to his residence. Occasionally he exchanged a few words with the crew of passing merchant ships, discussing topics such as prices, new routes, and space storms. He never initiated any mention of Xinhuan trade. His routine was as precise as a finely tuned clock, without a second of deviation. The watchers assigned to observe Qin Fang had changed 3 times, with each team concluding the same: this individual displayed no abnormal behavior. However, Chu Ming became even more alert. A normal person would not live like a clock. Zhao Weijun occasionally sent greeting messages phrased so politely that no flaws could be found. Chu Ming replied according to Wang Dao's instructions. Neither too proactive nor dismissive, he handled matters with professionalism. He continued to monitor Chen Fong. Fei had stayed in the lab for an entire week. The amount of raw data returned by the Hope Star was overwhelming. Each set required cross-validation comparison and archiving. The analysis of the last few sets of native organisms' genetic maps took 3 days. In the early hours of the third day, Fei stared at the final results refreshing on the screen, finally relaxing her clenched fists. Her fear was not that there was an issue with the maps. Her fear was that the maps indicated the microorganisms from the Hope Star posed potential pathogenic risks to humans. If that were the case, the entire declaration plan would have to be scrapped and started anew. The 3 to 5 year modification cycle would directly double. But the results were promising. Boss, the genetic map results have come in. Fei's voice was hoarse yet quick, unable to hide her excitement. The native organisms of the Hope Star show no conflict with the human gene pool. Plant proteins are safe for consumption. The microbial community is harmless to humans, with some even suitable for direct use as soil improvement strains. She brought up the data panel. The large plain near the equator has soil fertility exceeding expectations. The first batch of crops can be directly sown without additional fertilization. Wang Dao flipped through the report. Is the modification plan set? It is. The holographic projection switched, displaying a vibrant blue planet rotating in the air. The atmospheric oxygen content is 15% with a target of 19%. The oxygen enhancement plan employs both biological and physical methods with a cycle of 3 to 5 years. Freshwater reserves are extremely abundant. The natural magnetic field is stable, saving a significant amount on magnetic shielding budget. How will the survey team from the Development Bureau be arranged for inspection? Fei pulled out a flowchart that was clearly prepared in advance. The inspection itinerary is in 3 phases. First, report at the Xinglei, then take the survey ship to the Hope Star for on-site investigation, and finally return to summarize. We need to prepare dedicated docking areas, full security data presentations, and accommodations. Captain Lee's station fleet must clear the area in advance. During the inspection, no unauthorized vessels are allowed within 100 kilometers of the Hope Star's orbit. Wang Dao nodded. Before the arrival of the inspectors, the Hope Star must be spotless. Fei then pulled out another document titled Preliminary Development Plan for the Hope Star. This is for the follow-up. Let's discuss it in detail after the inspectors leave. Wang Dao interrupted directly, pushing the document back. Don't take too big a step or it can easily backfire. Fei opened her mouth, slightly swallowing the words that nearly escaped her lips, and silently put away the document. She knew that Wang Dao did not want to rush. He was afraid to rush. In the intelligence center, Chu Ming rubbed his tired eyes and set aside his third cup of cold tea. The inspection results for the ore samples provided by Xinhuan Trade had been released. The isotopic ratios of lutetium-177 and osmium-186 did not match any known ore veins in the 8th star area. However, they closely aligned with a long-sealed geological survey report from the Northern Star region. Xinhuan Trade indeed originated from the north. The ore source is credible. However, there is still a lack of direct evidence regarding the claims of Northern Forces expansion. He utilized 3 channels and finally pried a name from an intelligence broker in the 8th star area, Northern Frontier Alliance. It is said that this alliance is expanding southward, having already consumed several small colonies to the north. The pace of expansion is not fast, but relentless, like a slowly spreading stain of mold. As for the relationship between Xinhuan Trade and the Northern Frontier Alliance, no one knows. Did they escape? Were they driven out? Or were they sent out? Each possibility was unsettling. Chu Ming compiled the information into a summary and sent it to Wang Dao. Continue gathering information. Wang Dao's reply was brief. There is no rush to draw conclusions. Our top priority now is the application for lordship. Have Fong Hung's detector array continue pushing north, scanning inch by inch. Report to me immediately if anything happens. Chu Ming turned off the terminal, leaning back in his chair, staring at the ceiling. Northern Frontier Alliance. The name sent a chill down the back of his neck. Late at night, Wang Dao stood alone on the highest viewing platform of Xingbao. This position had yet to complete its interior decoration, with the exposed metal framework glinting coldly under the starlight. Below, the bases for 36 main cannons were fully in place. The dark cannon muzzles silently pointed toward deep space like 36 silent beasts waiting for the day they would be awakened. In the northern direction, the navigation lights of the patrol fleet wove a web on the star map. At the northern end of the web lay a vast, ever-expanding darkness. Fong Heng's reconnaissance ship had been dispatched for 12 hours. No news had returned yet. Wang Dao told himself that this was normal. A distance of 100 light-years meant communication delays were to be expected. but he had already been standing here for 20 minutes. A cup of hot tea was handed to him from behind. Faye walked up beside him, still carrying the scent of disinfectant from the lab. The review will take more than a month, she said. We can wait. Wang Dao took the teacup, and the steam from the tea instantly turned into a mist in the cold air. We've already waited 3 years. 1 month is nothing. Faye did not respond. The two stood side by side, gazing at the starry sky outside. They remained silent for a long while. Those people to the north, whoever they are, will come eventually, Wang Dao said. His tone was calm, as if discussing something that was bound to happen. Faye tilted her head and glanced at him. The starlight illuminated his profile, revealing the tension in his jawline. This man bore the weight of the entire Qihang territory, but never showed it in front of anyone. She reached out gently, resting her hand on his shoulder. No empty words of reassurance like "don't worry," just leaning against him. Then let them come, she said. In the distance, the beacon lights of the northern star fortress flickered lonely. Further north, in that endless darkness and silence, 3 groups of concealed detectors were operating silently. They recorded every subtle energy fluctuation from deep space. Those faint signals, shifting southward, continued to move slowly. Wang Dao finished his tea and handed the cup back to Faye. Let's head back to sleep. There are still a pile of tasks tomorrow. Faye took the cup and followed behind him. The corridor was long. The lights stretched the shadows of the two, casting them onto the cold alloy walls. The shadows intermingled, then separated, and then intertwined again. The Starship Departure Center, a hyperspace route spanning 2,000 light-years, is marked in blinding red on the holographic star map. Along the route, dozens of skull icons representing pirate forces are scattered. Fang Heng, dressed in a crisp black military uniform, stands before Wang Dao. His youthful features have faded, and his sharply defined jawline is taut, resembling a blade that has just been tempered. In 3 weeks, the commissioner from the exploration department will arrive, and the route must be clean. Wang Dao leans against the command chair, lightly tapping his fingers on the armrest. The blue light of the holographic star map casts upon his face, flickering uncertainly, obscuring his expression. His voice, though not loud, resonates powerfully in the spacious command room. A 2,000 light-year route, dozens of pirate factions, 3 weeks. Wang Dao's gaze lightly sweeps over the dense skull icons on the star map. Once the ships from the exploration department enter the route, even the slightest encounter with a stray bullet could lead to significant problems. Fang Heng refrains from responding, waiting for him to continue. He understands Wang Dao. This commander never speaks idly. If he hasn't finished speaking, there will certainly be a heavier hammer to follow. Sure enough, pirates leave none alive. The command room fell silent for half a second. Fang Heng's pupils constricted. No survivors. He can weigh the gravity of those 4 words. It is not about defeating or expelling, it is a literal cleansing. Those who surrender flee or wave white flags. None are counted. He recalls a time 3 years ago when he was still a captain of a patrol ship and had captured a few pirates during an encounter. Those men kneeled and begged for mercy, claiming they were civilians who had been forced into piracy and that they had children at home. Later, he investigated those men and found them all stained with blood. The cleanest among them had participated in at least 3 raids and massacres. Fang Heng blinked. That half-second has passed. Yes. He stood at attention, saluting, his voice loud and without a hint of hesitation. I guarantee not a single fly will get through. Wang Dao nodded slightly, his gaze moving away from the star map to Fang Heng's face, as if trying to confirm something. After a moment, he waved his hand lightly. Fang Heng turned and left his steps steady, his back as firm as iron. The moment he exited the command room, he exhaled deeply. It was not fear nor hesitation. It was a focus akin to a hunter checking his ammunition before entering the mountains. He knew that from this moment on he was no longer Fang Heng. He was a blade. The blade in Wang Dao's hand. The order was given. The vast war machine of the Starship Departure Center began to operate at high speed in an instant. 10 standard fleets, over 1,000 warships under Fang Heng's unified command, transformed into 10 precise execution squads, silently cutting into the vast expanse of starry sky. 1 week later, the first battle zone, codenamed Hive, a derelict mining asteroid over 300 kilometers in diameter, slowly rotates under the influence of gravity. Its surface is riddled with impact craters and abandoned mine tunnels, with 4 makeshift gun emplacements converted from cargo ships fixed on the asteroid's protruding parts. This is the nest of the Bone Crusher pirate group. Fang Heng stands on the bridge of the Explorer, looking at the ugly asteroid in the holographic projection, a faint smile playing at the corners of his mouth. His adjutant Lin Bei chuckled beside him. The Bone Crusher group has quite a reputation around here. They've reportedly robbed many merchant ships. Reputation doesn't mean they have sharp teeth. Fang Heng's finger traced over the control console, circling the positions of the 4 emplacements. These 4 contraptions have less than 60 overlapping fields of fire. During their rotation period, at least 3 fire windows can be utilized. If these folks attended tactical courses at the Departure Officer Academy, I would give them a failing grade. Lin Bei couldn't help but laugh. Fang Heng's expression tightened in an instant, returning to the cold, hard commander. All units enter the designated attack orbit and wait for fire window A3. The cold command was transmitted through the quantum communication network to every warship. The pirates were completely unaware, as their radar had long been scrambled into a flurry of static by the departure fleet's electronic warfare units. 3 minutes later, as the asteroid rotated, one gun emplacement just entered the fire dead zone of the fleet's main force, while another was fully exposed. Fire window A3 activated. Open fire. There were no shouts, no impassioned speeches. Fang Heng's voice was as calm as saying, "What are we having for lunch today?" But the moment the order was given, the 6 large gamma-ray cannons of the cruiser and the main guns of the destroyer roared simultaneously. Dozens of high-energy beams and searing plasma bolts tore through the vacuum at sublight speed, accurately striking the exposed gun emplacement. There was no sound, only a blinding flash of silent expansion. The entire gun emplacement, along with several hundred meters of rock beneath it, was vaporized in an instant. Alarms blared within the nest. Enemy attack! Enemy attack! Are we surrounded? From where? The pirate leader, a one-eyed man with a face full of flesh, roared frantically over the communication channel. Before he could comprehend, the second and third rounds of precise long-range strikes followed in quick succession. The other 3 gun emplacements were systematically eliminated as they rotated. Having lost their fixed fire points, the pirates were thrown into a complete panic. Dozens of pirate ships of varying sizes and chaotic colors surged out from several enormous mine openings. As they burst from the mine openings, they collided head-on into the pocket formation woven by over 100 retaliatory-class patrol ships. Lasers tore through shields and plasma cannons melted armor. One pirate ship after another became silent fireballs, unable to even attempt evasive maneuvers within the dense hail of fire. The battle ended within 10 minutes. Fang Heng looked at the battle damage report: 50 ships sunk, 0 captured. Our side suffered no losses. The word 0 captured lingered in his gaze for a moment. It was not that there were no pirates wanting to surrender. A few ships had shut down their weapon systems and sent out distress signals. But an order is an order. The patrol ship formation did not accept the surrender. The plasma cannons continued to rain down fire until the last pirate ship's signal disappeared from the radar. Lin Bei walked up to him, hesitating to speak. Fang Heng did not lift his head. "Don't look at me. This is an order." "I know," Lin Bei said softly. "I just wanted to mention that they made mushroom soup in the mess. It's quite good." Fang Heng paused for a moment, then smiled. The smile flashed briefly before being covered again by his cold, hard facade. "The first battle zone has been cleared. After the entire fleet is resupplied, advance to the second battle zone. 3 days later, C-76 route. This is the golden passage connecting 2 prosperous star systems and the favorite ambush spot for pirates. A merchant fleet flying the Golden Source trading flag is currently surrounded by over 60 high-speed pirate patrol ships. Ha ha ha, we struck it rich. I heard this ship carries a shipment of luxury goods destined for the noble colonies." A tall, thin pirate leader licked his lips. The captain of the merchant ship was being held on the bridge, his face full of despair. Just as the pirates prepared to board and plunder, their radar suddenly emitted a sharp alarm. A rift seemed to tear open in their predetermined retreat route. A jump beacon's locating light pierced through the void. A massive fleet appeared out of nowhere, their dark cannon muzzles already locked on them. It was the departure fleet. The tall, thin pirate leader's face paled. "Quick! Scatter and break out." However, it was too late. Surround from both flanks and cut off their escape routes. Fang Heng's command was calm and swift. 3 days prior, he had set up jump beacons along this route, calculating the pirates' window of activity, waiting for this moment. Several ambusher-class destroyers opened their engines, fully drawing sharp arcs from both sides and forming a tightening encirclement, firmly blocking the pirates' path. Seeing escape was hopeless, the tall, thin pirate leader made a desperate gamble. He abruptly turned the flagship, attempting to use the gravitational slingshot effect of a nearby gas giant to accelerate his escape. This was the pirate's ultimate escape technique. Fang Heng's lips curled slightly. Execute the throat lock plan. 3 destroyers that had long been lying in ambush near the gas giant's orbit simultaneously appeared from 3 directions. 3 plasma beams accurately converged, striking the pirate flagship as it attempted gravitational acceleration. Shield shattered. The hull was torn apart. A fireball more dazzling than a star erupted at the edge of the gravitational well. The remaining pirates completely lost their will to resist. This time, over a dozen pirate ships shut down their weapon systems, desperately sending out surrender signals. Within the communication channel, Fang Heng heard cries, pleas for mercy, and even someone reciting their child's name. He closed his eyes for a moment. When he opened them again, his gaze was calm. The order has already been given. Execute. The plasma cannons lit up once more. The second battle zone has been cleared. Continue advancing. 20 days after the operation commenced the third battle zone at the edge of the Horsehead Nebula. This area is home to the toughest adversary of this operation, the Bloodwolf pirate group. Nearly 400 warships, including 6 heavily modified old cruisers. Taking advantage of the complex electromagnetic environment within the nebula, they are brazenly confident. Fang Heng frowned for the first time during the pre-battle meeting. 6 cruisers. He tapped on the prominent red dots on the holographic star map. Though they are old models, a cruiser is still a cruiser. A single shot from their main gun is enough to shatter the shields of our destroyers. Lin Bei flipped through the intelligence reports. Moreover, the electromagnetic interference in the nebula is severe, making beacon positioning ineffective within, and our long-range fire control will also be significantly hampered. Once we enter that nebula, it will be a blind fight. Then let's not go in. Fang Heng stared at the star map, his fingers slowly tracing out several arcs. Let them come out. The plan quickly took shape. 2 feint attack teams cautiously approached the nebula's edge, using long-range fire to harass. The leader of the Bloodwolf pirate group indeed fell for the bait. He laughed maniacally, ordering his entire force to attack. These rookies think they can play long-range with me. Let them taste the power of close-range artillery. As the massive pirate fleet burst out of the nebula, another 8 fleets from the departure fleet simultaneously pressed in from 3 directions. A giant net slowly tightened. The smile on the pirate leader's face froze. We've fallen into a trap. Retreat back into the nebula. Fang Heng did not give them a chance. All fleets advance at standard speed, compress the encirclement. Free fire. Thousands of ship-mounted cannons opened fire at once. Dense beams covered the entire airspace. The electromagnetic interference at the nebula's edge rendered long-range locking systems entirely ineffective, turning the battle into the most primitive close-range artillery duel. But this was precisely the field in which the departure fleet excelled. Standardized units, stronger shields, more advanced fire control, and tactical proficiency, far superior to the pirates. Destroyers led the charge, patrol ships, interspersed cruisers in the rear. Crossfire coverage was highly efficient. The pirate fleet was scattered like a pile of sand, each fighting individually, quickly segmented and devoured. Yet an unexpected turn of events still occurred. An old modified cruiser suddenly turned its guns, targeting the flank of the tightening departure fleet. There was a gap at the junction of formations. 3 destroyers had just completed their turn, and their shields were not yet fully oriented. A thick particle beam erupted from the main gun of that old cruiser. Ambusher 07, evade. Fang Heng's pupils constricted sharply, almost instinctively shouting out the command. It was too late. The particle beam grazed the side of Ambusher 07, overloading the shield and tearing open a crack over 10 meters long in the armor. The ship trembled violently. Large amounts of debris and gas burst forth from the crack. Report from 07. Fang Heng's voice suddenly rose. Voices came through the communication channel. Fragmentary. 07. Shield overload. Left hull armor damaged. Engines still operational. Can still fight. Fang Heng's fist tightened, his knuckles turning white. His mind completed calculations in a fraction of a second. 05 is 09. Immediately cover 07's retreat from the combat zone. The remaining units do not engage that cruiser. His gaze swept over the chaotic battlefield, locking onto the largest, most arrogant modified cruiser. That was the flagship of the Bloodwolf. A snake cannot function without a head. We must decapitate it first. Fang Heng took a deep breath, his voice returning to its icy calm. Charge the main cannon of the Explorer. Target the enemy flagship's bridge. Moments later, a gamma ray several times larger than the other beams precisely pierced through the chaotic battlefield. That light traversed through countless interwoven ship silhouettes without deviating by a millimeter. The bridge of the Bloodwolf flagship was instantaneously vaporized. With their command lost, the pirate fleet completely collapsed. The modified cruiser that had injured 07 also lost coordination and was surrounded by 3 destroyers, its shields quickly shattering under the heavy assault. Remaining ships attempted to flee back into the nebula, but the encirclement had sealed off all escape routes. The final sweep lasted 40 minutes. Fang Heng stood on the bridge, watching the last red dot on the radar screen extinguish. Commander, damage report for 07, a left hull armor damaged by 30, a shield generator needs replacement, no casualties, 7 minor injuries. Fang Heng remained silent for a few seconds. Relay the message, all personnel on 07 are to receive commendation. He turned and walked toward the star map console at the back of the bridge. On the holographic projection, the 2,000 light-year route had been largely cleared, with only a few remaining skull icons, all small fry. How many days until the commissioner from the exploration department arrives? 11 days. Fang Heng's lips curled slightly. This time there was no killing intent in his smile, but rather a sense of relief. That's enough. He patted the command console, his voice once again crisp and decisive. Let's go to the next location. The 4th battle, zone code name web. In the middle section of a Tuatha E-tier transit route, 3 secondary routes converge here, forming a natural interstellar crossroads. Any ship traveling from the 8th star zone to the Qihong star system cannot bypass this node. Fang Heng stared at the holographic star map, his finger circling the intersection of the 3 routes. The Broken Tooth Gang, the Black Scorpion Group, and the Wandering Souls. 3 pirate factions with a combined strength of over 600 ships. The deputy officer beside him browsed through the intelligence, his frown deepening. They've even formed an alliance. The leader of the Broken Tooth Gang and the Black Scorpion Group are blood brothers, while the Wandering Souls owe them a debt and have no choice but to follow. The 3 factions have operated at this junction for 7 to 8 years, and their defenses are far superior to those of the hive. 600 ships. Fang Heng repeated the number, unconsciously tapping twice at the edge of the star map. The total strength of the Qihong fleet is just over 1,000 divided into 10 standard formations. After the battles in the first 3 zones, the No. 07 destroyer requires repairs, and several frigates have been lost to battle damage. The available forces still number over 900 ships. 900 against 600, a considerable advantage on paper. However, the enemy occupies the junction, their defenses are complete, and the combined size of the 3 pirate factions is imposing. What's more troublesome is that intelligence indicates a circle of jump wave monitoring buoys has been deployed around the web junction. These people have been operating for years, learning from past mistakes specifically to guard against fleet jump ambushes. A strong assault isn't impossible, but the casualties would be devastating. Fang Heng does not want to sacrifice his own people's lives. What is their greatest weakness? He asked. Greed, the deputy officer thought for a moment. Fang Heng smiled. Then let's feed them. The intelligence department took 2 days to release the news through several gray trade channels. A small trading convoy, flying the Xingyuan transport flag, carrying a batch of customized luxury goods from the noble colonies, is about to pass through the web route. On the 3rd day after the news was released, 10 medium-sized transport ships flying the Xingyuan transport flag under the escort of fewer than 50 frigates swayed into the web battle zone like a group of straggling fat sheep. The transport ships' exteriors were rusty, their engine flames flickering, and the cargo holds were filled with goods sealed in metal boxes. The reconnaissance ships of the 3 pirate factions almost simultaneously identified this target. Xingyuan's ships. Is that all the escort they have? The leader of the Broken Tooth Gang, a burly man with a deep scar on his left cheek, scoffed. In the communication channel, intelligence says it's a trading convoy, there should be more behind. Let's take these down first, the rest won't escape. Be cautious of traps, the leader of the Wandering Souls advised warily. What traps? The leader of the Black Scorpion Group, the younger brother of the scarred man, shouted louder than his brother. Look at that junk ship, its engine is about to stall, and the shield power is almost non-existent. You've seen the scanning results. The cargo hold is full with no signs of weapon modifications. The scanning results were indeed fine, because it was a genuine transport ship and the cargo hold was indeed filled with goods. Fang Heng's method was simpler than hiding troops. The transport ship was bait. Not bait for hiding troops, but bait to buy time. All units advance. Take down this lead ship, and we'll swallow the rest of the convoy whole. With a single command from the scarred man, over 600 pirate ships surged forth, surrounding the junction from 3 directions. The dense silhouettes of the ships glided under the starlight like a flock of vultures swooping toward their prey. The captain of the transport ship began to panic according to the predetermined plan, calling for help, turning, slowing down, and then speeding up, performing this chase scene with exquisite realism. The pirates grew more excited as they chased, tightening the encirclement. The escorting frigate fleet turned to retreat the moment the pirates entered the scene. According to the script, their task was to flee in fear, leaving the 10 transport ships isolated. Some pirates split off to chase the frigates, but more pirates were firmly fixated on the 10 fully loaded cargo ships. No one noticed that behind them the defenses at the junction and the abandoned space stations were completely empty. The Qihong fleet was not there at all. They were farther away, far enough that the pirates' radar couldn't reach them. Fang Heng stood on the bridge of the Pioneer, watching the red circle on the tactical screen tighten. The pirates had completed their encirclement of the transport ships. All vessels had left the junction, crowding together to fight over the prey. The fish are in the net, Lin Bei whispered. Fang Heng did not give the order immediately. He was waiting for the pirates to board, waiting for their attention to be completely absorbed by the cargo in the hold, waiting for their ships to deactivate battle mode and switch to boarding and transfer mode. On the tactical screen, the status indicators of the red dots changed from combat to standby, like extinguished lights. Fang Heng's gaze remained fixed on the screen, unmoving. Lin Bei stole a glance at him. Fang Heng's expression was very calm, but his right hand rested on the edge of the command platform, his thumb repeatedly rubbing the metal patterns on the surface. This action was light, almost imperceptible, but Lin Bei, who had followed him for 3 years, knew what it meant. Fang Heng was counting down. In his heart, a precise gear was clicking into place one notch after another until it reached the final position. 15 minutes later, intelligence showed that more than a third of the pirate ships had shut down their weapon systems and dispatched boarding teams. Fang Heng's thumb stopped. His fingers gently fell. All fleets advance at regular cruising speed. Target web battle zone. 9 standard formations, over 900 warships advance simultaneously from 3 directions. No jumps. The circle of monitoring buoys around the web junction would capture any jump fluctuations immediately. Fang Heng did not intend to give the pirates any warning time. He chose the simplest yet most reliable method, conventional navigation. A day in advance, the fleet had been deployed just outside the pirates' radar range, maintaining a precise time difference. At the moment the pirates surged out, the distance was just right for the Qihang fleet to arrive at cruising speed. When the pirates' radar finally captured the overwhelming silhouette of the fleet, it was too late. Enemy attack. It's the Qihang fleet. Impossible. How did they? Don't worry about how they got here. Hurry back to the defenses. They can't go back. Fang Heng's fleet had already cut off all their escape routes between them and the junction. 900 warships spread out around the pirate fleet, forming a massive encirclement. Outer layer blockade formation in position. Middle layer destroyer formation in position. Inner layer cruisers locking on to the enemy flagship. Fang Heng's voice echoed calmly through the communication channel. Net closing. The 3 layers of firepower simultaneously tightened. The outer layer frigate formation sealed off all escape routes, and any pirate ship attempting to break through would slam into a dense web of laser fire. The middle layer destroyers continued to bombard with beams from plasma cannons, slicing through the pirate fleet, constantly cutting and scattering the dense ship formation. In the inner layer, 2 Progressor-class cruisers slowly adjusted the angles of their turrets. The charging chambers of the large gamma-ray cannons simultaneously glowed with a ghostly blue light. That light was not glaring, it was even somewhat cold and desolate, but everyone who had seen that light knew. It was the color of death fully charged. Broken Tooth Gang flagship locked. Black Scorpion Group flagship locked. Wandering Souls flagship locked. Fang Heng's gaze swept across the 3 red markers. The 3 flagships were scattered among the chaotic fleet, separated by thousands of kilometers. At such a distance, firing simultaneously would require precision to 3 decimal places, as any misfire could accidentally hit the friendly frigates weaving through. Sweat beaded on the forehead of the fire control officer. Fire control confirmed. Fang Heng asked. Confirmed. 3 ballistic paths are clear. Fang Heng's voice did not rise even a fraction. Fire. 3 gamma rays were fired almost simultaneously within a heartbeat. The beams were nearly invisible to the naked eye. Gamma rays lie outside the visible spectrum. Yet the moment they pierced their target, the evaporated matter expanded into 3 blazing white orbs of light, blooming simultaneously against the pitch-black starry sky, like 3 ephemeral stars born and dying at once. The signals from the 3 flagship vessels disappeared from the radar. From locking to destruction, it took less than 4 seconds. No one on the bridge cheered. Everyone stared at the screen, confirming the results of the battle. Fang Heng's expression remained unchanged. He simply nodded slightly as if to himself, saying good. The pirate fleet, now leaderless, plunged into chaos. Some attempted to surrender, others tried to flee, and some even began shooting at each other. The fractured Tooth Gang and the Wandering Souls were already at odds, and with their leader gone, long-standing conflicts erupted amidst their fear. Amidst the confusion, the vice leader of the Black Scorpion Gang, a quick-reacting bald woman, took control of the communication channel of the remaining Black Scorpion ships within 3 seconds of the flagship's explosion. Don't scatter. Follow me. Charge towards 7 o'clock. She was precise. The 7 o'clock direction was precisely the gap where 2 escort fleets overlapped. During the moment of formation, change the fire density, there would briefly decrease. Fang Heng's brow twitched. It was not out of fear, but rather a near instinctual alertness. This woman had made a judgment within 3 seconds after the flagship was destroyed. She not only took over communications, but also accurately identified the weak point in the blockade. Such composure was uncharacteristic for a pirate. Nearly 100 Black Scorpion warships suddenly turned their bows and concentrated in one direction, charging forward desperately. The dense cluster of pirate ships crashed against the blockade line. The laser cannons of a dozen escort ships fired at full strength, but the opposing force pushed forward recklessly, using the front ships to shield those behind. The blockade line showed signs of weakening. The 7 o'clock blockade line is under pressure. 3 escort ships request support. Fang Heng's gaze immediately locked onto that gap. Destroyer Division 3 move to block. Spread horizontally, fire the plasma cannons simultaneously, and seal that gap for me. 3 Ambusher-class destroyers opened their engines to full throttle, slicing over from the flank and spreading horizontally in front of the fleeing ships. 6 medium plasma cannons fired simultaneously. The blazing white beams swept across like a red-hot knife cutting through paper. The pirate ships at the forefront had their shields shattered, their hulls twisted and melted in the plasma flows. The momentum of the breakout was abruptly halted. The bald woman's ship was hit on the flank during the second round of concentrated fire, losing power and slowly rolling over in the vacuum. Her voice crackled through the communication channel, delivering her last words. Fang Heng did not catch the content, but her tone did not sound like begging. The gap was sealed. Fang Heng's expression did not change. He merely added, "All blockade fleets shorten the rotation interval and ensure no more gaps appear." Understood. The encirclement tightened again, and the firepower never ceased. The remaining pirates completely lost their last hope. 40 minutes later, the web war zone returned to silence. Battle results: 587 enemy ships sunk, various materials seized. Our losses: 3 lightly damaged escort ships, no ship losses, no personnel casualties. Fang Heng nodded, his expression unchanged. The 4th war zone has been cleared. The final task was even easier than expected. The 5th war zone, located in the western section of the route, had scarce pirate activity, with only a few small groups of wandering stragglers left. Fang Heng divided the fleet into a grid search formation, inspecting each section, and upon finding a target, quickly crushed them with absolute speed and firepower advantage. In 6 days, 6 hideouts, over 100 ragtag ships. They encountered no significant resistance at all. This was the 28th day since the operation began. Fang Heng stood on the bridge of the Kai Tua ship, watching the last skull icon on the holographic star map turn gray. The 2,000 light-year route was completely clean. Total battle results summary. The officer opened the data board and read, over 1,300 enemy ships sunk, 17 strongholds destroyed, various materials seized. Quantities are still being counted. Our losses: 1 destroyer with moderate battle damage has been repaired, 6 escort ships destroyed, 12 lightly damaged. Personnel-wise, 31 lightly injured, no casualties. No casualties. Fang Heng fell silent for a few seconds. He recalled the last words of that bald woman in the web war zone. He hadn't caught them clearly, but he remembered her tone. Deploy the patrol fleet. 1 patrol node every 50 light years, 24 hours nonstop. Understood. He turned and walked towards the communication station connecting to the encrypted channel of the departure star fortress. Wang Dao's holographic image appeared on the screen, still lounging lazily against the back of a chair. Reporting to the commander-in-chief, the 2,000 light-year route has been cleared. The patrol fleet has been deployed, and the route is secure. Wang Dao tapped his fingertips twice on the armrest. Scan again. Fang Heng did not hesitate. Understood. The communication was cut off. Lin Bei leaned over. It's already clean enough to lick, still scanning. Fang Heng shot him a glance. If the commander-in-chief says to scan, then we scan. If anything happens to the commissioner's ship, can our heads pay for it? Lin Bei shrank back, falling silent. 2 weeks later, the route had been combed through 3 times, leaving no suspicious space debris unchecked. A medium-sized ship with an elegant paint job smoothly entered the jurisdiction of the departure star cluster along this impeccably clean route. The side of the ship was emblazoned with a soaring blue bird, the emblem of the Kai Tua Bureau. The ship's name, Bluebird. Northgate Starport Docking Port. Wang Dao personally stood at the front of the gangway. Behind him was a neatly lined-up honor guard. Fang Heng stood half a step behind him on the left, his military uniform spotless, the metals glimmering faintly under the light. He instinctively placed his left hand behind his back. There was a small abrasion on his fingertip left from repeatedly rubbing against the edge of the command platform on the Kai Tua ship. The gangway was lowered. A young man in a dark blue uniform of the Kai Tua Bureau walked down. He appeared to be in his early 30s, with a slim face, wearing thin-framed glasses and carrying an inconspicuous briefcase. His gaze swept across the vast starry expanse outside the transparent windows of the docking port before returning to Wang Dao. He nodded slightly and extended his hand. Han Qing, commissioner of the 8th Star District of the Kai Tua Bureau. Wang Dao shook his hand, smiled, and asked, "Welcome. Was the journey smooth?" Han Qing adjusted his glasses, his tone flat. "The route is very clean. Just 5 words. That was enough." Han Qing withdrew his hand, his gaze lingering on Wang Dao's face for a second longer before opening the briefcase and taking out a document with a hot stamped cover. "Mr. Wang Dao, regarding your federal lordship's title review." He paused, closed the briefcase. "Let's find a place to sit and talk." The meeting room number 3 at Bayman Starport is not large, but it is well equipped. A long table with 3 chairs on each side and the embedded holographic projector on the wall has already warmed up, casting a faint blue standby light on the metallic surface of the table. Han Qing placed the briefcase on the table and leisurely took 7 documents, arranging them in a sequence known only to him. His fingers were slender with distinct knuckles, flipping through the pages rapidly, but he had indeed looked at each page. Wang Dao noticed the movement of his eyes, which was not a mere cursory glance. Population Registration Resource Reports Military Strength Organization Administrative Structure. Han Qing read aloud while flipping through his tone akin to counting goods on a shelf. The materials are complete. The format is correct as well. He closed the last document, adjusted his glasses, and looked up at Wang Dao. But what's on paper only proves that you can write reports. Wang Dao leaned back in his chair, resting his chin on one hand without responding. He knew there was more to come. I need to physically inspect the Hope Star. Han Qing said, one of the core conditions for the Lord's decree is to have at least one habitable planet and to complete initial development. This must be seen to be believed. Wang Dao straightened up, no problem. When do we depart? The sooner the better. Tomorrow. I will arrange for someone to accompany you. Wang Dao turned to look behind him. Have Feier come over. Feng Heng stood at the door, nodded slightly, and turned to leave. Wang Dao looked back at Han Qing. I will also arrange the escort fleet. Although this route should have no one's safety still needs to be considered. Han Qing did not politely decline. He simply said one word, good. Wang Dao mentally tagged this officer pragmatic no nonsense, but has keen insight. Such people are the hardest to deceive, but also the easiest to deal with, because they only focus on facts. That evening, Wang Dao convened a brief meeting in the command room. Feier's holographic projection appeared in her seat, holding a cup of coffee, her hair styled in a neat ponytail, and a small star map badge pinned to the collar of her white uniform. Made from the first mineral sample she brought back from the Hope Star. The officer is going to conduct an on-site inspection of the Hope Star, Wang Dao said. You will accompany him and be responsible for technical explanations and data connections throughout the process. Feier set down her coffee cup and raised an eyebrow. Just me. You are enough. You are more familiar with every inch of Hope Star than anyone else. Wang Dao paused, but one point. Whatever he asks you answer. Do not exaggerate, do not hide, do not speak well of me. Feier looked at him for 2 seconds, smiled slightly. When have you seen me speak well of anyone? That's why I sent you. The escort formation was quickly determined. A fleet of cruisers with all patrol nodes along the route entering a high alert state. Feng Heng personally reviewed the safety assessment of the flight route and only signed off after confirming there were no blind spots. The next day at 8 o'clock, the Bluebird set sail smoothly from the docking port of Bayman Starport, entering the outer airspace of the departure star system. When Feier boarded the Bluebird, Han Qing was already seated in the bridge with a flat star map of the departure star system spread out on the table before him, marked with several annotations. She sat down opposite him, glancing at those marks, recognizing several of them. The orbital parameters of Hope Star, the coordinates of departure star Fortress, and the locations of several major route nodes. All calculated by him, not copied from the report. Feier, chief scientist, she extended her hand. Han Qing. He shook her hand briefly, quickly withdrawing. How far is it from here to Hope Star? The straight line distance is 15-20 light-years, Feier said. What level is the Bluebird's jump beacon system? Medium ship, standard single jump limit of 50 light-years. Then it will take approximately 30 jumps, Feier calculated in her mind. Fortunately, there is a patrol node every 50 light-years along the route, which can serve as a relay. The entire journey will take about 6 hours. Han Qing nodded, drawing a series of equidistant small circles along the route on the star map. When the first jumps charging started, the entire ship trembled slightly, and the starlight outside the bridge elongated, compressed, and reconfigured in an instant. Then it returned to normal. The starfield outside the window had completely changed. The Bluebird appeared near the first patrol node 50 light-years away, where a frigate was conducting routine patrol in the distance, flashing its lights twice after identifying the Bluebird's signal as a greeting. 10 minutes later, the second charging was completed. Another jump. Han Qing did not waste the waiting time. During each charging gap, he reviewed documents or supplemented annotations on the star map. Feier noticed he had written notes beside certain nodes, the handwriting too small to see clearly, but several question marks could be discerned. 30 jumps. 6 hours. When the last jump was completed, the starlight outside the bridge suddenly changed. The Bluebird appeared in the outer orbit of Hope Star. Han Qing stood up and walked to the window. Feier did not rush to speak. She knew that the impact of the first sight did not require commentary. Hope Star hung right in the center of the window, a clean blue-green, unlike anything one would expect in a newly developed star region. Clouds pulled soft white patterns in the atmosphere, the ocean reflecting the light of the star, and the outlines of the continental plates were clearly discernible. In this star region, most planets are either gray-brown rocky spheres or dead worlds shrouded in toxic atmospheres and magma. Han Qing looked for a long time. Then he adjusted his glasses, turned around, and his expression was no different from before. Data. Feier summoned the holographic panel, displaying each item one by one. Atmospheric composition: nitrogen 78. 2. Oxygen 20. 9, with the rest being inert gases and trace water vapor deviating from standard habitable indicators by no more than 1%. Average surface temperature is 17. 3 degrees Celsius with seasonal temperature variations within a reasonable range. Water coverage is 61% and freshwater reserves are abundant. Soil analysis shows organic matter content meets standards. Her report was steady in pace without emphasizing any particular item, with each number accurate to 1 decimal place. As Han Xing listened, he recorded on the data panel occasionally, inserting a question. Radiation levels. The stellar spectrum is stable and the surface radiation is below safe thresholds. We have deployed 3 monitoring satellites in orbit and detected no abnormal fluctuations. Geological activity. Plate movement activity is low, with the largest earthquake recorded in the past 10 years being 2.1. Volcanic activity is concentrated in the uninhabited southern hemisphere, not affecting the planned residential area construction. Han Xing paused his pen for a moment. He looked up at Feier. 10 years of data samples is too short. Indeed too short. Feier did not evade, but the long-term prediction results of geological models are also within safe ranges. If you need, I can send you the raw data package, including modeling parameters and confidence intervals. Han Xing stared at her for a few seconds, then lowered his head to continue writing. The Bluebird entered low orbit, circling Hope Star 3 times. Han Xing requested atmospheric sampling and soil detection in 4 different latitudinal regions, with Feier cooperating throughout, deploying detection drones to transmit data in real time. Every result matched the report provided by Feier, with errors within the instrument's precision range. At the end of the 3rd circle, Han Xing closed the data panel. He stood by the window watching the slowly rotating horizon of Hope Star. The dawn-dusk line perfectly sliced through the largest continent, half basking in golden sunlight and half sinking into the deep blue night. A thin halo glowed at the edge of the atmosphere. This planet, Han Xing's voice was soft, is better than what the report states. Feier leaned against the wall of the cabin, arms crossed. The corners of her mouth curled slightly, but she did not speak. The return trip took the same 6 hours. The Bluebird jumped back to the departure star system along the original route. Bayman Starport. When Han Xing stood before Wang Dao again, the briefcase contained a thick stack of inspection reports and sampling records. He placed the case on the table and looked at Wang Dao. The on-site data matches the submitted materials, with some indicators exceeding expectations. Hope Star meets the federal standards for habitable planets, and the territory satisfies the minimum requirements for the Lord's decree. He paused. I will recommend approval in the report. Wang Dao's expression did not change much, but he gently tapped the surface of the table with his right index finger, just once. But the final decision is not mine to make, Han Xing added. After the report is submitted, it still needs to go through the review committee of the Development Department and the approval of the federal parliament. The process will take about 2 to 3 months. Understood. Wang Dao stood up. If we need to cooperate, just contact us at any time. Han Xing nodded, picked up the briefcase, and turned towards the gangway. After walking a few steps, he stopped and turned his head. Mr. Wang Dao, my, that route is indeed very clean. He adjusted his glasses and walked into the Bluebird. The gangway retracted and the docking interface separated. Wang Dao stood by the window watching the ship adorned with the Bluebird emblem slowly depart the starport, then accelerate and disappear into the starlight. Fang Heng approached him from behind. How is it? Wang Dao put his hands in his pockets and turned to walk towards the command room. Waiting for notice. Command Center of Dongmen Star Fortress Qihang Star System. Tian Shu's holographic projection hovered to Wang Dao's right, its pale blue data streams weaving an encrypted file bearing the insignia of the Federal Pioneer Agency. Preliminary feedback confirmed. Tian Shu's synthesized voice remained utterly flat. Specialist Han Xing's report has been rated exceptional. The Pioneer Agency's review committee has formally registered and approved the project, initiating standard procedural review. Estimated duration 89 standard days. Before the words fully faded, Tian Shu's data stream erupted in a searing crimson ripple. A new alert window materialized beside the encrypted file, blood red pulsing like a siren, displaying the automated warning log from the Northern Reconnaissance Satellite Network. Within the past 72 hours, subspace noise levels from the N070 3-node star system have risen by 12%. It is not a jump signature, merely noise. Yet its waveform is not random. A precise sharp spike recurs every 11 standard hours. Tian Shu, has the noise source been localized? Wang Dao's fingers unconsciously tightened, his knuckles pressing a faint white imprint into the physical star chart card. Not yet localized. The nearest beacon node lies approximately 40 light-years from the noise source. Insufficient precision for triangulation. For accurate localization, I recommend dispatching a research vessel equipped with long-range sensors to the N073 node. Wang Dao fell silent for a moment. Designate as Tier 2 priority. Notify me immediately if noise intensity exceeds 20%. Designation confirmed. He shifted the alert to the periphery of his visual field, but did not dismiss it. The soft crimson curve pulsed quietly like a slow, steady heartbeat. His gaze lingered on that warning for 3 seconds, then moved away. He sat deep within the broad command chair, 2 fingers idly turning a physical star chart card between them. On the card, the Hope Star System's territory was clearly marked, a circle 200 light-years in radius, so small on this corner of the galaxy map as to be nearly invisible. 3 months. Securing federal lordship would render this sector legally and irrevocably his. But legality does not deflect main batteries. Those entrenched, long-established neighbors would certainly not welcome a newly minted magnate settling down beside them, even with impeccable credentials. Tianshu, connect everyone. Wang Dao flicked the card onto the table. It spun once, bounced lightly, and landed with a soft, crisp tap. 1 second later, 4 holographic projections ignited in sequence along both sides of the conference table. Chu Ming wore a sharply tailored dark suit, his background a bustling commercial starport office, cargo crates being hauled behind him. Lucas, as ever, had fastened every single button of his uniform, his backdrop, the welding arcs and molten sparks of the Qihong Star Fortress construction site. Fong Hung stood aboard a starship's bridge, his sleeves rolled to his forearms, fresh bruises marring his knuckles, fresh from the combat training arena evidently. Fayer leaned against a laboratory workbench, a data stylus pinched between her fingers, its tip still spinning idly. Probation period concluded. Approval window 3 months. Wang Dao cut straight to the point, his gaze sweeping across each face. Use this time to strengthen our capabilities. Every person here will receive expanded mandates. Raise objections now, if you have any. No one spoke. Chu Ming, you handle trade. Chu Ming adjusted his glasses and summoned a holographic trade ledger. Rows upon rows of transaction records unfurled before him, shimmering in cool emerald light. We've broken ground with 3 batches of T4 grade alloy. Already established formal ties with 2 secondary powers in neighboring systems, the Rustclaw Mining Consortium of Lughel Sector and the L Pioneer Group, as well as Stellar Ring Trade. Chu Ming paused, his eyes narrowing slightly behind his lenses. They're clamoring for the alloy. Prices are ours to name. But Stellar Ring Trade made one condition: they demand permanent transit rights through our Qihong Star Cluster en route southward. Wang Dao's fingers stilled mid-rotation. Southward? To where? Officially, the south leads to a federal Class II development zone. Taking our corridor shaves hundreds of light-years off their detour, saving time and fuel. Chu Ming projected a navigational chart, a dotted line sliced from the northern sectors through the Qihong Star Cluster, extending southward. He paused, then pushed his glasses up again. But I don't believe it. I've already dug into their background. Stellar Ring Trade isn't some minor player. It operates shipping lanes across a dozen northern systems. Would they really surrender intelligence assets just to save a few hundred light-years? Chu Ming traced a finger across the chart. The segment passing through the heart of the Qihong Star Cluster magnified instantly. This route traverses the jump corridor between Dongmen Star Fortress and the Hope Star System. Every transit run lets their freighters map our fleet deployment frequency, shipyard output capacity, even the composition and scale of our escort formations. He lifted his head, cold light from the hologram glinted off his lenses. Yes, they'll save on energy costs. Yes, they'll gather intelligence. But the critical question remains: do they hoard what they learn, or sell it on? Fayer's data stylus ceased its spin. Wang Dao remained silent for 3 seconds. Transit rights may be granted. Chu Ming's eyebrows lifted almost imperceptibly. With stipulations. Wang Dao's voice remained low, but his cadence quickened. First, all inbound fleets must submit full advance notice 48 hours prior. Vessel class tonnage and cargo manifest without omission. Second, mandatory escort by our frigates throughout transit. Any deviation exceeding 0.5 astronomical units triggers immediate seizure. Third, a 3% levy on total cargo value. 3%. Chu Ming jotted it down swiftly on his terminal, a faint smile tugging at his lips. They'll negotiate. Let them negotiate. Floor is 1.5%. Below that they detour. Wang Dao tapped once on the table. But most crucially, the 4th clause, the one left unwritten. Chu Ming's smile vanished. He waited. Integrate Stellar Ring Trade's intelligence network into ours, Wang Dao said, holding his gaze. They wish to probe our foundations. Then let this corridor become a two-way street. If they intend to survey our holdings through our territory, then their northern commercial intelligence navigational logs and interfaction correspondence must likewise lie open upon our table. Spare no expense. That information is worth 10 times more than alloy. Understood. Chu Ming nodded, fingers already flying across his terminal, keystrokes blurring into a continuous hum. Fayer. Wang Dao called an unexpected name. Fayer's stylus froze mid-spin. Every Stellar Ring Trade vessel transiting our space shall undergo environmental safety screening. Wang Dao held her gaze. Your biosecurity lab will lead the operation. Fayer lifted her eyes and instantly grasped the unspoken implication beneath his words. Environmental safety screening is a lawful routine border quarantine procedure. No faction may refuse it. Yet depth and scope rest entirely with the executing authority how deeply they choose to look. I set the scanning resolution ere she asked. You do, Wang Dao replied. But I don't only want to know what's in their cargo holds. I want to know where their ships have been. Engine residue traces, hull microparticle adhesion profiles, atmospheric composition logs from life support systems in their biocontainment base. That data is far more valuable than any manifest. A faint fleeting curve touched Fayer's lips. The same subtle arc she'd worn while leaning against the hull watching the dawn-dusk Terminator line sweep across the Hope Star. I'll require 2 high-precision mass spectrometers and licensed access to the Cosmic Dust Provenance database, she stated evenly, already compiling the requisition list in her mind. Submit the budget to Chu-Ming. Understood. Fayer resumed spinning her stylus. This time its rotation accelerated sharper, more deliberate. Wang Dao's gaze shifted to Lucas. Status on Hope Star. Planetary terraformer operating at full capacity. Structural framework for Surface Habitat Cluster 1 is underway. Lucas spoke with rigid precision, his tone unvaried. Qihong Star Fortress docked for completed final calibration testing. Main structural integrity certified acceptable. All proceeding according to plan revised. Wang Dao interrupted. Lucas's mouth snapped shut. He waited. Begin construction of the Hope Star Fortress immediately. Wang Dao leaned forward, palms braced on the table. Build me a fortress directly in orbit around Hope Star's sun. He locked eyes with Lucas, enunciating each parameter with crystalline clarity. Main structure 300 kilometers. 36 stellar-class particle lances. 360 large-scale particle lances. 3,600 point-of-fence arrays. 360,000 drones. 36 major dry docks. With each number, Lucas's spine stiffened further. Tian Shu's synthesized voice suddenly resonated in every ear, triggered it seemed by the sheer magnitude of those figures, initiating an automatic comparative analysis. Reference datum: Ironwall Legion's flagship defensive platform. The Warhammer Citadel, located in the federal northern sector, mounts 12 main guns, 16 dry docks, and measures 180 kilometers in length. Tian Shu's voice carried no inflection, yet the weight of that statement settled over the chamber heavier than any rhetoric. Only when this steel bastion stands firm in orbit will our enterprise truly take root. Wang Dao. The silence in the chamber became absolute, so profound a needle's fall would echo. Lucas's ageless, impassive poker face finally cracked, just once, along its first hairline fissure. His eyes instinctively darted to his terminal, fingers already striking virtual keys in afterimages data, cascading wildly resource consumption curves, projected timelines, production load forecasts, red warning thresholds flashing violently across every metric. He raised his head. His voice was dry, strained. Sir, Hope Star possesses neither orbital port nor star fortress infrastructure as foundation. Constructing a star fortress from scratch, without pre-existing frameworks, requires cumulative preparatory construction plus primary assembly time minimum 18 months. He paused, then pushed a dataset into the shared channel, visible to all. Moreover, Lucas's tone acquired an uncommon edge. Our current stocks of alloy and dark matter core energy reserves cannot simultaneously sustain Dongmin Star Fortress operations, Hope Star Fortress construction, and fleet expansion. A critical shortfall will emerge within 6 months. Not merely tight margins, full operational standstill. Our construction vessels will hover in orbit, burning atmosphere while awaiting materials. He met Wang Dao's gaze directly. Sir, I do not fear hard labor. But I must state plainly, if supply chains fracture mid-construction, a half-built star fortress frame suspended in solar orbit won't serve as a bastion. It becomes a target. A low suppressed snort escaped Fong Heng's hologram. Chu Ming's fingers hovered above his terminal, motionless. Wang Dao studied Lucas for 3 full seconds. Then he smiled, just the corners of his mouth lifting. His eyes remained cold, unmoved. Well said, ugly truths spoken plainly. He gave a single level nod. His voice was flat, devoid of inflection. But hear this. I guarantee the supply chain will not break. He glanced at Chu Ming. Amplify acquisition efforts at the commercial starport. Alloys, rare minerals, dark matter core feedstock. Spare no cost. If unavailable within Qihong sector, procure externally. If external sources fail, seize mining rights. Within 3 months, I require reserve stocks doubled. Chu Ming's fingers descended again. Keystrokes now a seamless rapid-fire cascade. Understood. Wang Dao turned back to Lucas. Funding. Materials. None of that falls to you. Your sole mandate, delivery on schedule. He leaned forward another fraction of an inch. 18 months. Not 1 day longer. Lucas, can you deliver? Lucas's lips parted slightly. The words coiled in his throat. then dissolved into a soft, weary sigh. Slowly, heavily, he nodded. 18 months. Construction fleet departs in 1 hour. He severed the connection. Wang Dao turned his gaze toward Faye. Faye had already put down the data pen in her hand, her expression more serious than before. The biosphere data model for Hope Star has 7 days left to complete the final verification. She proactively said, then shifted the topic. But I have one more thing to say here. She called up an intelligence summary and projected it onto the public channel. Everyone's attention was instantly drawn to the red annotation above the document. Star Ring Trade provided a power distribution map of the Northern Star region last week as a greeting gift for our cooperation intention. Faye's speech was not hurried, but each word was delivered with great steadiness. I spent 3 days cross-verifying it, and it is generally credible. She pointed to a region on the star map, 300 light-years north of the Qihang star cluster, a power range marked in dark red. The Northern Frontier Alliance. In the past 2 years, they have swallowed at least 6 independent powers in the north, and now control 11 resource star systems. According to Star Ring Trade's estimates, they currently possess dozens of fleets at the level of Federal Standard Main Force. She lifted her gaze, looking at Wang Dao. They are not pirates, boss. This is an organized, logistically supported, and strategically deep quasi-military group. And the current northern border is merely about 2,000 light-years of vacuum away from their power range. 3 seconds of silence followed. A series of cracking sounds echoed from Fong Hung's holographic projection as he cracked his knuckles. Wang Dao leaned back against his chair, his gaze fixed on the dark red area, remaining motionless. Fong Hung. Here. Fleet. Fong Hung immediately stood up straight, his voice loud enough to make the command room buzz. 19 standard subfleets with over 90% full staffing rate. The quality of the brothers coming out of the barracks is unquestionable. After 3 complete training cycles, tactical command execution had 0 errors. He flashed a grin, revealing a row of white teeth. Boss, last week in a simulated confrontation, Li Rue led a subfleet against a standard alliance formation with double the manpower, achieving a 5-to-1 exchange ratio. We've thoroughly unraveled their tactics. Destroyer groups flanking from the sides, corvette swarms charging, heat in the old tricks. He ceased smiling, his tone becoming more serious. The brothers are itching for action. We need practical combat. 19 standard subfleets against dozens of main battle fleets. Wang Dao's fingers unconsciously tapped twice on the table. He brought up the star map, tracing a circle with his finger in the northern part of the Qihang star cluster. The vacuum area of the warning zone 300 light-years away was circled in by his fingertip, with Tian Shu automatically marking several key jump nodes. Waiting is not my style. He looked at Fong Hung, his voice not loud, but everyone in the command room could hear him clearly. Send 3 fully staffed cruiser subfleets north on all-weather alert patrol. Engineering units will follow. Wang Dao pressed heavily on a strategic node calculated by Tian Shu. The star map zoomed in, revealing a brown dwarf system numbered N073, located at the boundary of the northern part of the Qihang star cluster, guarding the main jump corridor from the north into the Qihang star region. Here, build a star fortress for me. He required the core equipment of the star fortress, jump suppression devices. Any enemy fleet attempting to jump within the suppression range of the star fortress would be forcibly pulled back to normal space. Once inside, they can't get out. Regular armaments should be elevated by 2 levels according to the standard of the East Gate Star Fortress, and the specific configuration should be drafted jointly by Lucas and Tian Shu and reported to him within 48 hours. Within 300 light-years, whoever dares to jump in will be shattered. Wang Dao's fingertips slowly traced a line along the edge of the dark red area on the star map. Understood. Fong Hung shouted, the holographic projection flickering momentarily, displaying some static. The projection dissipated. Faye was the last to disconnect. She glanced at Wang Dao, her gaze lingering for half a second longer than usual, then calmly turned off the terminal. The meeting ended, and the command room returned to silence. Tian Shu's data stream continued to swirl in the air, with resource allocation commands being sent along encrypted channels to various locations within the Qihang star cluster. Wang Dao leaned back against his chair, closed his eyes, and rubbed his forehead. 10 minutes later, the hatch of the command room slid open. Faye entered with a cup of hot drink. She had already taken off her research coat, wearing only a black undershirt. She placed the hot drink beside Wang Dao and leaned against the control console. Regarding the intelligence on the Northern Frontier Alliance, I only mentioned the surface information in the meeting. She lowered her voice. The people from Star Ring Trade also revealed an unverified piece of news. The Northern Frontier Alliance has been gathering fleets on a large scale in the past 6 months, direction unknown. Wang Dao's hand froze. He looked up and met Faye's gaze. Reliability of the source. Star Ring Trade gave it a 60% confidence level. Faye took a step back. I didn't mention it in the meeting because presenting a 60% intelligence would only confuse judgments. But you need to know. Wang Dao was silent for a few seconds. Then he downed the cup of hot drink in one go and stood up. The cup landed heavily on the table, producing a dull sound. Have Tianshu adjust the sensitivity of all reconnaissance satellites in the north to the highest. Send one scientific research ship over, as a cover for exploration, but actually to monitor the energy fluctuations in the jump corridor. It has already been arranged. Fei lifted her own cup. Did you think I came just to deliver coffee? Wang Dao glanced at her. Go work on your biosphere model. Understood, boss. Fei turned and walked towards the hatch. The moment the door closed, the relaxation on Wang Dao's face disappeared. He sat back down in his chair, his gaze fixed on the dark red area in the northern part of the star map. On his right, Tianshu's warning log was still quietly flashing. Towards N073, the subspace noise index was rising continuously. Northern Frontier Alliance. Large-scale gathering. Direction unknown. Truly restless. 15 days had passed in the blink of an eye. In the northern part of the Chihang star cluster at the N073 node star system, a desolate asteroid belt with the star long extinguished, only a brown dwarf remaining. The dim red light was weak, barely adding a shadowy background to this void. Suddenly, the calm space experienced violent fluctuations. Warships emerged one after another from the jump channel, precisely hovering in orbit around the brown dwarf. The T5 alloy armor reflected the faint red light as the fleet silently spread out. 3 cruisers, 30 destroyers plus 300 corvettes. The engine trails of 333 warships formed a vast ice blue light in the asteroid belt, completely surrounding the brown dwarf. Li Rue stood on the bridge of the flagship Vanguard, gazing at the vast starry sky. He was one of the first batch of Stage 5 gene-enhanced individuals trained in the barracks, a trusted deputy of Fanghang. This was Li Rui's first time independently commanding a fully staffed subfleet on a frontline mission. Full spectrum scanning complete, reported the tactical officer. Radar array deployed, no abnormal energy signals detected within a 10-light-year radius. Very good. Li Rui's voice was steady, somewhat mismatched with his youthful face in his 20s. Notify all ships to enter first-level combat readiness patrol status. Any unidentified jump signals should be locked first, then questioned. Understood. Engineering fleet is entering the area. 6 heavy engineering ships slowly emerged from the jump channel. Each of them was 3 times the size of a corvette, their silver-white hulls covered with mechanical arms and construction module interfaces. The engineering ships extended their mechanical arms, pushing standardized building modules into the designated orbit. Blue electric arcs flickered at the seams of the modules, and molecular-level welding technology fused the metal surfaces instantaneously, leaving not even an atomic-level gap. Li Rue watched as those modules gradually assembled into a massive silhouette in the dim red glow of the brown dwarf. His right hand's fingers curled and fitting into the groove of the armrest. The 89th standard day. In the command room of East Gate, Xinglei, the countdown of Tianshu quietly reached 0 on the holographic panel in the upper right corner. The connection request for the encrypted channel popped up almost simultaneously. A cyan emblem of the exploration agency spun twice before the holographic projection unfolded. Han Qing sat in an office with harsh white lighting, the background clean except for a wall and a window. 2 documents lay open before him, the metallic clasp of the briefcase already unlatched, the lid half raised. Mr. Wang Dao. Han Qing adjusted his glasses and picked up the first document. Resolution No. 0739 of the Federation Exploration Agency has been filed and approved by the Council. He flipped open the cover. The golden embossed text and 3 deep blue seals glimmered coldly in the holographic projection. Approval for Mr. Wang Dao to hold the title of a third-class Lord of the Federation. The territory's core is the Hope Galaxy with a jurisdiction radius of 200 light-years. Administrative, military, and judicial powers belong to the Lord. 200 light-years. Wang Dao leaned back in the command chair, tapping his right index finger on the armrest. Just once. Years ago, he was mining in the asteroid belt with a mining gun, and now he had achieved what most veteran pioneers sought in their lifetimes. Thank you. Han Qing did not linger on the topic, picking up the second document. This one was much thicker with a strange emblem printed on the cover. 2 intersecting arcs with a bright point in the middle. Wang Dao recognized it. The emblem of the Stargate. His fingers froze. According to Article 17 of the Frontier Development Promotion Regulations, Han Qing said, any lord conferred a title and possessing certified habitable planets in their jurisdiction may apply for federal Stargate project support. The equipment and core technology will be provided free of charge by the Federal Central Engineering Agency, with installation and debugging handled by the Federal Engineering Team. Han Qing paused, glancing at him. However, the infrastructure must be constructed by the Lord, the orbital platform, energy supply system, and safety buffer zone. The total project is not small. Wang Dao didn't respond. He stared at the emblem, his mind already calculating. The Stargate technology is T6 level. The highest technology tree he had achieved was barely at the end of T5, and he couldn't even touch the edge of Stargate technology. He didn't know where the Federation dug up that technology. Jumping is a ship leaping from point A to point B limited by engine power and beacon accuracy, requiring 31 jumps from the departure star system to the Hope Galaxy, taking 6 hours. The Stargate tears open a stable passage between two coordinates, allowing any ship to pass straight through. 1,500 light-years in an instant. What are the conditions? Wang Dao asked. I mentioned it earlier. The infrastructure must be self-constructed and installation will commence after federal review and approval. Han Xing closed the document. From qualification review to the Stargate becoming operational, optimistically estimated at 2 to 3 years. And what else? Han Xing's hand moved away from the document, the corners of his mouth moving slightly, not quite a smile, more like a subtle acknowledgement of Wang Dao's intuition. There is one more condition not written in the document. Once the Stargate is completed, the Federation reserves the right to requisition passage through the Stargate during wartime. That is acceptable. Wang Dao did not hesitate. Han Xing nodded, starting to organize the documents. Then congratulations, Lord Wang Dao. He did not finish his sentence. The alarm sound of Tian Shu suddenly erupted. It was not the previous low-priority alerts. It was a piercing high-frequency pulse, and the entire command room's lights switched to combat red in half a second, with all standby screens lighting up simultaneously. The holographic star map automatically popped up, and the data from the northern alert zone was frantically refreshing. Report. The synthesized voice of Tian Shu drowned out the alarm, steady, as if announcing the weather. Direction, N073 node detected large-scale jump energy fluctuations. Signal strength exceeds the threshold of a single ship by 3 orders of magnitude. Preliminary assessment: a multi-ship formation is synchronously jumping with a scale not lower than 30 standard federal task forces. Direction 7 degrees west of true south. Target pointing to the northern boundary of the departure star cluster. On the other end of the encrypted channel, Han Xing's hand paused on the clasp of the briefcase. He raised his head, his gaze passing through the holographic projection to the star map illuminated by the red light behind Wang Dao. Wang Dao did not look at him. Li Rui. The communication channel switched. The image of the N073 node popped up. Li Rui stood on the bridge of the Vanguard with tactical screens behind him filled with jump signal markers so dense they were about to overflow the edge of the screen. Report to the command center. Li Rui's voice was taut like a drawn bowstring. The remote sensor array captured a dense cluster of jump signals from the northern direction 2 minutes ago. The number is still increasing. Tian Shu reported 30, but my sensor resolution is higher. There are at least 5 to 8 weak signals obscured by the main signal. The actual number may be even more. He glanced down at the constantly fluctuating numbers on the tactical screen, tapping twice on the control panel to push a set of analysis data to the command room. The jump mode is interesting. It is not a disordered segment jump, but a standard beacon positioning jump. These people have the beacon jump capability of battleships with extremely high formation coordination and adaptability. He paused for a second. Estimating based on current speed and jump intervals, the Vanguard forces will reach the periphery of the N073 node within 3 to 5 hours. But if they are using battleship-grade fleet jump guides, Li Rui raised his head, his gaze directly meeting the communication camera. The time will be shorter. In the command room, Fei appeared at the door at some point. She said nothing, her gaze lingering on Wang Dao's face for a moment. Not an inquiry, but an assessment. Clearly she received an answer. She walked straight to the side, terminal fingers resting on the keyboard, beginning to retrieve the original data from the Northern Alert Zone's reconnaissance detectors. The data streams cascaded down the screen before her. Wang Dao stood up. He walked to the star map, hands clasped behind his back, watching the red tide surging from the north. 30 standard federal task forces. By the most conservative estimates, that exceeds 3,000 ships. Li Rui mentioned that the actual number might be more. Then we should count it as 4,000. Including the forces stationed across various regions, there are only 22 task forces in total. What a huge undertaking. In this desolate pioneering zone, being able to mobilize more than 20 task forces at once, there are only a handful of forces in the entire northern frontier that have that kind of scale. Feng Heng. Here, the 1st to the 10th task forces will be incorporated into the Northern Vanguard fleet. You will lead the team personally. Target N073 node rendezvous with Li Rui. Don't waste the jump charging time, arrange the combat sequence along the way. Understood. The remaining fleets will enter the highest state of readiness. All ships on external missions must return to the home port within 24 hours to complete ammunition resupply and pre-war maintenance. Not a single one is allowed to be left behind. Understood. Wang Dao turned around, looking at Han Xing in the encrypted channel. Han Xing was still there. He had not disconnected the communication and witnessed everything. The briefcase was placed on the table, the clasp open, and the two documents that decided the fate of a lord lay quietly inside. The two men silently locked eyes for 3 seconds. Commissioner Han, Wang Dao's voice was steady, unlike someone who had just issued a war mobilization order. What is the Federation's stance on this? Han Qing's gaze flickered. He looked at Wang Dao, his speech steady and unhurried. Before confirming the other's hostility, the Federation cannot intervene in the military affairs of local lords. This is stipulated in the charter. He closed the briefcase, the metallic clasp clicking shut. But as a personal suggestion, his voice dropped a notch. Lord Wang Dao, I recommend submitting your Stargate application as soon as possible. The communication was cut off. The command room returned to silence with only the alarm lights of Tian Shu flashing rhythmically above. The red light flickered and dimmed, casting shadows on Wang Dao's face. Fei Er straightened from the terminal, clutching a freshly printed data analysis. Her expression showed little change, but the knuckles gripping the paper turned white. The Northern Frontier Alliance, she said, the intelligence from the Star Ring trade with 60% confidence. The direction scale, in jump mode, all match. She placed the data analysis on the table in front of Wang Dao and took a step back. They are indeed coming for us. Wang Dao glanced at her. Inform Chu Ming to start preparing the construction materials for the Stargate infrastructure today. He sat back in the command chair, pulling up the real-time situation map of the N073 node. The red signals continued to pulse in the deep space of the north, flickering from the edge of the screen all the way to the periphery of the node. Any unidentified warships crossing the N073 alert line. His voice was not loud, but everyone in the command room could hear him clearly. Shoot to kill. When Fang Heng's flagship Advancer 07 was launched from the Dongmen Star Base, the fleet's jump guide had already begun charging. 10 subfleets, 1,000 escort ships, 100 destroyers, and 10 cruisers. All were engaged in his jump guide field with the formation arranged in a standard wedge-shaped assault sequence on the tactical screen. Attention, all ships, jump countdown 2 minutes. Fang Heng stood in the center of the bridge, his gaze sweeping over the stacked ship numbers on the screen. Upon arriving at N073, the 1st to 3rd subfleets will deploy as the vanguard, the 4th to 6th will block the flanking routes, and the 7th to 10th will act as reserves, waiting 500,000 kilometers behind Li Rui's vanguard fleet. He paused for a moment. All ship guns disengage safeties, but do not fire unless ordered. Whoever fires the first shot, I will personally twist their neck. The communication channel echoed with synchronized responses. Charging complete. The jump field expanded. 1,110 warships simultaneously vanished into the void of the Dongmen star system. At the N073 node, all unnecessary lights in the Vanguard's bridge were turned off, leaving only the cold blue glow of the tactical screen reflecting on everyone's faces. Detectors were dispersed in the asteroid belt surrounding the node, engine power reduced to a minimum, passive sensors operating at full capacity. Signal source updated. The communications officer's voice was barely audible, almost a whisper. The Northern Jump Signal Group has completed its 3rd synchronous jump. Currently approximately 40 light-years from the N073 node. Based on the beacon jump intervals, the next jump will enter the node's periphery. They are still decelerating. Li Rui stared at the jump trajectory on the screen, his finger rhythmically tapping the edge of the control panel. The gap between the last 2 jumps is shortening from 20 light-years to 10 light-years. It's not that the engine power is insufficient, it's intentional. The tactical officer beside him was caught off guard. Intentional. They are afraid of overshooting and jumping straight into our fire net. Li Rui scoffed. The other side has someone knowledgeable. Just then the jump detector screamed again. New signal. 12 light-years from the node, they are decelerating, jump approaching in segments. Quantity. The communications officer's hand trembled. 37 large signal sources, each containing multiple ship formations. Total. Tian Shu is analyzing. Tian Shu's voice came from the command channel, still calm. Signal analysis complete. Among the 37 signal groups, 12 formations containing battleship-level signals have been confirmed, more than 140 cruiser-level signals, and over 3,500 destroyer and escort-level signals. Comprehensive assessment. The enemy's total strength is approximately 4,000 ships, including no less than 35 battleships. The bridge fell silent for 2 seconds. Li Rui exhaled and pressed the communication key. Command Center, Vanguard Fleet reporting. I hear you. Wang Dao's voice came from the channel devoid of any fluctuations. Has Fang Heng arrived? Just as he finished speaking, ripples suddenly appeared in the space 500,000 kilometers behind the N073 node. 1,100 warships surged out from the jump, the forward light of Advancer 07 illuminating the darkness, a white beam cutting through the pitch-black void. The advance fleet has arrived at the designated position. Fang Heng's voice burst into the channel. Li Rui, push the frontline situation to me. Already pushed. Fang Heng lowered his head to observe the tactical screen for 3 seconds, and when he raised his head his expression had changed. Good heavens, 35 battleships. He smirked. Aren't those people in the northern frontier always claiming to be poor? Those who claim to be poor may not actually be, so Wang Dao said, shut down unnecessary communications and wait for them to come. In the Dongmin Star Fortress command room, FAI Air's data terminal had already switched to the third round of analysis models. The jump characteristics of the Northern Frontier Alliance fleet had been broken down into 17 parameter dimensions, each pointing to the same conclusion. T4. She turned to Wang Dao. The main fleet is entirely equipped with T4 gear, even the escort ships are T4 level. But the battleship's beacon jump guide model is somewhat outdated with a synchronization error of about 0.3 seconds in the coordinated jump, which isn't bad, but it shouldn't be the latest model from the Federation. Wang Dao remained silent. There's one more thing. FAI Air called up a set of data. There are a large number of transport ships in their formation. At least 200 medium-sized transport ships are wedged among the fleet. This doesn't look like a purely offensive formation. They are bringing supplies. Wang Dao leaned back in his chair, tapping the armrest with his right index finger. They intend to stay here indefinitely. 47 minutes. The Northern Frontier Alliance fleet completed its final jump, appearing 8 million kilometers from the N073 node. Over 4,000 warships expanded layer by layer in deep space. 35 battleships were divided into 12 formations in the center. Cruisers lined the wings, and destroyers and escorts filled the surrounding void. The formation wasn't perfect, but the sheer size was imposing. Just the dense points of light on the screen made it hard to breathe. The two fleets faced each other across 8 million kilometers. No one fired. No one moved. The silence lasted a full 3 minutes. Then a secure communication request was sent from the flagship of the opposing fleet. The frequency was the public diplomatic band. Tianshu. The other party requests to establish a communication link. Sending party identifier, Northern Frontier Alliance, First Fleet Flagship Iron Wall. Wang Dao accept. The holographic projection unfolded. The image was of a man in his 50s. Gray-white short hair, a scar running from his left brow to his cheekbone. He wore a dark gray uniform free of the flashy shoulder insignia and medals typical of the Federation's standard military attire. On his left chest, he bore a dark gray emblem, 2 crossed war hammers. His gaze crossed the holographic projection, landing on the massive real-time situation map behind Wang Dao. The positions of all ships from both sides were clearly marked. He looked for 2 seconds. Lord Wang Dao. His voice was rough and steady. I am Li Beifeng, chairman of the Northern Frontier Alliance Military Committee. I am not here to cause trouble this time. Wang Dao, however, showed no signs of changing expression. For 1,000 warships at my doorstep, he said, do you call this not causing trouble? Li Beifeng did not evade. Bringing so many ships is because the star regions we traversed are not peaceful. His tone was flat. There have been records of pirate activities in the 3 chaotic star zones along the way. If the fleet is too small, I fear we won't make it here. Fang Heng's voice interjected into the command channel, only audible to his side nonsense. Wang Dao ignored him. Chairman Li has traveled a long way, Wang Dao said slowly. If you have matters to discuss, please speak directly. Li Beifeng was silent for a second. 3 matters. First, confirm the boundaries of your territory. Second, discuss trade routes. Third, his gaze fixed on Wang Dao's face. I want to see for myself if the young man who just received the Lord's Seal has what it takes to defend this star region. The command room fell silent for a moment. Wang Dao leaned back in his chair, supporting his chin with his right hand. Have you seen enough? He asked. Li Beifeng had not yet replied. Tianshu's voice suddenly interrupted. Report. New jump energy fluctuations were detected behind the Northern Frontier Alliance fleet. A second batch of ships was approaching. Estimated scale, no less than 20 battleships. Wang Dao's finger came to a halt. The silence in the command room lasted only half a second. Wang Dao rose. The motion was slow, yet F.A.'s back tightened at once. From the beginning until now, Wang Dao had lounged in his chair with his legs crossed, as she had been with him the longest, and knew what his standing meant. Tianshu, second wave, fleet data. Jump energy signature analysis, no fewer than 20 battleship-class signals accompanied by approximately 1,500 vessels. Estimated arrival at the periphery of node N073 within 15 minutes. On the hollow projection, Li Beifeng's face showed no excess expression. He simply looked at Wang Dao, waiting for an answer. Wang Dao gave him none. Fang Heng. Here. Charge weapons. Entire fleet to level 1 readiness. The channel paused less than a second. Received. Li Rue Vanguard fleet withdraw into Fang Heng's formation. Integrate into the first subfleet. Understood. Wang Dao turned to F.A.'. 8 reserve subfleets guarding the east gate. Send 7 over here. Kahang Hao will accompany. F.A.'s fingers flew across the terminal. Jump beacons in place. Charging will require. There is time. Wang Dao grabbed the coat on the command console. I am going as well. Fa Icarus' hand halted a moment. You are going in person? Chairman Li came in person to me, not showing would be discourteous. Wang Dao took 2 steps toward the exit, then looked back. Do not cut communications. Let him wait. Li Beifeng heard those words through the hollow projection. His brow rose a fraction, he said nothing. Node N073. At the instant Feng Hung issued the readiness order, more than 1,000 warships simultaneously released their weapon locks. The 6 large gamma-ray cannons of Qianjin 07 began to charge blue-white halos flaring at their muzzles in deep space, cold and blinding. All batteries charge. Muzzles oriented toward the enemy flagship, but do not aim, do not lock. Feng Hung's voice rose above the fleet channel. Hear that clearly, charge, do not lock. 8 million kilometers away, the Beijing fleet sensors caught the abrupt change in energy readings. A staff officer aboard Taibehao hurried to Li Beifeng's side and reported in a low voice. Li Beifeng squinted. Anomalous values. Their cruiser's single-ship energy output exceeds 70% of our battleships. Li Beifeng did not respond. His right hand slowly clenched at his side and then slowly loosened. Soon after, space tore open again 300,000 kilometers behind node N073. In the ripple of that jump, Feng Hung saw the lead cruiser with a special silver-gray livery, the Kahanghao. The boss has arrived. Kahanghao linked into the fleet network, and Wang Dao's voice came through with the same measured tone as in the command room, as if he had merely changed chairs. Feng Hung pushed the tactical picture over. Pushed. Feng Hung lowered his voice. Why did you come to the front line? Li Beifeng brought 5,000 ships to see me. If I hide behind a video call, what would that look like? Wang Dao said, face matters, it must be given in person. He switched to the diplomatic channel. The hollow projection flared anew. Li Beifeng remained motionless. He watched the background behind Wang Dao change from a command room to a bridge, and his gaze darkened for an instant. You came in person? Li Beifeng said. You came all the way. Wang Dao took the command seat aboard Kahanghao and casually brought up the tactical screen. Otherwise, how would I answer your third question? Li Beifeng said nothing. He waited for his second wave to fall into place. 3 minutes later, 22 battleships leading some 1,400 vessels jumped in from the node's periphery and merged with the first wave. 5,500 warships and 57 battleships fanned out, occupying the field of vision across half the node's airspace. The chief of staff aboard Taibehao murmured, all units are in position. Li Beifeng turned to the young man in the projection, his cadence slowing by half a beat and the weight settling on each word. Lord Wang Dao, 5,000 ships against 2,000, and you do not even possess a single battleship, while I have 57. Do you have any chance of victory? On our command channel, Feng Hung's breath grew rougher. Wang Dao leaned back in his chair and simply smiled. Tian Shu. Here. Send Fa Icarus analysis report to Chairman Li. Do not encrypt. Li Beifeng's terminal displayed the file. He glanced down, and for the first time his expression shifted. 17 parameter dimensions, each annotated with comparative values for T4 and T5, precise to 2 decimal places. Shield strength 3, 2 times. Main battery output 2, 8 times. Armor resilience 2, 5 times. Sensor accuracy 4, 1 times. Jump synchronization error T50 T40, 3 seconds. Li Beifeng stared at the figures for 5 seconds. 5,000 T4 class vessels, Wang Dao said evenly, in the face of 2,000 T5 class ships, are merely moving targets. Li Beifeng raised his head. Wang Dao would not grant him space to speak. You are indeed stronger than the Jialan fleet I crippled before. But a single one of my cruisers puts out 70% of your battleship's firepower, has triple the shields, and its guns are 4 times as accurate. In a real engagement, one of mine would replace 3 of your battleships. He paused and relaxed his tone a fraction. Today is the day I am invested as a lord. I do not wish to make the occasion ugly. Otherwise, your 57 battleships would only provide a few more lots at my commercial starport auction. Behind Li Beifeng, the chief of staff's face had gone ashen. He had just finished a firepower simulation on his terminal. If a battle erupted, Beijing fleet losses would exceed 80%, while the opponents would be under 20. Li Beifeng was silent for a long while. Only the low hum of instruments filled the bridge. T5. He finally spoke, his voice half a tone deeper than before. Where did you acquire so many? That is none of your concern, Wang Dao replied. Li Beifeng watched him for 3 seconds, then abruptly laughed rough and terse. Very well. He rose. First matter, where are the borders? South of node, N073 falls under Kahang's jurisdiction. Second matter, trade routes. They are negotiable. But not today, not under the threat of guns. Wang Dao paused. Send a commercial envoy to my starport, I will arrange for reception. Li Beifeng nodded. Third matter. He looked at Wang Dao. Don't bother. That will do. He turned his back on the projection. All fleets heed orders. Disengage combat formation, switch to cruising mode, execute about, and return the way you came. The order rippled through 5,500 ships. The iron net loosened. Outer escort squadrons turned first, destroyers and cruisers followed, and the 57 battleships turned last like a slow-moving iron mountain. Li Beifeng stepped away from the projection and paused before leaving. He did not look back. Next time we meet, I hope it will be at a negotiation table. Communications severed. The projection dissipated. Fang Heng's voice erupted in the channel. They're leaving. Just like that. What else? Wang Dao rose from his chair and stretched. If he truly intended to fight, he would not have opened communications first. Li Rue aboard the Vanguard exhaled and wiped his forehead. Fang Heng was silent for 2 seconds, then said, "Boss, the fleet's brothers are itching. We need real combat. Today is not appropriate." Wang Dao shot Fang Heng a glance. "I was hoping we'd get to flex our muscles a bit." Fang Heng muttered, then added, "But indeed it's not suitable. Today the boss was just invested as a lord." Someone laughed on the channel. Wang Dao did not. He watched the Beijiang fleet's signal cluster recede on the tactical display and tapped the armrest twice with his finger. 200 transport ships fully laden with supplies. They had never intended to stay only one day. Tianxi's voice cut in at the right moment. Before departing, Taibehao sent a set of highly encrypted data packets to the rear. The contents cannot be decrypted, but the volume is enormous and appears to include detailed scans of our fleet. Wang Dao's gaze chilled. He came to probe our strength. Faer's voice came from the east gate. He probed, and he found. He found part of it. Wang Dao sat down again. Let him take it back. Having seen the T5 data, Beijiang will not return in the short term. He paused. But when they come next time, they will not leave so easily. The voice of Tian Shu rang out in the command center, devoid of any emotional fluctuations. The launch star fortress has completed its primary assembly. Meanwhile, a secure communication has been intercepted. The source points to the Hermon territory in the 8th Star District. The content is currently being decrypted. Wang Dao's gaze shifted away from the holographic projection for a moment before returning. Let's talk about the Star Fortress first. He stood in front of the holographic projection in the central command tower of the launch star fortress, observing the 300-kilometer hexagonal structure slowly rotating in the void with 6 docks extending outward, each connecting to 6 large docks. A total of 36 large docks. From inception to completion, it took a full 12 months. When it was in confrontation with the Northern Frontier Fleet, only half of this structure had been completed. Now it stood fully intact in the center of the launch star system. Fei, what is the status of the docks? Wang Dao inquired. Fei's voice came through the communication channel, her speech slightly quicker than usual. She always got excited like this. All 36 large docks have passed self-inspection. The energy core has been integrated into the Star Fortress main array, and the power output is stable. She paused for half a second, lowering her voice slightly, but her pitch rose a bit. The battleship production line has also been debugged. Blueprints have been imported, materials pre-loaded, and automation calibrated. All set. Boss, the Conqueror class can commence work at any time. Wang Dao picked up on the energy in her voice. The Conqueror class, 11 kilometers long, equipped with 2 large particle lances. The energy output of a single main cannon shot is equivalent to 1,000th of a small star's flare. In simpler terms, one shot could pierce a cruiser from bow to stern. He had been eager for this for a long time. Fang Heng. Wang Dao switched channels. Here. Fang Heng's reply was crisp and decisive. What is the current status of the fleet? 62 standard subfleets fully staffed, each consisting of 1 cruiser, 10 destroyers, and 100 frigates. After reporting the data, Fang Heng paused and couldn't help but add, "But I have to be honest. This composition is sufficient for a defensive battle, but lacks firepower for an offensive one. The gamma-ray cannons of the cruisers are more than enough against destroyers, but when faced with enemy battleship-level targets." He left the statement unfinished. No need to finish. Wang Dao understood Fang Heng was pushing for battleships, and he had been holding back for quite some time. The key was that he wanted them as well. What's the rush? The docks have just been completed. Wang Dao deliberately paused. The construction cycle for a battleship is 12 months, with each dock producing 2 ships per batch. With all 36 docks operational. He did not finish the number. Fang Heng would calculate it himself. The channel was silent for a full 3 seconds. 72 ships. Fang Heng's voice changed, a hint of excitement breaking through his usual calm demeanor. Did you say 72 Conqueror-class ships? What is that, too few? A standard subfleet of the Federation is only assigned 1 battleship. Fang Heng lowered his voice half a tone, as if speaking to himself. 72 ships. If we were to deploy them, they would be enough to form 3 independent fleets. The channel fell silent again for a moment. Then Fang Heng said something that almost made Wang Dao laugh. Boss, I might not be able to sleep tonight. If you can't sleep, then update the fleet reorganization plan and submit it. Wang Dao replied. I prepared it long ago. Fang Heng's response was almost instantaneous. I finished it 3 months ago. Wang Dao truly laughed this time. Leaning back in his chair, he quickly ran through the overall picture in his mind. The battleships would arrive in a year, but merely having battleships wouldn't be enough. To fully equip 72 main subfleets, there would be a shortage of over 600 cruisers and an even greater shortage of destroyers and frigates. It would take the completion of 3-star fortresses to fully replenish the production capacity. There was no rush, but the direction was correct. Tianshu, what is the progress on the Stargate construction? Wang Dao retrieved his thoughts. The foundational infrastructure for the 2 Stargates between the Launch Star System and the Hope Star System has entered the construction phase. The federal engineering team arrived 3 days ago and has completed the docking with our engineering fleet. EU joint operations have commenced. Tianshu's report was unbroken. Based on the current construction speed, the main structure of the Stargate is expected to take 30 months to complete. 30 months. 2.5 years. Wang Dao frowned. The distance from the Launch Star System to the Hope Star System is 1,520 light-years. Without the Stargate, the fleet would take most of a day to traverse using beacon jumps, severely compressing strategic mobility. However, once the Stargate is completed, instantaneous arrival. 2.5 years is a bit long. But this is not something he can pressure. The Stargate technology itself is a core project of the Federation, and the room for compressing the timeline is limited. Boss. Lucas joined the channel, his voice carrying the usual weight of his meticulous nature. I have a few matters to discuss. Speak. The upgrades to the star fortresses at the east, north, and west gates will commence simultaneously and will be completed in 12 months. The upgrades to the 5 resource starports surrounding the Launch Star System will take 6 months. He did not pause, directly continuing with the Hope Star System portion. Boss, I strongly recommend laying down 10 resource starports over there first. The mineral density in the Hope Star System is 3 times that of the Launch Star System. With 32 large dock production lines commencing simultaneously, resource consumption will skyrocket. If we don't secure those mineral veins over there, we will certainly face shortages later. This point hit the nail on the head. Building 72 battleships simultaneously would consume astronomical amounts of resources. Relying solely on the current production capacity of the Launch Star System, we would eventually run out. All approved. Wang Dao did not hesitate. What is the construction period for the resource starports? 3 months, Lucas replied, his tone radiating confidence, as if to say, I calculated this long ago. You ask and I have the answer ready. Then build them. Wang Dao stood up and walked to the holographic projection. On the star map, the Launch Star System's points of light clustered brightly, with over 120 star systems within a 50 light-year radius densely packed against the black background. 1,520 light-years away, the Hope Star System shone as a solitary point marked with the label Habitable Star System. Between the 2 points of light, a dashed line represented the yet-to-be-constructed Stargate passage. He stared at this dashed line for a long time. 1 year later, 72 battleships. 2.5 years later, a Stargate. 3 years from now. Chu Ming. Wang Dao opened another communication channel. Boss, I'm here. Chu Ming's voice carried a sharp wittiness. What's the situation with the commercial starport? 7 trading guilds have already submitted applications for residency, all reputable guilds from the 8-star district. Chu Ming's report had an analytical tone. I did a preliminary screening for our mineral traders, 2 are ship materials processors, and 1 is a high-end alloy supplier. To be honest, these 7 are arriving too early. They're not here to do business. They're here to stake a claim. Just keep them waiting. Wang Dao said. Once the Stargate is completed and the habitable stars in the Hope Star System are developed, our property value will multiply several times. We can sign long-term agreements then with the initiative in our hands. Understood. I was thinking the same. Chu Ming acknowledged, his tone suddenly shifting subtly. By the way, there's something I need to bring to your attention. Speak. Recently, someone in the 8-star district has been inquiring about us. This is not ordinary inquiry. My informants say at least 3 Lord territories have intelligence personnel active asking about fleet size, star fortress construction progress, and someone is specifically checking whether the Stargate is genuinely under construction. They are being quite thorough. Wang Dao's tone remained flat. The key is... Chu Ming lowered his voice. One of the sources points to the Hermon territory. Wang Dao gently tapped his fingers on the armrest. Hermon territory. An established lord power in the 8-star district controlling 3-star systems with a considerable fleet size. There had been a mutual non-aggression pact before, but now they were reaching out. Tianshu. Wang Dao suddenly called out. Here. Has the intercepted secure communication been decrypted? Oi. It has been decrypted. Tianshu's voice remained unchanged. The content of the communication was from the Hermon territory's military headquarters sent to their border fleet. The extracted keywords are as follows: Launch Star System, Star Fortress Class Defensive Structure Strategic Assessment, Emergency Plan, Level raised to level. The command center fell silent for 3 seconds. Lucas lifted his head, the data pad in his hands suspended in midair. Wang Dao remained silent, his expression unchanged. He stood there staring in the direction of the Hermon territory on the holographic star map. Then he spoke 2 words, interesting. He turned and walked back to the command desk, sitting down. Tianshu, record the orders. Please proceed. First, all 36 large docks of the launch star fortress will enter battleship production mode. The first batch will commence today. Recorded. Production cycle is 12 months, expected output 72 Conqueror-class battleships. Second, Wang Dao said, increase the intelligence monitoring level towards the Hermon territory from a level to level. All communications involving the launch star system and the Hope star system keywords must be intercepted and reported in real time. Recorded. Third, Wang Dao leaned back in his chair, his gaze fixed on the dashed line connecting launch and Hope on the star map. Notify Feng Heng, raise the fleet's readiness level by 1. No public announcements will be made. Recorded. The 36 docks lit up with blue operation lights simultaneously. On the holographic projection of the command center, the lights resembled the star fortress opening, 36 eyes coldly observing the surrounding cosmos. Lucas lowered his head, continuing to verify system parameters. Yet his hands moved faster than before. The Hermon territory was probing them, and they had just opened 36 battleship production lines. 12 months later, the products emerging from those production lines would force all those who were inquiring to reevaluate their choices. Feng Heng turned off the communication, standing on the bridge of his flagship for a moment. 72 Conqueror-class ships. He closed his eyes, his mind automatically beginning to strategize. Each measuring 11 kilometers, armed with 2 large particle lances and 18 small particle lances. The firepower of one ship would match half of his current subfleet. 72 ships lined up in battle formation. He dared not think further. It was droll-worthy too, beautiful to contemplate. Li Rue. He called for his aid. Commander, pull up the latest plan for the main fleet mode reorganization. Li Rue was taken aback. That plan had been drafted by Feng Heng earlier at a time when everyone thought it was pure fantasy, as they didn't even have a single battleship. What was the point of a main fleet plan? But Feng Heng had written it, and now no one considered it fantasy any longer. Moreover, Feng Heng opened his eyes, his tone suddenly sharp. The readiness level has just been raised by 1. Convey to the captains of the subfleets. Patrol formations are to be encrypted and the warning range extended by 20 light years. Conduct operations quietly without drawing attention. Li Rui's expression shifted. Readiness raised. What happened? He did not ask. After working with Feng Heng for so long, he understood what questions to ask and which to refrain from. Understood. Li Rue turned and left. Feng Heng looked back out the porthole. The massive hexagonal silhouette of the launch star fortress stood under the starlight, the blue operation lights of the 36 docks fully illuminated, resembling a row of orderly flames quietly burning. Someone was watching them, so they needed to move faster. 12 months. Feng Heng clenched his fist. 12 months later, at the center of the launch star fortress in the first dock, Wang Dao stood on the observation platform. The 36 large dock gates before him had not yet opened, but the entire star fortress was already vibrating. It was a low-frequency resonance that traveled up from the soles of his feet along his spine. It was not a mechanical failure. It was the output pulse of 72 main ship engines simultaneously entering standby mode. The main structure of the star fortress, with a diameter of 300 kilometers, absorbed this vibration, its energy readings pulsing like a heartbeat one after another. Feng Heng stood 2 steps behind Wang Dao, silent. He had been on the path of military command for more than a decade, rising from the captain of a frigate to the leader of a destroyer squadron, from the commander of a cruiser to the fleet commander. The largest scale operation he had commanded was that of a cruiser-class subfleet. The largest ships in those fleets were only 2,500 meters long. Today, the things behind the dock gates were each 11 kilometers long. Feng Heng, what are you nervous about? Wang Dao did not turn his head. Not nervous. Feng Heng's voice was steady, but he tightened and then relaxed his grip. I was thinking about the fleet reorganization. Is the plan finalized? Yes. Main fleet model. Each fleet consists of 1 battleship, 10 cruisers, 100 destroyers, and 1,000 frigates. 72 battleships formed 72 main subfleets. Wang Dao turned his head to glance at him. Are the cruisers and destroyers sufficient? Yes, Feng Heng had already calculated the 5 resource stars have filled the gaps. Wang Dao nodded and turned his gaze back to the dock. The master, Tianshu's voice suddenly interjected without any warning. Wang Dao's gaze did not shift. Speak. 6 minutes ago, we intercepted a high-priority communication. Source: flagship Iron Wall of the Hermon Territory Border Fleet. Target: Hermon Territory Military Staff. Lucas lifted his head, the data pad in his hand suspended in midair. Feng Heng's gaze returned from the dock direction, landing on Wang Dao's back. Content summary. Tianshu continued in a flat tone. detecting large-scale energy fluctuations in the direction of the launch star system, suspected to be multiple main ship engines starting synchronously. Request to add 2 reconnaissance groups to the border front line. Recommended to elevate the plan level to a class. No one spoke. Fang Heng clenched his back teeth. Hermon territory, a long-established lord power in the 8th star zone controlling 3-star systems, their fleet scale is more than 4 times that of theirs now. In the past 12 months, Tian Shu's class monitoring had intercepted over 300 pieces of intelligence communications related to the launch star system, with the frequency continuously rising. They were watching. They had been watching. Wang Dao did not respond to Tian Shu's report. He walked to the front edge of the observation platform, and the holographic screen before him automatically switched to full-frequency broadcast mode. At this moment, all personnel in the Launch Star Fortress, East Gate Star Fortress, North Gate Star Fortress, and West Gate Star Fortress were waiting. No nonsense today. Wang Dao began, his voice reverberating through the full-frequency broadcast, reaching every docked ship on the periphery. Does anyone remember how many ships we had during our first voyage? 2 frigates. Small things 150 meters long. After a single jump, their engines would overheat and need to cool for half an hour. Facing a pirate patrol, they had to weigh whether they could win. He paused. Today, the guys behind the dock are each 11 kilometers long. 2 large particle lance, one shot can burn through a cruiser. And it's not just one ship. It's 72 ships. A moment of silence fell over the broadcast channel. Then it was unclear which fortress exploded first, perhaps the frigate repair port on the East Gate side or the patrol group at the North Gate. Cheers burst forth from multiple channels, simultaneously, noisy chorus mixed with laughter and curses, like a crowd that had been holding back for 12 months finally allowed to shout. Wang Dao ignored those voices. Now it's the battleship. What's the next step? After saying this, he provided no answer. You all think for yourselves. The broadcast ended. He turned to nod at Lucas. Lucas stood up straight and issued the command. All hands attention. Battleship launch procedure activate. The 36 docks released their towing beams simultaneously. The sound arrived first. After breaking free from the constraints of the towing beams, a chain of click, click, click followed one after another. Then the magnetic launch tracks activated. The entire observation platform began to resonate. It was no longer the weak, low-frequency pulse from before. It was a thrust that could be felt in the bones. In the field of vision, the gates of the 36 docks rose simultaneously, light pouring out from the gaps. The bow of the first Conqueror-class ship peeked out of the gate. Fang Heng's breath stopped. The bow was not appearing, it was trampling forward. The 11-kilometer-long hull slid out from the depths of the dock. Its overall shape was elongated and narrow, with a light gray-white hull featuring black structural joints. The upper and lower sides of the middle and rear sections of the hull were adorned with glowing golden structures that extended along the hull's contours, and the 2 large particle lance turrets at the bow faced deep space. The dark gray T5 alloy armor drew a line of light and shadow at the junction of the dock lights and the external starlight. Under the lights, it appeared cold gray, and the moment the starlight shone upon it, the armor's surface shimmered with a faint blue glow, the unique spectral reflection of T5 alloy. Cold and heavy. A horizontal mountain slid out of the cave. 1 ship, 2 ships, 6 ships, 12 ships. Fang Heng swept his gaze from left to right, trying to number them one by one. By the 10th ship, he gave up. There was simply not enough room in his field of vision. The 36 docks simultaneously spewed forth 72 giant ships, and the direction of the 6 dock centers was filled with moving steel mountains densely packed, obscuring the starlight behind them. What Fang Heng saw was the formation. 72 battleships meant 72 main subfleets. It meant 72 independent tactical strike clusters. It meant he could launch an attack simultaneously in 72 directions, with the firepower projection in each direction exceeding the total of his past entire fleet. This number had already surpassed the battleship holdings of most forces in the Southern River Star domain. Those small to medium forces might only have dozens of ships, and at most they were T4 class. And this was just the first batch. The 72 Conqueror-class ships completed their formation outside the Star Fortress with their bow particle lance turrets all pointing straight ahead, neat and orderly. From a distance, the hexagonal outline of the Star Fortress was now accompanied by 72 steel fangs coldly pointing towards deep space. Li Rue stood behind Fang Heng. His throat moved, but he said nothing. Fang Heng spoke. Li Rue. Yes. Notify all subfleet commanders to gather at the command center conference room at 8 p.m. tonight. The fleet reorganization plan will commence today. Understood. Also, Fang Heng's voice suddenly lowered half a pitch. Did you hear the Hermon communication that Tian Shu just intercepted? Li Rue paused for a moment. Heard it. They are sending additional reconnaissance groups. Fang Heng's gaze swept over the 72 battleships arrayed outside. Let them see. Let them see clearly so they don't make wrong decisions later. He paused. but change the encrypted communication protocol of the patrol group to a new one. Within today, do it quietly. Got it. Li Rui turned to leave. Fang Heng remained still, his gaze still on those 72 battleships. He had already organized them into formations in his mind. 3 fleets, each with 24 battleships. The first fleet as the main assault, the second fleet for flanking, and the third fleet as strategic reserve. Another year has passed. At the construction site of the Stargate in the Hope Star system, Wang Dao saw the complete structure of the Stargate for the first time. He thought he had become desensitized to the concept of grandeur. Having observed the 300-kilometer diameter Star Fortress for 2 years and watched 72 battleships slide out of the dock, he found the Stargate to be different. 2 massive circular structures stood in the void, with the inner ring's diameter exceeding 50 kilometers. 50 kilometers, so vast that standing on one side of the ring wall one could not see where the arc converged on the other side. The outer ring was densely packed with dark matter energy nodes, each emitting a faint and steady blue light. Thousands of blue points formed a complete halo of light, as if an ancient deity had drawn a circle in the void and said, "Pass through here." Between the 2 ring structures, an invisible spatial passage was forming. 1,520 light-years away in the Qihang star system, there was an identical circular structure. At the moment both ends were activated simultaneously, space would be folded and distance would be erased. The main structure of the Stargate has been completed and final calibration is underway. The voice of Tian Shu echoed in Wang Dao's ear. The first navigation test is expected to take place in 6 hours. Wang Dao stood on the flagship's bridge, staring at the Stargate for a long time. 5 core star fortresses, 180 large docks, over 120 main fleet divisions, and a Stargate about to be operational. 3 years. Just 3 years. Now the limitation on his strength's growth was actually resources. The resource consumption for all docks operating simultaneously was extraordinarily frightening. Now the expansion of the fleet depended on how many resources were available. He still remembered what he was thinking 3 years ago when he stared at that dashed line on the star map. Battleships in a year, Stargate in 2.5 years, and 3 years later. And 3 years later is now. Boss. The voice of Fair Air came through the communication channel, her tone different from usual. It was not the brisk steadiness of her work reports, nor the restrained excitement she exhibited during research. It was a voice that was struggling to sound normal, but was on the verge of breaking. What's wrong? You should sit down. Wang Dao raised an eyebrow, but did not move. T5 phase, 420 unlocked nodes, just achieved. Wang Dao's mind raced for half a second. T5 phase 4, 20 nodes. That position corresponds to carrier technology, unlocked. Fair Air's voice finally broke the last 3 words, elevated in pitch. Tian Shu has completed the technical data analysis, the complete design blueprints of the carrier construction processes, and the supporting systems for carrier-based aircraft have all completely been imported into the Star Fortress manufacturing database. Wang Dao sat down, not because Fair Air told him to, but because he genuinely needed to. A carrier. In the Federation's military system, carriers were not classified as large warships. Battleships are large warships, while carriers are an entirely different species, a contradiction. Some view them as immensely powerful, while others adhere to caliber. In the entire Nanha star domain, the forces that possess carriers could be counted on one hand. Tian Shu core parameters of the carrier, Wang Dao instructed. Mountain-class carrier. Tian Shu's voice remained flat, devoid of any inflection. Body length 16 kilometers. The Mountain-class battleship is 11 kilometers long. The carrier is 1.5 times that. If a carrier were stood upright on the surface of a small rocky planet, it would resemble a towering spire. Equipped with 4 hangar bays, each capable of housing 20,000 T5 class attack drones. It features an independent production line for carrier-based aircraft, allowing for continuous resupply during combat operations. 80,000 drones. Wang Dao tapped his fingers on the armrest. When a carrier releases all its aircraft, that scene is not called an aerial attack. It is called a locust plague. 80,000 attack units simultaneously swooping down on the target area. Any point defense system would overload and burn out under such density. Special equipment fleet jump guidance system enhanced. It has 5 times the capacity of a battleship. Maximum single jump distance 100 light-years. Wang Dao did not ask any more questions. He no longer needed to. 100 light-years of coordinated jumps. Able to leap with 5 battleship fleets together. This is not just a single ship. This is the leg of an entire fleet. With this device, Fang Heng's expeditionary combat plan transformed from theoretically feasible to ready to set off at any time. Fang Heng. Wang Dao activated the communication. Here. The carrier has been unlocked. There was silence on the channel for 3 seconds. In those 3 seconds, Wang Dao could almost hear Fang Heng's mind racing at high speed. What is the construction cycle? He was not asking if it was real or what model it was, nor when construction would begin. He directly inquired about the cycle. Fang Hung was already scheduling the timeline. A year, one ship per dock, Wang Dao replied. I have seen the data for coordinated jumps. Fang Hang's speech sped up significantly. Boss, this thing is not a larger version of a battleship. This is a mobile base. With a carrier, the logistics chain for expeditionary operations can be compressed by 2/3, no, possibly more. All my previous plans need to be scrapped and redone. He paused as if controlling his breathing. All of them. Wang Dao chuckled. Don't rush. We'll discuss it after the Stargate is operational. I'm always ready, Fang Hung replied. His tone was that of a hound smelling blood, growling low after being held back by its master. Wang Dao turned off the communication and looked back out the porthole at the Stargate. In 6 hours, the navigation test. If all goes well, the Qihang star system and the Hope star system would no longer be two isolated strongholds from today onward. They would become a whole with the Stargate battleships and soon a carrier. He suddenly thought of the Herman territory. The communication intercepted a year ago, proposal level advised to be raised to a level. They had been tense over 72 battleships. What if they knew a carrier was also coming? Wang Dao did not voice this thought. Tianshu. Yes. Status of the 3 relay node star fortresses between Qihang and Hope and the N073 node star fortress in the northern defense zone. All 4 star fortresses have been completed and are online. The relay links are stable, and during the maintenance of the Stargate, the fleet can transfer through beacon jumps. The N073 node star fortress defense system is online and the docks are being debugged. 13 star fortresses. Wang Dao glanced at the time. How long until completion? 4 hours and 27 minutes. Wait. 4 hours and 27 minutes later. All dark matter energy nodes at both ends of the Stargate were activated. The blue light transformed from faint to bright, and from bright to dazzling white. This white was not that of a lamp, but that of a star's surface, the kind that instinctively made you want to squint. The inner ring's space began to warp. At first, only the starlight on the edges distorted, as if an invisible hand was kneading that space. Then the crack appeared. An observable spatial fissure tore open within the 50-kilometer diameter circular structure like a hole poked in a sheet of black paper. The fissure expanded rapidly. 10 seconds, 20 seconds, 30 seconds. It filled the entire inner ring. A massive flowing mercury-like mirror appeared inside the circular structure. The mirror was not still, it slowly undulated like a standing lake of liquid metal. On the other side of the mirror was the Qihang star system, 1,520 light-years away. Everyone on the flagship's bridge halted their actions. No one spoke. Even the sounds of keyboards faded away. The Stargate passage is stable. Tianshu's voice resonated in the utter silence. The space folding rate has reached the expected value and the passage bandwidth can support battleship-class vessels. First navigation test is ready. Who will go? Fang Hung asked over the communication channel, his voice subdued as if afraid to disturb something. A test engineering ship, Wang Dao replied. Don't rush in. 3 engineering ships entered the Stargate passage from the Hope star system side. Compared to the 50-kilometer diameter inner ring of the Stargate, the 3 engineering ships were as small as grains of dust drifting toward a mirror. The moment they touched the mirror, all sensor data on the ship's body vanished simultaneously. On the flagship's monitoring screen, the 3 light points evaporated into thin air. 0.3 seconds of blankness. No one on the bridge breathed. Then, 1,520 light-years away, the monitoring station of the Stargate in the Qihang star system relayed a signal. 3 light points appeared on that side. Navigation successful. Tianshu reported the engineering ships are structurally intact, the crew is in normal condition, and the equipment is undamaged. It paused for half a second, as if confirming the last piece of data. Transit time 0.7 seconds. 0.7 seconds. 1,520 light-years. The bridge fell silent for a moment. Then it erupted. It was unclear who shouted first. Perhaps it was the young operator at the navigation station or the usually composed middle-aged female officer in the communications team. But once the first shout was released, it could not be contained. Cheers spread from the flagship's bridge to the entire escort fleet, flooding in from the communication channel. Raucous crude filled with curses and laughter. Some were pounding the table, others were whistling, and one voice kept shouting 0.7 seconds, repeating it 5 or 6 times, as if unable to believe the number it had just voiced. Fang Hung did not cheer, but his fists tightened, knuckles turning white. 1,520 light-years, 0.7 seconds. His fleet could instantly mobilize between 2 star systems. Between Qihang and Hope, there would no longer exist the issue of not enough time for reinforcements. Strategic depth transformed into 1,520 light-years. Wang Dao did not cheer, but he stood up and walked to the porthole. The mirror of the Stargate shimmered under the starlight, silver-white light flowing across the vast liquid mirror like a giant eye, silently observing this star domain. He gazed at it for 5 seconds. After 5 seconds, he turned back to work. Chu Ming. Wang Dao activated the communication. Boss, I just saw the navigation data. Chu Ming's excitement was impossible to hide. Do you want to issue a navigation announcement? The surrounding merchant associations are going crazy asking me every day when the Stargate will be ready. Send it out, Wang Dao instructed, but commercial navigation will not be open yet. The first batch to pass through must be our own fleet. Understood. Now we can discuss the trade agreement. After the Stargate is operational, the value of our location will be on a different level than before. Raise the conditions. He paused. Don't hold back. Got it. These merchant associations have waited until now. The premium space can triple at least. You handle it yourself. Wang Dao turned off the communication. Fair Air had appeared beside him at some point. She held a set of data, but did not rush to hand it over. Her eyes still sparkled. The excitement of the carrier unlocking had not completely faded. The production schedule for the carrier has been drafted. She handed over the data. The Qihang Star Fortress and the Hope Star Fortress will each allocate 12 large docks specifically for carrier construction. Each dock will produce 1 ship per year, with 24 ships being constructed simultaneously for the first batch. Wang Dao glanced at the data he received. 24 carriers, each equipped with 80,000 drones. 9 months after the Stargate became operational. Hope Star. Wang Dao stood before the porthole of the flagship's command center, his right hand stroking the edge of the console. The flagship hovered at the top of Hope Star's atmosphere, lurking above the clouds, overlooking the territory below. Looking down through the porthole, he saw a complete azure planet beneath him. 3 years ago, this was a primitive, wild planet. Now, its atmosphere has been precisely modified to create stable cyclones and cloud layers. Massive white cloud bands drifted slowly between the blue ocean and the verdant continent. This planet was draped in a layer of pure white veil. From this height, he could clearly see 3 towering clusters of gigantic cities. Their outlines shimmered with a metallic sheen under the sunlight. And on the other half of the planet, the lights of the city formed a vast expanse, more dazzling than the Milky Way. 3 million people. 3 million people were breathing, living, and procreating beneath that sea of lights. Every inch of land they tread and every breath of air they take has been artificially created. All of this originated from that distant Stargate. The Stargate continuously transports the massive industrial potential of the Qihang star system over 1500 light-years away, completely awakening this once wild planet. Wang Dao stared at that sea of lights for a long time. Boss. The communication from Fair came in, her voice brimming with suppressed pride. The ecological transformation project on the surface of Hope Star was fully completed last week. The atmospheric oxygen content, surface temperature, and hydrological cycle system have all reached the preset class livable standards. She paused as if weighing her words, but ultimately couldn't hold back. Now what lies beneath us is a true paradise on Earth. Wang Dao remained silent. Fair was accustomed to his silence and continued her report. The 3 main cities, exploration, prosperity, and wisdom, are all operational. The trade network established based on the Stargate has initially taken shape. In the past 3 months, trade through Hope Star accounted for 20% of total trade, and it is still rapidly increasing. In terms of research, the T5 Technology Research Center in Wisdom City has been completed. Wang Dao nodded slightly. Additionally, her tone changed, preparing to unveil the final piece to resistance. The 24 large docks in Qihang Star Fortress and Hope Star Fortress, as well as 24 Mount-class aircraft carriers, are being constructed simultaneously. Wang Dao's fingers paused on the edge of the console. He recalled the first time he saw the holographic model of the Mount-class aircraft carrier a year ago. 16 kilometers long, equipped with 80,000 aircraft. When that model was projected in the command center, even Feng Hong fell silent for 3 full seconds. And now he was to build 24 of them. The production progress of the unmanned carrier aircraft, Wang Dao said. It was not a question, but a command. As soon as this question landed, another voice quickly followed, as if racing to answer. Lucas, the Iron Man on the production line. Boss, the carrier aircraft production line has been operating at full capacity for 6 months. The current stock of T5 class attack drones stands at 9600, enough to arm 12 aircraft carriers. At the current efficiency, the entire base quota for all 24 can be completed before the first batch of aircraft carriers is launched. 96,000 aircraft. After full allocation, 92 million aircraft. Wang Dao closed his eyes for a moment. A vision flashed through his mind. 92 million drones taking off simultaneously. In the instant the carrier aircraft were unleashed from the belly of the aircraft carriers, the radar screens of the entire star domain would turn pure white. Not interference, but too many targets, so many that the radar could no longer distinguish individual signals. That would be a locust plague of steel blotting out the sun. Very good. Wang Dao opened his eyes, his tone devoid of any fluctuation, as if the apocalyptic scene that had just played out in his mind was merely an inconsequential simulation. Fong Hung, your new plan. Boss, I'm always online. Fong Hung's voice almost replied immediately. He had been waiting for this question for a full 9 months. The holographic star map popped up automatically. Fong Hung's virtual image appeared on one side, his eyes shining with remarkable brilliance. 3 years ago, when Fong Hung commanded the fleet to annihilate the enemy, it was this very gleam in his eyes. An aircraft carrier is not just an enlarged battleship. Fong Hung's speech sped up by 30%, his voice taut. It is a brand new strategic platform. I have overturned all previous organizational plans. He swept his hand across the holographic screen. A new model of fleet configuration exploded before Wang Dao. At the center was a Mount-class aircraft carrier 16 kilometers long. It slowly rotated in the holographic projection, its hull covered with a dense array of launch ports. 5 Conqueror-class battleships surrounded it, forming a pentagram formation for protection. The 11-kilometer steel behemoth was merely qualified to serve as a guard before the aircraft carrier. Further out, 50 cruisers formed a dense fire support net. 500 destroyers constituted the rapid response layer. On the outermost layer, 5,000 frigates spread out a massive defensive web. Carrier Battle Group. Fong Hung pronounced this name, slowing his voice slightly. Wang Dao gazed at the organizational model. 1 aircraft carrier, 5 battleships, 50 cruisers, 500 destroyers, 5,000 frigates. The total number of ships exceeded 5,500. It itself is an expeditionary force. Fong Hung's finger traced an arc on the holographic map, which was the operational radius of the carrier battle group, covering a large portion of the star map. Single jump coordination distance is 100 light-years, reducing the logistical pressure by 80% compared to previous fleet configurations. The aircraft carrier itself serves as a frontline base, and carrier aircraft can be replenished at any time to replace combat losses. He paused, a dangerous curve forming at the corner of his mouth. We can even construct while fighting at the enemy's doorstep. As this sentence fell, the communication channel fell silent for 2 seconds. Feier said nothing. Chu Ming said nothing. Wang Dao tapped his finger on the console. Construct while fighting. These words satisfied him more than any data. Currently, the fleet size, excluding the under-construction aircraft carriers, consists of 140 battleships organized into 14 main battle groups. Fong Hung quickly switched back to the reporting tempo. My suggestion, after the first batch of aircraft carriers is launched, immediately establish 4 carrier battle groups, deploying them at the Chihong Hope and the 2 border vigilance zones. 4 carrier battle groups. Fong Hung's gaze pierced through the holographic screen, fixing on Wang Dao. Enough to crush the main fleets of any known forces in the exploration star domain. He didn't use the word counter. He used the word crush. Boss, as long as you nod. Fong Hung's voice was slightly strained. My fleet is ready to depart at any time. Fong Hung gazed at the star map, his fingers trembling slightly. Wang Dao fell silent for a moment. He turned around and looked out the porthole. Cities, oceans, forests, busy engineering ships on the rails, and the quietly forming steel behemoths in the distant docks. He had created all of this with his own hands. What about the Herman territory? Wang Dao suddenly spoke, his tone resembling someone inquiring about the weather. Any recent movements? Very quiet. The mechanical voice of Tian Shu sounded devoid of any emotion. Since our patrol team politely escorted their reconnaissance unit out of the territory a year ago, there have been no proactive reconnaissance actions. But Tian Shu unusually paused. The encrypted military communication frequencies in their border areas have increased by 300% compared to a year ago. 300%. They have not quieted down. They are desperately trying to communicate with each other. Wang Dao could almost envision the scene: commanders of the Herman territory gathered in the intelligence room, staring at the latest information about the Chihong star system on the screen, glancing at each other, their palms sweaty. They probably already know about the Stargate, know about Hope Star, know about the aircraft carriers under construction. They must be asking the same question. What will he do next? Wang Dao's lips moved slightly. Fong Hung. He withdrew his gaze. Your new organizational plan has been approved. On the day the first aircraft carrier is launched, conduct a live-fire drill. He paused. The drill site, on the outskirts of the Chihong star system. His voice remained calm, but when the next word landed, the communication channel fell silent for a moment. In the direction close to the Herman territory. All main battle fleets, pull them over. Fong Heng's breath paused for a tenth of a second. Yes. This response was resolute. Wang Dao ended the communication. The command center fell silent once more, leaving only the deep hum of the flagship's engine and the faint glow of star map data streams. His gaze slowly swept across the holographic star map, ultimately landing on the 24 bright icons representing the under-construction aircraft carriers. He extended his finger and tapped one of the brightest. The one with the fastest construction progress. Data popped up. Completion rate 78%. The main structure of the hull has taken shape, and the installation and debugging of internal systems are underway. In 3 months, it will slide out of the dock and sail into the Star Sea. Tian Shu. Yes. Name this aircraft carrier. Wang Dao's voice was soft, yet every word was crystal clear. He took one last look at the blue planet outside the porthole, the planet he had personally awakened from death. Let's call it Hope. Naming recorded. Hope Mount-class aircraft carrier hull number CVN-001. Inform Feier and Chu Ming. Allocate all resources to Hope. I want it launched as soon as possible. Yes, Master. Tian Shu's mechanical voice showed no fluctuations. The countdown data was already ticking on the screen. Expected launch of Hope 91 days. Recently, the data has been improving as well. Thanks to everyone's suggestions, the plot was initially not meant to progress this quickly, but it seems that this pace suits me better. Thank you all for your support. 91 days later. In the command center of the Qihang Star Fortress, there were no celebrations, no salutes, not even a glass of wine. Wang Dao sat alone in front of the control console, the blue light of the holographic screen flickering in his pupils. The humming of the flagship's engine resembled distant thunder, deep and steady, resonating from the soles of his feet all the way to his chest. 3 holographic projections connected simultaneously. Feier's long hair was tied up, exposing her slender neck, a faint smile gracing her lips, an expression of pride unique to researchers witnessing the birth of their work. Fang Heng's military uniform was impeccably straight, his back rigid, yet the knuckles gripping the armrest turned white. Lucas' holographic panel remained lit with data, his fingers flying over it as he meticulously conducted the final checks. Their gazes all focused on the same point. In the orbital dock of the Hope Star Fortress, hundreds of traction beams released simultaneously. The steel giant, measuring 16 kilometers, glided into the void. Its hull was sharply defined, the dark paint outlining a breathtaking silhouette under the starlight. Thousands of drone launch ports on its belly were closed like sleeping eyes, and the armored doors of the 4 hangars sealed tightly. 80,000 T-5 attack drones lay quietly within, waiting for the moment they would be awakened. The entire ship had not a single extraneous line. Cold. Violent. Order. Fang Heng's breath halted for a full 2 seconds. It's too big, he said, his voice slightly hoarse. Initially, when he commanded the first 150-meter Retaliator-class frigate, he thought it was the sharpest blade in the Star Sea. Later, he stood on the bridge of an 800-meter destroyer, feeling as if he wielded a heavy hammer. Then came the cruiser, 2,500 meters long, and he believed that was the limit of power. Then the Conqueror-class battleship appeared. 11 kilometers. He thought that was the end point. Yet now the 11-kilometer Conqueror class was merely a guard before this 16-kilometer Mountain class. Feier lightly tapped the holographic screen, her tone carrying a hint of restrained pride. The shield system has undergone 3 rounds of optimization, improving by 8 over the design specifications, sufficient to enhance survival by 10%. She paused, a slight smile on her lips. Of course, if anyone can actually hit it. Lucas did not look up, his fingers gliding over the holographic panel. All structural stress tests passed, power system calibration completed, all 4 hangar launch systems greenlit, and the production line for the onboard aircraft is on standby. His voice was as calm as water, like reading the weather forecast, but when his finger brushed over the last line of data, it still paused for 0.3 of a second. Carrier battle group formation. Fang Heng interjected, his voice raised by 30% as his fingers swiped forcefully across the holographic screen. A complete battle group formation model exploded before everyone. In the center was the Mountain-class carrier, surrounded in a diamond formation by 5 Conqueror-class battleships, with 50 Forward-class cruisers forming the outer ring, 500 Ambusher-class destroyers scattered in formation, and 5,000 Retaliator-class frigates densely packed like a swarm of locusts. A total of 5,556 warships. Fang Heng's gaze burned with intensity. Boss, if this fleet is brought to Jin Min's star. He did not finish. But everyone present understood. Even coming from the Wang family's direct lineage, managing to assemble a few battleships would be considered substantial. If they returned, it would surely be a grand homecoming. Their carrier group alone had 5 battleships, plus 1 carrier. Wang Dao lightly tapped the edge of the control console. Though his lips did not move, something deep in his eyes was burning. From the 2 T3 frigates to now, how long had it taken? It didn't matter. What mattered was that this was just the beginning. Status of the Star Fortress, he spoke up. Lucas' holographic panel switched instantly. Qihang, Hope, East Gate, North Gate, West Gate, all 5 Star Fortresses have completed battle readiness charging, and the facilities are in good condition. Fang Heng was about to request permission for an exercise outside of the 8th star zone, when Tian Shu's voice cut in. There was no transition, no warning sound effect. The mechanical voice directly injected into every speaker of the command center, cold as space itself. The exploration team, Discovery, has sent back encrypted communication. Large-scale biological signals detected. Coordinates 500 light-years east of the Hope Star territory, edge of the XD 34-star system. Fang Heng's mouth closed. Feier's smile vanished. Lucas' fingers hovered above the holographic panel frozen in place. Tian Shu continued with no change in speed, signal strength, exponentially rising. Features extremely numerous, no mechanical constructs detected. Biological signals exhibit a collective behavior pattern. The command center fell silent for 3 seconds. Feier was the first to react. Her fingers began to glide quickly across the holographic screen, her lips pressed tightly together, her brow furrowed. Signal feature comparison. Does not match any known space biological database. The signal strength exceeds 10 times that of normal biological groups, and it's still increasing. Fang Heng's gaze completely shifted away from the carrier model, all fervor suppressed instantly by the instincts of a soldier replaced by the calm of a hunter sensing danger. Boss, I suggest we immediately dispatch a cruiser squadron for reconnaissance. No, Wang Dao spoke. One word, his tone unyielding. He did not look at anyone. His gaze fixed intently on the holographic screen, the coordinates of the XD 534-star system, flashing the red area, representing biological signals expanding at a visibly rapid pace, like a drop of blood falling into water. Watching the changes on the situational map, Wang Dao felt a chill run down his spine. Memories of his past life surged in his mind. In that game about the stars, the insect race, not in the game they were called void devourers, was one of the most terrifying natural disasters. Not because of their individual strength, but because of their numbers. Endless numbers. They required no logistics, no supplies, no starports or docks. They could devour one planet and then breed a second wave. Devouring 2 planets meant the third wave. Exponential growth. Every time old players encountered signals from the insect race in the game, their first reaction was not excitement, but to check if their fleet size was sufficient, only to usually find that it was not. Never enough. Because by the time you gathered your fleet and arrived, their numbers would have tripled. Tian Shu. Yes, master. Direction of the signal source's movement. Calculating. Tian Shu's mechanical voice paused for 3/10 of a second. Current signal source is expanding in a diffuse manner with no clear movement direction formed. But based on the expansion rate, within 72 hours the outer edge of the signal will reach the detection range of Discovery. Notify Discovery to withdraw immediately. Wang Dao's speech did not quicken, but every word was laden with weight. Do not attempt to approach for observation. Withdraw. Directly launch detectors from a distance. Instructions sent. Wang Dao stood up. Those familiar with Wang Dao knew he rarely stood so formally. Fang Heng unconsciously straightened her back. Feier's fingers paused for a moment. Lucas raised his head. Fang Heng. Here. Cancel the exercise plan for the carrier battle group. All units enter level 1 battle readiness. I don't care how you do it within 48 hours. I want this fleet to be combat ready. Fang Heng did not hesitate. Understood. Lucas. Yes. Upgrade the defense systems of the 5-star fortresses to level 1 battle readiness. All engineering ships return, prioritizing the reinforcement of the eastern defense line of the Hope Star territory. Lucas nodded, the holographic panel already beginning to dispatch. Execution started. Wang Dao's gaze turned to Feier. She did not wait for him to speak, already continuing. Analyzing signal features will take time, but I can prioritize a direction, breeding patterns, and expansion laws of cluster-type organisms. If they're as I suspect. She paused for a moment, locking eyes with Wang Dao. Then distance is our greatest weapon. It is also our last weapon. Wang Dao looked at her. 500 light years sounded far, but for a life form expanding at an exponential rate, 500 light years might only mean a few months. Even shorter. Analyze with full force, Wang Dao said. I need to know 3 things within 48 hours. What they are, how many, and how fast they can arrive. Understood. Feier's fingers were already flying across the holographic screen, her long hair falling from the side of her ear, ignored by her. Communication cut off. The command center fell silent once more. Wang Dao stood before the control console, the glow of the holographic screen reflecting on his face flickering. The red signal area of XD 534 expanded as the probe moved. 10 minutes ago it was just a point, now it had transformed into a vast area. He looked down at his hands. Steady, not shaking. Yet the sense of security brought by the launch of the Mountain-class carrier was shattered to a large extent the moment Tian Shu reported, exponentially rising. 24 carriers, 160 battleship fleets, 5-star fortresses. Is it enough? He didn't know. His experience from the past life game told him that when facing the insect race you could never ask, is it enough? You could only ask, how much more can I build? Wang Dao returned to the control console. His fingers began to operate quickly on the screen, pulling up the production data of the Star Fortress's mineral reserves, alloy stocks, and population limits. The command center of the Star Harbor is set in motion. The holographic screen displays the coordinates of the XD5 34-star system flickering in red light. Commander Li Rue of the reconnaissance fleet has already led his team to the edge of the star system, approaching the source of the signal. The signal source has been locked, and the biological signal level continues to rise. Li Rui's voice comes through the communication channel. Wang Dao gazes at the holographic screen, his fingers gently tapping on the control panel. Fei is rapidly swiping her fingers across another holographic screen, analyzing the real-time data being transmitted. Fang Heng stands tall, his eyes fixed on the signal strength curve. Lucas' holographic panel is constantly lit with parameters of the defense system refreshing in real time. Signal characteristic analysis is complete. Fei suddenly speaks up, her tone easing slightly. There are significant differences from the characteristics of the Void Devourer in the database. The energy response is at least several levels weaker. Wang Dao's fingers paused on the table, and everyone's gaze turned toward him. Initial judgment suggests that the overall civilization level of the target species should be at T2, possessing short-distance navigation capabilities with no evidence of interstellar travel technology. Fei continued reviewing the returned data. The biological signals are dense, yet orderly, characteristic of a typical cluster-type organism. Fang Heng smirked. That makes things easier. Just then, Li Rui's image cut into the holographic screen. Report. Target detected. In the detection screen, thousands of black figures slowly move in the void. They resemble arthropods ranging in size from 200 to 500 meters. Their exoskeletons reflect the dim starlight, resembling a swarm of giant metallic locusts devouring the surface of a small asteroid. Estimated numbers are between 100,000 and 150,000. Li Rui's voice is steady. No other anomalies observed, no obvious intent to attack. Their primary behavior is consuming organic matter and minerals from the asteroid's surface. Attempt communication, Wang Dao ordered. All frequency broadcast attempted, no response, Li Rue reported. They show no reaction to the communication beams and may lack the organs to receive external signals. Fei synchronized the analysis results to the main screen, presenting a complete biological characteristic report to everyone. Tentative designation Siglani insectoid. Threat level C, with the primary threat stemming from their numbers rather than individual combat power. She pushed back her long hair that had slipped to the side. Individual energy responses are far below that of a T5 frigate with no evidence of interstellar travel technology. Boss, just let Li Rue clear them out directly. Fang Heng's hand was already on the communication key. A battleship fleet is more than enough. I suggest we observe first, Fei added. We lack definitive data on the reproductive rate of these insects, and rash actions may not be optimal. Wang Dao fell silent for a few seconds. To be honest, he felt a bit reactive. In his past life, he had seen too many insectoids in games. Those that multiplied endlessly in inexhaustible swarm. Although the Siglani insectoid before him seemed weak, and not dangerous, are two different matters. Moreover, hundreds of thousands of insects appearing out of nowhere in a desolate star system. Wang Dao's gaze remained fixed on the holographic screen. Where did they come from? Fei's fingers paused for a moment. The command center fell silent for 2 seconds. Fang Heng, Wang Dao spoke. Here, take 5 carrier fleets there. Fang Heng was taken aback. 5 carrier fleets. 5 Mountain-class carriers, 25 Conqueror-class battleships, 250 cruisers, 2,500 destroyers, and 25,000 frigates. To take on a swarm of clever threat insects. He opened his mouth to speak, but closed it again. The boss never does meaningless things. Understood. Ensure it's done cleanly. Fang Heng stood at attention and saluted. After clearing them out, sweep through all star systems within a 50 light-year radius. Wang Dao added, report any anomalies immediately. Yes. Fang Heng turned and exited the command center, his footsteps quickly fading in the corridor. Fei glanced at Wang Dao. Do you think there are more? The insectoid problem has never been just about those in front of us. Wang Dao sat down again, lightly tapping the control panel twice. It's about those you haven't seen. Hours later. XD5 34-star system. Li Rui's battleship fleet has surrounded the swarm. As the fleet advanced to within 300,000 kilometers of the swarm, a change occurred. The insects feeding on the asteroid suddenly halted their consumption, tens of thousands of compound eyes simultaneously turning towards the direction of the human fleet. In the next moment, their bodies emitted a ghostly glow and surged forward like a black tide. The distance of 300,000 kilometers closed rapidly. The insectoids are launching an attack. Li Rui's voice came through the communication channel. Their speed exceeds expectations. They're still accelerating. The swarm's charge was rapid, with the front line of thousands of insectoids crashing into the frigate formation on the fleet's periphery like cannonballs. The T5 shields easily absorbed the impact. The damage from a single insectoid to the shields was nearly negligible. T5 against T2, the generational gap was evident. But the issue lies in the numbers. Hundreds or thousands of insectoids simultaneously pounced on the same frigate, densely attaching themselves to the shield's surface, their mandibles tearing and bodies crashing against it. The shield energy began to decline, not because of the strength of individual attacks, but due to the frequency of incoming attacks being too high. The energy replenishment speed of the shield generator couldn't keep up with the continuous consumption. The energy of the frontline frigate's shield has dropped by 15. Li Rui's voice was filled with anger. These insects have gone mad. Open fire across the fleet, free shooting. The void was illuminated. The particle light spears of the battleships carved out white beams of light, evaporating entire swathes of the swarm. The cruiser's gamma ray cannons formed a crossfire net, each shot piercing through dozens of insectoid bodies. The destroyers and frigates unleashed continuous laser fire, turning the approaching insectoids into fragments one by one. T5 against T2, a crushing victory. Yet the swarm was too numerous. The front line shattered, but the rear line immediately filled in. If 1,000 died, 2,000 more came. They seemed utterly unaware of fear. Report. The number of insectoids is still increasing, having exceeded 150,000. Where did they come from? Li Rui asked solemnly. From deep within the asteroid belt. They've been hiding inside the rock layers. Li Rui frowned. With the current firepower output, these insects posed no real threat. But if their numbers continued to swell, maintain suppression, do not let them approach. The command center of Star Harbor. The mechanical voice of the celestial axis suddenly resonated. Warning. Large-scale energy fluctuations detected at the periphery of the XD-534 star system. Wave characteristics. The celestial axis paused for 300 milliseconds. For a superintelligence, this pause indicated it was repeatedly verifying the data. The wave characteristics are consistent with jump signals. The biological characteristics of the signal source match those of the Siglani insectoid. Number over 1 million. Wang Dao suddenly stood up. Fei's fingers froze above the holographic screen. Lucas lifted his head. Celestial axis. Wang Dao's voice was low. Fei said they lack interstellar travel capabilities. Previous judgments were based on observed samples. The celestial axis responded. Current data indicates that this judgment needs to be revised. There are likely unobserved high-order individuals among the Siglani insectoid capable of biological jumps. Fei's expression also changed. Biological jumps. She repeated the term softly, quickly bringing up the analysis model. If they have specialized maternal individuals responsible for jumping, then the tens of thousands we previously observed, she looked up at Wang Dao, are merely the advanced foraging swarm. At that moment, Li Rui's voice almost simultaneously cut in through the communication channel. Report. We are surrounded. On the holographic screen, red dots representing jump signals surged from all directions towards the XD-534 star system, encasing Li Rui's fleet in the center. 150,000 became 1 million, and the number continued to rise. Wang Dao stared at the screen, his jaw clenched. Celestial axis, whereas Feng Heng's fleet. Feng Heng's fleet completed jump charging 30 minutes ago and is currently undergoing the final segment of beacon jump. Estimated. The celestial axis words were cut off. Another voice came through the communication channel. Li Rui, hold steady. It was Feng Heng. On Li Rui's tactical screen, friendly identification signals lit up densely. 5 jump fluctuations exploded simultaneously from the outer edge of the insect swarm's encirclement, tearing apart the red signal net. The brilliance faded away. The massive hulls of 5 Mountain-class carriers loomed in the starry sea. 25 Conqueror-class battleships formed a battle line. 250 cruisers, 2,500 destroyers, and 25,000 frigates spread out like a tide, nearly filling the entire starry sky. Feng Heng's voice came from the command channel, filled with mirth. Hey, good thing the boss let me bring more people. He raised his right hand. The entire fleet. That brilliance made even the nearest stars appear dim. Attack. The particle beams from the battleships simultaneously pierced through the swarm of insects, cutting straight from one side of the encirclement to the other. Where the light beams passed, the swarm was not merely killed, they were erased. Tens of thousands of insectoids vaporized in an instant, not even giving the plasma clouds a chance to form before being scattered into fundamental particles by the intense heat carried by the beams. 50 massive blank channels were carved through the center of the swarm. Immediately afterward, the secondary cannons of 25 battleships fired in unison, while the cruiser fleet unleashed a crossfire of gamma rays. The destroyer formations and frigate fleets unleashed their laser cannons at full power, leaving streaks in the void. The entire XD-534 star system was engulfed in a silent storm of light. The swarm collapsed, not defeated, but crushed. Command center of the Star Fortress. On the holographic screen, the red signal area of the swarm shrank at a visible speed. Fei let out a long breath. Lucas finally released his grip on the edge of the holographic panel, leaving a white imprint at his knuckles. But Wang Dao did not sit down. He gazed at the remaining red signal on the screen, his expression showing no sign of relaxation. 2 million insectoids had jumped in from the void. Where had they been before the jump? How many were there in that place? Qinshu, he spoke. Yes, master. Based on the current beacon data, backtrack the source coordinates of the jump signal. Calculating now, came the response. Fei, yes. Update your analysis model. Wang Dao's voice was calm. I need to know more than 3 things. He turned his head to look at her. I need to know the 4th thing. Fei's gaze slightly sharpened. Where's their nest? 2 hours later, the holographic screen showed that Feng Heng's fleet had completed the final sweep. Countless remnants of the insectoids floated in the void of the XD 534-star system. Biological shells reflected a dim light under the starlight with layers of debris, creating a shattered silence. Li Rui's battleship fleet merged with Feng Heng's carrier fleet and began to reform. Report, Feng Heng's voice came through the communication channel. Sweep completed. All remnants of the insectoids have been cleared. Our losses: 3 frigates lightly damaged, no casualties. Wang Dao did not respond. His attention was fully on the freshly updated data on the holographic screen. The calculations from Tianshu had come through. The coordinates of the jump source have been locked, Tiantian's mechanical voice stated, northwest of the XD 534-star system, 47 light-years away. The signal characteristics match those of the Siglani insectoid biological jump. 47 light-years. Fei quickly pulled up a star map, tracing an arc with her finger. This distance. She raised her head, her eyes brightening. Is within the theoretical limits of biological jumps. Wang Dao turned to her. Biological jumps are different from mechanical jumps. Fei pulled up an analysis report. They require a massive amount of organic energy. The further the jump distance, the energy consumption grows exponentially. In other words, they cannot jump here directly from farther away. Correct. Fei nodded. Based on the energy fluctuations just now, they must have congregated at that coordinate 47 light-years away and then sent themselves over in one go. Or Wang Dao's voice paused. That coordinate could just be a transfer station. Fei's finger halted. The two exchanged a glance for a second. She understood his meaning. If 47 light-years away was merely a transfer point, then the true nest of the insectoids could be much deeper. And in that place there could be far more than 2 million of them. Qinshu, what are the coordinates? Wang Dao turned towards the holographic screen. On the star map, a red mark lit up. Target coordinates in 892 star system. Stellar type, red dwarf. Number of planets 4. No technological signals detected. What about inside the planets? Current detection equipment cannot penetrate the planetary crust. Tianshu replied, the insectoid nest may be located inside the planets, or in 892 may just be a transfer node. Wang Dao fell silent for a few seconds. How many star systems are within 100 light-years of in 892? A total of 37 star systems. 12 have been detected, 25 have not. 37 star systems. 25 black boxes. The insectoid lair could be hidden in any of them. Feng Heng. Wang Dao pressed the communication button. Yes. After the sweep is complete, enter jump charging. Target in 892 star system. Understood. Feng Heng paused. Boss, should we wipe them out? Let's see first. Wang Dao's tone was steady. Fei. Yes. Connect with the fleet's research ship, synchronize data remotely, and initiate wide-spectrum detection. Connected to the fleet's data link. Fei's fingers moved swiftly. The detection range can cover 50 light-years. Precision will decrease, but it is sufficient to gauge the scale of the insectoids. Lucas. Yes. The Star Fortress is to enter Level 2 combat readiness. Understood. 30 minutes later, the fleet's synchronized jump charging was completed. The signals of the 5 carrier fleets on the holographic screen transitioned from blue to green. The jump engines synchronized. Blue light glimmered around the fleet. Jump, Feng Heng commanded. In the next second, the entire fleet vanished into the void. In 892 star system, the light of the red dwarf was dim and cold. For planets slowly orbited the star, their surfaces covered with thick layers of ice. No signs of artificial presence. No signals from civilization. No heat source reactions. Silent. Too silent. Until countless streaks of light flashed through the void. 5 jump waves erupted simultaneously. 5 carrier fleets emerged from the jump positioned at the edge of the N892 star system. Report arrived at N892 star system. Feng Heng's voice came through. No hostile signals detected. Fei, initiate full-spectrum biological signal scan, Wang Dao ordered. The detection beams shot from the fleet, covering the entire N892 star system. 3 seconds later, no biological signals detected. Fei's voice carried a hint of confusion. The surfaces of the 4 planets' orbital space asteroid belts. All empty. Silence. Wang Dao remained silent. His hand rested on the control panel edge, his fingertips unmoving. Tianshu re-verify the jump source data. Verifying. Tianshu paused for 0.3 seconds. Warning. The jump source data contains discrepancies. The N892 star system is not the starting coordinate of the jump. The actual starting point of the jump is located. Tianshu's voice paused again. Wang Dao's hand pressed against the control panel edge. Where? At the outskirts of the N892 star system. 500 kilometers from the fleet's current position. A red dot lit up on the holographic screen. Not on a planet. Right beside them. In the void. Signal characteristics: biological, jump mother body. Quantity 1. Size. Tianshu's voice finally exhibited a slight tremor, though it was merely due to a delay in data processing. Over 10 kilometers. Wang Dao's knuckles pressed into the control panel, leaving white imprints. Feng Heng. Yes. 3 o'clock direction 1. 5 million kilometers. Feng Heng did not ask another word. All fleets turn. On the holographic screen, the 5 carrier fleets began to pivot. But as they turned, a massive silhouette emerged in the void. Not emerging. It had been there all along like a meteorite. A series of glaring red data popped up on Faye's holographic screen. It can actively suppress its biological electric signals. Faye exclaimed, raising her head. That's why it wasn't detected during the scan. It has the ability to shield biological signals. The silhouette became increasingly clear. The 10-kilometer-long body was composed of countless segments, each covered in heavy dark shells. Dark red biological fluorescence seeped through the gaps between the segments, resembling a slowly flowing magma fissure. There were no eyes on the head. Only a mouthpart with a diameter of over 500 meters. The inner walls of the mouthpart were densely packed with layers of interlocking chitinous teeth, arranged from outside to inside, glistening with a moist sheen under the dim light of the red dwarf. Surrounding its body were countless small insectoid individuals, densely packed, as if they were scales peeled from its surface. The biological jump mother body of the Siglani insectoids. Faye's fingers hovered above the holographic screen, pausing. This is a high-level individual of the insectoids. She said in a low voice, it can shield biological signals and transport millions of insectoids over long distances. It is not a transport vehicle. Wang Dao stared at the colossal silhouette on the screen, his voice calm. Because that thing moved. Its mouthpart slowly opened, or rather widened further. Deep within the mouthpart, a dark red glow began to converge. That was not fluorescence. It was some form of energy being rapidly compressed. The alarm from Tianshu sounded almost simultaneously. Warning. High-energy reaction. Rapidly rising energy fluctuations detected within the target. Characteristics consistent with plasma fusion reactions. The massive jaws of the mother entity opened wide. Deep within, a dark red glow abruptly concentrated, shining with blinding brilliance. In the next moment, a dark red plasma breath over 50 meters in diameter tore through the void and surged towards the fleet. The speed of the attack was beyond imagination. All fleets emergency evasion. Feng Heng's command thundered through the channel. The 5 aircraft carrier fleets began to turn their engines, exhaust glowing as they left long trails behind. Yet that dark red breath still grazed the edge of the fleet, precisely sweeping 2 maneuvering cruisers. The dark matter shields of the 2 Voyager-class cruisers began to falter upon contact with the beam. Within 0.1 seconds, the energy readings plummeted from 100 to rock bottom. The blinding light was not a defense, it was the shield generator being breached. Warning. Pioneer 7 and Expedition 4 shields have collapsed. Structural damage to the hull at 35. Zone D armor vaporized. In the command center, Faye focused intently on the data panel as the energy analysis model operated at high speed. It's plasma fusion. How could a biological entity from a low-level civilization possibly stabilize such a high level of energy? She muttered to herself, completely surpassing her detection data. Wang Dao's expression remained impassive as his gaze locked onto the gigantic figure displayed on the holographic screen. He pressed the communication button. Feng Heng. Here. Counterattack. Yes. With the order given, the bow lights of 3 battleships flared brilliantly, and thick particle spears shot forth, crossing the void and slamming towards the mother entity. However, at the moment before the light spears struck, the mother entity spun around with an agility that belied its size to evade. At the same time, a layer of flowing dark red membrane emerged on its surface, appearing almost alive. That was a biological force field shield. The terrifying energy of a particle spear struck the membrane, merely causing violent ripples before being completely absorbed, transforming into a dark red glow, flowing over the surface of the mother entity, making it seem even more sinister. Phase data panel showed the energy absorption curve skyrocketing. It's devouring our attack energy. Feng Heng's eyes narrowed. All battleships. Main guns free fire. Maintain pressure. His command was filled with intensity. I want to see whether its shield is tougher or my spear is sharper. In an instant, the void transformed into a forest of light spears. More particle light spears were fired in succession like an unending storm of light, slamming fiercely towards the mother entity. The massive entity displayed agility that was completely inconsistent with its size, weaving and rolling through the asteroid belt using unfortunate meteors to block the deadly attacks. Even when a light spear occasionally struck true, it merely caused the dark red shield to glow a bit brighter. Yet the shield remained steadfast. This won't do. Its energy conversion efficiency is too high. This is equivalent to charging it up. Faye quickly analyzed, we must exceed its absorption limit. Just then, countless gaps in the armor of the mother entity cracked open and thousands of small insectoid creatures measuring between 200 to 500 meters in length surged forth like a nest that had been poked open. Li Rue. Wang Dao's voice cut in, clean up the minions. Understood. Li Rue commanded the battleship formation to split off and adjust their formation. However, these sub-entities were far more cunning than those previously encountered. They did not directly charge the fleet, but scattered using the debris and dust of the asteroid belt as cover, skillfully dodging the artillery fire. Damn it, these things are getting smarter. Li Rui's fire swept through, only knocking down a few targets. The main fleet do not engage with them. Fang Heng made a decisive call. Concentrate fire and smash that mother entity to pieces. 50 particle light spears ignited simultaneously at that moment. One round after another, not counting energy expenditure, leaving no breathing room. Calculate trajectories, do not let it evade. Calculations complete. Synchronized to the fire control of each ship. The concentrated bombardment made it increasingly difficult for the mother entity to evade. The dark red shield finally began to fluctuate violently, glowing erratically. Energy absorption has reached the threshold. Faye spoke rapidly. Its conversion core is overloaded. The mother entity clearly recognized the danger. Its massive jaws opened once more, the dark red glow inside more intense than at any previous moment. Second charge. It is about to launch an attack. Ships with insufficient shield energy retreat. Fang Heng roared. Main force continue to press forward, do not let it launch an attack. However, the charging speed of the mother entity was astonishing. The dark red plasma breath erupted again, this time targeting the most densely packed central formation of the fleet. A destroyer failed to evade and was swept in half by the beam. The T5 shield could not withstand even a second, instantly evaporating. The hull was melted and torn apart by the high-temperature plasma, exploding into a silent fireball in the void. Destroyer 7. Sunk. Li Rui's voice carried suppressed rage. Fang Heng's knuckles turned white from clenching. Fang Heng. Wang Dao's voice remained calm. Here. Faye, weak point. Found it. Faye's finger drew a red line on the screen. Though it dodged most of the attacks, its shield absorption has limits, though our current saturation attack has already overloaded it. A few more hits, and it will collapse. All battleships fire at will. Fang Heng's voice was deep and powerful. Overload the main guns, do not stop. But the main guns need to charge. I know. Fang Heng's gaze was like a knife fixated on the screen, so we must blow it up in one go. The light of the particle spears shone once more, transforming into a storm of destruction. After smashing through a meteor dozens of kilometers in diameter, two more struck simultaneously. The cracks in the dark red shield quickly spread and expanded. The shield structure is collapsing. Faye shouted. Another round of concentrated fire. Boom! Two more strikes completely shattered the shield, and the immense dark red energy erupted uncontrollably, forming a brilliant, yet deadly nebula of luminescent gas. The mother entity, caught completely off guard, was exposed for the first time beneath the fleet's fangs. All main guns charge, lock on. Concentrate fire. Fang Heng's command was filled with delight. However, just as the cannons were charging, the armor of the mother entity opened once again. This time it was not thousands, but hundreds of thousands of black tides. They blotted out the sky instantly, turning the void surrounding the mother entity into a writhing darkness. Li Rue stared at the signal numbers on the detector that had suddenly spiked, cursing, "What the hell is that?" Faye's pupils constricted sharply. On her screen, the number of biological signals had become statistically meaningless, displaying only a constantly fluctuating symbol. She quickly zoomed in on the spatial coordinates of the mother entity, revealing a line of ignored spatial data streams before her eyes. Warning: micro-singularity reaction detected. Warning: unstable spatial bridge signal detected. On the screen, the number of biological signals jumped from 500,000 to over 1,150,000. And it continued to soar. How could it have wormhole signals inside it? Her voice turned hoarse from shock. It's summoning it itself. Is a biological stargate. Wang Dao gazed at the black insect cloud, capable of swallowing everything. Fang Heng. Here. Release carrier-based aircraft. Fang Heng paused for a moment. All of them. All of them. This command ignited a spark of fervor in Fong Hung's eyes. This was the master he was familiar with. He grinned, the smile chilling. He slammed down on the red button. All carrier battle groups, heed my command. His voice resonated through quantum communication across the bridges of the 5 Mountains-class carriers. Execute the catastrophe protocol. Fong Hung stood at the center of the bridge. He glanced at the holographic projection. The crimson signals from the insectoid swarm proliferated wildly, nearly blackening the entire coordinate system. I want to see whether your bugs are more numerous than my steel torrent. 5 Mountain-class aircraft carriers responded simultaneously. The colossal structure, motionless in the void, had its heavy outer armor layers slide open. The dull sound of machinery operating reverberated through the hull. The metal skeleton unfolded layer by layer. Beneath the armor plates, thousands of neatly arranged launch ports revealed themselves in a catapult matrix. A ghostly blue glow of energy charged up synchronously within the ports. In the next second, light. Countless silver points burst forth simultaneously from the launch ports of the 5 carriers. A multitude of drones was unleashed into the void in an almost savage manner. 400,000 attack drones. The moment they detached from their mothership, all thrusters ignited simultaneously. The ghostly blue engine flames instantly merged into a continuous band, creating a blue streak across the pitch-black cosmic backdrop. Li Rue stared intently at the tactical screen. Dense blue points surged forth frantically. The entire screen was instantly washed in blinding blue, overwhelming the crimson on the other side. Damn, is this the apocalypse? Li Rue blurted out. No one answered him. Everyone's gaze was fixated on the scene before them. The swarm of insects pressed in from all sides. Millions of bugs squeezed against each other, their shells generating silent tremors so dense that even the faint starlight in the vacuum could not penetrate. 400,000 drones arranged in an attack matrix charged forward, their engine flames creating a silver-blue curtain before the insect horde. There was no probing, no flanking, a direct clash. At the moment of impact, the entire star region lit up. The first row of drones dove into the swarm at suicidal speeds. The onboard laser cannons fired at point-blank range. High-energy beams pierced through the insectoid shells, vaporizing the bodily fluids inside instantaneously. Countless insect bodies exploded from within. Green frozen ice crystals mixed with shell fragments splattered outward, creating a fine mist of debris in the vacuum. The insect tide showed no signs of slowing. In the rear, the bugs trampled over the remains of their kind, their claws tearing through the drone's armor, ripping apart the delicate power cores. One drone was bitten by 3 bugs simultaneously. The machine twisted and broke apart. The engine overloaded and detonated, dragging nearby bugs into the fireball. Before the flames extinguished, more insects filled the gaps. More drones reinforced the front line. Both sides fought desperately at the intersection line. Metal fragments and insect carcasses mixed together, forming a death zone stretching hundreds of kilometers. Lasers flashed incessantly, explosions erupted like fireballs, and the frozen green bodily fluids shattered into ice crystals scattered everywhere. All of this silently blossomed in the vacuum, only to extinguish just as silently. Battlefield status updated, said the cold voice of Tian Shu. The exchange ratio of drones to the insect swarm is 1-2. With our side in the advantage. Fong Hung smirked. 1-22. 400,000 drones exchanged for nearly 9 million cannon fodder. That's enough. Main fleet maintained formation. Drones prioritized exterminating the bugs near the mothership's defense perimeter. Fong Hung's fingers danced rapidly on the console. Clear a path. Fei focused on another screen. Red data streams frantically jumped across the display. Brainwave signals, biological signals, energy fluctuations, spatial pulse frequencies. Data was rapidly cross-referenced. Mothership data analysis complete. Her speaking speed suddenly accelerated. This entity is a special individual sustained by the collective consciousness of the insect swarm. Its internal wormhole continuously supplies energy, and its cellular activity is 120 times that of an ordinary bug, with an energy conversion efficiency of the biological shield reaching 67, far exceeding species limits. She circled an area on the screen, the red ring locking onto the most densely concentrated energy reading at the head of the mothership. The head is its energy core. The shield strength is 3 times that of other areas. She pulled up the decay curve of the shield after previous hits, her fingertip tracing the inflection point. After the second hit to the same location, the curve showed a slight collapse. After the third hit, the collapse turned into a cliff. But this is precisely the place it fears the most. She looked up, her gaze sharp. Continuously hitting the same point will cause its energy cycle to collapse. It won't be able to replenish. Fong Hung immediately took over the conversation. Li Rue. Here. Your team push all the way, target the head of the mothership. Hit the same spot with everything you've got. Understood. Li Rui's voice was filled with enthusiasm. Brothers, follow me. Fang Heng simultaneously issued orders. Main fleet, clear the attack route. Drones allocate 20% of their forces to entangle the mothership. Don't let it escape. Li Rui's squad forced their way through the insect swarm, carving out a bloody path. The main fleet exchanged fire alternately. Particle light spears plowed through the swarm, creating a vacuum channel, while the rushing bugs filled the channel only to be vaporized by the next round of artillery. 80,000 drones detached from the main battlefield, tightly entangling the mothership. They did not attack actively, but directly used themselves as obstacles to disrupt its flight path. The mothership's maneuvering space was rapidly compressed. First round of concentrated fire. Li Rui ordered. The main cannons of the battleships and cruisers fired simultaneously as particle light spears and gamma rays converged into a blinding beam of light. The dark red biological shield trembled violently. The energy decay curve began to collapse. 47. Fei's voice grew more urgent. The swarm's reinforcements suddenly accelerated. The spatial channel pulsed wildly, new bugs pouring out. The drone exchange ratio dropped to 1:15 and continued to decline. Carriers ramp up production to replenish losses. Fang Heng's voice was stern. Wang Dao leaned against the command chair. He stared at the ever-expanding energy fissure at the mothership's head. Put more pressure on it. Wang Dao spoke. It can't hold on much longer. Li Rui shouted until his voice went hoarse. Fire. Open fire. All main cannons fired simultaneously. The dark red shield at the head of the mothership exploded. The energy shockwave dispersed outward, illuminating the surrounding insect swarm for hundreds of kilometers. The exposed biological tissue of the mothership's head was laid bare in the vacuum. A wound nearly 200 meters in diameter appeared on its head. Green bodily fluids gushed out from the wound, rapidly freezing into a band of emerald ice crystals in the vacuum trailing behind the mothership. The mothership let out a piercing scream that rattled the entire frequency spectrum. All communication channels were momentarily overwhelmed by the cacophony of the scream, turning into a harsh noise. Shield collapse. The energy core in the head is damaged. Fei nearly shouted. But before her words could settle, the space around the mothership began to distort. Light bent. Spatial distortions occurred. The mothership is initiating a biological jump, Tian Shu reported. Jump energy charging countdown 30 seconds. Fang Heng stood up abruptly. All firepower units. Full force to halt the jump. The main cannons of the battleships and cruisers entered saturation output mode. The overheating warnings flashed on every warship's console, but no one paid attention. Dense beams interwove in the void, forming a net of firepower that enveloped the mothership. 20 seconds, Tian Shu reported. The mothership struggled violently within the web of firepower, its colossal body rolling and twisting, the wound expanding, and more green bodily fluids gushing out. Yet its jump energy continued to rise, the blue-violet light emanating from the wound growing brighter. It is forcefully charging with its own life force. Fei stared at the data. Jump success probability. 47. 15 seconds. The overloaded main cannons shone with blinding red light. Critical threshold surpassed 82. 10 seconds. A pitch-black fissure tore open in the void. Wang Dao stood up. He stared into the unfathomable crack. Tian Shu. Yes. Lock onto its jump trajectory. Real-time calculation in progress. 5 seconds. The last round of concentrated fire hit the wound on the mothership's head. Explosions of bright light engulfed the star region, but the spatial fissure fully opened. The mothership, dragging its broken body and emerald ice crystals, dove headlong into the black fissure. The crack instantly closed again. The last trace of dark red light vanished. In the void, only debris and fragments slowly spread apart. Fang Heng slammed his fist on the metal platform. It got away. No one responded. Tian Shu's voice broke the silence. Damage assessment: 1 destroyer sunk, 2 cruisers heavily damaged, 5 lightly injured, 124 frigates lost. 73,000 drones were lost. Approximately 8.9 million enemy subordinates were killed, and the remaining insect swarm had lost unified command and was being exterminated. Tian Shu displayed the star map. Jump trajectory locked. Target jump direction 17 degrees, southeast, distance 42 light-years. Fei brought up the data layer. The star map was densely packed with spatial signal sources. There is a supermassive signal cluster in that direction with a density over 100 times that of previously encountered. Fei looked at the command seat. That is the insect swarm's main nest. Wang Dao shifted his gaze, sweeping over the holographic star map. The dense signal area hung quietly in deep space. It didn't run away. Wang Dao's tone was calm. It went back to call for reinforcements. He smirked. Perfect, saves me the trouble of finding them one by one. Wang Dao turned around. Relay the order. Fleet, assemble. He looked into the endless darkness ahead. Let's take out their nest. wiped their den clean from the universe. Hope Starport, a massive holographic star map, slowly rotated in the command center. Stars served as pieces and trade routes as lines silently outlining the territory of hundreds of light years. Wang Dao stood before the star map with his arms crossed. He did not gaze at the blue light that representing the main fleet, but instead focused on a weak, yet persistently pulsing signal source, marked by Tianshu with a blood-red halo. There lay the nest of the insectoid species. The command center was so quiet that one could hear the deep hum of the cooling system. Everyone instinctively held their breath waiting for that man to speak. Master, the mechanical voice of Tianshu shattered the silence. The first batch of reinforcement fleet's 10 standard aircraft carrier fleets departed 10 minutes ago. The second batch 10 standard battleship fleets is undergoing final jump energy charging and is expected to depart within 30 minutes. According to the optimal path calculation, the two batches of fleets will meet 30 light-years ahead of Commander Fang Heng's location, totaling a time. Stop. Wang Dao did not turn around. His finger, which had been unconsciously tapping on the armrest, also came to a halt. The atmosphere in the entire command center solidified. The computational glow of Tianshu flickered. Wang Dao slowly turned around, a hint of something at the corner of his mouth, yet his gaze pierced straight through the holographic communication channel at Fang Heng's image. Fang Heng. Yes. The iron-blooded commander in the image instinctively straightened his back. Wang Dao began leisurely, his tone akin to casual conversation. The meeting point is 30 light years. How long have you been running on the front lines? Tell me, after those tens of thousands of warships jump, how long will the charging window need? How is the status of the supply ships? Fang Heng felt a bead of cold sweat trickle down his forehead. He had just been fretting over this extreme meeting point when his boss's first words pierced through all the issues. He opened his mouth, forcing a wry smile. Boss, this. Wang Dao snorted, his gaze returning to the star map, his voice fading. Tianshu, your optimal path treats the fleets as mere numbers. Numbers do not have supply pressure, numbers do not need to rest, and numbers will not be blocked during the jump energy charging window. Numbers don't fight. He raised his hand and lightly traced a line on the star map, sketching out a new route. Cancel the meeting point. All reinforcement fleets' maximum tactical speed directly jump to the coordinates of Fang Heng's fleet. Supply ships and engineering vessels direct connection to the front lines. Fang Heng fell silent for a moment, an acknowledgement after all loopholes had been precisely filled. Yes, guaranteed to complete. At that moment, a cool female voice cut into the communication. If it's discussion time, perhaps you should first take a look at this. The holographic projection of Farrell appeared on the other side. Her long hair was tied up and her scientific uniform was tailored perfectly, yet at this moment, there was not a hint of politeness on her face, her gaze direct, as if to say, after the small talk, it's time to get down to business. With a wave of her delicate hand, a complex biological signal waveform chart unfurled beside the main star map. I have completed a deep analysis of the residual biological signals of the escaped mother body. She swept her fingertip across the dense peaks and valleys, pausing at an extremely small turning point. Its evasion rate is abnormally high. It is not a matter of rapid reaction speed, but it possesses a biological radar capable of predicting trajectory and energy accumulation points in advance, starting to change direction before our weapons lock on. However, she shifted her tone, the data model magnifying as a glaring red warning line appeared at the top. Every system has its limits. Its effective perception radius is approximately 500,000 kilometers. Once this distance is exceeded, the predictive capability will decrease exponentially. The command center fell into a dead silence. 500,000 kilometers. This number temporarily eased everyone's nerves. Wang Dao's lips curled into a slight arc, lazily glancing at Fang Heng and joking, "Did you hear that? Tianshu, report the data of the Conqueror to our frontline commander so he can hear it." He deliberately elongated his tone. To ease the pressure, Tianshu's electronic voice immediately chimed in. T5 class battleship, Conqueror class, large particle light, spear, effective range of 600,000 kilometers under standard mode. 600,000. 500,000. A full 100,000 kilometers of absolute safe range. Fang Heng's face also bore a much lighter smile. He certainly knew this. However, before the smile could fully unfold, a sharp alarm suddenly rang out in the command center. Tianshu's electronic voice instantly heightened, losing all steadiness. Warning. Detected large-scale spatial signals. Intensity is rapidly rising. On the main star map, the red dot representing the insectoid nest suddenly shrank, then exploded with a thunderous crash. An ever-expanding dark red area instantly covered the surrounding star regions, bleeding outward, almost engulfing the entire star map. Fang Heng's smile vanished. He stared intently at the expanding red. What? Are they gathering? So soon? Not gathering. Farrell adjusted her glasses, her cool gaze now grave as ice. their gathering has never stopped. The escape of that mother body merely pressed the final enter key. Moreover, this quantity, she paused uttering 2 words, is still growing. In just a few seconds, the dark red area expanded outward once more. The previous battle had already proven the terror of the insect swarm. Now a swarm 100 times larger was taking shape. While everyone was stunned by this apocalyptic sight, Wang Dao's expression grew even calmer. The laziness disappeared. What replaced it was a profound, inherent calmness that awakened. Then let's not drag it out. He spoke, his voice not loud, yet it instantly suppressed all noise in the command center. Fang Hung. Yes. No need to wait, set off now. Wang Dao turned around, his back to the dark red, his gaze sweeping across the faces of everyone in the command center. Tian Shu. Yes. Calculate the time window for the insects gathering completion. Not an estimate, but an exact value. I want to know how far we can strike before the gathering of that insect nest is completed. Calculating. Wang Dao turned back, facing the boundless dark red. Hours later, the gathering point. In the void, the massive fleet completed its final gathering. The 5 aircraft carrier fleets, initially led by Fang Hung, Li Rui's reconnaissance fleet, along with the 10 aircraft carrier fleets and 10 battleship fleets that had just arrived. In total, 15 aircraft carrier fleets, 11 battleship fleets, 15 Mountain-class aircraft carriers, 86 Conqueror-class battleships, 860 Pioneer-class cruisers, 8,600 Ambusher-class destroyers, 86,000 Retaliator-class frigates. Countless ships hovered in this void, the navigation lights at the bow converging into an endless sea of white light, a fiery blaze ignited by humanity in this dark universe. Pointing towards the still expanding dark red, Wang Dao stood before the holographic star map, gazing at the dark red for a long time. Then he spoke. From now on, all tactical arrangements revolve around one thing. He paused, not to create atmosphere, but because he wanted everyone present to remember this sentence for a lifetime. Those insects and the galaxy they inhabit, wipe them clean from the universe. No one spoke. But something ignited in Fang Hung's eyes. Farrell tightened her grip on the data panel, and Li Rui slowly took a deep breath. The fleet's navigation lights surged forward in the darkness like an unstoppable white tide, slowly pressing towards that dark red. In the target star field, space tore open dark rifts, only to be forcefully smoothed over again the next moment. A massive fleet emerged from the void, the aftershock of their warp engines creating invisible ripples in the vacuum. As the last fleet completed its warp and stabilized its hull, the entire star field fell into a deathly silence. Everyone was captivated by the scene in the detector. There were no planets, no stars, only a desolate void. And an object. It floated at the very center of the darkness. With a diameter exceeding 3,000 kilometers, its deformed shell was riddled with holes and veins, the surface covered in a heavy, writhing dark red carapace. Countless gigantic pipes traversed within it, with each pulse the surrounding light warped, like a heart still beating, exposed to the vacuum. On the flagship's bridge, someone vomited. It was a young officer who had just been transferred to the flagship. He gripped the handrail tightly, his face pale. It was not fear, it was physiological rejection. 3,000 kilometers of living flesh hung there, writhing and breathing, every vein telling you it is alive. A hive. The densely packed Sigarani insect race clung to the surface of the nest like a festering sore, their overwhelming numbers triggering an overload alarm on even the most advanced sensors. Fang Hung stood silently at the command console. The holographic star map projected the detection images in real time, the grotesque giant occupying the entire field of view. Estimated number. 150 million. Another officer swallowed hard, his voice trembling. And that's just the surface. 150 million. This number hung in the bridge. No one responded, like a piece of lead that could not melt. Just then an urgent communication request came through. Commander, this is Li Rui. On the screen, Li Rui's face appeared somewhat pale, but his gaze remained sharp. The lights on the reconnaissance ship's bridge behind him were dimmed significantly. That was the sign of entering stealth mode. The forward reconnaissance formation has arrived at the designated location 80 kilometers from the hive. There are new discoveries. Speak. Fang Hung uttered a single word. The outer layer of the hive's defenses is extremely dense, with at least 12 different types of biological defense organs. Li Rui spoke rapidly, marks being projected in real time onto the hive model on the main star map. Strong acid spray, ports, high-energy beam towers, solid bone spike turrets. Though not very powerful, their numbers are excessive. At the shield strength of a cruiser, it can withstand a maximum of 3 minutes. A collective gasp filled the bridge. 3 minutes. The cruiser shields are considered above average in the fleet. To shatter in 3 minutes, a firepower density like this is somewhat exaggerated. However, Li Rui changed his tone. The gravity lens scan detected a pattern. All high-intensity defenses are concentrated within the outer 50 kilometers. The further you go towards the core, the weaker the defenses become. It has invested all its energy into this outer shell. He circled an area in the center of the model. At the geometric center of the hive, the defensive response is the weakest. If the mother body is inside, then it is the most vulnerable target. Fang Heng's eyes brightened. Just as he was about to speak, Wang Dao's calm voice came from behind. Don't rush. His gaze was fixed on the hive model. Let Fei bring her things in. Almost as soon as he finished speaking, Fei's holographic projection appeared on the other side. She did not look at anyone, her gaze directly interfacing with the data stream of the main star map. Her slender fingers moved swiftly across the light screen, slicing the hive model open, exposing its complex internal structure to everyone. Li Rui's reconnaissance results completely match my biological signal model. Her voice was cold and steady. The mother signal source is indeed within the energy cavity. But the number is 9. This figure struck like a nail, embedding itself into the spine of everyone on the bridge. Previously, just one mother body had caused significant losses. 9. Fang Heng truly felt a headache coming on. But they also have weaknesses in their defenses. Fei's fingertips tapped 3 times around the perimeter of the energy cavity. With each tap, a diagram of energy flow appeared, a triple barrier. The first layer distorts the trajectory of solid projectiles. The second layer weakens energy weapons. She paused with her fingertip hovering over the innermost layer, frowning slightly. The innermost layer is a biological force field released by the mother body. She carefully considered her words. To put it in an inappropriate analogy, it's like trying to hit a mouse curled up in a corner through 3 walls. The walls will block most of your firepower. Conventional weapons, even the main guns of a cruiser, would find it very difficult to penetrate before exhausting their energy. She raised her eyes to Wang Dao, her gaze carrying a layer of sharp urgency. We must use an attack capable of breaching the critical threshold in an instant to directly shatter these 3 layers of defense. The command center fell silent for 3 seconds. Everyone's gaze unanimously turned towards the silent behemoths in the fleet's formation, the Conqueror-class battleships, and their main weapon, the large particle light spears. That simplifies things. Wang Dao finally spoke, breaking the stasis. A lazy smile even appeared on his face, hands in pockets, as if commenting on the doneness of a dish after a meal. These 9 mice hide behind the walls, yet they have no room to evade. He raised his hand, drawing a cold, straight line on the star map, his fingertip piercing the very center of the hive model. Now let's blast the walls and the mice into dust. He turned his head to glance at Fang Heng. Get your fleet moving. The tactical objective is singular. Break through it. Fang Heng stood tall and declared in a loud voice, yes. He suddenly turned, his voice resonating through the entire fleet communication channel. Order. The entire fleet enter attack formation. As the first command fell, 86 Conqueror-class battleships began to pivot their bows. The massive hulls slowly rotated in the void like 86 giant swords being drawn simultaneously. The charging ports of the 2 large particle light spears at the bow ignited with a ghostly blue light that glowed, chilling against the pure black backdrop. Conqueror-class form a standard battleship line, advance to the designated coordinates at a distance of 600,000 kilometers from the target. 600,000 kilometers. This distance was just outside the effective range of the hive's outer defenses, yet within the maximum lethality zone of the particle light spears. Fang Heng had poised the tip of his knife precisely above the enemy's throat. Mountain-class aircraft carrier fleet, withdraw to a safe distance, deploy drones. First wave, 30,000 attack drones. Target clear the outer insect swarm, create a firing corridor for the battleship line. At the same time, the sides of 15 Mountain-class aircraft carriers split open, countless black drones pouring out, quickly coalescing into a roiling dark cloud in the void, advancing towards the hive. The cruiser formation constructs the second line of defense. Deploy destroyers and frigates to form an interception net. Fang Heng's final command fell. The entire star field boiled. Tens of thousands of warships maneuvered simultaneously, their engine flames leaving behind countless blazing trails in the darkness, converging towards the hive from all directions. And ahead, that grotesque giant of 3,000 kilometers continued to pulse slowly. Unmoved, it seemed to regard the swarming human fleet with utter disdain. This silence was more unsettling than any roar. Tianshu. Wang Dao's voice rang out again, still calm. Yes. Calculate the energy decay curve of the particle light spear penetrating the triple barriers. Synchronize all battleship fire control. Saturation precision strike. For the first round of simultaneous fire, I need to open a hole in that cavity, no less than 100 kilometers in diameter. Calculating. A brief silence. Fire control parameters have been synchronized across all 86 battleships. Expected hit rate is 99. 8. Suggested simultaneous fire window, T 12 seconds. Fang Heng's hand hovered above the virtual button labeled fire. 172 particle light spears. 172 beams capable of tearing apart stars. He could feel his heartbeat, each thump echoing against his ribs. All fleet's main guns charged. The drone swarm has crossed the safety line and is engaging the enemy. Each unit enter the final attack countdown. 10. The hive's defense system remained silent. 9. The drone swarm crashed into the outer insect swarm, explosions bursting forth in pale white blooms across the hive's surface. 8. 7. 6. The battleship line completed its final calibration, 172 gun barrels aimed at the same point. 5. 4. Fang Heng's fingertip touched the button. 3. An abnormal change arose. The hive trembled violently. Alarm. Tianxi's electronic voice suddenly heightened, detected ultra-high-intensity energy signals. Source, hive body. Quantity. It paused for 0. 3 seconds. For a god-level intelligence, a 0. 3-second pause meant the data was so vast that it required additional computational power to process. Unable to count. On the surface of the hive, countless writhing carapaces suddenly split open simultaneously. It was not damage. It was an opening. Like a corpse simultaneously opening a million eyes. Beneath the cracks were unfathomable launch chambers. Pitch black, moist, and oscillating. No energy gathered. No signs of firing. The next second, millions of biological projectiles exploded from those launch chambers. Their speed far surpassed any previous insect race unit. They had no acceleration phase, going from 0 to extreme speed in an instant, as if directly catapulted by some force field. The dark projectiles trailed dark red streaks, instantly swallowing all the starlight ahead, a tide of darkness rushing straight towards the human fleet line. Fang Heng's pupils suddenly constricted. In that moment, he calculated everything. This quantity, this speed, the defense interception net deployed ahead would not hold. There would definitely be losses. But his hand did not waver. Not even a tremor. Fire! He roared, slamming down on the button. 172 ghostly blue light pillars tore through the void in that very instant.